Arms folded tight, a man scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. Anyone know where we are? He finally asked. He straightened his stance. Mormont Carl. Mercenary. Another man, deep in thought, spoke after a pause. Lyle, he said slowly. Carpenter. From Edora. But I've got no idea where this is. A shaky voice followed. A young man, eyes squeezed shut, stammered, I am Grit. I run a stall in Halsea. I don't know how I ended up here. A girl turned aside, studying the place carefully. Jenna. I live in the forest, she muttered. But I've never seen anything like this. Then, calm and steady, another man added, Han. Farmer. And no, I don't remember a thing, either. The noise around them grew. People murmured, overlapping one another. Some insisted it had to be a dream. Others admitted their minds were blank. Carl, Lyle, and Han traded uneasy glances as someone whispered it might all be part of a magician's experiment. But Lyle kept his gaze far off and muttered, We're all from Tayanir. That much fits. We just need to piece it together. Before anyone could respond, a blur shot past the group. A girl zipped through the air, laughing as she twirled overhead. Why is everyone standing around? She called. The master tore open a rift in time and space. Battle's about to start, so be ready. Two men froze, staring up at her. One leaned closer, voice low. What are you? Hovering midair with her hands on her hips, she grinned. Isel, guardian fairy. And here's my advice. Don't start a fight unless you've got a death wish. Carl stepped forward, his tone sharp. Did you bring us here? Isel ignored the question and slowly drew her sword. Carl's hand went to his weapon. So you dragged us here, won't give an explanation, and think you can get away with it? His voice rose. Fine, I'll make you talk. Isel let out a tired sigh. Last chance. You sure you want this? Carl's grip only tightened. Big words for something so small. She raised an eyebrow. Bravery? Or just plain stupidity? That did it. Carl roared and charged forward, and froze mid-stride. His eyes glazed over. His body collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Blood seeped across the earth. His head was gone. A glowing message appeared in the air. Emotion overload. Cause of death. Suicide. Silence. No one moved. The crowd stood stunned. Isel's voice broke the stillness. I warned him. The others stood stiff, fear wrapping around them like a noose. Her gaze swept across the group. Anyone else? Same result. Self-defense is simple enough to understand, right? The words snapped the silence in half. Panic erupted. People scattered in every direction, screams and disbelief filling the air. The mercenary was gone, completely gone. Something flickered in front of Isel, a glowing system window. The party had been formed. Time to slot the Haynes members into place. A sly smile touched her lips. So the master's ready. She spun back to the group, voice carrying. All right, everyone, brace yourselves. With a confident stride, she moved toward a massive door, raising her hand high. Open a rift. The door groaned. Behind it, a portal rippled into existence, radiating with an ominous glow. The crowd froze, rooted to the spot. Fear kept them still. Isel's smile never wavered. Step through. Unless you'd rather share the mercenary's fate. Someone near her started to protest, voice shaking. Han cut in, stepping forward with restrained anger. Isel, at least request weapons from the master. We're 1 stars. No gear, no armor. You expect us to storm a tower like this? Tower. Jenna's brows knit. What tower? Isel glanced at Carl's body, then back at Han. He wasn't wrong. Han pointed toward a small house nearby. There, the arsenal. Move. Grab whatever you can fast. The crowd scrambled, panic boiling over. What battle? What beginning? We're not ready. We can't fight this. Inside the arsenal, racks brimmed with blades, bows, and shields. Chaos erupted, people grabbing wildly, clutching anything that might keep them alive. Minutes later, they stumbled back outside. Armed, unsteady, but no longer empty-handed. By the portal, Isel was waiting, grin stretching wide. That's more like it. Time to go, she shouted, pointing at the swirling gate. One man hesitated, hand reaching toward the glowing surface. The rest just stood frozen. Fear thickened the air. Isel snapped at them, voice sharp. Move it, or do you want to end up like Carl? Jenna's eyes slid toward Han. He held a flimsy shield, barely worth anything. She stepped closer. What's on the other side? Why do we need weapons? He let out an irritated breath. Too many questions. Just know this. We're being thrown into an arena. We fight. That's it. Before anyone could answer, a system window appeared. One woman has left her world. Seconds later, more alerts flooded the air. Multiple members have perished. Han's jaw tightened. As expected, 1 stars don't last. Even Isel's grin faltered as another brutal message appeared. One group, wiped out completely. Han's expression darkened. That was fast. A voice rang inside Isel's mind. The master wants the next group. No more waiting. Han turned to the others. Our turn. Jenna's gaze locked on the swirling portal. Then why hasn't anyone come back? Then a man, shaking, stepped toward Isel. Please, he pleaded. I have arthritis. I can't. Before he could finish, Jenna grabbed his shirt, pulling him close. No one makes it alone. Stay with us. With that, the group surged forward, straight into the unknown. Isel's voice rang out behind them. You'll be fine. They landed hard. Feet slammed against solid ground as their eyes darted around, trying to take in the strange new world. Whispers spread as they struggled to process it. Towering above them, glowing words stretched across a massive door. Main dungeon, floor 1. A system window blinked, gate opening. Prepare yourselves. Don't lose focus now, Han shouted, steadying the group. Stay together. The world shivered. Everything shifted. Light burst around them, and in the blink of an eye, they were somewhere else entirely. Soft grass rippled beneath their feet under a calm, endless sky. But that peace only made the dread worse. They stood in an open field, and the weight of fear sank into every chest. Haynes scanned the horizon, lost. Where are we? There was no time to answer. Goblins erupted from nowhere, charging fast. Bright numbers floated above their heads, displaying their levels. A system message flashed, defeat your enemies. Han's voice cut through the chaos. Together. If we don't fight, we die. But the instant the goblins closed in, terror spread. Haynes spun on his heel and bolted without a word. Han froze, stunned, speechless. Jenna's voice broke the moment. Where's the old man? Another message appeared. Status, fear. Stats reduced by 30%. In the distance, the old man was already sprinting, yelling, I feel amazing now. 3 others panicked and ran after him. Windows popped up one after another. Status, fear. Minus 30% stats. Jenna turned just in time to see them slam straight into a wall. They reeled back, dazed. Reality sank in. They were trapped. No escape. One man pounded the wall with his shield, screaming to be let out. Han glanced over, his voice sharp. Pathetic cowards. Jenna steadied herself and looked at him. If we take down the goblins, will the wall fall? Han's eyes stayed forward. That's the only way. I'll go in close. You cover me from range. Jenna hesitated. What about the others? Han didn't bother turning. Forget them. Dead weight. The goblins shrieked, fangs bared, claws swinging as they charged. Han braced himself, muscles tensed. He rushed forward, while the truth gnawed at him. He had never held a real sword or shield before this moment. The goblins lunged, claws slashing. Han gritted his teeth, muttering low, names Han. Steel clashed. He and Jenna fought side by side, dodging, blocking, swinging with everything they had. Each strike was survival. It was starting to sink in. This wasn't some twisted illusion. They were trapped, inside the very game Han once played on his phone. Game Choose Me. The memories came rushing back. Climb the tower. Reach the 100th floor. Forge weapons. Strengthen heroes. Plan every step with care. Just yesterday, he had been sprawled on the couch, scrolling through a new event, the paranormal dungeon. Back then, 7-star heroes were the ultimate prize. Everyone had one. Everyone but him. He'd burned through thousands of summons, and still nothing. His luck was rotten. Han had thought it unfair, brutal, even. Because in Game Choose Me, there were no second chances. A fallen hero stayed gone. Forever. He remembered the red warning flashing across his screen. His team shivering, all of them marked with the status, fear. Even his strongest fighter was trembling. Then it happened. A boss appeared. Level 999. It ripped through his squad like paper. Han had blinked in disbelief. A glitch, he wondered. But before he could react, the monster struck, fast, merciless. His entire party was erased before the attack animation even ended. And then, a shadow burst out of his phone. A voice thundered. There you are. Han froze. Impossible. The game was over. None of this could be real. Darkness swallowed everything. In the pitch black, a window glowed. Create your account. Another prompt followed. Choose your name. Before he could even touch the screen, his nickname appeared automatically. The game loaded. Windows stacked in front of him, flooding his sight. Welcome, player. Another flashed. Would you like to begin training? Accept to receive a reward. Han stood motionless, sword gripped tight, staring into nothingness. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. The system spoke, its voice echoing. In a small, forgotten town lived a boy named Han. The screen displayed Hyam territory, where people lived alongside slaves. Then another message appeared. An unknown force has invaded. To protect this world, you must climb the tower. Han pressed a hand against the wall beside him, staring out at the field ahead. His chest tightened. This wasn't a tutorial. This was war. A new directive appeared. Eliminate the goblins attacking the city. One lunged. Han had no time left to think. Han's grip tightened. He swung his blade once. Twice. Again. He forced himself past the panic, past the disbelief, and kept striking. His arms burned. His leg screamed, but he didn't stop. With a final shout, he cut another goblin down. These weren't pixels. They weren't lines of code. They were alive. Still gasping for breath, he stumbled forward. A message flashed before his eyes. Mission complete. He froze. The main square. The very one from game, choose me. And now he was standing in it. His throat went dry. His voice cracked as he shouted into the empty air. What the hell is going on? A new prompt appeared, glowing faintly. Summon players from the main menu. Then, a door creaked open ahead of him. Blinding white light spilled out. Inside, a shadow stirred. A figure began to take shape. Han watched as the outline stepped forward, his first summon. She approached, steady and direct. You summoned me, didn't you? My name is Shay, she said. Knight. There was no time to waste. Together, they entered the dungeon. Han was clumsy, unsteady with his weapon. Shay was not. Her strikes cut sharp, precise, merciless. Goblins fell before her blade like wheat before a scythe. Han panted hard, lifting his head just as another notification appeared. Mission complete. He glanced at her stats. 3 stars above him. The gap was undeniable. Another window flickered to life. Use synthesis to strengthen your heroes. Han's jaw tightened, already falling behind. Suddenly, Isel zipped into view, pointing sharply toward the door. Move it. The master's waiting. Han steadied himself and looked at her. Isel, that's your name, isn't it? The fairy froze midair, stunned. Wait, how do you know that? He introduced himself, calm, deliberate. But she didn't answer. Her eyes darted across the player cards in the system. Then her face twisted. There's no one named Han here, she snapped, glaring. You don't even look like a player. Unfazed, Han replied evenly, I'm Han. From Seoul. Not Tayanir. The moment he said Earth, her expression shattered. What? She screamed, her voice rising with fury. That's impossible. She shot upward, frantic. This shouldn't be happening. Their voices clashed. Isel shrieking that he had to go through the door, Han refusing, calling it suicide. She didn't care. She shoved him toward it, her voice echoing like a command. Get in. Then Shay stepped forward, calm and unshaken. You barged in without warning. Now your body's reacting, absorbing magic. Han stared at his hands in horror. No, this is synthesis. It was happening, and he knew exactly what it meant. One hero would be consumed, so the other could grow stronger. The truth hit hard. Shay was 4-star. He was only one. No sane player would ever trade her for him. Shay stood aside, eyes closed, head bowed, jaw tight. Han shut his own eyes, fists clenched. He knew what was coming. He was about to absorb her. The screen lit up, synthesis complete. His eyes snapped open. Shay's body was glowing, her form dissolving into pure light. Han froze, stunned. Why? Why are you disappearing? She met his gaze, voice calm. This is how it ends. The system chose you. Her lips curved into a faint smile. Good luck. And then, she was gone. Han stood in silence, the emptiness around him crushing. He'd survived, but the cost was unbearable. A scream ripped through the battlefield, Grit's voice. From the chaos ahead, Han's voice rang out, commanding, stay sharp. If we run, they'll rip us apart. Blood sprayed, blades clashed. Han forced his way through the goblin swarm, sword flashing. He was still alive, and now he understood. Synthesis wasn't just about growing stronger. It was sacrifice. One life fed to fuel another. Power didn't come free. Someone else had to vanish for it. His stomach twisted. The only reason they were still alive was because the so-called master running this nightmare was clueless. This world, it was broken. Jenna fought at his side, calling out, got one, but another's coming. A goblin's teeth sank into Han's shoulder. He didn't scream. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself through the pain. Nothing made sense. How'd he ended up inside this game? But then the truth struck. Han himself had been summoned by a 1-star hero. Snarling, he slammed his shield into the goblin, sending it tumbling away. And in that moment, he remembered the level 999 boss. Its gaze had locked on him, and then it had walked away. Blood on his hands. Monsters closing in. Now it all clicked. He had crossed paths with something, or someone he was never meant to. Across the field, Jenna crouched beside a man, trembling on the ground. He wouldn't move, wouldn't even look at her, just muttered to himself. It'll heal once we're back. Han collapsed into the grass, clutching his bleeding side, his breath ragged. Memories churned. Players didn't even control the combat. The AI always took over once the fighting started. And yet, this game had over 1 million downloads. There was only one reason for that. Han lifted his head. Above, high in the sky, it was there. The eye, watching, always watching, like a god peering down at its creation. Han let out a bitter laugh, tilting his head back to scream at the heavens. You enjoying the show up there? Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. The truth weighed heavy, but undeniable. He was a player now, same as the rest. And he knew the system. Crafting, leveling, strategy. This wasn't new to him. He turned away, mind set. Whoever's watching, keep your eyes open. I'm climbing to the top. A window blinked into view. Floor cleared. Another followed. Battle rewards unlocked. Then, at the top of his vision, the MVP card appeared. Han. Beneath it, a grim list. Dozens of names, grayed out. All perished. Only 2 names remained lit. Han. Jenna. The last one standing. Training resumed. Han accepted it. No whining. No complaints. Complaints didn't change a thing. They never did. Slowing down meant death. If he wanted to keep going, he had to fight. Han ran. This world wasn't real, but it felt real enough. And he was trapped here as a 1-star. His voice carried into the emptiness. In this place, you either die fighting or die in synthesis. That was the truth. 1-stars were fodder. Sacrifices. Disposable pieces meant to fuel the stronger. But not him. He wasn't going to be anyone's discard. Low stats. Slow progress. That wouldn't define him anymore. He gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the horizon. He didn't just want to survive. He wanted strength. Strength for revenge. Strength to find a way home. As he ran, thoughts churned. He didn't know what lay ahead. But he knew one thing. If he didn't adapt, the system would devour him. Training dummies stood scattered across the field. Han threw himself at them, ignoring the sting in his muscles. This grind, it wasn't new. His whole life, no one had helped him. He had always been alone. And here, nothing had changed. Dropping down, he started push-ups, driving himself harder. That's when Jenna appeared, stopping nearby, her gaze fixed on him. "What are you even doing?" she asked. Han shot back a sharp reply, but she didn't flinch. "I was just looking for you," she said simply. Without another word, she lifted her bow. Still facing forward, she spoke. "I've been thinking. We need a plan. My dad was a hunter. He taught me archery." She knocked an arrow, drew, and let it fly. It sank straight into the scarecrow's head. "No point crying about it," she said. "That won't change anything." Han wiped sweat from his face, eyes narrowing. "How good are you with that thing?" Watching her form, he could tell her stats had climbed by 4 points since yesterday. She was still low-ranked, but her accuracy was sharp. No wonder she hadn't faltered in that first fight with the goblins. Han studied her more closely. How quickly she steadied herself after losing her whole team. She wasn't just surviving. She had focus, direction, and that was enough for him. He held out his hand. Jenna smiled and clasped it. "My dad always said bonds mattered more than anything," she said softly. And this time, he was right. A system message blinked into view. Relationship bonus granted. Han froze, eyes flicking across the screen. Then he shouted, "Isel." With an annoyed huff, the fairy zipped into sight. "What now?" "I'm busy." She glared, snapping. "Don't expect answers from me. If you want them, climb the tower yourself." Han glanced at Jenna. "Am I the only one who can see these system pop-ups?" She turned away, shrugging. "No idea what you're talking about." But Han didn't take his eyes off Isel. "You're level 257. She said nothing, but the flicker in her expression told him enough. The messages weren't for everyone. They were for the master. And somehow, he could see them. That changed everything. His voice dropped low. Then what happens if the master just stops playing? The question hung heavy in the air. Pieces started to click. The synthesis with Shay, it hadn't been his choice. Just a careless tap. A mistake made by someone outside the screen. A 4-star hero, wasted. And this account? It was locked to one phone. No resets. No rerolls. Just one save file. And the master? Hadn't logged in for over a week. The weight pressed down on him. Han stepped closer to Isel. "Does time flow differently here than it does on Earth?" She glared. "I told you. I'm not answering anything else." Han smiled faintly. That was enough. Confirmation. Time didn't match between worlds. And Isel? She wasn't really in control. Fairies like her only acted under 2 rules, when the master gave a direct command, or in self-defense. That meant freedom. Freedom to question, to experiment, to learn how this world truly worked, at least until the master returned and shut it all down. Later, beside Jenna, Han laid out the truth. "There are 100 floors in this tower. That's the goal." Jenna frowned at him, waiting. "All missions come from a master," he continued, pointing at Isel. "She just delivers them. Like it or not, we follow." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. If they reached the top, Jenna stepped closer. "So it's just us?" Han shook his head. "No, the master can summon more. We won't always be alone." Still, every choice had a matter. Standing in a vast stone square, Han felt it. No matter how strong they became, their fate still belonged to someone else. The days that followed were brutal, training from dawn to dusk, grinding until their bodies broke. But on one of those days, Han made a discovery. Inside the house, essentials reset daily. Food, water, supplies, always replenished. If he pictured something specific, it appeared, by the fire, tucked in a drawer, wherever it fit. But only survival basics. Weapons, gold, gear, Those stayed locked behind the system's rules. Even so, something mattered more. This world was teaching him things the game never did. Real mechanics. Hidden rules. The kind of details players never saw through a screen. Among the 1-stars, some began to stand out. Not because of stats, because of effort. Training didn't raise their levels, but it sharpened instincts, unlocked abilities, revealed potential buried deep. Patterns surfaced. Han started to see how the master judged them. First, fortitude. Fear killed faster than any monster. Shay had proven that. Second, skill. Higher-ranked heroes spawned with powers already unlocked. 1-stars had to claw their way forward. Third, conditioning. Limits had to be shattered over and over again. By day 3, Han was still pushing every rep, every swing, every ounce of sweat. And when a master finally logged in, Han lifted his gaze to the sky. They're back. Han called over to Jenna. Get ready. He pulled up his status screen. 2 skills. That was it. That was all he had to work with for now. A system window materialized in front of them. The master is initiating a summon. Han didn't need an explanation. The party was meant for 5, which meant 3 more were about to appear. Right on cue, glowing silhouettes took form in the training grounds. 3 new figures solidified. Jenna wasted no time. She sprinted toward the arsenal, shouting, "Gear up! A fight's coming!" At the rift, Isel buzzed impatiently, snapping at it to open. Han and Jenna grabbed what they could. Time was slipping, but as Han approached the portal, he noticed it. No new weapons. The recruits were left with scraps, the abandoned gear of fallen heroes. One of them, Toby, sneered at Jenna. "You just another 1-star like us." Han stepped through the portal without turning back. "You'll figure it out soon enough." He didn't slow down. "Jenna, leave it. Not our problem anymore." Isel shoved them forward with a snap. "If you want to stay alive, try following instructions for once." The door sealed shut behind them. Her smirk lingered. "Have fun." Inside, a message appeared. Second floor reached. Han turned to Jenna, gave her a steady nod, and ignored the panic building behind them. From every direction, beasts slinked through the tall grass, circling slow. The recruits froze, paralyzed. One of them whispered, trembling, "What is this place?" Han's face darkened. He glanced at Jenna. Her stats had plummeted. Fear status, minus 30%. Without warning, he rammed his shield into her side. "What? Didn't eat enough porridge this morning." Jenna spun on him, furious. Han didn't blink. He pointed ahead. 2 goblins. "Yours. I'll handle the wolves." One glance at the rookies told him everything. They were useless. The wolves struck first. Snarling, one lunged. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, bellowing, and drove his blade into its open jaw, piercing clean through its snout. The steel was sharp, the strike heavy, but one hit wasn't enough. He ripped the weapon free and slashed again, cutting in every direction. Blood sprayed. Muscles burned. But he kept moving. This was the edge. His breaking point. One final swing, and a last wolf's head dropped to the dirt. But there was no break. Another beast launched itself at him. Han didn't even blink. He met it midair, shield first, jamming it deep into the wolf's mouth with a bone-crunching crack. Teeth clenched. He stared it down, just as another came from the flank. He turned sharply, blade flashing. Steel met flesh. Blood arced wide. Breath ragged. Han scanned the chaos. "Jenna," he shouted, eyes narrowing. "Status on the goblins?" His gaze locked on the fallen goblins. Something was off. Every single one of them, armed. Han turned to the girl beside him, disbelief in his voice. "How many times did you shoot them?" Haynes just stared at the pile of bodies. All of them. Already down. The battlefield was silent now. Power still hanging thick in the air. Above their heads, a message appeared. Floor secured. Han and Jenna moved forward. The 3 newcomers trailed behind, saying nothing. Then the ground trembled. Jenna stiffened. What was that? Han didn't break stride. Second floor is cleared. We're heading to the third. As the platform beneath them shifted, carrying them higher, he glanced at the new players. And in that moment, he understood. The master wasn't going to stop. Not now. Not ever. They'd keep climbing. Han looked ahead, wondering what the third floor would bring. Harder? Easier? Would any of them survive? A slow breath escaped him. Then a new message appeared. The master has logged out. Behind him, Isel stretched out and groaned. Finally, I'm exhausted. Han turned toward the portal, fitting the pieces together. 1 floor per day. Time here flowed 3 times faster. That meant they had just 3 days before the master came back. He dropped his shield at the arsenal, then froze. His stats had shifted. -1 intelligence, +2 strength. Total gain, +4. Leveling speed, increased. He was getting stronger. So caught up in the numbers, he barely registered the 3 arguing with Jenna. Their voices blurred in the background. Han's mind was elsewhere. Why wasn't the master rushing? Charging blindly would lead to failure. So why hold back? The answer hit him. 1-star heroes weren't fighters. No training. No instincts. Just people. That's why they were considered disposable. He thought of Mormont Carl, reckless, headstrong, dead in an instant. Then Shay, calm, decisive, unflinching. High-ranked heroes didn't hesitate. They just acted. 1 stars froze when it mattered most. Han's eyes shifted to Jenna. Maybe Shay had told her something before she vanished. Something worth keeping. Jenna met his gaze. Maybe we should explain things to the others. Han's response was sharp. Why bother? She faltered, glancing back at the trio. Maybe, just maybe, they could be taught. Helped. Han studied them a moment before muttering, they'll probably die anyway. Still, he could see it. They were starting to adapt. He called out, voice firm. Don't freeze next time. You're in this with us. Then he turned away. Just before vanishing around the corner, he shot one last look at Jenna. His face unreadable. I'm done wasting time on you. Out of nowhere, Toby stormed up and grabbed Han's collar. In an instant, Han flipped him to the ground and slammed his fist into Toby's face. Standing over him, his words came cold. While we fight, you hide. Han's gaze locked on Jenna. This what you wanted? The next day, training picked back up. Well, kind of. They started with scarecrows, nothing serious. Just drills, swings, shots, steps, over and over again. Calling it training was a stretch. Han hacked at a dummy with a wooden blade. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, each landing cleaner than the last. The trio? Nowhere in sight. Like they were waiting for a secret exit from this world. Han stayed focused, driving his blade harder, faster, until pain shot through him. He looked down. An arrow jutted from his leg. Jenna rushed over. Are you okay? The wound was already closing. This place doesn't play by normal rules, Han muttered. I'll be fine. And, without hesitation, he went right back to swinging. Get ready, he barked. It begins now. Something shifted in him. Pain wasn't the enemy. It was proof he was still alive. Suddenly, thwack. Arrows hammered against his shield in rapid succession. A glowing system prompt appeared. The master has returned. Isel, sword overhead, scanning the field. Everyone, back to the square. Jenna stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. Finally, been waiting for a real fight. Han glanced at her, surprised at how fast she was adapting. The 3 recruits? Not so much. They shouted at Isel, furious. Send us home already. Her smile vanished. You're driving me insane. With a flare of power, she flung them high into the air. Han and Jenna just stood back in silence as the trio crashed down. Isel pointed sharply. Inside. Now. Another prompt lit up. 3rd floor initiated. New monsters deployed. Han tightened his grip and turned to Jenna. We've leveled up. Time to prove it. Then he charged. Steel ripped through goblin flesh as Jenna fought at his side. Starting to get boring, Han muttered mid-swing. They're just standing around. Again, Jenna shot back, nodding toward the others. Another message appeared. Tip. Uncooperative players can be reset. Jenna met Han's eyes and gave the slightest nod. And then, everything shifted. Back to the 1st floor. Jenna scanned the field. Could be worse. Same monsters. Same fight. But she cut them down easily, dropping the last one with a grin. A new system message flickered. 1st floor repeated. The master was testing them. Again. Together, Han and Jenna kept climbing, floor after floor, cutting down anything in their path, and collecting every reward. But eventually, Jenna staggered, barely keeping herself upright. She looked at Han, silently begging, no more. As they stepped out of the rift, she moved ahead, whispering, I'm done protecting everyone else. Han followed, steady as ever. The master doesn't care about weaklings. Ahead of them, a massive structure loomed. Its doors creaked open with a low rumble. A new message flickered into view. Synthesis process initiated. The 3 others stared blankly. What's that even mean? Han studied the glowing window. The answer was obvious. The master wasn't just summoning them. He was demanding sacrifices. He glanced at the others. They'd had chances, plenty of them, and wasted every single one. A map unfolded before them, tracking their every move. Where they trained, where they wandered, or more accurately, where they did nothing. And then, the gates creaked open. Han's eyes stayed fixed on the path ahead. So many missed chances. All gone. He could imagine the master screen. The little things faded, but the big ones? Always clear. Achievements. Damage dealt. Effort spent. Or effort never made. Isel motioned with a wave. This way. Han glanced at her. Relax. You're not the one being tested. One of the men faltered, voice trembling. What happens to us in there? Han didn't look back. His tone cut sharp. You'll get exactly what you earned. The man screamed suddenly, swearing he'd been forced into this. Han finally turned, cold as steel. No one cares about your excuses. The fairy added with a shrug. For once, I agree. Han's words sliced deeper. You've always hidden behind others. Never fought. Never even tried. And now, this is where it leads. The fairy snapped. Enough. Get in. The man stepped forward. The gates slammed shut. A new prompt appeared. Synthesis initiated. His voice rang out from inside, desperate. No, let me out. You can't. Too late. Blue flames erupted, swallowing the chamber. And then, she appeared. A girl with blazing red hair stepped from the fire. Synthesis complete. She looked around in shock. Wait, where's that guy? He's gone. Han didn't flinch. That's what happens to deadweight. He turned toward the group. So who's next? The fairy pointed. Move it. One player froze, pale as ash. The next walked forward, grinning. They're sending me back. I knew it. I'm going home. Han's head stayed low. Whatever lie keeps you calm. Light burst. Synthesis complete. He was gone. Moments later, Han entered the chamber himself. His body surged with power. Level rising. A new trait unlocked, cold-bloodedness. He brushed past another player, muttering, You got lucky. The red-haired girl stared at him. So, if the master decides we're useless, that's it? We're erased in there. Han looked back over his shoulder. Why are you surprised? You're the one who said you were tired of them. She trembled. But what if I'm next? Han turned away. Then that's it. Every floor we climb, the monsters get tougher, and so do the sacrifices. Han's voice cut through the silence. The master sends the orders. We either fight to live or get burned in synthesis. The girl's voice softened. So you knew from the start. Still facing forward, Han replied, Maybe you should have listened to your father. She fell silent, gaze lowered. Han added coldly, Stick with the right people. That's the only way through. The next day, head lowered, the girl called out, I'm counting on you. Han's reply was flat. Is there a point? Her fists clenched. You told me if I stayed close, I'd survive. I'm trusting you now. His eyes narrowed. Then follow orders. Do that, and you'll live. A tall man stepped forward, fist tight, voice unsteady. I messed up. I was scared. I left everything to you. But I want to change. Han's tone sharpened. Why should I believe you? The man bowed his head. Then let me kneel, if that's what it takes. The girl cut in. At least now he knows his place. Han picked up a stick, staring him down. Ever fought a monster? The silence gave the answer. Han tossed a wooden sword his way. Then prove it. He turned to his teammate. I'm just trying to survive, same as you. Han pointed toward spear. Take it. From what I've seen, it's the easiest for beginners. Mid to long range, fits you better. The girl crossed her arms, a hint of a smile on her face. Close range with the sword. Mid-range with the spear. Long range with the bow. Every angle covered. Han gave a short nod. For a squad thrown together on the fly, the setup wasn't bad. But his tone hardened again. Why are you just standing there? Get ready. The man hesitated. Maybe someone could show me the basics first. Han launched forward, slamming into the ground in front of him. No one show me anything either, he barked. The first time I touched a spear was in a real fight. You learn as you go. Then he exploded into a flurry of strikes. At least you got someone to train with. All I had was a scarecrow. The man gritted his teeth, squeezed his eyes shut, and swung the spear. Han kicked him hard in the gut. Eyes open. You close him to fight, you're dead. The man crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Han looked down coldly. And that was me holding back. If it had been a monster, you wouldn't be breathing. Behind him, the girl's voice broke in. Is this really his first time? Maybe ease up a little. Han didn't bother looking back. Don't care. I don't need dead weight. If he can't keep up, I'm not wasting my time. He stepped closer, voice dropping. You got family? The man muttered. A younger sister, she's waiting for me. Han's tone shifted, barely. Then at least you've got something to fight for. He lifted the wooden blade to the man's throat, eyes steady. Now picture what happens to her if you don't come back. The color drained from the man's face. Han pressed harder. If you're going to die anyway, you don't belong out here. Monsters won't spare you. If you want the easy way out, step into synthesis. Decide now before it's too late. The man's jaw tightened. His fists shook with silent rage. Han smirked. There it is. That's the look I was waiting for. Scene shifts, base. 2 alerts blinked in the air. Arsenal unlocked. Forge complete. Cost, 500 crystals. Han scanned the new structure, nodding. A real forge. Finally, progress. He raised his voice. Hey, fairy, get over here. A blur zipped toward him, wings buzzing, face twisted in annoyance. Who do you think you are? Ordering me around? Han replied flatly. You're gonna need better comebacks. That act's getting old. Fuming, the fairy pounded his chest with tiny fists. Han stayed calm. Come on, you're the one sending those system messages, right? Just admit it. He studied her. They're worded exactly like those forum posts. You got internet access. She folded her arms with a huff. Yeah, I check the forums when I'm bored. So what? Han raised a brow. Then you've read the top strategy guides. First build a training center, unlock 10 weapons, then the forge. Her eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Han shrugged casually. Why wouldn't I? That guide's famous. Everyone knows it was written by Loki. Her eyes widened. Wait, even that? Of course, Hans said. I was a player too. The fairy's whole expression lit up, smiling wide. Loki, the legend. Once among the best, feared and admired. If only he pulled a 7-star hero, he would have reclaimed the top spot without question. Dreamy-eyed, she floated in circles, sighing. He could do anything. Nothing was impossible for him. Han suddenly broke her daze. Sorry. She blinked. Sorry? For what? His voice was flat, steady. Because I am Loki. Chapter 6. A system window appeared. Upgrades, 6. The fairy froze midair, then zipped backward like she'd been struck. What kind of dumb joke is that? Han didn't flinch. Account number, 46,631,900. Only the player and the server admins know it. Go on, check it. Or test me with another email. Her eyes went wide as she typed the number in. Seconds later, she gasped. This, no way. Her voice shook as she stared at the glowing screen. Then, in a burst, she shot upwards, spinning in the air. Sign something. Anything. I need your autograph, right now. I'll be queen of the fan club. Han blinked. There's a fan club? She shouted at the top of her lungs. The fan club. Loki, master of all masters. Expression flat. Han muttered, never heard of it. The fairy stiffened midair, her voice cracking. I really said all that to the actual Loki. Han sighed, scribbling his name across the first thing she shoved in his hand. Great. I'm a 1-star hero now. Huge win. But she wasn't done. Wait. You can't disappear again. What about the settlement? Han shrugged. Beats me. Scene shifts. A towering fortress stretched skyward. 30 floors tall, built to hold more than 20,000. Every building nearly maxed at level 22. A masterpiece of design, years of effort poured into it. And now, none of it mattered. Han was the dungeon master. The fairy hovered nearby, voice hushed. What's going to happen to all those people? Han didn't flinch. If you're that worried, disband the settlement. She faltered. I can't. Arms crossed, Han nodded slowly. Figured. Just a mid-level mod. Stuck babysitting. Then he tilted his head. The guy who owned this account. He was human, right? And the ones summoned here, they're not NPCs. The fairy shook her head. No. Every single one of them is real. They come from different worlds. She hesitated, then whispered. Even the creator doesn't know. To him, this is just a game. He throws them into danger like they're nothing. Han turned away, jaw tight. So if I make it to the top, can I go back? The fairy lowered her gaze. I don't know. Han's frown deepened. Then who brought me here? She looked aside. I can't tell you that. Floating higher, she added softly. My permissions are limited. I can advise the account holder, manage buildings, offer a few choices here and there. That's all. Han gazed out toward the horizon, arms folded. Do the other masters' cities look like this? More or less, she said. Some small differences, but the core's the same. Han's mind raced. He pictured countless floating islands, millions of them, each one a settlement of its own. He remembered the system that generated them, thinking it was just an algorithm, skills mixed, traits shuffled by code. But it wasn't. These weren't programs, weren't simulations. They were alive. The infinite content system, the endless multiverse of worlds, all real. Han stared at his phone, thumb pressing a button, and the truth hit hard. None of it was virtual. The game, the missions, the sacrifices, every careless choice he'd made had sent real people to their deaths. Han's jaw tightened. He called the fairy over. She drifted closer, worry flickering in her eyes. If you want to reach the top, Han said coldly, then listened carefully. Cut to the training field. The girl cut through the air, dagger flashing with each strike. Quick, sharp, fluid. Han watched closely. She was different. Fast, natural. Her progress was far beyond what he expected. First time holding a dagger, and already near mastery. The tall guy? Struggling, barely blocking, stumbling with each swing. Han's expression hardened. If that was his limit, he wouldn't survive. The girl gestured behind her, dagger loose in her grip. I even went easy on him, she said. But it hadn't made a difference. Han didn't sugarcoat it. Don't get cocky. We're moving out. She smirked. What? No more training for your #1 assistant. Before Han could answer, the fairy shot out of nowhere, yelling at the top of her lungs. #1. She's #1. I'm the top assistant here. She ranted, puffed up with pride, until Han casually plucked her out of the air mid-sentence. Not your shift, he said flatly. Pinned in his grip, she still thrashed. Still counts. I was here first. I'm the original assistant. Han gave her a sidelong glance, debating if he should crush her little delusion, then turned away without a word. Open the warehouse. Inside, a system message flashed. Iron, leather, and wooden boards found. Back outside, Han told the fairy to unlock the forge. She grumbled, but got to work. The girl rolled over a cart, curiosity in her voice. What are you doing? Han's eyes narrowed on the forge. I'm not planning to swing this junk forever. His thoughts drifted. He wasn't just a hero. He was a master, which meant he might have access to things no normal hero could touch. The fairy zipped beside him, eyes wide. So what'll it be? A Leviathan weapon? A brunk? Han didn't hesitate. Not here. Not yet. Then, a new system message appeared. No building upgrade found. Penalty, no master blacksmith available. Penalty, no blueprint detected. Success rate, extremely low. Proceed with crafting? The fairy leaned in, squinting nervously. Okay, seriously. What are you even trying to make? Han's answer was calm. An item. Another prompt blinked onto the screen. Select difficulty level. Higher difficulty equals higher potential reward. Han didn't hesitate. Extreme hell. The fairy nearly fell out of the air. Extreme hell. That triples the penalties. Han stayed steady. Just watch. The forge roared to life. Most masters ignore this system, he muttered under his breath. Too dangerous. But if you know how to handle it, it's worth the risk. Timer, 3 minutes. The fairy's voice wavered. I can't even tell what you're making. Han reached forward, hand closing around a glowing cube with precise, deliberate motion. Head lowering slightly, he said, I don't need to see it. From behind, the girl gasped. Wait, that's the thousand hands technique. Han's fingers blurred, lightning fast, snapping cubes together with flawless precision. System message, absolute success. UC rank, cunning long sword created. The fairy lit up, stunned. Another prompt followed. The cunning long sword, durable, lightweight, razor sharp. Mediocre materials. Expert craftsmanship. But Han didn't pause. His hands blurred again. More cubes. More movement. System message, balanced short bow created. Sharp long spear created. Strong iron shield created. Han lifted the shield, gave a quick glance. C rank. Figures. Materials were trash. The fairy crossed her arms, floating beside him. You're not doing that again. Han gave a small nod. Too flashy. If the other masters see this, we're in trouble. Scene shift. 4th floor forest. The girl stood firm, bow drawn. In one fluid motion, she loosed the arrow. Clean hit. The enemy crumpled without a sound. Their mission, eliminate all enemies. She eyed her weapon, a grin tugging at her lips. This bow's way stronger than the last. Nobody's taking it from me this time. Han scanned the tree lean. Activate the personal lock. That'll bind it to you. The forest rustled. Harpies burst from the underbrush, wings slicing the air. Han's eyes narrowed. 3 of us, and the master expects a full clear? Unreal. They fell into formation. The tall guy lunged in, spear in hand. His movements were sloppy, wild, desperate. He missed. Han darted forward, intercepting a strike just in time. System alert. Ally is affected by fear. All stats minus 30%. He's panicking, Han muttered. The guy swung again, off balance. That's when the girl stormed forward and punched him straight in the face. Snap out of it. Blood dripped from his nose. He froze, stunned. She didn't back down. You get it now? This isn't a game. It's your life. Han cut through a harpy in one clean strike. Pull yourself together. The guy gripped his spear tighter. I got it. His voice steadied. And this time, they moved in sync. Coordinated. Focused. Together, they wiped the harpies out. System message, floor cleared. Rewards, 10,000 gold, iron, or leather. The guy stood hunched, breathing heavy. I was dead weight again. So what now? What happens to someone like me? A soft chime. System message, you have been added to the master's favorites. Han stared forward, voice calm. You'll live. For now. The master marked you as a favorite. The guy's eyes went wide. His mouth dropped open, then clenched shut as he raised his fist high. I did it. The girl leaned close with a sly grin, glancing at Han. So, number 1 passed, and now number 2 made the cut too? Han didn't look at her. I don't have subordinates. He turned, walking toward the warehouse. His gaze dipped for just a moment. But if I ever did have a first, it'd be her. My ex. Han's thoughts flicked back to old memories. Hero cards flashing through his mind. A perfect squad. 5 members. All 6-star units. All maxed to level 99. Each one with god-tier abilities strong enough to break the system. Maybe they were still out there. Somewhere. His mind shifted to the city. This game was kill or be killed. He knew that well. But the Vice Master could keep things running. Especially with those 2 backing him up. They were sharp. Too sharp. Sometimes Han even wondered, were they really AI? Then came the image of the tower. And like before, the truth hit hard. They weren't programs. They weren't code. They were real. A girl stood at the top, watching her companion. You're really leaving? Every minute counts. The other replied without hesitation. Dressed in white, the first girl's voice softened. I won't be able to help with this part. The research is in your hands now. There was a long pause. Then, as her companion turned to leave, she whispered, I hope you find the master. Back at the base. System message. Living area upgraded to level 2. Hero limit increased. Dining hall complete. Meals now higher quality. Cut to the training ground. System message. Training area upgraded to level 2. Training efficiency boosted. Near smaller building. System message. Forge, carpenter's workshop, and metalworking station merged into equipment workshop. And finally, system message. Settlement territory upgraded to level 2. The girl stood frozen, mouth hanging open. What is even happening right now? The guy beside her shook his head. This master's a monster. Seriously, who even does this much? Han glanced around casually. Just drop some funds. Guess he's really into the game. He studied the new buildings, the way the Hanes moved, fluid, alive, natural in battle. Not like NPCs. Not like characters. Like real people. The higher we climb, the better life gets here, he added. His gaze shifted toward the ferry. Player logs in on a schedule. Probably has a full-time job. Still finds time to grind and spend. Lucky it's not just some broke college kid. His girlfriend nodded. Yeah, he dropped 65,000 on one gear set. We definitely hit the jackpot. Han smirked, head lowering. This wasn't like other games. Crystals didn't just fall from quests. Everything here had to be earned. Finding someone willing to spend real money? That was pure luck. Then, system alert. The master is summoning 10 new heroes. The portal flared alive. The guy turned, stunned. Wait, is this really a summoning? Han nodded. Renovations are done. Time to celebrate. Inside the new house, Han pulled up the hero cards in his mind. He knew the system by heart. 2 summoning types. Gold summons and crystal summons. No question which was stronger. The whole setup was a trap. A system built to dig deeper, to make players spend more and more. A crowd gathered at the gate, appearing out of thin air. An older man blinked around, dazed. I was just at home a second ago. Han stood silent, listening as confusion rippled through the group. Voices rose, panic spreading. Without warning, he raised his sword, pointed straight at the old man. Startled, the man stumbled back. Who are you people? Han stepped forward, voice unyielding. Quiet. No explanations. Not yet. His gaze swept the crowd. First, survive. Then you'll get answers. The fairy shot upward, arm raised. Listen up. No time to waste. Carpenters, over there. Blacksmiths, step forward. Cooks move. The group muttered in disbelief, their confusion only growing. A girl nearby frowned. What are you even trying to pull? Eyes closed. Han replied calmly. She's assigning roles. There are jobs open. Take one. The fairy kept directing people toward the portal, her voice sharp. Watching her, Han muttered under his breath. If the ones who died earlier had been summoned now, maybe things would have gone differently. The settlement was changing, growing, becoming something real. Then a system prompt appeared. To create a group, drag chosen heroes into available slots. Han stepped forward, voice firm. Everyone listen. From here on out, we go all in. With only a few stars between us, we can't afford deadweight. If you can't pull your share, you're worth less than a raw potato. He pointed toward the group. The master decides who stays. 1 stars. Most will be thrown into the dungeon. And most won't come back. The portal lit up. The fairy shouted, Move now. System alert. A fighter has fallen. Return impossible. His spirit will be remembered. Han's eyes narrowed. That was quick. Beside him, the girl spoke. Shouldn't we at least explain things? Give them a chance. Han's reply was sharp. If they can't clear floor 1, it's already over. He stared into the glow. 2 are dead. Only 2 made it through. The crowd froze. Fear spread. One man stumbled back, voice trembling. I can't fight. I won't survive this. Suddenly, one of Han's teammates stepped forward. Then I'll go with them. But the fairy snapped. Don't interfere. That's not your mission. The girl at Han's side smirked. Was he always this intense? Han's tone was flat. Might as well count me in too. I'm barely better than a rookie. He turned to the volunteer. It's good you want to help, but don't get in their way. They need the experience. The girl threw her hands up. Forget this. I just want a real meal for once. All we've had are boiled potatoes. Han looked at her, realizing something. The fear she'd been carrying, it was gone. He lifted his eyes skyward. It's bright today. Almost feels like someone's watching. Han turned back with a faint grin. Relax. There's no god out there tracking every word we say. In his head, he pictured the system, cold, mechanical, automatic. Everything we say gets filtered, shortened, turned into basic messages before it's ever seen. Not long after, the guy returned, this time leading a group of new recruits. Han gave him a quick scan. No injuries. Everyone breathing. How many goblins did you drop? The guy scratched his head. Just 1. Han stepped aside. Whatever. Let's head back. Maybe this time we'll eat something besides boiled garbage. Scene shift, dining hall. Han glanced around the new space. Looks better in here, he muttered. A real dining hall means real meals. If the master sees we're worth the effort, maybe we'll get rewards. The girl suddenly jumped up, cheeks flushed. This is amazing. I'm calling dibs on lamb steak. The guy chimed in right after. Turkey for me. Han raised an eyebrow. Why are you two even listening to me? Then came a letdown. Plates slid across the table, stacked high with potatoes. An old man rose nervously. He got spices, plenty of them, but the only thing stocked right now is potatoes. Han's eyes narrowed. That same man had claimed to be a cook. Pulling up his stats, Han's scowl deepened. No cooking skills. Not even one. Turning away, disappointed, Han muttered. Maybe someone else here's got real talent. He looked at the girl. Name? She blinked. Huh, you're the new cook, Han said flatly. Her eyes dropped, unease written all over her. The old man stammered. Wait, I could try making something else. Han's gaze cut sharp, quick to adapt. Fine, but lie again and I'll know. You get one free pass. Soon after, the table filled with steaming dishes. Still potatoes, but roasted, mashed, fried, and seasoned with spice. The girl took one bite, her eyes lighting up. This is insane. I didn't know you could do this much with potatoes. She pointed out the spice rack, overflowing. With it, the food tasted 100 times better. Han jabbed his fork into his plate. Eat, and listen. Closing his eyes, he added, I'm not repeating this. The new ones need to hear it. Their survival depends on it. Later that night, recruits huddled under the stars, wide-eyed. Is this stuff really true? Someone asked. The girl smiled. I'd never touched a weapon before coming here. If I can do it, so can you. The fat man folded his arms, serious. So what happens now? Just because I'm a cook, does that mean I can't help in other ways? I've done carpentry before. Han's gaze turned cold. Lie again, and you'll be first in line for synthesis. Honestly, you'd make a perfect candidate. He turned to the group, voice firm. Sure, settlement work feels safe. But don't fool yourselves. The moment someone stronger shows up, you'll be replaced and sent straight into the front lines. He let the words hang, picturing the settlement spreading wider by the day. The next morning, routine was gone. Han stood outside, facing the small squad gathered before him. His tone cut sharp. Only 3. He studied them briefly, unimpressed. The girl shrugged. Looks like the others bailed. Probably hiding. Han exhaled. Tired of the same drills, he muttered. Let's change things up. He threw down a challenge and crushed the recruits without effort. The gap was overwhelming. 7, maybe 8 stat points apart. In reality, it was like an adult sparring with toddlers. No way Earth could have allowed such a leap in power. His eyes shifted to the girl. Her arrow flew fast, crisp, archery already at level 5. Her dagger work? Level 2, but climbing steadily. Then he glanced at his teammate. Spear raised, form steady. Spear mastery sat at level 2, but it had stalled. No matter how hard he pushed, progress refused to budge. Looking back at the newcomers, Han noticed something. Each had already unlocked level 1 in ball control. Their growth lined up almost evenly, likely their age keeping pace. Still, compared to the cowards hiding in camp, they were miles ahead. Soon after, the master summoned another wave, 10 fresh heroes. This time, Han didn't even move. His comrade and the others handled it without him. The girl watched, lips curving slightly. Looks like the numbers are growing. Han gave a short nod. This is only the beginning. He took note, just 1 death this round. Not bad at all. Then the girl asked, why hasn't the master sent us to the 5th floor yet? Feels like it's been forever. Han's gaze narrowed, fixed on the distance. The 5th floor wasn't just another step up. It was a wall. Because he's waiting, Han said at last. He knows better than to rush it. In his mind, the tower loomed. Every 5th floor was a turning point, a boss fight disguised as progress. Even he couldn't guarantee survival. He imagined a storm pressing down on the city. No matter how much they trained, no matter how carefully they picked recruits, waves like that always claimed lives. The spike in difficulty, not even his girlfriend understood how brutal it truly was. Cards flickered in his thoughts. Combat heroes, all just 1 star. Then the supports. Scene shift, 4th floor. The Hanes lined up in formation, steady and focused. Han watched from behind. Their shields for now, he murmured. No need to rush. Our spears and bows will cover them. The signal rang out. The team charged. 1 fighter blocked a harpy strike. A shout cut the air. Even weak ones can land a hit. Another knight deflected cleanly. Another voice followed, sharp and commanding. Stay together. This works only if we fight as one. A spearman slipped to the side and drove his weapon straight through. More voices rose across the field. It's not about being the strongest. Fight together. Han stayed silent, just watching. Clearing this floor alone would have been easy for him. But that wasn't the point. They had to prove themselves. System message. Battle complete. Rewards. 2,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. The squad cheered, clapping shoulders and laughing. Small victories, but for them, they meant the world. Han studied their faces quietly. The 5th floor, what waited there? Maybe even a mission he couldn't handle alone. He pulled his teammates in briefly. So, how's it feel? The girl grinned. You guys nailed it. Han gave a small nod. Yeah, I'd say so too. Armory. The master had started showing up less often. Still, from the last batch of 10 recruits, he'd chosen exactly what they lacked. A blacksmith, a tanner, a carpenter. Inside the workshop, hammers rang nonstop. E-rank swords, shields, armor. Barely enough for rookies to survive. But the core team? They got stronger gear, crafted from better materials, giving them sharper odds in battle. Checking the player map. Han spotted 3 names marked for synthesis. All 3 had skipped training. All 3 swore they'd bolt the second danger showed. One of them was the same liar who once claimed to be a cook. Days passed. That same man stared at the shield in his hands. We're heading back to the 4th floor today? Honestly, I was hoping for something harder. Han kept his eyes forward, his tone cut like steel. So, we're not stepping onto the 5th floor yet. The fairy answered quickly. Not likely. The girl caught on instantly. Wait, are we? Han stepped forward. His voice carried no hesitation. This isn't going to be a routine sweep. Stay sharp. Don't panic, but don't relax either. Got it, one of them shouted, just as a blinding light swallowed the group. Scene shift. They landed inside a ruined structure. Cracked walls. Rubble scattered across the ground. The street ahead lay broken and empty. 5 heroes stood there, dropped into silence. Eren scanned the ruins. No monsters. Nothing moving. Form up, Han ordered. We head for the center. The quiet pressed in. No enemies. No civilians. Not even background noise. Han's gut told him this wasn't a standard clear. Han, Eren called, pointing. A skeleton leaned against the wall, its armor rusted and shattered. He knelt closer. This place, it's abandoned. The girl walked past slowly, gaze catching on dried blood across the ground. This isn't like the last floor at all. Han's eyes locked on the distant tower. There used to be flowers here, he muttered. Now, we're heading up. Suddenly, the girl froze, scanning the shadows around them. Han turned. What is it? She hesitated, then pointed forward. A city just ahead. Her voice wavered, cutting off mid-sentence. I want to think I imagined it. Eren stepped up beside her, shoulders tight. No. She saw something. She froze, then whispered, barely audible. Is this real? Her voice broke into a scream. There's a goblin horde outside the city. Thousands. They're headed straight for us. Han's focus snapped instantly. How many? Thousands, she repeated, eyes locked forward. System alert. Objective. Survive the goblin horde. Eren's voice cracked with panic. You've got to be kidding me. The girl shot him a glare. Does this look like a joke? Enough. Han cut in, his voice slicing through the chaos. Eren's fists clenched. What the hell went wrong? This isn't a clear, Han said coldly. It's survival. All we can do is hold out. Another fighter stumbled forward. Then what about hiding? No, Han barked. We can't hole up in buildings. Move now. The squad bolted, boots hammering the stone. Eren shouted over the noise. How long do we have to last? 10 minutes after contact, Han snapped back. His scowl deepened. Only a 9% chance for a survival mission on the 5th floor, and they'd rolled the worst possible outcome. Off the main streets, he commanded. Cut through the alleys. They tore through the narrow passages, breath heavy, hearts pounding. Han's mind raced. Low-tier cities had no safe zones. Heroes here were often wiped out before even getting their footing. From the rear, someone yelled, there has to be a better place to hold. They'll break through anywhere. Han growled. No time to scout, this is it. They skidded to a stop at a 3-way split. Tight enough to funnel the enemy. Circle up, Han ordered. We hold here. His blade gleamed as he raised it. Even if 10,000 come, they won't hit us all at once. One of the fighters gave a grim nod. Then we go all in. Han barked orders fast and sharp. Hold the choke points. Rotate the front line when you can. Don't waste rest. You, he turned to the girl, stay in the center. Save your arrows. Fire only when I call it. The squad square their shoulders. One breach, Han warned, and we're finished. Block everything before it reaches us. He narrowed his eyes. 10 minutes. Was it game time or real time? Didn't matter. The clock would start the second they made contact. And then he saw it. A lone goblin slipped from the shadows. It stopped and grinned. The countdown had begun. Han roared. We don't even have a barricade. He lunged, cutting it down clean. But more burst from behind it, screeching, snarling, flooding the alley. They're here. Han's command cracked like thunder. Forget walls. Stack their bodies instead. He carved through one, then another, but the swarm didn't stop. The girl's voice rang out from behind. She was ready, waiting for his mark. Han's rhythm was brutal and precise. Block, strike, move. Just mindless beasts, he muttered. We'll treat them like it. The horde slammed into them. Goblins shrieked, clawing in endless waves. When the spearmen spun, panic rising. We'll never last 10 minutes at this pace. Han's voice cut through the chaos, calm and cold. When have I ever lied? But the goblins didn't stop. They poured in endlessly, clawing, crawling, clawing over each other to squeeze through every gap. Han gritted his teeth. We're not dying here. Not like this. Dawn broke just as another goblin lunged, jaws snapping wide. Han didn't flinch. His blade was already tearing through its throat. Ed, switch out, he barked. Ed groaned, still holding the line. I've got fight left. Then fight from the back. Move. Han snapped. He didn't dare look away. His stamina was draining fast, but worse, his eyes caught a teammate barely holding up, swings clumsy, movements breaking down. One mistake, one sloppy hit. That's all it would take. Han's grip tightened. One strike. One kill. No wasted moves. These things are no better than floor one trash, he roared, cutting through another pack. Still, they kept coming, flooding the field. A voice rose over the din. Do they even know fear? Han didn't answer. Instead, he called another rotation. The next fighter jumped in without hesitation. On it, scanning the swarm, Han spotted a weakness. A gap. He turned to the girl. Shift left. Use their own arrows against them. She moved instantly, spinning into position. One clean shot, straight through Goblin's eye. I'm done waiting, she shouted. Aaron slashed mid-swing. Han said 10 minutes. Han growled back. We're only at 5. Another Goblin lunged, but never made it. The girl slammed her knee into its skull, dropping it cold. Stay down, freak. Then a scream cut the air, raw, blood-curdling. System alert. One teammate critical. Health dropping fast. Han's eyes burned. Get him out. Fill the gap. Don't let a single one through. The injured man tried to argue, but Han's glare silenced him. Save it. Heal outside the line. The soldier collapsed, trembling. System alert. Fear status inflicted. All stats minus 30%. Han snarled and shoved another goblin back. Pull yourself together. You want to die whining? The man gasped out an apology. Stop the bleeding. Han roared. The girl was already there, bandages in hand, working fast. Han turned on the rest. You want him alive? Then fight like it. A goblin lunged from behind, but Han twisted, cutting it clean, then stomped another into the ground. Out of my way. The waves didn't stop. One fighter shouted, panic rising. My sword gone dull. Another soldier grabbed it without pause, forcing himself upright. I'll make it work. He stared at the chipped blade, doubt flickering. Han's voice lashed out. Worry about sharpening it after. Swing it now. The soldier swung. The blade cracked a goblin down. Han knew it was inevitable. Not junk tier, but still just iron. Weapons wouldn't last forever. He roared above the noise, blade flashing through another swarm. Blades or not, these things still fall. Han smashed a goblin's skull flat with a shield. No sword? Then use this. He spun. Aaron, swap out. But Aaron stood his ground, still holding. Behind him, the girl cut another goblin down. Take the break while you can. Don't try to be a hero. 3 minutes. Han barked. That's all we need. Why does 30 minutes feel like forever? He snapped again, louder. Aaron moved forward. The girl's eyes stayed locked on the fight. She looked rattled. 10 seconds, Han muttered, voice low. That's all we need. Then he raised his blade high. Cover us. But his gaze caught her quiver. Only 4 arrows left. His jaw tightened. Not good. Let him fly, he shouted. If they break through, none of this matters. She nodded. Understood. 2 arrows loosed, both hitting clean. But then, one goblin slipped through the line. Its eyes burned wild, clutching a jagged stick. On the ground, the injured soldier barely stirred. The goblin lunged, driving the weapon straight into his gut. Blood burst from his mouth. The girl's arrow dropped it instantly, but her eyes locked on the fallen. He wasn't moving. Blood pooled thick beneath him. System alert. Critical condition. Life at risk. Han's fury erupted. He tore through the horde, cutting down anything in his path. Jenna froze, panic clawing at her chest. Do I try to save him? But if I move now? Up front, a fighter raised a shield, shouting, hide. Just 30 seconds of cover. A beast surged forward, strike, aim to kill. Han intercepted, shield up, timing flawless. The impact rattled his arms, but he roared back, charging, blade tearing a line through the swarm. He reached the soldier. Left flank, move now. Han ordered. A young fighter hesitated. But what about Hyde? He's down. We move. Han snapped. Then the screen lit up. System message. The fallen warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will be honored forever. The soldier bowed his head for only a moment, then turned back, carving through goblins without hesitation. Han locked eyes with Jenna. His voice was flat, merciless. We can't save them anymore. Forget them. If you drop, we all die. She clenched her jaw, nodding hard. Got it. Han smashed another goblin aside with his shield. Jenna was right there, blades flashing, cutting down anything that slipped through. How many are left? She shouted. System alert. Basic dagger skill. Level 3. New skill unlocked. Fast movement. Han raised his sword high in signal. Unload everything. If you're watching the clock, make it count. More updates hit one after another. Heroic Awakening activated. Sword and shield technique. LV5. Pain threshold. LV2. Cold-bloodedness. LV3. Even as he blocked another strike, Han's thoughts pressed in. What's the point of these skills if none of us live through this? Then it came. Another scream, sharp and desperate. Another soldier hit the ground, blood flooding fast. System alert. Bleeding. HP dropping over time. The boy was cornered, eyes wide with terror. He raised a trembling hand, screaming, Han, Please. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down his face, voice cracking in raw fear. Han heard him. His jaw clenched tight, but he didn't turn back. The goblins swarmed, shrieking, ready to tear the boy apart. Still, Han pressed forward. Jenna, Aaron, with me. Jenna froze, her gaze flicking to the soldier about to be ripped apart. Faces of the fallen flashed through her mind. Han's voice cut cold. We mourn later. Not now. They bolted, weaving through a crumbling alley in the ruined city. Then came the system message. Your companion has returned to the arms of God. His spirit will be remembered. Jenna stopped dead. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Are we next? Don't say that, Han snapped. He pointed sharply. That wall. Climb it. She stared, breath shaking. You want me to run ahead, alone? We're right behind you, Han said. Then, as goblins rushed in, he added, we just need to carve a path first. Sword raised, Han stepped forward. One per swing won't cut it anymore. He charged, sweeping his blade in a wide arc, cutting through goblins in a single motion. From above, Jenna's voice rang out. I'm up. Hurry. Han leapt, grabbing the ledge. Aaron, climb. Jenna reached down. Take my hand. Aaron jumped, catching her arm, then cried out in pain. A goblin's blade jammed deep into his leg. Han dropped instantly, cutting the attacker clean in half. Don't let go. He barked at Jenna, locking eyes. Then he turned. More goblins. Dozens. No time, Han muttered. I've got to cut it. His sword flashed down. Aaron's scream ripped through the air, raw and unbearable. System alert. Bleeding. HP declining steadily. Han hauled him up, shouting at Jenna. Lift him now. Another message blinked across their vision. Critical condition. Life at risk. Then all of them froze. Below, a wall of goblins was rising, stacking on each other, clawing upward like a living staircase. They're stacking. When the boys screamed, panic exploding. They're figuring it out. His eyes widened wild. You have to kill Aaron. Use the spear now. Jenna didn't even flinch. She drove the spear down, fending off the wave clawing up the wall. Han's voice was ice. We can't risk him turning. There's nowhere left to run. But her grip slipped, metal clattering against stone. The spear, it's gone, she cried. What do we do? Kick them. Han snapped, never breaking rhythm. Hands clawed upward, scratching, grabbing, dragging at anything they could reach. How much longer? Jenna shouted, panic breaking through. There's too many. 30 seconds, the boy yelled back. Feels like an hour, someone muttered through gritted teeth. I'm serious. We're almost there. Han's blade kept flashing, every swing cutting back another wave. His thoughts narrowed to one single focus. Just a few more seconds. Just hold until the timer shows. And then, it appeared. A countdown lit up, numbers ticking away the final seconds. That's when it struck. A goblin lunged, seizing Han's shield and yanking it down. Han didn't flinch. His sword was already rising. But before he could swing, another goblin drove a blade straight into his gut. The creature grinned, its eyes glinting with malice. Han's body shuddered, his teeth clenched. You piece of... The goblin twisted the blade, then ripped it free. Agony tore through him like lightning. Han's scream ripped raw from his throat as his knees nearly buckled. His vision blurred. System alert. Bleeding. Health will gradually decrease. Not far off, Jenna stumbled, clutching her side. She'd been struck too. Another alert flared. Bleeding. Health will gradually decrease. Both of them, on the brink. Amid the chaos, one boy knelt, staring blankly at the ground. So this is it. Dying here on the 5th floor. What a joke. His head sagged. Why? Why me? I never chose this. Not back on Earth. Not here. Despair clawed deep. But something snapped. His eyes tore open. Rage surged like fire through his veins. Why? He roared. He shot to his feet, his blade slicing a goblin clean in two. You freaks. System alert. Berserker mode activated. One eye blazed blood red. The other stared hollow and black. You think I fall here? On the 5th damn floor. His sword dropped low, hanging loose at his side. There's no reason, no meaning to any of this. A goblin rushed him. Han moved faster than lightning. One strike dead, another gone. 5 more, shredded to pieces. I'm not dying here. Limbs scattered. Blood drenched the stone. Han stood at the center, eyes wild, face locked forward. Come on, he roared into the horde. System update. New skill unlocked. Berserker. For the first time, the goblins hesitated. Jenna's chest heaved. Even breathing hurt. Feels like my body's tearing apart. Han's voice cut through, cold and feral. You want me dead? Then try. He slashed again, faster, harder. Each strike more vicious than the last. Then steel cracked. His blade shattered in his hands. The goblins howled with twisted laughter. Han didn't stop. Fine. I'll tear you apart with my fists. He lunged, bare hands clenched, eyes burning like fire. I'll never stop. He charged into the swarm, and at that exact moment, the timer hit 0. Everything froze. The goblins around him locked mid-motion. Their skin flickered, color draining until they stood silent, lifeless. Han staggered, chest heaving, surrounded by stillness. Not one monster moved. Jenna stared wide-eyed. Han's fists were still clenched, blood dripping from his knuckles. Neither could process what they were seeing. Then Eren, still breathing, still alive, lying on the rooftop, unmoving but alive. System message. 5th floor cleared. Their levels surged. Han, MVP. Rewards cascaded across the screen. 5,000 gold. Iron ore. Leather. Wooden boards. Before anyone could react, the system pulled them out. Congratulations. 5th floor cleared. Daily dungeons unlocked. Gather resources. Build your base. Train your heroes. Every weapon they still carried came with them. Jenna dropped to her knees, breath ragged. She couldn't process it. Han stood motionless, his body still trembling from the battle. Eren lay nearby, silent but alive. Jenna's wide eyes fixed on him. Then, suddenly, a stunned smile broke across her face. Tears welled, spilling over. She laughed, a hollow, breathless laugh, half disbelief, half exhaustion. Han didn't move. The weight of it hadn't hit him yet. Too much, too fast. Still on her knees, Jenna lifted her head toward him. Can you help me? I can't stand. He said nothing. Just reach out a hand. As he pulled her to her feet, she whispered, Did we really make it? Yeah, Han said. This is the waiting room. We're clear. She glanced around. Are all floors like that? He shook his head. No, that one was different. Bending down, he picked up the shattered pieces of his sword. Missions like that, it comes down to your team. If the others had been a little stronger, maybe things would have ended differently. He turned toward her. With the right crew, those missions aren't impossible. But we got the worst timing. Jenna lowered her gaze, nodding quietly. They left the waiting room without another word. Outside, a boy rushed over, grinning. You guys crushed it. Chloe's got food waiting. Where's the rest of the crew? Still inside. They're dead, Hans said flatly. The boy froze. What? They didn't make it. Silence hit hard. The kid just stood there, stunned. Han and Jenna walked past. Then a voice boomed across the space, sharp and unfamiliar. The master calls for heroes. If your name is announced, step forward. Later that night, Han collapsed face first onto his bed. He didn't feel much of anything. Not grief. Not shock. Death was just part of the front lines. His mind drifted instead to the new skill, Berserker. How was that supposed to work with cold-blooded? One thrived on rage, the other smothered it. Total opposites. It didn't add up. Was it a glitch? Or was it because he was both a hero and a master? Too many unknowns. Too much to process. He'd figure out later. For now, he just needed a rest. As his eyes closed, he muttered to himself, It's only going to get harder from here. Scene shift, training grounds. Early morning. Jenna was already out there, her blades slicing clean through the air in sharp, practiced arcs. Han blinked. She was always the last one to rise. What got you up this early, he asked. She didn't pause, her strikes still crisp. I want to stay alive. Han watched her closely. Every move was fast, focused, precise. He remembered, Jenna had unlocked a new skill yesterday. Talented, relentless. Then his thoughts drifted to Eren. The guy trained just as hard, yet never gained anything in return. Still balanced on his hands, Han weighed his own limits. Skills level 5. Nothing special for a 3-star hero. Then came the system ping. Level 9. One more level, then promotion to 2 stars. That's when Jenna leaned in and poked him in the side. Han glanced down. What are you doing? She shrugged. You just look cool in that pose. Cut it out, he muttered. She smacked him lightly on the head, lips curling in a pout. Your muscles don't even look tired. Pulling a shirt over his head, Han thought to himself. She kept catching him off guard. After everything that happened yesterday, she'd bounced back faster than he expected. Jenna rubbed at her head, then said quietly, Eren's not here. He probably needs space, Han replied. He was closer to the ones we lost. Silence fell between them. Finally, Jenna spoke. He's usually first on the field, always here before everyone else. Han nodded. Daika was the same. They trained harder than anyone. His eyes swept across the training grounds. Compared to them, they're the real heroes. Across the field, others milled about, pretending to stay busy, avoiding synthesis training, only showing up when a master was watching. Han's voice dropped low. They had talent. They just never had time to prove it. Maybe it would have been easier if one of them had died on floor 5. Jenna didn't argue. She just said softly, let's get back to it. But before they could move, a voice called out, apologizing for being late. Eren. Something about him felt wrong. Han stepped forward. What's wrong? Eren's answer came quiet, heavy. If I'd been stronger, maybe things wouldn't have gone the way they did. Han's expression didn't shift. They died because they were weak. That's all. He looked out across the base. It's already been a month since I came here. Outside, barely 10 days. He pulled out his phone. Whatever checked in 3 times a day, morning, noon, night. Time here ran 3 times faster. Han pictured the game in his hands. During battle events, the timer synced to reality. 30 minutes meant 30 minutes. Any other time, those survival runs would have stretched into 90. No one would have lived through that. Then Isel appeared, grinning like she just won a bet. Han, everyone should be learning from you. Cleared the 5th floor with a squad full of freeloaders, no less. She raised her arms dramatically. Truly, the master of all masters. Jenna leaned in, whispering, "What did you do to make her like this?" Han smirked. "Classified company intel." Isel wasn't finished. She spun on the others, shouting, "While I'm out giving it everything I've got, you're all sitting here like couch potatoes." Isel's voice rang across the field. "You think laziness goes unpunished? Think again." Han watched the commotion from the sidelines, then slipped away. Better to leave them to it. They'll move when someone gives the order. A system ping flashed in front of him. Group 4 has been formed. Names scrolled into view. Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen. The others froze, confused. Han stayed quiet, unreadable, just listening. Then a voice thundered from above. "Selected heroes, report to the rift of time and space." Immediately, Jenna blinked. "Why are we grouped with people we don't even know?" Inside the rift, standing among strangers, Han leaned toward her. "Relax. This'll be way easier." Ahead, a glowing portal shimmered into existence. Daily Dungeon. Active. These appeared once a day. Resource runs. Today's location, Kinout Forest. Estimated duration, 11 hours. Han skimmed the mission text. So daily dungeons are finally unlocked. Next to him, one of the men spoke up. "So, are we actually working together here?" Han glanced at him. "Name?" "Owen," the guy replied. "But honestly, we're probably not much use." As the portal pulsed, Owen added quickly, "It's fine though. Daily dungeons don't start with combat." A flash of blue light swallowed them. In the next instant, they stood inside a dense, fog-laden forest. Group 4 has entered. Kinout Forest, low tier. Objective, gather resources. Return when time expires. Note, dungeon types rotate daily. Plan accordingly. Jenna scanned the trees. "Where are the enemies? Is this another weird mission?" Han reached over and tugged her cheek. She blinked. "What was that for?" "You looked ridiculous," he said flatly. He crouched, grabbed a pebble, and tossed it into a swirling portal nearby. "It's not about fighting," he explained. "Daily dungeons are for collecting." One of the men pointed at the swirl. "What's that thing supposed to be?" "Think of it like a trash can," Han replied. "Storage for junk. System alert. Item discarded. Not required by settlement. Avoid collecting unnecessary materials." Han snapped a branch from a nearby tree, holding it up. "Now this is what we want. Natural resources." He tossed it in. New item detected. Contributing to material pool. Note, 100 branches equals 1 log. Carpenter's bench required. Owen's jaw dropped. "Wait, that's it." Just snapping twigs and feeding them in. Another teammate muttered, "We're seriously not going to fight?" Han shrugged. "Not your problem." Then, with a faint grin, he added, "Let's go hunting instead." They followed. Jenna groaned. "Why do I never get a break with you guys? What are we chasing, boars? Deer? Rabbits?" Then her eyes lit up. "Actually, if it means meat, I'm in." They slipped into a quiet clearing, where a lone deer grazed. Jenna's gaze locked instantly. "That one's mine." She raised her bow, practically drooling. "Stay still, cutlet." One smooth shot, clean through the neck. The deer collapsed on the spot. Jenna strolled up, grinning wide. "Look at this beauty." Behind her, Han stepped closer. "You even know how to butcher that?" Jenna didn't miss a beat. "Of course I do. Watch my dad 100 times." She got right to work. First drain the blood, then open the belly, pull the organs. Han stood by, watching her move with practiced precision. When the meat was neatly set aside, he turned. "Toss the rest into the rift when you're done. Don't leave scraps." She looked up. "Where are you going?" He didn't glance back. "Got something to take care of. And I'm sick of potatoes." Han disappeared into the trees, slipping deeper into the forest until mist from a massive waterfall blurred the air. He checked the timer. 30 minutes left before return. That's when he saw them. A cluster of deer, half hidden in the brush. He froze. There it is. One stood apart, the forest queen. Rare spawn, rare material, rare chance. Han drew his blade. Rare beasts didn't bother to hide. They didn't need to, and they were the source of attribute stones, essential for hero upgrades. No hesitation. He charged. The first deer lifted its head only to lose it in one clean strike. The rest bolted, but one turned, rage in its eyes, charging. Han met it head-on, blade flashing until it collapsed. Now only the queen remained. Tall, snow-white. Her gaze burned with fury. Han raised his sword toward her. Too late. They're already dead. She pawed the earth, unshaken. "Come on, then." Narration shift, daily dungeon rotation. Mon and Tuesday, Israel to mine. Wed and Thursday, Kinout Forest. Friday and Sat, Simral Plateau. Sun all unlocked. Elsewhere in the forest, a sudden cry split the silence. There's something out there. A boy yelled, eyes wide. Owen squinted into the brush. Where? I don't see it. Then, just barely, they caught it. A pair of red eyes glowing in the dark. Owen yanked his friend back. Wait, something's not right. The leaves parted. Han emerged, dragging a massive carcass behind him. He smirked, expecting someone else. With a heavy thud, the forest queen's severed head hit the ground. Jenna's eyes widened. That thing's huge. Han exhaled. Yeah, I'll need help moving the rest. One teammate scrambled forward, storing the body into the portal. Han turned to Jenna. How much did you gather? Before she could speak, the system chimed. Item acquired. Queen's blood. I also dropped 2 deer and a boar, she added. Enough to feed everyone. She bent, picking up the queen's head, studying it. Why keep this? It's not edible. Han strapped his shield across his back. The horn. I need it. Only way forward is like this. Jenna leaned in, examining closely. It's a female. Han arched a brow. You can tell that just from looking. She gave a firm nod. Spent enough time in the woods. Right then, a system alert flashed across the air. Skill unlocked. Forest Hunter. Without hesitation, Jenna began carving into the head, her hands steady, like she'd done it 1,000 times. Han stayed quiet, watching in disbelief. Another awakening, just like that. His gaze shifted to her awakening stone. At this rate, she'd rank up easily. No obstacles at all. Another message appeared. Low-tier wind, attribute stone acquired. Infused with forest energy. Useful for crafting equipment that enhances hero rank. The scene dissolved, fading into the bustling tavern at Haynes' main camp. Tables overflowed with roasted meat, the air thick with rich, savory aroma. The room rang with laughter and cheers, everyone celebrating the taste of real food. Jenna strolled in, grinning. They took down an entire deer. Han didn't even flinch. If you're done feasting, come with me. His mind had already moved on. Dungeon rotation. Today's opening, Simral Plateau. The perfect place to farm attribute stones. Not long after, the two entered the dungeon. System notice, 2-person team entered. Low-tier, Simral Plateau instance. Jenna glanced around. You really think this place will make us stronger? Attribute stones are everything, Han replied. We just need to find them. They made their way to the cliff's edge. Jenna stopped, letting the wind curl softly around her. Han's eyes narrowed. Life flowers. Rare, valuable, essential for health potions. He marked their location in his mind. Then noise. A sharp howl split the air. A massive wolf lunged from the shadows. Steel clashed. Blood flew. The fight was brutal but short. The beast collapsed at their feet. Jenna caught her breath, smirking. That's it? Just one wolf. Han slid his blade back into its sheath. The blood might attract more. She crouched, already carving. What about the fangs and claws? Take them. Han answered, eyes still scanning the ridge. Another system ping lit up. Low-tier water, attribute stone acquired. Charged with plateau energy. Vital for crafting and rank progression. Still working, Jenna looked up. It's kind of peaceful out here. Han raised an eyebrow. Wait till I'm done draining the blood before you say that. She let out a quiet laugh. If life was always like this, hunting, gathering, eating, it'd be enough. Perfect even. Her words lingered. If not for the master. Han froze. He hadn't heard anyone say it aloud before, but once he thought the same. Her voice softened. I hope he never returns. Han's eyes flicked toward her. Do the people in Nibelheim feel the same? Jenna held a glowing stone in her hand, its light dancing in the dim air. I don't see the point in endless fighting anymore. Synthesis is over. Jenna closed her eyes. If you could do something for me, something quieter maybe. Han didn't answer right away. Maybe. Depends on how things play out back at base. She turned toward him, sharp. Then why talk about peace if you've got no plans to leave the front lines? That cut deep. Han shut his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But he stayed silent. Days slipped by. Then light. The team materialized in the middle of a dense forest. System alert. Floor 6 reached. Mission type, reconnaissance. Objective, scout and assess the surrounding terrain. Another ping followed. Daika has joined Group 1. Daika flashed a confident grin. You got nothing to worry about. I got this. Aaron wasn't convinced. This doesn't feel like one of the daily dungeons. The squad leader cut in. It's not. Recon missions follow their own rules. Aaron swept his gaze across the tree lane. The forest was unervingly still. Feels like the 5th floor again, too quiet. Quiet, someone hissed. No talking, no movement. The group hit the dirt instantly. One teammate whispered nervously, do we really need to be lying here? Han glanced at Aaron, his voice calm but firm. This isn't like before. Trust the process. Follow orders, we'll get through it. Aaron gave a slight nod, lowering himself further. Minutes crawled past. Then they saw them. 3 goblins. Level 8. Standard enemies. Nothing special. But Han's eyes locked on one detail. The horn strapped to a goblin's belt. Everything shifted. He lifted his head. Jenna was perched in the branches above. You see anything? She answered without hesitation. Goblin village up ahead. Large. At least 100. Hans got twisted. A trap. One wrong move, and they'd be buried in numbers. He ran the battle through his mind, fast and precise, then gave the call. Jenna, take the one on the right. Aaron, move as soon as they're distracted. Take the second. Aaron steadied his grip, eyes locked in. Han turned to Daika. If it goes bad, cover them. You got it. Daika drew his blade. In an instant, Jenna loosed an arrow. Clean shot, straight through a goblin's forehead. Aaron burst from cover, spear driving through the second. The last goblin's hand shot for the horn. But Han was already there. Too late. One strike. Head severed. System notification. Floor cleared. MVP. Han. Reward. 5,000 gold. In a blink, the forest dissolved. They stood in the waiting room. Daika blinked in surprise. Wait, that's it? We're done. Han shook his head. No, not even close. He didn't wait. He broke into a sprint, heading back toward the tree line. Recon missions weren't just routine sweeps. They were previews. Hints. The future written in fragments. Patterns buried beneath the chaos. He pushed forward until the trees opened. And there it was. The goblin stronghold. Massive. Wolves chained to stakes. Goblins patrolling the perimeter. Not a camp. A fortress. Through the fence, Han caught something odd. One goblin suddenly snapped its head around, staring into nothing. But all that lingered was a faint shimmer of blue particles fading away. Then, flash. The whole squad was yanked back into the waiting room. Jenna's eyes found him right away. Why'd you run off like that? Han didn't look at her, just scouting ahead. But inside, his thoughts wouldn't stop. Main dungeons don't just appear. They follow a flow, one chain leading into the next. And those who read the flow, they know what's coming before anyone else. But that all hinged on one thing. Whether the master noticed. Han wasn't sure if anyone else had seen what he had. And not knowing, that unsettled him more than anything. The pace was shifting, faster than he expected. Right then, Chloe came running in breathless. No build-up, no pause, straight to the point. Strangers had arrived. Armed. Dangerous. And there was something unnatural about them. Han's expression hardened the instant he heard it. He already knew. In his mind, the image formed clearly, top-tier heroes. The system backed him up, notifications flooding in. The wolves of destruction have arrived. Special condition. 5 heroes with a linked bond. Strength amplified. Han's jaw tightened. This wasn't chance. And then Isel appeared. Han wasted no time. Did the master make another move? Her answer came with a smile. Yes. A beginner's bundle. 50 grand. Han calculated instantly. That meant 25,000 crystals. 50,000 gold. He glanced at Chloe, still frozen beside him. Yeah, these weren't just strong. They were elite. If it were him, he'd have brought them in too. The 5th floor demanded it. He turned to Chloe. Go back to the kitchen. Nothing will happen to you. I promise. These ones, they're built different. Aaron passed by then, his voice casual, almost careless. Relax. Kick back. New people won't change much in the end. Han said nothing, but he knew better. The scene shifted. Another building. A black-haired girl stood in silence. Jenna spotted her immediately and hurried over, all smiles. Hi there. The girl blinked, surprised, then quietly returned the greeting. Hello. What's your name? I'm Jenna, she said with a grin. Then tilted her head, expectant. The girl hesitated. Edith. Jenna's gaze drifted past her. The man behind Edith stood tall, serious, imposing. Yet in her mind, Jenna imagined kindness hidden beneath the steel. He stepped forward. Not a word. Just silence as his eyes scanned Edith's status window. The truth was clear instantly. She carried class. A 3-star hero. A thief type. Classic. Deadly. Her build wasn't about muscle or stamina. What stood out was speed. Dexterity maxed, sharper than anyone else. Daggers, not bows, were clearly her weapon of choice. Without breaking eye contact, Han asked again, her name, and if they could talk somewhere more private. They moved to a tavern. Jenna set water on the table before slipping into a seat beside them. Edith studied him for a moment, then asked plainly, Do you even know what this place is? Han's reply was steady. Some of it. Not all. What about you? Her gaze dropped, voice low. She admitted she didn't remember much, only that she'd been summoned to fight. Every attempt to think beyond that brought nothing but pain. That made Han lean in. What do you know about synthesis? The word alone made her tense. Slowly, she explained. Synthesis was strength, power gained by absorbing others. Han's mind turned. That kind of knowledge wasn't common. From the look of her equipment, she'd been in the mercenary trade. Resting her chin on her hand, Edith let something slip. She had been part of the wolves of destruction. Jenna's eyes lit up. That name sounds so cool. Edith gave a faint nod. The last memory she carried was a mission in Halcea, then darkness. Until she woke up here. Han sorted through hero cards in his mind. It became obvious Edith wasn't just another 3-star. Her skills proved her history. She really had been a mercenary. But even with that, she was nowhere near the level of someone like Mormont Carl. Jenna leaned closer, fascinated. That actually is pretty cool. Edith didn't answer right away. Her head turned, voice dropping. Things aren't the same anymore. Then, voices rang out from the square. Loud, calling names. Avant, Jack, Kevin, Duck, Edith. The master wanted them outside. Han glanced at the window. Looks like we're headed to the square. Right then, a broad-shouldered man stepped out, face twisted in irritation. Who the hell called me? Edith rose calmly. The master. Time to go. Jack sat at the table, chewing through meat, grumbling under his breath. TSH, figures. With a master like this. He shoved the rest into his mouth and stomped toward the door. Moments later, Chloe rushed into the hall, panic written all over her. He took everything. Enough meat for 5 people. Jenna's eyes blazed. He better give that back. Han stood unbothered. Forget it. Let's just head to the square. At the same time, the newcomers began to gather. A decision was made. Group 5 would no longer exist. From this moment forward, they were the Wolves of Destruction. A system alert sealed it. Group name updated. Wolves of Destruction. Members. Avant, Edith, Dirk, Jack, Kevin. Leader, Avant. The 5 stood gathered in the square. Eyes followed them from the crowd. Something's off about this group, a man muttered. They even brought a gun. The boy beside him shrugged. I've got a gun too. The man hesitated, searching for a retort, until Han cut in. Doesn't matter. They're dangerous. That much is obvious. At that moment, Isel appeared, waving the newcomers forward. The master's waiting. As the wolves disappeared inside, the man finally nodded. Unease was natural. These weren't friendly faces. And they definitely weren't weak. Han glanced at Jenna, who had quietly trailed him. What do you think of them? She didn't hesitate. Edith seems fine. The rest? Hard to read. Han turned back toward the crowd. His tone sharpened. So, what is it you all want from me? Protection, someone blurted. Han raised an eyebrow. That's it? You just want me to protect you. A nervous voice followed. We came to you because you're strong. Han smirked, the edge in his voice cutting deep. You skip training, avoid effort, waste time, and now you come begging for help? Silence. No one could answer. In his head, he compared them to Daika. Not even close. All these people ever did was put on a performance when a master was near. His eyes dropped to the rally meat Jenna had brought. They had endless chances to learn a skill, pick up a craft, do something. But all they'd done was run from synthesis. Han's voice went cold. Get out before I lose my patience. The view shifted to the newly registered stat cards of the Wolves of Destruction. The man from earlier, pale now, didn't wait to be told twice. He bolted. The others quickly followed. Han turned to Aaron. While you're bleeding out, swarmed by goblins, guess what these guys were doing? Eating, sleeping, acting like nothing was happening. His tone was flat. So no, I don't feel sorry for them. His gaze shifted to Daika, who stood nearby, bruised and battered. Looks like you've actually been working. Daika blinked, caught off guard. How could you tell? Han shrugged lightly. It's obvious. Still confused, Daika admitted it had just been a duel. He'd volunteered. Han gave him a single nod. Then take a break. You've earned it. He turned to Jenna again, who was softly humming beside him. You still trailing me? Before she could answer, a system alert cut through the air. Floor cleared. From the portal, a squad of mercenaries stepped out, muttering in frustration. What a waste. Just goblins. Barely worth the effort. Avant pushed past them, his eyes locking on Han. Who the hell are you? Han smiled lazily, giving a careless wave. Does it really matter? That set Jaken off. He stepped forward, irritation clear in every movement. You think you're tough? Who even are you? Before tempers boiled over, Jenna slipped between them. No one's even introduced themselves yet, she said evenly. Kevin gave her a puzzled look. And who are you supposed to be? Avant stepped forward again, voice firm. I'm Avant, captain of the mercenary unit, Wolves of Destruction. Let's do this properly. Still lounging, Han gave a faint smile. Han. Avant's eyes drifted to the weapon at his side, assumption ready. A mercenary then? Han didn't blink. Nah, just a farmer. Avant studied him, unconvinced. For now, he let it slide, hand resting casually on his sword. Locals usually gather in the square during conscription, right? They do, Han replied flatly. Why ask? Avant didn't bother with an answer. His eyes said enough. He understood exactly what was happening here. Then, system alert. The master is summoning 10 heroes. The entire square froze. 10 at once? Han's brows rose slightly. That was new. A second message followed. Synthesis in progress. Free slots required. Once used in synthesis, heroes will be lost. The gate opened, releasing a wave of confused faces. A crowd of men and women stumbled out, glancing around in panic. They didn't even know where they were. Someone at the fair muttered with disdain. Another batch of nobodies. Isel stepped forward, her voice sharp and cold. She called out names, directing them toward the synthesis chamber. The newcomers froze, shock in their eyes. How did this woman know who they were? Before questions could form, she cut them down. The master gave the order. Just follow it. Chaos broke loose. Jakin stormed up, seizing one of the new arrivals by the throat. It's you, isn't it? This is your fault. The man's value suddenly began to spike. Jinna's breath caught. This can't be real. The person beside her didn't even flinch. Anything can happen here. We just got here, remember? Off to the side, Avant leaned toward one of his men. Don't forget, we still have a second target. The subordinate, still dazed, blinked slowly. Who's next? Spotting the last of the marked, he grabbed both targets and dragged them toward the synthesis gate. Han stayed silent, unsettled. So this is what happens to heroes summoned with money. Beside him, Jinna shook her head. This isn't right. They weren't even given a chance. Han didn't answer, but he agreed. Deep down, he knew, and was making a reckless mistake. Among those one-star throwaways, there could have been diamonds. But the master didn't care. No screening, no testing, just fuel for the grinder. Then, light burst across the square. A muscular man emerged, body glowing gold. I've leveled up, he shouted triumphantly. The system confirmed it instantly. But before relief could spread, the fair's voice rang out again. Another batch of names. Screams followed. Raw, desperate cries from the fresh summons. They begged, pleaded. No mercy came. Avant lifted his blade high. Don't let anyone escape. His crew moved in at once, weapons drawn, ready to cut down every runner. Avant glanced back, spotting Edith frozen where she stood. What are you doing? You with us or not? He snapped. She didn't answer. Her head dipped, eyes closed. Then, without a word, she drew her dagger. Han broke the silence, his voice steady. Isel, send a message to the master. Tell him this. Don't throw people into synthesis without checking first. Without hesitation, Isel summoned her keyboard, fingers flying. She added her own warning. You might be wasting valuable assets. Han exhaled slowly, eyes shutting. This world, it really is a second life. Jakin stormed forward, fury written across him. You'd better stay out of this, he spat. Han didn't even flinch. His smile lingered. I'm not interfering, just passing along some advice to the master. Then he turned his gaze on the still glowing warrior, smirking. Not so amusing anymore, is it? The man snapped. Roaring, he tore his axe free and lunged. You bastard. An arrow whistled through the air, burying itself just short of Jakin. Joanna stood, bow drawn, eyes sharp. The next one goes between your eyes. Jakin's jaw tightened. You little. Avant didn't hesitate. His sword came up, blade leveled at them. Did you just attack us? Edith rushed forward. Wait, don't do this. Let's just talk. Avant shoved past her. Stay out of it. His blade turned toward Han, voice low and sharp. Do you even know who you're talking to? Han met his stare calmly. Of course. And then, with a smirk. You're trash. A system alert cut across the air. Hostility detected toward 4 heroes of the Wolves of Destruction. Feud status triggered. Monitoring inter-hero relations. The wolves closed in, tension spiking. Before blades crossed, the fairy zipped between them, hand raised. Heroes can't fight each other, she warned. Unless you're eager to be punished by the master. Han's voice was cool. That's not a real rule. The fairy froze, nothing to say. Han's tone shifted, heavier now. Let's drop the act. You call yourselves mercenaries. Avant glared back, voice sharp. Yeah, mercs. Hire blades. Paid for the job, paid for results. Han let out a cold laugh. No, what I see is a pack of bandits playing dress-up as heroes. Avant's jaw clenched. His voice dropped, venomous. I've been patient with you. And this is how you repay me? You trying to die today? Han didn't acknowledge the threat. His eyes moved to Isel above. These so-called heroes. His tone cut like a blade. Dead weight. Rank means nothing without backbone. They'll drag everyone down. Start fights. Ruin everything. Isel stared down at him. Stunned, words caught in her throat. Han raised his hand, smile curling. Let's settle it with a duel. The system lit up immediately. Duel challenge issued. Han versus Avant. Rules were clear. Duels settled disputes between heroes. Conditions could be added at will. Avant's second in command gaped at him. What's gotten into you? Han didn't flinch. His eyes stayed locked on Avant. You're nothing but a rabid dog, snapping at anything you see. It wasn't theory. Han had already seen enough. The way the wolves carried themselves, how they prowled through the settlement. He turned to the crowd. All the residents are here, right? The moment the mercenaries realized there weren't any real powerhouses among them, their fear had evaporated. Han lowered his hand, eyes shutting briefly. The new recruits, they won't be able to stop people like this. Avant scowled. What the hell are you talking about? Even Jinna tilted her head, confused. Han opened his eyes. If I win, I absorb you. If you win, same deal. That's the condition. Avant's grin stretched wide, hungry, cruel. The system chimed again. Avant has accepted the duel. Condition confirmed. Synthesis. Begin duel? A weapon shimmered into being before Han's eyes. His lips curled into a smirk. This is going to be fun. The duel screen hovered, waiting. Han's fingers twitched toward it. Avant was already unsheathing his blade, wasting no time. Han chuckled. Nervous? Then his gaze flicked to Jenna. Get everyone out. Now. She blinked. Wait, you're fighting him alone? Han rolled his shoulders, stretching casually. Calm. Loose. Catching the worry in her eyes, he smirked. What? You're actually worried about me? Click. The button was pressed. The duel began. Both men locked eyes. No retreat. No interference. The fight wouldn't stop until one of them surrendered. Avant wasn't aiming to kill. He needed Han alive. Han spared a glance at Isel. Make sure no one interrupts. Before the words faded, Avant lunged, sword cutting through the air, rage behind every swing. Furious Han hadn't even drawn his weapon. Han read him instantly. Strength pushing 20. Swordsmanship at level 3. Definitely not an amateur. Then, his pupils burned red. Berserker. Activated. Avant froze. His confidence fractured. He'd miscalculated. Han blurred from view, vanishing, then appeared behind him like a phantom. His hand clamped down on Avant's arm, his grip locking on the back of his skull, and he drove him into the stone. Face first. The mercenary slid across jagged rock, skin ripping against the ground. Han finally drew his blade, gave it a slow, casual spin, effortless. The message was clear. He was in control. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword straight through Avant's body. Say it. Han's voice was cold. Surrender. Avant screamed, body twisting under the pain. His own cries drowned his attempt at words. Han leaned closer, pressing the blade in deeper. His voice cut sharper than steel. Louder. Everyone here needs to hear it. Kevin suddenly stepped forward, panic etched across his face. Stop. That's enough. He's finished. Han's eyes cut toward him, cold and unshaken. Don't fool yourself. Him and his crew, they wouldn't hesitate to wipe us out. This isn't a sparring match. Kevin froze. Until now, he believed they were all chasing the same goal. But Han's words, unyielding, final, left no room for doubt. Avant, a bloody wreck on the stone, lifted his head. His voice broke, trembling. Why do you hate me this much? He whispered. We agreed to this duel. Isn't our choice how it ends? Just as he tried to stammer out surrender, Han clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him. The fight's still on, Han said, voice like ice. He hasn't spoken. He turned back to Kevin. He's mine now, and I'll decide what happens to him. With one hard pull, he yanked Avant closer, his grip unshakable. Dirk and Edith stood frozen, discomfort plain in their silence. One of Avant's men snapped, shouting across the square. You'll regret this, Han. You know who we are. You think this ends here? Han didn't blink. His hold never faltered. Instead, his gaze slid to Edith. Calm. Steady. You really call yourselves mercenaries? She looked away, unable to meet his eyes. We used to be, she murmured. Han's smirk cut deep. No, you're bandits. Thieves who rob even their own clients. Then his tone sharpened. So why are you still with them? Edith faltered, caught off guard. My father asked me to. That's all. Don't judge me so quickly. Still pinning Avant to the ground, Han didn't soften. One question then. Are you staying? Or are you walking away? Edith froze in place. From behind, one of her teammates erupted in fury. Don't even think about it. Betray us, and you'll pay for it. Avant's bloodied hand reached toward his fallen sword. The teammate kept shouting, voice cracking with rage. You'll regret it forever if you turn your back on us. Avant's fingers brushed the hilt. Han moved first. His blade drove straight through Avant's hand, pinning it to the stone. He never even looked away from Edith. There's room for one more, Han said. Calm. Certain. Final. Her teammate screamed again, spitting venom. You'll regret this. Don't do it. Edith trembled. Her whole body tensed. She closed her eyes. Then, quietly, firmly, she stepped forward. She didn't turn back. She walked straight toward Han. And just like that, Edith severed her ties with the wolves of destruction. Han felt a wave of satisfaction ripple through him. Her choice had shifted everything. A true turning point. The wolves stared, frozen, rage and betrayal written across their faces. But Edith didn't waver. Disappear, she said, brushing off their threats like nothing. Meanwhile, Han shoved Avant harder into the dirt. The man coughed, gasped, choking through soil, still struggling to force out his surrender. But Han wasn't convinced. His voice cut like steel. Do you mean it? Or are you just hoping I'll let you crawl away? Avant's eyes burned, fury twisting his face. You'll regret this, he spat, then screamed for his allies, desperate for help. That was the end. The instant his cry rang out, his teammates snapped. They charged, blinded by rage. But they never made it. Isel materialized before them, her presence like a wall slamming shut. Hovering midair, her eyes were sharp, unyielding. "The duel isn't over," she said coldly. "You have no right to interfere." They didn't listen. "Move!" one of them shouted, surging forward. Han's lips twitched, almost amused. He already knew they wouldn't get past her. Isel's gaze sharpened, a wild glint sparking within. "I warned you," she whispered. And then chaos. Screams ripped through the square. Bodies were hurled like toys, smashing against stone. Blood sprayed high, painting the air before raining down across the dirt. When silence fell, Isel drifted above the carnage, lowering her hand with calm finality. "You were warned," she said softly. "Now, you belong to death." Avant's body trembled violently. Trapped between Han's crushing grip and Isel's merciless judgment, reality crashed down on him. There was no escape. Isel floated back, serene once more. "Did I handle it properly?" Han gave her a small nod. "Perfectly." That was the breaking point. Avant's voice cracked, a faint whisper barely escaping his lips. "I surrender." Han heard it. The glowing symbol above them flickered, then dissolved. His berserker state faded with it. The crimson fire in his eyes dimmed, his hair settling as the wind passed through. But pain throbbed hard in his skull. The backlash was sharper than expected. Not worth it, he thought. I'll need to be smarter with this next time. Looking down at Avant, Han smirked faintly. "If you really understood the system," he murmured, "you never would have accepted that duel." Above, Isel's voice cut in. "The Master's been tapping non-stop," she warned. "He's furious with how this played out." Then a glowing card formed before Han. His skill level surged. He didn't react, but Isel did. Her expression twisted with concern. If he's this frustrated, he might drop the game altogether, especially after spending so much on a hero he barely used. Han stayed calm, voice steady. If he was going to quit, he'd already be gone. After all, he had just absorbed a 4-star heroine. Han pushed himself to his feet, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. So many summons, so many wasted. In the end, all of them, nothing but dead weight. His gaze swept over the broken corpses strewn across the square. Maybe one day, the Master will see how flawed his choices really are. But right now, the Master was livid. Han felt a shift inside him as he hit level 10. His stats had risen, solidly matching a 3-star hero. Strong, dangerous, but still not enough. Not for the summit, not for the tower. Unless the Master chose to synthesize him, Han knew he'd never reach the very top. He lifted his eyes skyward. Above, the Master's ever-watchful gaze lingered. "What are you thinking up there?" Han wondered. "What do you feel when you look at me?" He held the stare, unflinching. And in that moment, quietly, but with iron resolve, Han made a vow. "I won't let you vanish. Not now. Not ever." The sun burned overhead. In the distance, the city's towering wall loomed, sealing everything in. Han leaned against a nearby house, eyes closing for just a moment. He needed silence. But peace didn't last. The crowd gathered fast. Dozens of voices swelled around him, full of awe, full of gratitude. Daika's face lit up with pure respect, eyes shining bright. But Han didn't join their celebration. He reached out instead, fingers brushing Jenna's cheek. His voice low, steady, edged with quiet disapproval. "Why'd you tell them?" Jenna kept silent. The crowd never noticed the shift in his tone. They kept cheering, their voices piling on praise. To them, Han wasn't just strong, he was a savior. Han sighed, long and quiet. Then his gaze swept over the faces around him. "You're all missing the point." A man stumbled forward, voice breaking with emotion. "We give our lives for you. You saved us." Han's eyes went cold. "That had nothing to do with you," he said flatly, turning his back. Silence fell heavy. Someone dared to whisper. "What do you mean?" Han turned again. "The Master's furious. That's why he summoned his allies." Confused murmurs rippled through the group. One man tried to calm them. "Maybe it's just another goblin wave." "No," Jenna interrupted, unease in her voice. "Why summon 6? Wasn't 5 enough to clear it?" Han didn't even look at her. "It was for synthesis." The words sliced through the air. Gasps. Silence. Faces drained of color. One man, shaking with rage, stepped forward. "We've always fought. We've done everything we could to survive." Han didn't move. Instead, he called Aaron and Daika forward. They approached, cautious. Han's gaze locked on them. "You really think these people gave their all?" he asked. "What were they doing while we were out there? Breaking ourselves, pushing past the limit." Then he turned to Jenna. "Did they help you hunt?" She faltered. "They carried the meat." Han didn't blink. "Even animals can do that," he said. "They're no better than livestock." That broke the crowd. A roar of anger erupted. One man lunged at him. Han struck first. One blow. The man collapsed. Silence slammed down again. Then Isel appeared, her eyes blazing with authority. "Enough," Her voice cut like lightning. All of you, get to the square. Now. From the crowd, a man stumbled forward, desperate. Please, Han, talk to the master. You're the only one who can stop this. Faces turned toward him, pleading, full of fear. But Han stood still. He didn't move. He didn't answer. And his stance never shifted. Jenna's voice broke the silence, soft, uncertain. Who are you sending in first? Han crossed his arms. His reply was firm. Absolute. Edith. She froze. Her level was too low, Han said. And, as the newest arrival, she was the obvious choice. Edith's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, just give me another chance, she begged. But it was already sealed. A glowing card floated above the gate, her face stamped across it. System notification. Synthesis complete. Her level ticked upward. A faint yellow glow wrapped around her form. The crowd was silent. Horrified. Han's gaze swept over them, his voice cutting cold and sharp. Don't think you can cling to me and survive by doing nothing. If you want to live here, earn it. At the front, a man trembled, his voice breaking. I don't know how to fight. My hands won't stop shaking. Han didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he turned to his team. Start training the villagers, he ordered. The blacksmith shifted uneasily. From scratch, it wouldn't be easy. But Han was certain. Fear alone would force them to learn. He added, anyone who thinks they've got the guts for close combat, come to me. I'll show you what you're really made of. For hunting and butchering, Jenna. For carpentry, Enoch. They've got options, Han said. All they need is the will to survive. Jenna's eyes lingered on him. Something in him had shifted. Softer, more willing to guide. You've changed, she said quietly. Han brushed it aside. But deep down, he knew she was right. If they followed him, maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't die for nothing. Later, the group climbed toward the towering 10th floor. Han felt it in his gut. He was going to need a second squad. One that could stand on its own. The next morning, darkness still hung over the sky when Chloe appeared with a tray of steaming golden buns. Morning, she beamed. Han raised a brow. What's cooking? Bread, she grinned. No flour, though. My partner was a baker. We used ground potatoes instead. Han tore into one, nodding with approval. Clever. Maybe we should grow wheat on the plateau. Could be the start of something real. The door creaked open. Edith stood waiting. Let's head to the training arena. Han noticed it immediately, the shift in her stance. Straight. Confident. On the field, Jenna was already waiting, bow strapped across her back. Han walked up. Lose the bow. Spar with Edith. Daggers only. Jenna blinked. Daggers weren't her specialty, but she didn't hesitate. She drew the blades, spinning them smoothly in her hands before stepping onto the field. The match began. Edith moved fast, darting, weaving, eyes tracking every twitch of movement. She couldn't help but admire Jenna's precision. But Jenna wasn't holding back. You're not a kid, she called out. So stop fighting like one. Their pace accelerated. In seconds they were blurs, blades flashing, steel clashing across the arena. In one swift motion, Jenna flipped Edith onto the ground, her dagger pressed just above her chest. Edith lay still, catching her breath. Tell me, she asked, are you really just a mercenary? Or do you come from some great warrior family? Jenna shook her head. Neither, she replied. I'm just a hunter's daughter. What you see is the result of years of training. Han stepped forward, watching the spar come to an end. If the wolves of destruction had worked half as hard as this, he said with a faint smirk, they might have been worth worrying about. His eyes shifted to Edith. You're behind now, yes. But your potential goes far beyond your current level. Keep pushing, and the gap won't stay for long. The moment was cut short as Aaron stormed in, his frustration boiling over. That's not fair, he shouted. I've been training nonstop, and I still can't catch up. Han's voice was calm, steady. It isn't just about effort, he told him. It's about how you train and how you grow. Then, turning back to Edith, his tone sharpened. I don't care who you were before. Edith wiped the sweat from her face, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember what you did. I remember the work you left behind. Aaron kept running laps, his breath ragged, while the others practiced against dummies. Han simply stood back, observing in silence. This wasn't about preference anymore. They had to raise their worth. Because if they didn't, survival wouldn't be an option. Even with a few stepping into support roles, they were still short. 2 spots remained, and someone was going to be chosen for synthesis. Han's gaze fell on a man lingering at the edge of the field, hands in his pockets, sweat glistening on his skin. Han approached. What's your name? Usher, the man replied. That thing, the master, dragged us here to fight. Han picked up a club from a barrel, sizing him up. The man's build was strong. He looked ready. So, who were you before this? Usher scratched the back of his neck. A porter. Carried supplies for mercenaries. Set up camp. Took night watch. Han raised a brow. You moved better than someone who only hauled gear. Usher gave a small laugh. I always dreamed of getting promoted someday, becoming a merc myself. A faint grin crossed Han's face. Without warning, he raised a club. Then prove it. Show me what you've got. Not far away, two angelic statues stood carved into stone, the markers of the trial every recruit would face. That night, the master made himself clear, volunteers didn't matter. Eren threw himself into fight after fight and still went unnoticed. Two were chosen for synthesis. Neither survived, but Usher's card glowed with light. He endured. He rose again, stronger, now level 3. The rest were sent to the daily dungeon. One terrified recruit barely escaped, sprinting from a monster's jaws. Meanwhile, far underground, the mine of firestones remained sealed untouched, and under the heavy silence of the night, the settlement slept. At dawn, the streets filled with restless voices once more. Han stood at the front, arms crossed, scanning the gathered crowd. Anyone want to guess why you're here? The group shifted uneasily until Daika raised a hand. Are you picking a new team? Jenna frowned. Wait, I thought only the master could do that. Han gave a casual shrug. He listens to suggestions. This one's mine. He lifted a glass filled with folded slips of paper. We're drawing lots. Murmurs rippled through the group. 2 teams, Han said with a faint smirk. 6 of us. 3 each. Daika's face tightened with doubt. Relax, Han added. There's no downside. Each team gets a leader. He tapped his chest. One team has me. Then, turning slightly, the other has Edith. Edith froze. Me? Not Jenna. Han's gaze dropped, his voice flat. I don't like Jenna. Edith hesitated. Why split us at all? Han's reply came sharp and clear. We can't put everything on one team. If they fall, it's over. We need backup. For a moment, he closed his eyes, the memory of the 5th floor flashing in his mind. The chaos, the raw power difference. They'd barely made it out alive. One weak link had nearly dragged the entire squad down. He pictured maps, routes, and strategies. In a perfect world, a single elite team could storm through every level. But reality demanded more. Some missions ahead would require dozens, maybe hundreds. And one unprepared recruit could ruin it all. This second group wasn't just insurance. They were the final safeguard if Team 1 ever collapsed. Han thought of ending, recklessly throwing money into summoning heroes without plans or strategy, yet still managing results. There had to be a secret behind their success, something he hadn't figured out yet. He shook the thought away and raised the glass again, the slips now color-coded. Red team's with me. Blue goes with Edith. The division was clean. No room for protests. Setting the glass down, Han's voice cut through the air. Move out. A sudden gust swept across the training field, stirring dust and rattling wooden dummies. Jenna and Eren glanced down at the red slips clutched in their hands. Edith scanned the faces around her. She didn't need to guess. They didn't trust her. Daika confirmed it bluntly. Yeah, we don't trust you. Edith only shrugged. I'm new. Haven't done much yet. I get it. Han watched the tension build, then called out with a crooked grin. You'd better level up fast, Edith. Otherwise, you'll be choking on our dust. She smirked right back. After what we pulled off yesterday, don't expect us to go down easy. The moment didn't last. Both teams reached their next destination, and the skies split open. Rain came down hard as monsters closed in from every direction. A glowing system prompt appeared before their eyes. 7th floor, mission objective, eliminate all goblins. Rain poured down in sheets, but Han and his squad stood firm, goblins snarling all around them. Eren grinned, hefting his massive blade off his back. This'll be a walk in the park, he said, ready to charge. But Han stepped in front of him. Stand down. I'll handle this. The goblins shrieked and lunged. Han closed his eyes, drawing in a steady breath. A glowing prompt appeared before him. Berserk mode activated. His body ignited in a deep crimson glow. Then he moved. Like a storm unleashed, Han tore through the horde, every strike cutting down another foe. In moments, the battlefield lay silent, littered with motionless goblins. Only one remained, frozen and trembling. Han slid his blade onto his back. Jenna stepped up beside him, wanting to finish it. He shook his head. No, something's wrong here. This floor has more to it. Leave it. It's no threat. Turning away, Han walked toward the river where a broken dam loomed, shattered under the storm. As he studied it, a system alert rang out. Floor cleared. Reward, 10,000 gold, iron, or leather. Back outside the dungeon, Jenna stretched. I'm heading to wash up. Eren cracked his knuckles. I'll hit the arena. Need more training. But before he could leave, Han stopped him. Wait, Eren. A new system prompt appeared. Master has selected double beginner's pack. Cost, 90,001. Reward, 5,000 crystals, 100,000 gold. Han turned to Jenna, his tone sharp. Grab the lot from my room. Then he looked Eren dead in the eye. Go get Edith. Another notification blinked. Items would arrive by mail. Han's gaze shifted toward a nearby building glowing faintly pink. New players are about to flood in, he muttered. A small smile tugged at his lips. This always happened. Han wasn't the type to spend freely, but once he started, he never stopped. He remembered his first time logging in, how real it all felt. The AI alone had stunned him. Just watching Haynes move had been entertainment in itself. It wasn't just the battles or the synthesis system that drew people in. The game felt alive. Real players making real choices, even support heroes acting like they had minds of their own. Han had pulled plenty of friends into the game by now, and he always told them the same thing. The best part wasn't winning. It was watching how people handled the chaos. Memories of past players flickered in his head. Every floor harder than the last. Every wave, something new to manage. That was the thrill of being a master, guiding, planning, deciding every move. Then, two figures stepped into view. System IDs appeared. Ivalka and Roderick. The man scowled, glaring at the girl beside him. Who's she? Before anyone could respond, Ivalka stumbled, collapsing right in front of Han. Jenna walked over, frowning. What's with her? Why is she on the ground? Han brushed it off with a wave. Probably her clothes. Too fancy. Not made for moving. Edith stepped up, eyes scanning Ivalka. She's definitely noble, she said flatly. Edith glanced at Han. I've seen enough mercs to know people. So tell me, what's a noble doing here? Sunlight poured over the settlement walls. Han stood in silence, turning it over in his head. He understood summoning, he understood synthesis. But stats, skill trees, the finer mechanics? Still a mystery. He wasn't some high-level gamer, just a city guardian who happened to take things seriously. Then Roderick spoke up, uneasy. It's strange, like something's pulling the strings. Like there's an enemy right in front of me, and I'm forced to act. I can't shake the feeling. Han gave a slow nod. I'll explain everything. After the draw. He turned to Edith. It was time. The draw began. Blue team ended up with the old man. Red team drew the noble girl. Han stayed quiet, observing. A hardened veteran versus a sheltered aristocrat. The difference couldn't be clearer. Just then, Jenna rushed in carrying a glass. She sat down firmly. All right, time to draw your lots. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, hand shooting toward the glass, straight for the left slip. Ivalka's eyes tracked his every move. Then, something flickered in his mind. Fire? Edith reached at the same moment, her hand colliding with his. They locked eyes above the glass, both refusing to pull back. The same question hung unspoken between them. Who's letting go first? Han's gaze shifted to Ivalka. You a mage? A small flame danced in her palm as she raised her hand. Consider this my introduction, she said calmly. Neither Han nor Edith moved, neither willing to give up the lot. Han's thoughts raced. Warriors, rogues, even archers could be summoned in droves. But mages? Mages were rare. Too rare. Only available through donation summons. And even then, the odds were terrible. Caught in the tension, Ivalka looked shaken. Why are you all acting like I've done something wrong? That's when Jenna snapped. You peeked at the lot, she shouted. That's cheating. She yanked the glass away. This was supposed to be random. No more bending the rules. Ivalka blinked, overwhelmed. What are you even doing? Han's reply was casual. Figuring out who gets you. You hesitated longer than the old man. Ivalka shook her head in disbelief. How am I supposed to understand any of this? It happened so fast. Roderick gave her a firm look. Think carefully. Did you claim a lot? Her hand flew to her mouth. This is awful, she whispered. Jenna folded her arms. This time, no tricks. We do it properly. Han gave Edith a nod. Let's draw again. Fair and square. Both pulled their lots. Han held his up, grinning. Settled. He turned to Ivalka. You're with me. With a quick motion, he sent her the party invite. Suddenly, Isel's hand shot out, dragging the other man away. His eyes widened in panic. You said we wouldn't get hurt if we worked hard. Han's tone stayed calm, almost indifferent. I'm not great with support types. Then, glancing back at Ivalka, his voice sharpened. If you don't want to end up like him, stay close to Isel. A message blinked into view. Synthesis complete. Ivalka's card pulsed with light, her level climbing. Han closed his eyes. That's what happens when you fall behind. He watched Isel walk off with the others. No choice this time. Better to follow the plan than get forced into it. Standing beside Roderick, Han gave a small nod. You're next. Then, almost casually, they were just synthesis material anyway. Another alert chimed. Roderick, level up. At the gate, Isel raised her hand. Open the space-time rift. Han's gaze sharpened. This was the rookie trial. Every step unfolding exactly as expected. Team 2, head inside, Isel ordered. Edith shot Han a sly grin before turning away. Looks like I'm leading Roderick this time. Guess that makes me your stand-in. Han's attention shifted back to Ivalka. What kind of magic do you use? She crossed her arms. Why do you need to know? His voice hardened. Answer the question. Ivalka flinched at the edge in his tone. Then she snapped back, voice trembling. This is disgusting. I shouldn't have to fight monsters at all. Han's reply was cold as steel. Disobedience leads to sacrifice. Fear flickered in her eyes as he stepped closer. His words dropped low, cutting. One last time, what's your magic? Later, Ivalka sat stiffly on a bench. Her voice finally broke the silence. Fire. Third circle flame. That's my strongest spell. Han stood in front of her, arms folded. Teleportation? Support spells. Ivalka lifted her chin. Any third circle mage can learn support magic. A grin tugged at her lips. But trust me, my firepower will blow you away. Han studied her for a long moment. Confidence, yes, but could she back it up? Flashy offense was easy. What mattered were shields, barriers, support, rare skills that actually decided survival. That was what he was hoping for. Still sitting on the bench, Ivalka didn't look rattled. Han's thoughts turned over. Why had he asked? She didn't show a visible skill window. Maybe she hadn't fully awakened. Unlikely, but not impossible. His tone dropped serious. You understand, don't you? From here on out, you will be fighting. Before Ivalka could answer, Edith's squad emerged from the rift, grinning. Roderick stood steady at her side. From the gleam in Edith's eyes, Han figured he'd held his own. Han turned to Jenna and Aaron. You're up. Get ready. Across the field, Isel's voice rang out. Team 1, prepare to enter the space-time rift. Han smirked. Let's move. They stepped into the glowing portal. Calm, calculated, Han guessed they'd be dropped on the 4th floor. As they walked, his voice stayed even. Nothing heavy yet. Harpies, goblins. Enough for us to gauge her abilities. Then he looked at Ivalka. When the fight starts, we'll hang back. Show us what you've got. His next words came almost lazily. Any one of us could solo this floor anyway. Ivalka froze, her earlier bravado wavering. But then she thrust a hand forward. Wait, just watch, you'll see. Isel blinked, a little amused, a little curious. She waved them off with a smile as a system prompt lit the air. Gate opening, 10 seconds. Isel's tone shifted, sharp and serious. Good luck. The gates creaked open. Han's eyes locked on the field beyond, and froze. This wasn't the 4th floor. It was the 8th. His breath caught. Weapons out now. He scanned the tree lean, voice grim. This has to be punishment. Or a test. His teeth clenched. We might have to retreat. Ivalka's eyes darted around. I've seen this place before. Down! Han roared. An arrow split the air, whistling toward her. She froze. Han lunged, slamming into her shoulder first, knocking her to the ground as it screamed past. A glowing prompt blinked before them. 8th floor, mission objective. Eliminate 27 level, 9 goblin riders. Then chaos. From the forest, goblins thundered out on massive wolves, snarling and armed to the teeth. Jenna's bow twanged. An arrow drilled through one rider, sending it crashing to the dirt. Han lifted his shield, barking orders over the storm of hooves and claws. Aaron, frontline now. The goblins surged forward. A blast shook the ground beside him, smoke clouding the air. Han threw his shield up, absorbing the impact. Out of the haze, one rider lunged. Han spun, steel flashing, cutting the goblin down mid-leap. But more came, wolves barreling straight for him. Aaron, I'm on it. Aaron roared, driving his spear clean through another rider. The goblin still fired as it fell, its crossbow bolt whistling, dead on, toward Aaron's chest. Han's voice cracked through the field, sharp and commanding. Ivalka, cast now. She spun, panicked. Cast what? What am I supposed to? Her eyes darted wildly. What do I do? Han's fury snapped through his words. You're a mage, prove it. He slashed through another goblin, blade cleaving in a blur. How long to cast? Dodging a rider's swipe, he roared again. Start casting now. Frustration boiled in his voice as his sword carved another foe down in a single sweep. Behind him, Ivalka finally shut her eyes. Runes flared to life, glowing circles spinning in the rain-soaked air. Between her hands, a dense sphere of mana swelled. Aaron, Han barked. Cover Jenna, block the bolts. Aaron twirled his spear, nodding once before planting himself in front of Jenna. She steadied her aim, arrows flying with renewed focus. Han stepped back, bracing himself protectively in front of Ivalka. The goblins had caught on. She was the threat. Their eyes locked on her, charging harder. Han grimaced. She doesn't need a magic shield, and soon. He risked a glance over his shoulder. Could she even channel through barriers? He wasn't sure. Didn't matter. She wasn't listening. Her eyes were shut, mana pouring into the spell, everything else shut out. Wide open. Jenna's shout cut through the clash. Han's jaw set. This was bad. Ivalka was rising, feet lifting off the ground, her entire body glowing as she focused. But she was frozen in place. At her level, she couldn't move and cast at the same time. The wolves drew closer. One lunged, jaws snapping. Han braced, shield colliding with the rider's strike. The impact rattled through his arm, knocking him off balance. The goblin slashed, narrowly missing as Han rolled hard, mud splattering across the ground. He sprang up in one fluid motion, sword arcing clean through the rider's chest. The wolf collapsed, lifeless. But the swarm kept coming. Another wolf lunged, low and fast. Han didn't hesitate. His blade cut clean, splitting it in a single stroke. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. He spun, and his stomach dropped. A goblin was already on Ivalka, weapon raised. Han didn't think. He just moved. He darted forward, yanked her back, and ran. Through the chaos, he shot her a hard look. You're reckless. Don't cast without defense. The squad sprinted toward the forest. Is the path still blocked? Jenna panted. We'll deal with it when we get there, Han growled, dragging Ivalka by the wrist. As soon as we hit the trees, you unload everything you've got. The goblins closed in. Ivalka nodded once, breath sharp, eyes narrowed. Jenna glanced back, pointing ahead. We might be able to cut through. Ivalka faltered. Han didn't slow. He shoved her forward with a hard kick. You think dying's an escape, he snapped. Then he stopped cold. Eyes locked on the swarm. His body shifted. Fangs bared. Muscles coiled. Go, he growled. I'll catch up. A notification pulsed. Berserk mode activated. Crimson light tore across his body. His second transformation that day. His muscle screamed, but he kept going. A crossbow bolt screamed toward him. Han caught it with a shield, then ducked under a charging rider. The collision nearly dropped him flat. On one knee, gasping, surrounded. Another goblin rushed. Han's grip tightened. With a roar, he exploded forward, smashing through their line like a wrecking ball. They think mobility's their edge, he shouted, voice wild. Then we take it away. His shield slammed into a rider, sending both goblin and wolf crashing back. He fought like a storm, strike after strike, no pause, no mercy. Han, behind you. Aaron's voice cracked, panicked. Too late. Pain ripped through him. A system alert flashed across his vision. Berserk mode deactivated. A goblin loomed above, spear ready. Han twisted hard, driving his sword up through its chest. Blood splattered as its wolf collapsed under it. He tore his blade free, turning for the next wave. Aaron froze, helpless. Snap out of it. Han barked. I've got this, just hold your ground. He ducked another blow, dodged a wild flurry, striking back in brutal arcs. How much longer, Ivalka? He roared. She's done. Jenna shouted. Han bolted, bursting from the mob. He leapt high, vaulting across the battlefield. Midair, he kicked off a goblin's helmet, weaving through the chaos like a blur. Disappear, he snarled. And then it came. A crimson light exploded around Ivalka. Wind tore outward, her hair flaring as the earth shook beneath her. Her eyes snapped open. Ignite. Flames roared from Ivalka's hands. A firestorm erupted across the field, ripping past Han, obliterating everything in its path, yet leaving him untouched. The blast split the earth, shockwaves rattling the ground. Smoke blanketed the battlefield. Han hit the dirt, eyes darting, stunned at the sheer force behind her magic. What is she? Another beam ignited from Ivalka's palms, raw energy tearing through the goblin line as if it were nothing. From cover, Jenna peeked around a tree, jaw slack. That's real magic. Han's focus sharpened. Goblins were regrouping in the haze. Need backup now, he barked. He launched forward again, muscles heavy with fatigue, but his strikes stayed precise. Brute force alone wouldn't cut it. He had to rely on technique. Steel rang. Han parried one goblin's slash, twisted, and drove his blade straight through its chest. An arrow whistled, piercing another. Jenna grinned. Did that help? Aaron appeared at her side, his spear impaling a rider clean through. The wolf tumbled with its master. Need a hand, old man? Aaron teased. Han chuckled between sharp breaths, finally growing a spine. Jenna dove in. Arrows sang from her bow. She rolled under a strike, drew a dagger, and rammed it into a goblin skull. Then, a wolf, riderless, bolted straight at Ivalka. She didn't flinch. Her eyes stayed shut. Before it reached her, a gunshot cracked. The wolf crumpled, a bullet buried in its skull. From the dirt, Jenna muttered, All right, now, it's serious. She whirled on Ivalka. Snap out of it. Move. Too late. Flames curled tighter around Ivalka's fist. Strange runes burned across her face. Jenna's eyes widened. Panic. Retreat. Now. Han and Aaron yanked back, retreating fast. Ivalka's eyes opened slowly. They'll burn, she whispered. The ground sizzled, then detonated. A torrent of fire ripped through the field. Ash and heat flooded outward. Han raised a shield, bracing against the inferno. If she didn't stop soon, they'd be consumed too. The smoke thinned. The battlefield was scorched, twisted, barely recognizable. Han scanned the wasteland. Is it? He stopped cold. More riders surged through the haze. And then Ivalka raised her hands again. Go beyond, she whispered. Ascent. A cyclone of fire exploded outward, spiraling into a storm that swallowed everything. Trees bent, earth shattered, the air itself burned. Jenna clung to a tree, nearly torn off her feet. The battlefield became a blazing maelstrom. When the flames died, Only ruin remained. A massive crater, scorched black and smoking. At the center stood Ivalka, motionless, surrounded by charred earth. Han's eyes widened. A system prompt appeared. Floor cleared. Reward, 20,000 gold, iron, or wolfskin. MVP, Ivalka. No one spoke as they walked from the battlefield, silence heavy around them. Finally, Aaron broke it. She wiped out over 20 riders. In one blast. Ivalka grinned, unbothered. That's the strength of fire. She pressed a hand to her chest, voice steady. And if I ever draw on my true power, you won't believe what you'll see. I carry the soul of the Rivel Witch. Ivalka's nose bled, then she crumpled to the ground. Han dropped to a knee beside her, pulling up her stats. She's out. Mana's at 0. He studied her unconscious face and let out a long sigh. She won't be casting again for at least a minute. That meant only one thing. They'd have to protect her until she recovered. Her card blinked into focus in his mind. No support skills. Strength, agility, endurance, all barely 1 star. But Han had led mages before. He knew what made them dangerous. Still, this was different. She wasn't a fighter. She was a weapon. A living artillery cannon with no armor. Pure firepower, wrapped in fragile skin. Jenna slung Ivalka over her shoulder with a grin. Watching them, Han thought to himself, power like this didn't show up often. She was worth keeping an eye on. When they stepped out of the portal, the team carried a different energy, spirits high. Han glanced at the sky. At this rate, he muttered, I might not be the one standing in the spotlight for long. The next day, progress shifted to a new priority, building a magic center. As the player logged in, the city map unfolded. A prompt shimmered into view. Select building. Research and Magic Lab unlocked. New research skills available. Alchemy Lab unlocked. Materials can now be synthesized. Library unlocked. Mages can expand magical knowledge. The map zoomed out, the 3 structures fusing into one sprawling complex. The Magic Hall. But as the city expanded, complaints came with it. Sweat dripping, Ivalka sprinted with the group, face twisted in frustration. Why should someone of my rank be doing this pointless training? She snapped. My brain is my weapon. Han watched her stumble along, shaking his head. She could rain fire like no one else, but if she couldn't move while casting, she wouldn't last. He picked up speed, pulling ahead. Quit talking and run. In a real fight, stamina matters, especially when swords and spears are flying at you. A smirk tugged at his lips as he glanced back. Besides, training gear looks a lot better on you than that stiff dress. Ivalka huffed between breaths. That stiff dress was custom-made by my family. It boosts my firepower. Han didn't slow. Yeah? Doesn't matter if you're too slow to live long enough to use it. He sprinted harder. And this barely even counts as training. 3 laps, no weights, jogging pace. Compared to my drills, it's nothing. With a grin, he surged ahead. You must really want potatoes for dinner, he called over his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll make sure someone hears about it. His eyes flicked to the side, spotting a guy still standing, just watching. Han laughed. You planning to stand there all day? Observation skills are great, but you'll need more than that. The scene shifted. Han stood before the newly finished Magic Hall. City map hovering in view, with Ivalka's data highlighted. A lucky break. Just before reaching the 10th dungeon floor, they had gained a mage. His eyes scanned the dungeon access routes. The newly unlocked Isralta mines widened their options. They could now clear 3 separate weekly dungeons in one run. Han pictured the loot vault. Dark, quiet, brimming with materials waiting to be forged into something greater. Time to begin potion production. A system notification flickered. Ending has logged out. Still jogging laps. Jenna raised her arms, shouting toward Ivalka. Come on, you've got this. Inside the Magic Hall, Han spoke half to himself as he worked. High-grade potions usually came from professional pharmacists or alchemists, sure, but with the mini-game system, anyone could craft them. Just like weapons. Just like gear. He glanced at his avatar. In the interface, it looked like he was holding a book, though he couldn't make out a single word on the pages. His gaze shifted to the cauldron. All right, he muttered. Let's get started. Flowers. Fangs. Tossed in. The interface blinked alive, the mini-game sparking to life. Han tapped through each prompt quickly. Success messages lined up, one after another. Test tubes lit, glowing with bright, swirling liquid. 6 healing potions. 2 for mana. Isel stood off to the side, while Han ran through the numbers in his head. Maybe people would ask questions later, but better to be over-prepared than dead. Night fell over the fortress city. Han stood at the brazier, fire crackling in the dark. His team circled around him. We've got a mage now, he said. His voice carried steady. He gestured at the flames. Guess why I brought this? With a sly smile, Han lowered his hand straight into the fire. Jaws dropped. What are you doing? Jenna gasped. Han didn't flinch. If Ivalka uses fire, then we'd better get used to fire. The flames licked at his skin. His grin turned sharp, almost feral, as he began to count. 1, 2, 3. Then he pulled his hand free. The skin was black and charred. He gripped his wrist, staring at his palm as the others froze. I'm fine. Before their eyes, the flesh began to heal, slow but steady. This, Hans said, voice low, is why it matters. He turned toward them, tone firm now. Her spells aren't just fireworks. If you're not ready, they'll cut through you the same way they cut through the enemy. If you want to survive, train for it. Jenna shifted uneasily. Do we really have to do this now? Aaron glanced down, nervous. How do we even know when to stop? Han raised his hand, scars still fading. You stop when the pain wins. He looked into the fire. We keep going until our bodies remember the flame. Aaron's lips twitched into a tight smile. 5th floor. I remember. His fingers trembled as he stepped toward the brazier. Han's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. He leaned in close. Do it when no one's watching, Han whispered. No need to stand here proving yourself by screaming in front of the others. Aaron froze, then slowly stepped back. Jenna stood stiff, fists clenched. Her voice cracked. I can't. I'm not doing this. I fight from the back anyway. Han stepped toward her, smile softening. He took her trembling hand, guiding it toward the flames. If we do it together, it won't hurt as much. Just a little sting, like a mosquito bite. His tone gentled, but the weight stayed. You really gonna keep running every time Ivalka casts? In his mind, Han saw it clearly. Ivalka surrounded, monsters pressing in on all sides. No teleportation, no shields, only fire, only her. Without them, she wouldn't even last a minute. She couldn't dodge, not even against the slowest foe. Han's eyes locked on Jenna. If you don't want to see her fall on the 10th floor, then it starts here. Now, steel rang as he drew his blade without warning. Sorry, Aaron, he muttered, turning. The sword spun once in his hand, then sliced deep across his own palm. Blood welled, dripping. He raised it high, a sharp grin cutting across his face. We train for pain too. He passed Aaron a smaller knife. You don't need to follow my lead. As long as it builds your resistance, it works. Even as he said it, a weight pressed down on him. It felt wrong, brutal, but survival demanded it. Han lifted his hand over the brazier. Heat pulsed against his skin. Wounds heal with potions, yes, but the agony stayed. And in battle, you needed to keep moving, no matter how much it burned. His gaze flicked back to Jenna. This isn't mandatory. Not for you. But one day, it could mean the difference between life and death. Jenna bit her lip. Maybe, I'll try later. Han gave a short nod, then turned toward the window. There's another option. Switching. With that skill, she could flow seamlessly between daggers and arrows. Close or long range, no hesitation. Unpredictable, lethal. He pictured their formation. No fixed lanes, no rigid roles. From now on, they would move like a single body. A triangle with Ivalka at its heart. Training would start tomorrow. He met Jenna's eyes again. I know this isn't your style, but me and Aaron, we can't shield her forever. You're part of this too. In his mind, the image sharpened. Their party forming a wall of steel around Ivalka, knights circling their queen. Only then could her true power break free. 2 mages would have been ideal, one for attack, one for support. But they only had her. No backup. Han exhaled slowly. They hadn't even cleared the 9th floor yet. And chances were, they wouldn't. The second team would likely claim that victory, gain the experience. Everyone knew it, even Enning. They were being molded into the fallback unit. Han set down a bucket of water and spread the cards across the table. Each bore a single word: subjugation, survival, guard, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, escape. It was clear now. The 10th floor wasn't for one team. It would demand 2. He struck a match, dropped it into the brazier. Flames roared to life. This wasn't just another dungeon. It was a joint operation. High stakes, high risk. Han thrust his hand back into the fire. His jaw clenched. No more mistakes. No more close calls. Smoke curled up, burning his throat. He coughed, eyes watering, but he didn't move. The scene cut to a small glowing house. A new message blinked in the air. Skill unlocked. Fire resistance. Inside the chamber, Han stood face to face with Ivalka. His words cut sharp and direct. As you are now, you're nothing but dead weight. She froze, eyes widening. If you're going to tone down your spells, he pressed on, then shortened the cast time. Save your mana. Otherwise, don't even bother. His gaze didn't waver. Well, can you handle that? Ivalka jolted, stumbling forward as though her body moved before her mind. I can. I'll do it. I'll follow your orders. Han watched her rush ahead. In his head, the battlefield replayed itself. Erupting flames, waves of heat tearing across the ground, chaotic bursts swallowing enemies whole. That was her gift. Pure fire. But raw destruction wasn't enough. Her arsenal centered around 3 branches of magic: ignition, flaring explosives, and focus blasts. Each came with its own variations, each draining her reserves at an unforgiving pace. The stronger the output, the heavier the cost. Han's hand brushed the hilt of his sword as he shifted toward Jenna. She was waiting with bow in hand, eyes bright, ready to push. He knew they all had more to give. Ivalka's firepower could wipe armies, but if the rest of them didn't rise to match her, they'd crumble long before the 10th floor. Jenna loosed an arrow with a grin. I'm ready. Han deflected it with a clean strike. Once, sparring had been simple, dodge, counter, reset. Not anymore. No shields. No buffers. He had started weaving in extra challenges, more pressure, more risk. Jenna's smirk widened. You're adapting fast. Almost impressive. His eyes fixed on the arrowhead, his voice steady. This isn't about trading compliments. Another arrow flew. He split midair. Skill acquired. Projectile defense. Fencing basics, LV6. Shield basics, LV6. Jenna suddenly broke into a charge, blade flashing in her grip. Han leaned back, slipping just out of range, but she was already reaching behind her shoulder, arrow drawn, switching weapons mid-motion. Han tightened his hold on his sword, tracking her every step. She'd begun as a 1-star, a name barely worth mentioning. But her growth, it was staggering. Without this push, without training, she might have stayed a shadow forever. Jenna raised a finger to her lips and whispered, teasing, "Didn't you say no compliments during training?" Han laughed under his breath, lunging in to grab her cheeks between his palms. Careful. People are going to start asking where those scars came from. He turned then, his focus shifting. Aaron's turn. A 1-star, through and through. Still crawling at level 3 with a spear. For days, he'd even disappeared from training altogether, isolating himself, forcing his body to adapt to pain. A dangerous path, but one he'd chosen alone. Meanwhile, Ivalka stood in the heart of the magic hall. Her own chamber forged for fire. Even restrained, her flames flooded the space, licking at walls reinforced to withstand her power. Unless the battle demanded more, she had to limit herself to first-class spells. Anything higher risked breaking the hall itself. Han's attention drifted toward the far wall, where a cluster of recruits sat, slumped in exhaustion. A scattered bunch of 1-stars. Weak, uncoordinated, drowning in their own struggle. Not one of them could hold a proper fight. And with the 5-person cap, every slot mattered. None of them were worth it. Han's jaw tightened. Was anything seriously considering pulling these deadweights into his unit? The thought alone made his grip tighten around his blade. The following day, the scene shifted. Edith's squad returned, bloodied but standing. They'd cleared the 9th floor. Players stumbled out of the portal, battered and limping. Some carried wounds that potions couldn't fix. Others weren't whole anymore. Han stood to the side, arms crossed, his eyes refusing to meet theirs. What was the mission? His voice was flat, cold. Edith stepped forward, her eyes closed. We were ordered to wipe out a goblin village. Roughly 50 of them. Anything unusual? Han pressed. Her head lowered. The ground was slick. Mud everywhere like it had been raining for days. That was all she offered before turning away, saying nothing more. Han stared straight ahead. Now was their turn. A sudden flash lit the portal, flames exploding outward. A system notice followed. The floor had been cleared. Ivalka's level rose instantly. Han emerged with his team, his mind already racing. The 4th floor had served its purpose. It wasn't a training ground anymore. He quickly took stock. Han himself had reached level 10. Jenna sat at 8. Aaron trailed at 6. Ivalka had just hit 4. His fist clenched. That was it. They'd hit the ceiling. Without access to higher floors, their growth stopped here. Later, another player approached to introduce his squad. Dagger production had begun in earnest, and equipment had been upgraded across the board. The flimsy D-rank leather was gone, replaced by solid D-rank iron plate. Han and Aaron now carried proper daggers. The guy even revealed Shern and Makin's cards. They'd been officially slotted into the 1st and 2nd squads. Still trailing behind, but at least they were moving forward. Han thought back to how long it had taken just to push this far, to scrape their way up to the 10th floor. Isel leaned back with a smirk. So what now? You turning into Loki? Planning to call all the shots? You think you can juggle something that complex? Han sat at a table buried in paperwork, stacks of documents closing in. If I could figure all that out, he muttered, I'd be a god by now. He shot her a look. Why do you always show up just to toss weird questions at me? If it were him, he would have already broken through all 100 floors. Han explained that the guy she was comparing him to wasn't just strong. He was chosen. The system itself had marked him. And even with that, it had taken him 2 full years just to claw his way up to the 88th floor. Dozens of teams had been erased along the way, caught by random traps and twisted mechanics. Han leaned against his hand, lost in thought. The Master of Choose Me only grew stronger every time a squad failed. And yet Ink had never failed. Somewhere deep inside, Han admitted it. Maybe their first true defeat wouldn't come until that man was gone. Meanwhile, out on the street, tension coiled. A group of men stood facing the guards. Ivalka looked away, uneasy. It's too crowded, she whispered. That little fairy hasn't summoned anyone yet. Han stayed silent, his gaze fixed on nothing. Half an hour had passed since Inning last appeared. That could only mean one thing. He was still deciding. Then, the system prompt appeared before them. Would you like to enter the 10th floor? The guy fixed his eyes on the dungeon gate. Should he step through now, or hold back? Han folded his arms, a hard frown pulling at his face. The newest recruit wasn't ready. Even after hitting level 10, promotion hadn't come. His skills were still shallow, not nearly polished enough. With another week, maybe less, they could sharpen everything, max out the squad's basics. Then the 10th floor run would be smoother. But Han knew better. If this was Ennington's call, waiting wasn't on the table. Above the portal, Isel rose into position. The rift of time and space unfolded, shimmering with power. Han's jaw tightened. For them, this was survival. For the Master? Just another trial. If they all burned out here, he'd summon replacements without blinking. Sharon glanced toward Han, uneasy. The order was simple when the fight began. Don't get involved. Stay back. Han clenched his fists. His swordsmanship was stuck at level 1. Even reaching level 3 wouldn't change much. He'd only drag them down. He cursed himself quietly for not starting sooner. Then the system voice rang out. Critical mission. 2 squads required. Insufficient numbers? Reinforcements will be dispatched. Tactical stations active. Heroes may be assigned roles before engagement. Han's expression darkened. Tactical stations? He didn't even know how to use them. The mechanics were far beyond what he'd learned. Exhaling, he crossed his arms. I sell. Pull supplies from storage. System confirmed. Inventory restocked. The right hero with the right gear could trigger items mid-battle. Han went over the list in his head. 6 healing potions. Split evenly, 3 per group. Edith snatched them up, grinning. Locked and loaded. Han gave a short nod, turning to Ivalka. Magic potions are yours. His tone sharpened. And once we're in, expect separation. Find the center. If you can't climb, get high ground. Isel scowled, stretching out her hand. Nobody interfere with Han. I'll be keeping watch. Han brushed her off with a smirk. No need, fairy. Don't worry. I'll climb that tower. Light swallowed them whole. Suddenly, a man crumpled to his knees in a yard, clutching his head and sobbing. We're all dead. They'll kill everyone. No way to win. Han didn't hesitate. He shoved the man aside with his boot. The figure spun, dazed, eyes darting. Who are you? Jenna studied him carefully. He doesn't notice us. Can you even see us? She paused, brows furrowed. Or maybe he's just an NPC. Han stood still watching. NPCs spawning mid-mission wasn't new. Sometimes they bugged, repeating lines, breaking immersion. Just part of the system. He lifted his gaze, scanning their surroundings. The town's buildings, something about them felt off. Familiar, almost. Aaron shifted stiffly at his side. Yeah, I've seen this before. Not exact, but close. Feels Western somehow. Han shot him a sharp look, startled. That couldn't be right. Aaron suddenly pointed toward one of the buildings. No, this lines up. We've been here before. The guy scanned the streets, brow furrowed. Yeah, this is the same city we saw back on the 5th floor. Except back then, it was already in ruins. Han paused, recalling it clearly. Leaves scattering over broken rooftops, the silence of a place long dead. The difference was obvious. Back then, the city had already fallen. Here, it was still standing. The girl spoke up, uneasy. The timeline feels wrong. Han stepped in front of Jenna, steadying her. That's not the only strange thing going on. We'll sort it out later. Han faced the group, arms crossed, voice firm. We've already been summoned. The only way out now is through. Complete the mission, or we don't leave. One of the men muttered what they all knew. The battle hadn't started yet. That gave them a small window to scout. Han gave sharp nod. 5 minutes. Gather what you can. Meet back here. If you're late, we move without you. Dark clouds coiled above the tower, casting the city in shadow. Han climbed to a window, taking in the streets below. From here, he had the best view. His brow furrowed. The soldiers patrolling the city looked uneasy. Morale was crumbling already. Then came the sound. Steady, heavy marching. Goblins. Thousands of them pouring in from the northern forest, closing the distance like a tidal wave. Han guessed they'd bring assault ladders first. No siege weapons yet, but it was only a matter of time. He shifted his focus eastward. The river. It was the same scenario they'd faced back on the 7th floor. An overwhelming rush of enemies, fury boiling at the front. But here, no battering rams. Han's eyes moved to the front lines. Knights were forming up outside the castle walls. But less than half of them were human. The rest, something else entirely. He calculated quickly. 10-1 odds. Even if the line looked steady now, it was a setup for disaster. Han descended the stairs, his thoughts racing. The mission wasn't official yet. That gave them one advantage. Time. Survival-type missions weren't about eliminating every enemy. They were about holding out, lasting long enough to see the system declare victory. He pictured the strategy unfolding, shouting commands, directing squads. If all they had to do was defend for a set duration, maybe this floor wasn't as impossible as it looked. He remembered the crowd from earlier, the way Ivalka had laughed at the noise. That many NPCs meant bodies on the field. Decoys, distractions, and with a defensive mage in their roster, they had at least one anchor to lean on. His squad regrouped one by one. Han stood silent, eyes narrowed. The wheel was turning again. Then he froze. 3 notifications struck in rapid succession. Triple ping. There was only one meaning behind that: top-tier difficulty. The system pulled up the city layout, stamping the mission across the screen. Prevent the city from falling. Han pictured it in his head, knights straining to hold the wall as goblins swarmed in. Even with squads 1 and 2 combined, they had only 10 players. Add squad 3 and the NPCs, and that brought the count to around 360 defenders. Against thousands. The guy's expression darkened. We'll share findings first. Then we finalize strategy and lock in positions. Jenna sat casually on someone's pack, swinging one leg as she spoke. I tried talking to the townsfolk. Nothing. They don't respond at all. We can touch them, see them, but it's like we're invisible to them. Aaron stepped forward and rolled out the map across the table. The attack's coming from the north and east gates. South and west are sealed. No escape routes. The meaning was clear. If the outer wall collapsed, everyone inside was finished. Edith folded her arms, her frown deepening. So what's the plan then? Han lowered his head, silent, stretching. The mission left no room for guesswork. Defense, nothing else. He straightened, arms crossing over his chest. We hold the line. No one breaks through. We stop every last one. Edith blinked at him, disbelief written all over her face. That's impossible. Roderick raised a hand, calm and deliberate. Then what about retreat? We could abandon the city, fight from the outside, use hit-and-run tactics. Han's brow tightened. His eyes dropped to the map. Maybe, but I doubt the system would count it. Not unless we break the invasion completely. His gaze lifted toward the central tower. Inside, the glowing statue pulsed faintly, radiating power. Han knew the sign. Twin goddesses, markers of critical missions. Special events only. He snapped back to the group. Forget the goblins. If that statue falls, we fail. Doesn't matter how many bodies we cut down. Roderick crossed his arms, eyes shut in thought. So what you're saying is, we guard that thing while being crushed under endless waves. Han squared his stance to match him. Exactly. That's the mission. We don't hold the line, we don't survive. His eyes swept across the squad, reading the unease on their faces. Roderick took a step forward. So it's a trap either way. No matter where we run, we're stuck inside. Sweat traced down Han's cheek. The system was throwing them into a wall. Brutal, nearly impossible. But if it was still winnable, then there had to be a thread they could pull. His jaw locked. He spread the map out wider. They've got numbers, but no siege gear. No rams. No catapults. Just ladders. It's one force, one server. If we play this right, we can stall them. His finger stabbed the northern wall. Edith squad, you head there. Reinforce the line. Your job is to cut the ladders before they latch. Edith shot him a hard stare. There's 5 of us. Even with the 300 station here, that won't be enough. Han didn't flinch. With second squad joining, that's another 50 bodies. His voice dropped lower. And remember, they haven't rolled out siege weapons. Not yet. He pictured it. Soldiers swarming the wall, ladders clattering against stone. They're betting everything on numbers. We stay mobile, reinforce weak spots, and we can hold out longer than they think. Edith's expression stayed sharp, unrelenting. That's not the problem. Han paused, shutting his eyes, listening. Her voice came quieter, steady as steel. Even if we hold them here, it won't end. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Han saw it in his head. Alleys flooded with goblins, streets drowning in chaos. Odds stacked 10 to 1. 2 squads against thousands. Even if they bought time, even if they stalled. Best case? They delayed the inevitable. Worst case? The city drowned in green, and they went down with it. He could see them now. Thousands of goblins rushing past broken defenses. Even if their fighters gave it everything, even if they cut that ratio in half, they'd still be outnumbered 5 to 1. And one thing they'd learned from the 5th floor, goblins don't run. This fight couldn't be won. Not by normal means. Just then, one of the guys walked up to Jenna, who looked startled. There's a river east of the city, he said. Same one we saw on the 7th floor. He remembered it clearly, standing in floodwaters, rain crashing down, the dam breaking, everything overflowing. Han's mind raced, piecing together every battle from floors 5 through 9. One thing kept coming up: the dam. The game had pushed them toward it for a reason. But why? How could a dam, far from the front line, change the course of this fight? His fist clenched. They were still missing something. Then Jenna froze, eyes wide. She clasped her hands tightly. I hear a horse, by the river. In her head, the memory hit like lightning. Rain. And across the river, an army forming ranks. Han spun to her, stunned. It all clicked. Edith stood still, staring into the distance. Shocked, Han grabbed Jinna's face, frustrated. Why are you just telling us now? Then he turned to Edith. Buy time. As much as you can. If the outer wall breaks, fall back to the inner defense line. Use everything, soldiers, civilians, whatever it takes. Shut the gates. Hold them off, no matter what it costs. Then he turned back, a small grin forming. We got the harder job, and when we come back, I want to hear you say we were too strong, not too late. Edith grinned back. We'll give it everything. Jinna blinked. Wait, this is a plan? Isn't this reckless? What are we even doing? Eren turned sharply, tense. We're leaving the walls? There are thousands out there. Are you trying to get us killed? Han looked up, eyes sharp. If we stay, we're dead anyway. He imagined soldiers stranded by the river. Back on the 7th floor, the dam was already gone. If what Jinna heard was a reinforcement unit, then maybe the reason we lost the 5th floor was because they never made it across in time. He spread the map. Our job is on the east bank. Wipe out the goblins. And stop the dam from going. One of the girls glanced at him, uncertain. Han drew his sword. We move now. Time to strike. Charging ahead, he roared. This is just the inner wall. The real fight's beyond it. Near the gate, he turned. Jinna, scout the area from above. Eren, be ready. Open the gate on my mark. He faced forward again. Ivalka, charge a 2nd level spell. Fire the second that gate opens. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Shern getting into position. Eren reached for the rope. Knights rushed in, yelling for him to stop. From up top, Jinna shouted, They're everywhere. Goblins are packed outside. Open that gate, and they'll pour in. Han snapped, voice sharp. Doesn't matter, we're going through. He stepped between Eren and the knights. Ivalka's burning us a path. Nobody interferes. The knights roared back in protest. We'll die before we let you through. Jinna darted out from behind a wall, her boots slamming into one knight's chest, sending him sprawling. Ivalka's palms shimmered, fire gathering fast. The gate creaked open. An arrow sliced through the crack. Han snatched it mid-air, inches before it could pierce Ivalka. Without pause, he spun and hurled it back. A goblin screamed as the shaft buried itself deep. From above, Jinna dropped down and crushed another soldier flat. Then rain. It spattered against stone. Cold. Heavy. Han tilted his head back, droplets sliding across his face. The sound echoed in his ears. Rain. He glanced toward Ivalka. Fire still coiled around her hands, unbothered by the storm. So, it's true, he muttered under his breath. Water can't snuff her flames. The gate groaned wider. Eren screamed. A surge of monsters burst through, flooding forward. They charged straight at Ivalka. Her hand rose. Ignite. Flames erupted, a torrent exploding outward. The front ranks of goblins dissolved instantly, their bodies reduced to ash. The gate itself transformed into a blazing wall, fire consuming everything in its reach. Dozens gone in an instant. Jinna and Eren sprinted forward, weapons ready, both throwing a quick glance back at Ivalka. She was already clutching a potion. Drink after every cast. Han barked, eyes locked on her. Don't stop. This is just the warm-up, you ready? Ivalka stepped past him, voice steady. Who do you think I am? Shern froze nearby, eyes wide, body trembling. Han shot him a look, still thinking of tagging along. The system alert flashed, Shern in panic. Stats cut by 30%. Han closed his eyes, exhaling. Go find Edith. She'll put you to work. Survive this, and maybe she'll finally hear that confession of yours. The knights slammed the gate shut behind them, bolts locking in place. Han's voice cut cold. Seal it tight. No turning back. He faced the swarm ahead, blade drawn. Forward's the only path, and I'll cut down every last one of them. He surged ahead, issuing orders. Positions. Everyone spread. To Ivalka, his tone sharpened. Stick to first-class fire. Low output, widespread. Scorch the field, don't stop. Rain hammer harder, sizzling as it hit the flames. They'll break through if the fire drops. Han growled. The horde surged again. Han tracked the rhythm. 20 seconds till her next cast. A goblin lunged. 18. His blade rose, cutting it down. Bolts whistled overhead. Crossbows firing. Han raised his shield, catching the volley before it struck Ivalka. A stone hurtled in. He spun, kicking it aside. Eren's spear drove through a goblin's gut, ripping it free in a spray. Jinna's blade flashed, severing one head clean. She spun, loosing an arrow point blank into another skull. For seconds, another goblin crept up behind Eren. Han didn't hesitate. He hurled his sword. The monster dropped instantly. Drawing a fresh blade, his eyes never left Ivalka. Protect her. Han's voice cut across the chaos. They're locking on, shift formation. Ivalka unleashed her next surge. Fire tore outward, a roaring blaze that lit up the battlefield. Screams ripped through the air as goblins went up in flames. Go! Push through! Han barked. They charged over scorched earth, heat searing through armor and skin. But they pushed on. With Ivalka at their center, it was possible. Still, the goblin tide never stopped. A wall of snarling bodies bore down on them, the stampede endless. Keep firing. Han roared above the storm. The rain's choking the flames. We need more spells. The fire barrier was already dimming. Han jabbed a finger left. Aaron, reinforce that side. I'll hold this wave myself. Steel clashed with flesh. The rhythm of combat was brutal, unrelenting. And through it all, Han kept the clock in his head. 20 seconds more. A goblin sprang from the flank. Han spun, cutting it down in one fluid strike. Switch positions, he commanded. Ivalka's voice rang out, another blast. Flames cascaded, reducing the next charge to cinders. Han snapped forward. Move with the blaze. Step with it. Press on. The team surged ahead, fire their only shield. Each burst carved them a path closer to the river. But the goblins didn't break. Packed shoulder to shoulder, they pressed under rain-soaked banners. No fear, only hate. Then the ground shook. Towering above the horde, a brute emerged. Massive, grotesque, his banner raised high. Red eyes blazed under a crooked brow, sword lifted to the sky. His roar split the battlefield. Filthy swine. Another wave of fire tore across the field, flames twisting through the rain like serpents made of light. Han shouted, Aaron, push harder. Don't stop. But through smoke and heat, two crimson eyes pierced the haze. A goblin lunged, spear thrusting. Han pivoted, sidestepped cleanly, then drove his blade deep into its chest. That's when he realized the goblins had shifted. No more hesitation, no more retreat. They were hurling themselves straight into the fire. They'd changed their strategy. Han snarled, blade sweeping in wide arcs, cutting down bodies one after another. Still, his eyes flicked upward, toward the hill. The brute was still there, roaring, pointing, commanding. He wasn't just muscle. He was directing every move, driving them like pawns. And then it hit Han. The delay in Ivalka's casting. He'd noticed it. That monster wasn't just strong. He was calculating. Meanwhile, Aaron and Jenna strained to hold formation. Heat pressed against them like a weight, each breath searing. Even with fire resistance, their movements slowed, exhaustion setting in. Han knew what he had to do. He had to draw the commander's gaze, break his rhythm, put all the pressure on himself. Raising his voice above the storm, Han roared, This is it. Miss this chance, and we're finished. Aaron shot him a glance, confusion flashing across his face. What are you saying? But Han was already moving. His decision was made. That leader had to fall. Across the chaos, the commander's roar cut like thunder. His orders were clear. Target the mage. Kill her at all costs. Inside the thinning wall of fire, goblins clawed and shoved, desperate to break through. One managed to slip past, briefly, before a crushing blow sent him flying. Blood sprayed, a fong ripped loose, and his body hit the ground like a rag doll. Arrows rained through the smoke. Han ignored them. His focus was locked on Ivalka. Now, he shouted, Give it everything. She obeyed. The blast ripped across the field, fire bursting in all directions, flooding the world in blinding light. A searing beam carved through the front lines, reducing goblins to ash. But the swarm didn't falter. Even as their bodies burned, they surged forward, driven by the roar of their chief. His twisted face bellowed through the flames, forcing them to charge again and again. Han's fist clenched. One strike wouldn't do it. But he wasn't done either. The fire thickened, darker, hotter, and then it exploded. The ground itself became a storm of fire. Goblins shrieked, stumbling and collapsing as the inferno devoured them whole. Panic rippled through the horde. Yet still, the massive chief's voice thundered over their screams, dragging them onward. That was the moment. The squad pressed forward through charred remains and drifting smoke. Jenna raised her bow, steady, precise. Aaron braced beside her, shield lifted. She loosed. The arrow sliced through the air like a bullet. The goblin chief saw it too late. His command turned into a strangled cry as the shaft buried itself in his skull. Blood burst, his body shuddered, then toppled. But there was no triumph. Behind them, Ivalka collapsed. Han lunged, catching her before she hit the ground. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed. She didn't understand what had happened. Neither did he. The blast, the overwhelming firepower, even that hadn't been enough. Because the goblins weren't truly after them. The fortress was the real target. They were just in the way. Han looked out over the battlefield. The commander was down, but unease gnawed at him. What next? Then he saw it. Shapes moving through the haze. One goblin stumbled out of the flames. Then another. Then dozens. Pulling back. Reforming ranks just beyond the reach of fire. The horde turned. Step by step, they shifted direction. Toward the fortress. Wind swept the soaked field, bending the grass under sheets of rain. Han understood in an instant. They were alive only because the commander had fallen. This wasn't a win. It was a pause. Potions. Now. Heal up, Han ordered. Every second counted, but the breather wouldn't last. Far to the north, the sound rose, war cries and steel. The goblins had already slammed into the outer wall. This was only the beginning. Through the storm ahead, a massive wooden pier loomed. Goblins marched across it, relentless, unstoppable. Han's chest tightened. Rest was over. The next wave was here. Heavy footsteps thundered through the gloom. Aaron froze, his voice shaking. Han didn't move. This fight, he growled, is just getting started. And then it emerged. Towering. Monstrous. Eyes glowing with fury. A level 23 ogre stepped into the rain. Han didn't hesitate. Ivalka, firewall. Aaron, hold the line. But even as the flames roared up, he knew fire alone wouldn't stop this monster. We need more, he muttered. Then louder. Ivalka, hurry. I'll take the ogre. The beast bellowed, axe raised high. It slammed down with earth-shaking force, the ground splitting where Han had stood a second earlier. He rolled aside. Barely. One mistake, and he was finished. The next swing came even heavier. Han realized instantly no shield could block that. This fight wasn't about defense. It was survival. The goblins circled outside the fire, hesitant to enter. But the ogre stepped through the wall like it was nothing, flames clinging to its skin, ignored. Now it was just Han and the monster. The size difference was absurd. Still, he rushed low, blades slashing across its leg. Arrows suddenly tore into its back, Jenna's shots, sharp and fast, sinking deep into muscle. The ogre howled, staggering. They were sinking. Big target, easy hit. Jenna called. Defense is thick, but it can't dodge. Her tone shifted as she saw the damage. Forget that. Aim for weak spots. Han shouted back. Soft points only. Nothing else matters. Then Jenna's cry split the chaos. Panic. Another ogre. Han's stomach dropped. He hadn't seen it. Their formation collapsed. Aaron was overwhelmed, drowning in goblins. The line was breaking. No time left. Han braced. Shield up. The blow landed like a hammer, rattling his bones, forcing him back. He staggered, then steadied, teeth clenched, body screaming. He surged forward, sword flashing, and the ogre shrieked. Han's strike had landed, right between its legs. The roar told him everything. Weak point confirmed. The beast pounded the ground in a blind frenzy, but Han was already moving. He scaled its massive frame, blade in hand, and drove steel at its throat. Not deep enough. Without pause, he slammed his shield against the hilt, forcing the sword deeper. Flesh tore. Blood poured. The ogre convulsed, staggered, then collapsed. One down. Han spun just in time to see the second ogre charging. Jenna, distracted. She fired instantly. Arrows flew, but the beast was already swinging. One massive blow connected with Aaron, hurling him through the air. Han's heart clenched. Too late. The ogre barreled forward, straight for Ivalka. Han screamed her name, but the strike never came. She stood untouched, confused, watching as the monster thundered past her. It wasn't after them. Its target was the dam. Before anyone could react, Jenna moved. No hesitation. She leapt, climbing the beast's back, scrambling toward its neck. Jenna, don't, voices cried. Too late. Her blade plunged into its throat. The monster shrieked and raged. Han rushed to her side, hacking into muscle, carving deep alongside her. Together, they struck again and again. Blood gushed. The ogre, howling in agony, staggered toward the river. With a final roar, the beast hurled itself into the river. Blood spilled out, curling through the current like dark ink. Han stood on the bank, drenched, lungs burning. It was over. Barely. Then ripples. The water shifted. A massive hand exploded out of the river, the ogre screaming as it rose again. Han's chest tightened. Before anyone could react, the creature drove its fist straight into the dam. Stone split apart, would snap like kindling. And then it gave way. The entire dam collapsed with a deafening crash. A wall of water surged forward, ripping through the field in seconds. Aaron rushed over, breath ragged. All goblins down, awaiting your orders. But Han didn't respond. He stood frozen, sword clenched tight, silence weighing on him. When his voice finally came, it was low and sharp. We made a mistake. Behind that dam, reinforcements have been waiting. Now, cut off. And the only ones left standing against 3,000 goblins were them. The others called out, but Han couldn't move. Shock had him locked in place. A hand touched his shoulder, grounding him. After a long pause, he muttered, "We'll pull back, think of something. If there's even anything left to think of." But just as he turned, Ivalka stepped forward. Her hand lifted, her bracelet glowing faintly. Purple light began to swirl, humming with power. She whispered a spell, and a nearby boulder rose clean off the earth. With one smooth motion, she hurled it. The rock soared across the battlefield and slammed into the broken dam's opening. The rushing flood halted instantly. Han stared, stunned. Ivalka only said, calm and simple. Telekinesis. Basic spell. He blinked at her, caught between disbelief and relief. You could have mentioned that earlier. Her eyes flicked at him. I thought you already knew. Han groaned, then reached out, squeezing her cheeks. Next time, share the useful stuff sooner. She huffed, annoyed, but he just smiled faintly. We're still standing, because of you. The team barely had a moment to regroup before Jinna's scream ripped through the air. The goblins were back, and this time, they weren't alone. One rushed Han, spear driving straight for his chest. He twisted, barely dodging, and his blade lashed out in a clean strike that dropped the attacker. But even as his sword cut true, his mind spun. No sign of backup, not a trace. And then, the chilling realization struck him. There had never been reinforcements. None at all. His pulse spiked. Ivalka, he shouted. Drink everything. We need your magic, all of it. But she never got the chance. A goblin lunged out of the chaos, claws stretching for her throat. Han's heart stopped. He shouted her name. And then steel flashed. A rider broke through, blade cutting the goblin down in an instant. A man in a lion-shaped mask surged past on horseback, hooves tearing through the soaked earth. But even with his sudden arrival, the goblins didn't falter. They regrouped, snarling, ready to strike again. Han stared, barely breathing. The masked rider sat tall in the saddle, armor catching the light, his blade dripping red. Then his voice tore through the storm. One word, charge. The ground rumbled. Thunder followed. Shadows burst out of the rain, dozens, then hundreds. Riders armed and armored surged into the field like a living tide. Han's chest tightened. It was real. A cavalry unit. The masked warrior called again, sharp and commanding. Protect the mage. At once, Aaron and Jinna rushed to Ivalka's side while the cavalry swept past, storming the front lines. 500 riders, fewer than the goblins, but trained, disciplined, relentless. The impact was instant. Horsemen ripped into enemy ranks like a blade through cloth, scattering goblins with sheer force. The tide began to turn. Whispers spread across the battlefield. They were breaking through. Han turned his squad, voice steady. Looks like our job's done. Maybe we finally get a breather. He paused, eyeing them. Anyone know how to ride? Silence. Then, I'll learn now. He pulled up his interface. Masters couldn't fight directly, but they could still support. Skill book, horse riding. Cost, 500 crystals. Painful, but necessary. Normally, he couldn't unlock non-combat skills. But with the book, restrictions meant nothing. He confirmed. Knowledge rushed in. Han swung onto a horse, steady in the saddle. And just like that, he was riding. His team followed, galloping into the fray. For the first time in hours, something sparked inside him. Hope. The cavalry pressed forward, already breaking toward the siege lines. It was their chance. Time to strike back. Han rode hard, scanning the chaos. Goblins clustered thick around the northern gate, pushing siege ladders high. The defense still held for now. He mapped the city in his head. North was critical. The cavalry saw it too, shifting formation, charging to reinforce the gate. But then, Han's instincts flared. If he stuck with them, maybe they'd win. Maybe. But nothing in this game ever stayed simple. He snapped the reins and turned sharply. Change of plan, he shouted. A spearman beside him blinked. Aren't we reinforcing the north gate? That was the plan, Han said, pulling hard on the reins. His eyes cut to the horizon. It won't be enough. His voice rose. Fall back. Out of arrow range. Head for the northern forest. Move. The rain had stopped, the skies finally clearing. No time to hesitate. Han spurred his horse forward, leading his squad into the trees. But the moment they crossed into the woods, Han froze. Waiting in the shadows was a goblin force. Too clean, too precise. A trap, no doubt, lay by the riders. He gritted his teeth. If they struck fast with magic, maybe they could break through. But then the ground shook, and from behind the goblins, ogres stepped out. Massive shapes stepped out from the trees. Ogres. Each one towering, every step shaking the ground. The spearman beside Han froze. Han muttered under his breath, "This is gonna get ugly." If wolf riders showed up now, the cavalry wouldn't last. He leaned toward the girl at his side. How much mana left? Her answer was quick. Enough to cast, but not strong. That's fine, Han said. Forget strength. Just make it wide. If we're torching this forest, then burn it all. They charged toward the tree line. Cut to the castle, goblins flooding the northern gate. A defender rammed his blade into a goblin's chest. Relief hit, until the creature grabbed his tunic, dragging him in close. Before he could break free, a girl darted forward. Her sword struck clean, dropping the goblin instantly. The soldier gasped, shaken. She snapped at him, "Don't lose focus." Her gaze shifted, narrowing on the horizon. "What is that?" Elsewhere along the wall, the knight in the lion helm bellowed, "Push forward." No hesitation, the line surged. Again his voice roared, "Show them what the Iron Lion cavalry is made of." Steel clashed against claws. Knights slammed into goblins with crushing force, driving them back step by step. The girls scanned the field. A shout rose from further down the wall, "Reinforcements!" But a goblin scrambled up behind her. She spun, blade flashing, severing its hand before it could grab her. Then she called out, "Hold the line. We're close." Back in the woods, Ivalka raised her hands. Flames burst out, ripping through the underbrush, leaping from tree to tree. In seconds, fire devoured the forest. Chaos hit the goblin cavalry. Smoke swallowed the air. Horses screamed, stumbling into the flames. There was no escape. Still Ivalka pushed on. More fire, more heat, burning everything in sight. Han watched, jaw tight. This was her edge. One more spell, and she'd collapse. Any further, and the entire forest would vanish in a sea of fire. But then a thought cut through. Maybe that was the answer. That forest had always been a nest for goblins. Better to burn it. Let the fire wipe it clean. At the wall, the battle raged. A knight went down, but the line refused to break. Around 100 still stood on the northern ramparts. Many had fallen, especially during the ogre assault before the cavalry's charge. Han knew, without Ivalka's firestorm, those riders would have been wiped out too. On the field, a goblin froze, eyes wide, just before a knight's mace crushed its skull. Another rider swept in, sword flashing, cutting down his target in a single strike. From where Han watched, their discipline was undeniable. Their speed, their precision. They weren't many, but they didn't need to be. Bodies carpeted the field, and at its center, the knight in the lion mask thrust his sword high, voice thundering in victory. Han exhaled a long breath of relief. It was finally over. His team gathered on the ramparts, laughter breaking through exhaustion, hugs shared in pure relief. Above, a girl waved down at him. Han rode toward the wall, one thought echoing in his mind. Everyone made it. Not a single death alert. Hard to believe, especially after the hell they'd survived on the 5th floor. Behind him, a voice broke the silence. One of his friends laughed lightly. "We're nothing like we used to be." "Huh," she said with a smile. Then softer, "So, why are we still here? Isn't it done?" Han's smile slipped away. Something felt wrong. His gaze flicked forward, then back again. A memory flashed. The hulking goblin crushed beneath his strike. The forest engulfed in Ivalka's flames. The enemies they destroyed. The knights who claimed victory. And yet, no system message. No clear. Nothing. His chest tightened. Why wasn't it over? What was missing? Then, everything stopped. The battlefield froze mid-motion. A system prompt appeared. Loading. Han's jaw clenched. He spun. Another message blinked across the knight's shoulder. System recovery. His eyes darted around. Then a third. Error. Disconnected from server. He turned back. The girl was still frozen, hand lifted mid-wave. His teammates? Locked in place. Not a twitch. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. And then, behind him, a voice. "Turn around." Slowly, Han turned. Through the haze stood a shadowed figure. Still, silent, yet heavy with menace. And then he saw it. A towering form cloaked in darkness, aura pulsing like a heartbeat. Han's body locked. That face, he knew it, branded into memory. From the old days. From before. It was him. That same monster. Scene shift. Elsewhere, 6 elite players materialized inside a settlement. 6-star rank. Renowned. Korea's first to conquer the 88th floor. 5th in the world. Meanwhile, Han reconnected, logging back in, thoughts racing. This game was never about brute force. It was strategy, instinct, timing. He gave the orders, but the characters chose how to act. Sometimes they failed. Not from weakness, but because something didn't align. He pictured their cards, ran scenarios in his head. He knew. Luck hadn't brought him this far. This wasn't a game anymore. It was everything. Every battle, every floor, his life was bound to it. And if he had the skill, not even hell could stop him. Back in the moment, the dark figure loomed. Han's eyes narrowed. That thing what rank? 7-star? No, it shouldn't exist here. Then the world bent again. Suddenly, he stood inside a store. Another figure emerged beside the shadow. Hooded, unreadable. Text glowed above it. Level 15, Dark Apostle. The figure smirked. Its gaze locked on his. "I'll be waiting." Han's eyes widened. And then, both vanished into the void. The world snapped back. System reconnected. Recovery complete. The girl unfroze, whipping toward him. Her voice shook. What was that? Before she could finish, Han jolted back into motion. "Everyone, get to the castle. Now!" His voice cut sharp through the air. She blinked, stunned. Han kicked his horse into a hard gallop. "Move," he roared. Behind him, someone shouted, "What's going on?" Han didn't turn. His voice dropped, cold and final. "It's not over." Flashes tore, through Han's mind like lightning. Burning forests, mangled corpses, that twisted grin of the Dark Apostle. Whatever that thing was, it didn't belong here. Not on the 10th floor. Not yet. Then, movement. A corpse twitched. A knight spun, startled. The air itself seemed to pulse, heavy wrong. Across the battlefield, black ooze bubbled and writhed, sprouting grotesque growths. From the pile of fallen bodies, something began to rise. The knight stood frozen. Too late. The creature lunged, jaws tearing into him. His scream cut across the field. And then they all began to move. Goblins. Dozens of them, clawing back out of the grave. A man stumbled back, horror in his eyes as the dead dragged themselves up from the soil. Han's voice rang out from the saddle, sharp and commanding. Don't panic. Let them come. But inside his gut twisted. These weren't ordinary monsters. Triggered under the right conditions, they could reanimate corpses. Necrotic. And unless their skulls were shattered, they'd keep rising. Knights fell one after another, ripped apart. From the ramparts, a girl screamed, "Open the gate." The heavy doors groaned, splitting open. Han spurred his horse, racing through with her close behind. This isn't right, he thought. None of this should exist on the 10th floor. Inside, his horse skidded to a stop. The girl turned to him, breathless. Han leapt down, grabbed the sorceress by the shoulders. You're staying here. Guard the statue. Protect the goddess. Seal the gate. Just hold until I return. She blinked, startled. Wait back. What do you mean? Another voice cut in, shaky. What were we supposed to do against that? Han froze, eyes narrowing at the nightmare spilling past the gate. Undead by the hundreds. Then he turned, voice steel. Get together. I'm bringing him back alive. Or I die with him. The man swallowed hard, then gave a single, grim nod. I'll bring him back. The girl's gaze stayed locked on the battlefield. Are you really coming back? Han gave a faint smile. Of course. He turned away, sprinting back into the storm. Her voice cut after him. Then don't you dare die. Without looking back, he called over his shoulder, same to you. Step by step, Han pressed forward. Sword ready, eyes fixed on the undead. Twisted things, ugly things, but killable. The first lunged. His blade split its skull clean open. One down, 100 more waiting. If they swarmed him now, it was over. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. Han whipped around. The ogre. Back again. Towering. Club raised high. The weapon came down, slamming into the gate with a deafening boom. Han's jaw tightened. It revived too. The gate won't last long. Then, out of the horde, undead wolves burst free. Eyes glowing, fangs bared, sprinting straight for him. They leapt. Thwip. Arrows cut the air, striking mid-flight. The wolves dropped. A lone archer stood in the distance, bow still raised. She turned her head, locking eyes with Han. He gave a single nod, brief but grateful. But the ogre was already lifting its mace again. The knights braced, bodies trembling. Another impact hammered the gate. The wood splintered, groaning under the pressure. Then, one final crash. The gates shattered inward, exploding into fragments. A flood of undead stormed through, roaring as they poured into the stronghold like a living tide of black. Han spun jaw tight. The gate's gone, no time left. He raised his sword, grip iron, and charged headfirst back into the chaos. But his focus wasn't here, not on the horde. In his mind, he saw it, the apostle, slipping deeper into the forest, glowing faintly in the distance. That's where he'll be, Han thought. Waiting. He carved a path forward, each swing a kill. One chance. Just one chance was all he needed. Then the ground quaked again. Another blast. The battlefield shuddered beneath his feet. His thoughts locked onto two possibilities. First, if the goddess statue fell, everything was lost. Han's gaze darted to the defense lines. They were buckling. Knights staggering backward. Second, if the undead lost control of themselves, their hunger would devour them whole. And every ounce of strength they once had in life would be turned against them now. He surged forward, cutting through a fresh wave. They were faster, stronger, crueler. Their thirst made them monsters, twice as deadly, 10 times as vicious. The stronger they had been in life, the worse they were in death. Han's movements blurred, slicing through the storm of claws and fangs. No hesitation, no room for mistakes. One slip, and it was over. Yet even in the madness, something inside him sharpened. An urge, a need, to tear them apart, to wipe them out completely. Above, his eyes caught the girl on the wall, fighting like she'd never stop. She's giving everything, he thought. Even now, in his mind, he imagined 2 angels standing guard over the battlefield. Protect the goddess statue. That was all that mattered. A map formed in his head, tracing every shift, every threat. If the outer walls fell, retreat to the inner gate. Barricade it. Same tactic they used on the 5th floor. It bought time then. It had to buy time now. Screams cut through his thoughts. Civilians. They rushed toward the inner gate, pounding on the doors, desperate. What's happening? They cried. faces pale, eyes wide. And behind them, another wave surged. Undead. Relentless. Han didn't slow. It's not about holding out. It's about how fast I end this. He pulled his cloak over his mouth, forcing through the choking smoke. Flames roared on either side, devouring everything. A system alert blinked. Fire resistance. Skill up. 2 undead leapt through the blaze. Han's blade lashed out. 1 stroke, 2 heads gone. He reached for a red vial, downed it fast, blood pounding in his ears. Ahead, just beyond the smoke, the recovery zone flickered into sight. You're here, he thought. I know you are. System alerts lit up in rapid succession. Allies afflicted by fear, stats decreased. A soldier has fallen. His spirit shall live on. Han's eyes hardened. More warnings followed. Ally bleeding. HP dropping over time. Then a flash. Brilliant light ripped through the sky, screaming toward him. Han reacted instantly, shield raised. The arrow struck, tearing through the metal and grazing his shoulder. He staggered back, pain jolting through him. His teeth clenched. The apostle's not built for close combat. His eyes narrowed. So why is he here now? This early? Han's mind reeled. He's stronger than anything we've faced so far. Another flash. Another arrow. He barely slipped past it. Then an entire volley screamed through the air. Projectiles rained down. Han moved like lightning, blade whirling, deflecting, spinning, cutting aside each shot. But then, strike from below. Sharp, brutal, pain tore up his arm. He stumbled back. The smoke thickened around him, choking every breath. His lungs burned as his eyes darted through the haze. If I didn't have a defense skill, I'd already be dead. A system prompt blinked across his vision. Ally bleeding, health dropping. Han scowled. This is spiraling too fast. Each breath grew heavier. Each step slower. Time was running out. If he collapsed here, it wouldn't just cost him. Everyone else would fall with him. Maybe I can talk, he thought desperately. Then, a voice behind him. I want to talk. Han half-turned, growling, fine. Then what? No reply. Just haze. His instincts flared. He slashed forward. From the fog, a calm reply echoed back. I'm not like the others. Then, boom. A crushing blow hurled him through the air. He crashed hard, rolled, came up swinging, roar ripping from his throat. A flash cut through the smoke, glowing projectile. Han lunged forward, eyes flaring red. Berserker mode activated. Power surged. A black trail burned behind him. His teeth sharpened, grip tight around the dagger. He shot forward like a missile. Through the smoke, he saw him. The apostle. Mid-incantation. Arrows ripped into the cloaked figure. Legs, chest, arms. Blood sprayed across the ground. Han screamed, rage tearing through him, and closed the gap in a blink. 1 strike. His blade slashed clean through the apostle's neck. But he didn't stop. He hacked again, and again, and again, until the body was no longer a body. Just a shredded pile of flesh and torn cloth. Only then did the fury drain out. Han staggered, panting, blood smeared across his lips. He stood still, waiting. Where is it? Where's the system message? Nothing. Silence. His chest rose and fell, each breath ragged. A bitter thought sank deep. It's not over. Not yet. Exhaustion swept through him. He collapsed back, slumping beneath a burning tree. Then we've already lost. It's over. His vision blurred. His head drooped. A faint message flickered weakly before him. A warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will live on. The fire crackled beside him. What a pathetic end, he thought. Dragged into a war I barely understood, only to die like some stray mutt. Images flooded his mind. Comrades still locked in battle. Torn apart. Blood-soaked ground. The gray-haired man standing unyielding before the statue. The girl, blade flashing, refusing to quit. And then, the statue. It glowed in his mind's eye. Suddenly, that same light burst beside him. His body shimmered, fading into it. System message, floor cleared. The world froze. Then, reward, 70,000 gold. Item acquired, common fire, elemental stone. A card appeared on screen. Among heroes, a master awaits Ascension. Combine Ascension stones to unlock a forgotten memory fragment. New dungeon unlocked. Epic adventure series. Gather evolution stones and rare materials to proceed. The world shifted. System message, 10th floor cleared. Han's eyes shot open. A ceiling. Stillness. Breath filling his chest. I made it. Outside, life moved again. Inside, someone sat at his side. Han turned, voice rough. What happened to your face? The man blinked, caught off guard. So you're awake. We were worried. Han scowled. Then explain why you look like you've been dragged through 5 floors of hell. The man dropped his gaze, voice low. I was just trying to figure out why we're even fighting. Han's eyes narrowed. You're seriously looking for a reason now? Still avoiding him, the man said quietly. When I stepped outside the wall, the city was already corpses. Han sat in silence. Even the NPCs? His jaw tightened. Maybe I'm still too wound up to process it all. The man rose, stretching. Anyway, I'm turning in. Han lifted his drink with a dry look. But I'll see that same face tomorrow. A faint smile. Let's hope tomorrow's better. He walked away. Left alone, Han stared at nothing. Maybe we're okay, at least for now. Evening draped itself over the camp. The table was overflowing, platters stacked high, food piled across every dish. The girl blinked in awe. This is a little much for breakfast, isn't it? Her friend laughed. Han said use the best stuff we've got. No holding back. Han leaned back, eyes shut. So, not good enough for you. She paused, then smiled. If you're asking, I'd eat like this every day if I could. Han cracked an eye, glancing around the table. They're all right. That's enough. His gaze landed on the magician, slowly regaining her strength. Then on the quiet one, still shaken. He'll come around. Just needs time. Time press forward. System message. Welcome back to the game. New alerts appeared. Heroes await Ascension. Ascension room required. Link to synthesis room. The chamber lit up. Ascension room now connected. Construction begins. Moments later. Ascension room complete. Hero Ascension available. Crystals floated in the air, glowing with radiant light. Item synthesis initiated. A burst of brilliance erupted. From its center, a fairy emerged, hands cradling a glowing crystal. She darted upward to Han, grinning wide. You've passed the first star, she cheered. Keep going. You're headed for the 7th. The tower is yours for the taking. Han hesitated. 7 stars. Can I really reach that far? The fairy only laughed. If not you, then who? If it were easy, Sirius would have done it already. Han lowered his head, weight heavy on his shoulders. After everything I've poured into this, and I'm still not a 7-star. There's something I'm missing. Just then, the door to the synthesis room creaked open. System alert. Master initiating Ascension. Han's breath caught. So this is it. The upgrade wasn't just a feature. It's an Ascension chamber. He stepped inside. It stretched before him like a stairway. A path upward, maybe even beyond the Master's interface itself. With the right hero, the right materials, something would happen here. Something even the system itself couldn't fully track. Han stepped up to the altar and set the crystal down. A blinding surge of energy erupted, flooding the chamber. A massive magic circle lit beneath his feet, light spearing upward like a pillar into the sky. Han squinted through the blaze. And then the visions came. A figure, seated in a chair. A child, cradled gently in his arms. Han's hand flew to his sword. His voice cut through the glow. Who are you? He stepped forward and slammed into something invisible. A barrier. Trapped, he could only watch. Han's eyes fixed on the baby. No family. No past. Nothing. Yet somehow, he knew. This kid, he's the one meant to be here. Not me. But there was no time to dwell. The vision shifted. Endless halls stretched around him, unfamiliar and cold. Every turn ended in a dead end. Still, he pressed on. At last, he stepped outside and found nothing. No buildings. No master's lobby. Just emptiness. Then, groaning gates creaked open. Through them, a fairy emerged. Smaller than before. Fragile. Almost delicate. Han narrowed his eyes as she approached. You expect me to enter the rift of space and time? She didn't answer. Only stared. Han turned, continuing forward, until a massive door loomed before him. Its inscription burned in his sight. Extreme difficulty. A system prompt blinked. Advent dungeon initiating. Then it hit. A crushing weight smashed him to his knees. Siren screamed across his vision. A cold dread climbed up his spine. Status, fear. All stats dash 30%. His sword slipped from his grip, crashing into the dirt. Teeth clenched, fists balled. Heat flared inside him. A crimson aura burst to life. Berserker mode, active. Han forced himself to his feet, breath ragged. Fear won't break me. Then he saw it. A figure, level 999, slowly forming out of the air. A dark entity, cloaked in silence. At last it spoke. We finally meet. Han seized his sword jaw tight, mind racing. Why is this thing here? Is it the one that dragged me into this world? He burned to strike. But one look at its level stopped him cold. This was the monster. The one that wiped out his elite party. 6-star heroes, hardened legends. Gone in 10 seconds. The entity stepped closer. What's wrong? Not going to attack? I thought you hated me. Han's voice cut sharp. If you drag me here just to talk, spare us both and throw me back. The entity chuckled. Good. That fire's kept you alive this long. Then agony. Searing pain tore through Han's skull. He dropped, clutching his head, through clenched teeth. This is how hero ascension begins. The entity shook its head. No, you're different. You won't ascend like the rest. Dark energy seeped across the chamber, curling around him. This space, the voice whispered, it's my gift to you. From the darkness, another figure stepped forward. This time, human. The voice continued, smooth and unsettling. This whole stage was crafted just for you. The great Ranker himself. Han's eyes narrowed. Who are you? From the shadows, a girl emerged. She smiled. A fairy's face, but older, more human. He blinked. She looked exactly like the fairy from before. Her head tilted slightly. You noticed? I'm not her. I was made to look like her. She tapped her chest with a finger, still smiling. I'm one of her replicas. Number 100,479. Then, with a playful grin, she extended her hand. Funny, right? Same number as the game's downloads. Han pulled the CEO's business card from his pocket, eyes sharp. His voice dropped cold. What is this? Some kind of joke? The girl only smiled wider. I've gone by plenty of names. I just use whatever fits the moment. Han stomped the ground. The sound cracked through the chamber. She chuckled. Bold of you. His eyes didn't waver. You're part of this. You helped drag me into this nightmare, didn't you? Her grin didn't falter. You really do hate me. The funny thing is, I never meant for you to get pulled in. That was an accident. Han snapped back, voice sharp. Like hell I care. Send me back. Now. Or regret it. Her grin widened. Is that a threat? From a weak little 1 star. Han's gaze burned. I won't be 1 star for long. For the first time, her smile faded. She stepped forward, boots splashing in a shallow puddle. Her voice lowered. Maybe I should have killed you when I had the chance. Then, without warning, a magic spear burst from her hand, striking Han square in the chest. His armor cracked and stopped, frozen just inches from his heart. She snapped her fingers. Didn't even flinch. I'll give you that. But guts won't make you invincible. Han slid his sword back into its sheath steady. So, what do you actually want? He paused, thinking. She's had more than enough chances to kill me. But she hasn't. That has to mean something. She stepped closer. Her smile thinned. Nothing insane. I just want to talk. Her gaze sharpened. You're Loki, aren't you? The indomitable, 5th-ranked master. I'm a fan. There was almost sincerity in her tone. You have no idea how many times I watch your runs back at HQ. We kept your city under surveillance. I had to see you myself. Then her voice softened. I came to tell you the truth about this world. She paused. Tell me, Loki, what do you think of the game story? Her eyes lowered. Most players don't even care. Gotcha stories? Nobody reads them. They just chase the next banner, the next event. Her hand lifted, her voice flattening. Let's be honest, the plot's a mess. Cliché. Predictable. Forgettable. She snapped her fingers. The space behind her warped and twisted. Masters stop caring about world building after a few floors, she said quietly. Look behind me. Do you recognize it? Han's eyes scanned the ruined landscape, his jaw tightening. He crossed his arms. I don't even want to know. She looked away, almost sheepish. Sorry. I get carried away. Then she pointed. This was the Peninsula City, from the 10th floor. But now it was nothing but ash and rubble. Scene after scene flickered into existence. Cities burned to dust, kingdoms in ruins, whole regions erased. This is what remains, she said. And you think this continent's any different? She stepped closer, her voice calm but sharp. More than 100 million worlds, all ended the same way. Her eyes narrowed. There was a book, a prophecy. It said this world would collapse. A bad ending. She didn't stop, but the heroes refused. They wanted something different, something better. Her hand lifted slightly, almost like turning a page. So they summoned outsiders. Characters from beyond this world. A flash seared across Han's mind. Himself, bloodied, arm torn away. Her tone lowered. They forced the story to change. Broke rules. Bent time and space. Then her gaze locked with his. When higher beings are watching, even fate itself can bend. She smiled faintly. That's what this game really is. Han stared at her, silent for a long beat. Then a smirk tugged at his lips. That's it? Was expecting something more dramatic. He stepped forward. So why tell me this? She extended her hand toward him. Because I want to offer you a deal. Her words cut short. A dagger drove straight into her skull. Han drew his sword in the same instant. His voice was ice. I was curious where this was going. But it's just delusion. She kept smiling. Only now darker. So tell me, was that a yes or a no? Han's glare sharpened. You dragged me into this nightmare. Made me crawl through hell. And now you want me to cooperate? He stepped forward, sword raised. No chance. I'd never side with someone like you. She didn't move. Go ahead. Strike me down. But I promise, your head hits the dirt before mine does. Laughing softly, she leaned in. You're so intense. Honestly, kind of rude. Han's grip tightened. His thoughts spun. She can talk all she wants, but I'm not beating her. Not like this. Not as a level 10 1-star. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet. His voice went flat. I'm done talking. Send me back. Wherever you pull me from, I want out. Her smile spread slow, menace dripping in every word. Now that's just cruel. Do you know how much work it took to bring you here? Her eyes flicked to the horizon. You matter more than anyone else. More than the real masters, More than the rankers, more than all of them. None of them compare to you. She looked back at him. Want to know why? Her grin curved sharp. Because like every master, you saw the message. Trust in your bond with your heroes. Han's eyes narrowed. That only shows up after the training arc. She nodded. Exactly. Out of hundreds of millions of players, only one ever truly believed it. The space around them warped violently. In an instant, the two of them stood on a barren plateau. The 80th floor. Her voice carried on the burning wind. Recognize it? 6 months ago, this is where you stood. She swept her hand across the scorched horizon. Only 5 masters have ever held this floor. That's why everyone else is still stuck choking on the 79th. Han scanned the battlefield, memories pulling at him. Yeah, this is it. The one that made me want to smash my monitor. He turned back to her, steady. So why drag me here again? With a lazy flick of her wrist, 2 chairs appeared. She dropped into one and motioned toward the other. Before anything else, sit. There's no truth when you're standing. Han didn't move right away, but as lava split the floor beneath them, she smiled faintly. So, seeing it like this, instead of on a monitor, it hits different, doesn't it? The 80th floor. Conquest stage. No clear objective. No fixed structure. Difficulty shifting every run. No one had ever beaten it clean. The community had a name for it. The Executioner's Wall. Han folded his arms. I already know how to clear this floor. What's the point of replaying it? Her smile never faltered. It's not what you think. Just watch. You'll understand. A cocktail materialized beside him. He lifted it absently, memory crashing back like a blade to the chest. After smashing through the 59th, he charged headlong into the 80th. It was a massacre. His squad, his aces, his core team gone. Now, watching the spawn sequence unfold again, only one word echoed through him. Hell. The floor wasn't just hard. It was punishment. First wave, 2,755 monsters. Each one, level 113. Then the Shards of Despair, 3,164 strong, level 108. And after them, the Shards of Hatred, 2,348 of them. Every single one, level 121. Han narrowed his eyes. So those shards, they're what make this floor impossible. She nodded, her knowing smile still there. Exactly. You're not just playing anymore. You're inside the system now. And everything, the floor's brutality, even your summon rates, it's all tied to your account. Han froze. Wait, all those failed 5-star pulls. That wasn't just bad luck. She lifted a hand, pointing toward the chaos crystals pulsing in the distance. Each one towered like a mountain. Marked level 322. There's a reason for that. In your world, there are no heroes left to summon. Then she gestured to a hulking beast, cyclopean and grotesque, lurking beyond the lava fields. The system sets the difficulty, sure. But your account? Your world? It had S-rank potential and a curse to match. Han lowered his gaze, silent. And yet, she continued, her tone soft but sharp. No one can explain how you reach floor 88. Suddenly, light burst across the volcanic sky. Han's head snapped up. Figures emerged, stepping onto the island. Heroes. Real ones. Could these be the legendary 5? Before he could take it in, the swarm hit. Monsters poured in, fast, brutal, relentless. The girl didn't even blink. System prompts flickered across the air. Tactical command effect applied. All item levels maxed out. A tactical map bloomed across the battlefield. Heroes ready to be dragged into position. Then, action. One by one, they leapt from island to island, movements precise, formation perfect. Each strike carved through the horde like clockwork. Han moved instinctively, calling commands, setting defense points, placing units with exact precision. She watched him closely, expression unreadable. But just for a moment, pride flickered in her eyes. That's the same tactic you pulled back on floor 10, she said. Lock down the support nodes, fuel the push forward. Complicated on the surface, but the goal's as straightforward as it gets. She gestured toward the battlefield. Watch carefully. See how they move. See how they look at you. Han's eyes lingered on them, their stance, their discipline. Not a shred of hesitation. Trust ran deeper than words. That's why they call you their master, she whispered. From the front lines, voices echoed in perfect unison. Your orders, flawless as always. The girl straightened, gaze fixed ahead. Exactly. You were never ordinary. They know it. And you've always known it too. She lifted her hand, and the air itself seemed to sharpen. They swore an oath. One by one, they stepped forward. A girl with her bow drawn. I'm the king's arrow. The spearman, steady and unyielding. I'm the king's spear. A swordsman in steel. I'm the king's blade. A mage raising her tome with a grin. I'm the king's eyes. And at last, a knight, sword gleaming. I'm the king's flame. The clash erupted in the blink of an eye. The knight swung. Fire tore across the battlefield. Monsters dropped by the dozens. The girl laughed. Tell me that's not magnificent. They didn't just obey you. They gave you everything, she said, closing her eyes. Those are the 6 stars. Not even the 7s could stand against them. You shaped them into legends. Han looked at her, confusion still clouding his face. And what does that mean for me? She opened her eyes again. It's not just their skill. It's how they see you. Her tone slowed. Picture a tower. Picture heroes uncovering its truth and losing faith. Who would stay loyal to a master who treated them as disposable tools? She leaned closer. But you weren't that kind of master. You led them. To them, you were king. Her eyes softened. And even now, they're still searching. Because they know you're alive. Her gaze shifted toward the small fairy hovering nearby. Think about it, Han. What kind of hero scours the world for months, just because their master vanished? Han shook his head. No one from the other lobbies would. You're different, she answered simply. Your strategies, they're rigid, sharp, impossible to copy. Even I couldn't have created them. Her voice grew distant, as if staring up an unseen tower. But the thing that stung me most? You never used synthesis. Han's expression darkened. She didn't stop. That's how most players manage their heroes. Anyone weak, anyone disobedient, they're erased. No second chances. Fear keeps the survivors in line. Han's thoughts drifted. A rookie's eyes came back to him. Raw talent, but unrefined. Another master would have tossed him aside, sacrificed him for the slim chance of something better. But Han never pulled a 5-star. Not once. His entire deck? A single 4-star. The rest, barely worth mentioning. People laughed at him, called his account garbage, told him to quit. But he never did. He knew what it was like to be left behind. A memory surfaced, him as a child, standing alone on the sidewalk. A father laughed with his son. But when a man's eyes met Han's, the laughter died. The warmth vanished, and the man looked away. That memory lingered. No, Han muttered under his breath. I never treated them like that. Maybe I used synthesis once or twice, but never to discard someone just for being weak. Her smile softened. Most players did. Every single day. But you didn't. That alone speaks volumes. She studied him for a moment before continuing. It's not just your playstyle. It's how you see people. Most masters burn through heroes like they're disposable. When the shine fades, they toss them aside. But you, Han's mind drifted back to the ones who had followed him. His team, the ones who stayed. He never let go of anyone who had potential. A system built on fear, he thought. That kind of leadership collapses eventually. He remembered his own way, rewarding effort, enforcing discipline only when it mattered. Always with purpose. The girl tilted her head. Do you even realize what you've done? Her faint smile returned. They're alive, Han. Every last one of them. She turned fully toward him now. You must have felt it, even if you didn't want to admit it. There's no way you led them like that without sensing something. Her eyes widened, not in fear, but in realization. It's the only answer that fits. Han straightened slowly, caught off guard. From across the room, her voice carried. Do you know what I think? Then, almost reverently, every hero here, they're real. She repeated it, firmer this time. No one could have fought like that, unless, deep down, they knew. Han turned, stunned. She met his stare, shrugged lightly. Just a theory. Han pulled out a sleek device, scrolling through profile after profile. He remembered the difference in response. Giving the same order to 2 heroes, yet their timing, instincts, even their subtle choices were never the same. It had amazed him back then. The system was brilliant. But he had never once considered, what if they weren't just data? What if they were real? Back then, all he cared about was execution. Precision. Winning. Arms crossed. He glanced back at her. So that's why you were watching me? She nodded. I always wanted to meet you. But on Earth? Nearly impossible. Han understood instantly. His voice softened, almost reluctant. Yeah, I felt the same way. But then his tone flipped. A grin tugged at his lips. If that's the case, maybe I should just go dig you up in some random forest. The shift didn't last. His expression hardened. His voice dropped cold as he stepped closer. But you stirred up too much resentment. And I can't forgive that. Kate lowered her head, fingertips brushing the rim of her glass before setting it down without a word. Han leaned in, his words sharp and final. He had no ties to Tonia, no ties to Nibelheim. He was nothing more than a man from Earth. Then he turned, heading back to his seat. But Kate's laugh stopped him in his tracks. Your heroes wouldn't let that slide, she teased. Without turning around, Han shot back flatly. I don't care. None of it added up. His team was thriving. They'd climbed to the 88th floor with barely any losses. There was no reason to drag him here, just to push higher. He had no interest in playing along. His anger snapped. Han spun back, voice sharp as steel. Back off, before I lose what little patience I've got left. But Kate didn't so much as flinch. She spread her arms slightly. I saw something in you, she said evenly. The potential to become the Han Mobius needed. Then she gave a casual shrug. But truthfully, I just wanted to see if you'd make it this far. And if that means putting up with your tantrum, so be it. Han's glare darkened. The Dark Apostle on the 10th floor, he said coldly. That was you, wasn't it? Kate's gaze never wavered. And if it was, she asked coolly. What then? She crossed her legs, as if to soften the air. Don't be so dramatic. I intended to stop interfering after the 15th floor anyway. Resting her head against her hand, she added, Tonia would have welcomed you, with or without me. But this place? It's as merciless as Nibelheim. Even if you give everything you've got, odds are 90% you'll quit before the end. She paused, her eyes locked on him. But if you take my help, that can change. Han stayed silent. Kate extended her hand across the space. I'll swear on my name, she said. Climb the tower, and I'll send you back. More than that, I'll hand you half my Mobius shares. A faint smile touched her lips. You become one of the most powerful shareholders in the entire corporation. You'd hold real control. Her gaze sharpened, steady. So, are you ready to make it official? Han's eyes narrowed. Don't test me, he warned. You swore you'd send me back, not empty-handed. He took a step closer, tone cutting. This deal of yours, it's too good. There's a catch. There has to be. Kate blinked, momentarily thrown by the edge in his voice. Why do you still despise me so much? She asked quietly. Han didn't answer. Instead, he drew his blade and hurled it straight at her head. She never got to finish her sentence. That was his reply. He would carve out the truth on his own. He didn't need her, didn't trust her, and he'd never rely on her. Kate pulled the blade free, calm, unshaken. Her form flickered, glitching before snapping back into place. She met his eyes, unreadable. That's the resolve it takes, she said simply. No one reaches the summit without it. Then, softer, almost gentle, the words repeated. I forgive your arrogance. And then, she revealed it. At her signal, a golden door shimmered into existence. Vast, towering, radiant. She called it the true prologue. The doors groaned open, flooding the space with blinding light. Kate turned back to him, the faintest smile tugging at her lips. I built this ending just for you, she whispered. But then her eyes narrowed, and the light behind her shifted, no longer gentle, but sharpened into a weapon. A warning. In an instant, the world around Han dissolved. He now stood in a land unlike any he had ever known. Humans and non-humans living side by side, laughter ringing through the air. Children, towny as children, ran through golden streets, chasing each other beneath the sun. A world at peace. Kate's voice cut through the illusion. This land once thrived, she said, until they came. She didn't need to say who. The laughter fell silent, swallowed by chaos. The peaceful streets crumbled, torn apart by an invasion that left only ash and ruin behind. Kate turned toward him, her voice quieter now. Do you see why this ending hurts? The truth unfolded. This wasn't a war waiting to begin. It had already been lost. To undo it meant bending fate itself. Yet, even in that despair, a spark of hope lingered. Kate lifted her hand, pointing at him. If you want to save this world, you must conquer the tower. She promised he wouldn't fight alone. Others would gather, bound by fate, fellow heroes who would stand at his side. She reminded him. The future of this world rested on him. His choices, his strength, entire lives now waited for his decision. But her warning cut deeper. The enemy wasn't just powerful. They were hidden, burrowed in places no one dared explore. Could Han face them? Could he endure the climb? Doubt surged inside him. None of this sounded real. He didn't believe her. But Kate didn't falter. Keep climbing, she told him firmly. You're not alone. At the summit, I'll be waiting. Han turned his back. Leave me out of this. And then, everything shifted again. A system prompt lit the air. Memories he thought long buried surged to the surface. The hero he once was awakened. His card shone, evolving. His rank leapt forward, now 2 stars. His gaze lifted to the glowing pedestal ahead. It was finished. The system's voice echoed, congratulating him on new skills unlocked. Nearby, Aaron gave a quiet smile. His traveler, his comrade, was back. What did you see? He asked. Han only shrugged. Another step forward. You'll face it soon enough. Then he asked, what's the status? Aaron's reply was plain. No change. Han nodded. He hadn't forgotten. Aaron still had a sister waiting. That was the mission. He would climb. He would finish this. And then, he would go home. Later, lying in the dark, Han stared at the ceiling. Everything looked the same. Yet inside, something had shifted. He made a silent vow. Whoever dragged him into this world, whoever pulled the strings, they would regret it. Morning came. A flickering system alert filled his vision, glitching, unstable. The message? An apology. A formal notice, blaming the chaos on a massive system error days ago. Han exhaled slowly, remembering the disconnections that plagued the lower-tier masters. So that's what it all was. Another layer of lies. To Han, it only confirmed the truth. There was no chance the Dark Apostle's appearance on the 10th floor was coincidence. It matched the glitch too perfectly. No question about it. Another message blinked into view. This one promised compensation, 50,000 gold. Not bad. Isel appeared in her usual bright burst of energy, clapping to celebrate his rank up. But her excitement dimmed the moment she saw his face. What's wrong? She asked. You don't look even a little happy. Han hesitated, then said quietly, I met your original. The words froze her in place. What do you mean by that? Han paused, then guessed aloud. It had to be Mobius CEO. That was the only explanation that made sense. Isel looked rattled. Whatever he'd stumbled onto wasn't something she'd prepared for. She had no idea what her original might have told him. But Han brushed it aside. It didn't matter. He wasn't here to dig into secrets. He was just venting. The only thing that mattered now was the tower. Climbing higher. For that, he still needed her. Isel straightened, regaining her usual spark. Then let me help, she said, handing him something shiny. A gold coupon. Han blinked, confused. He hadn't even known such a thing existed. Isel stared at him like he was out of his mind. Wait, seriously? You don't know what this is? It's a gift card, she explained. You can trade it for anything. Han's eyes narrowed. And who sent it? The master, she said. He was impressed. This is your reward, a token of how much he values you. Han had heard of these cards before, usually given out during events. But this one felt different. Maybe the master was shocked they'd gotten this far without intervention. Even so, Han handed it back. Give it to someone else. I don't need it. Isel's jaw dropped. You're refusing? Do you have any idea? This can get you literally anything. But Han shook his head. 10,000 gold barely buys anything useful in the shop. Exhaustion edged his voice. Anything else? If not, I'm going to bed. Isel hesitated. Then the system chimed. A purchase had just been made, with a gift card. Han frowned. He hadn't bought anything. Isel pulled out a small wooden horse and placed it gently on the floor in front of her. A system message appeared. A gift from a hero you admire. Han stared at it flatly. What is this? What am I supposed to do with it? It's from a master, she said. Han looked at the wooden figure for a long moment, then let it fall to the ground with a dull thud. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Gifts should mean something, he muttered. As he left, his thoughts drifted to the others. Why reward just him? What about the heroes who'd fought just as hard? His eyes flicked back once at the trinket on the floor. A gift without meaning, without purpose, was worthless. Later, lying on his bed, Han's mind kept circling. He knew, deep down, the kinds of gift that would bring real joy to real heroes. And he caught himself. Why was he even thinking like that? That wasn't him. Not long after, he stood before a massive portal. This time, he didn't even flinch. Around him, voices rose, chanting for the rift in space and time to open. Han sized up the situation fast. His level wasn't the problem anymore. What mattered now were the threats waiting on the other side. He let out a slow sigh. Let's wrap this up quickly. Even as he steadied himself, his thoughts flickered back to the master. For someone who had joined so late, the power he wielded was absurd. Unreal. Then his gaze caught Ivalka. She was tense. No surprise, after what she'd endured back on the 10th floor. She turned to him with a question. Where to next? Han didn't answer. He didn't need to. They weren't ready for what lay ahead. Not at this reckless pace. No one truly understood how the choose me ending worked. Yet there was again, bold and mocking across his vision. Climb the tower and save the world. The sight made his blood boil. Then another alert flashed. Main dungeon, 11th floor. Before he could react, the system spoke again. Gate opens in 10 seconds. Prepare for entry. Han cut his eyes toward the group. Get ready. We're going in. Ivalka froze, blindsided by how fast everything was moving. Han's thoughts soured. He remembered that familiar arrogance among certain players, the ones who swore raw skill was enough, who believed heroes alone could carry them through, with no strategy, no preparation. He hated that kind of thinking. To him, progress was earned, floor by floor, blood by blood. Getting shoved forward like this only proved how clueless the so-called player behind them really was. Then the mission alert appeared. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Han's jaw tightened. Whoever was pulling the strings thought they were some kind of expert. But to him, it was clear they had no idea what it really took to reach the 100th floor. Moonlight spread across a desolate field, revealing endless rows of gravestones. Long shadows stretched across the dirt. The ground shook. Bony hands clawed free, followed by entire corpses dragging themselves upright. Hollow eyes glowed. Rusted weapons clattered in their grip. Level 11 elites. Han's voice cut the night. Positions. The group snapped into formation, blades out, shields braced, breath steady. Tension thickened. The undead surged forward. Han charged first, taking point at the front. This wasn't about chance anymore. This was his proving ground. Every skeleton that lunged fell beneath his blade, but he knew it wouldn't last. If enemies kept scaling like this, the climb ahead would be nothing less than hell. Each fallen corpse erupted in fire, dragging his memory back, Back to that first encounter with a 4-star threat. The master had merged that monster with him. He remembered the 5 heroes summoned during that trial. Only one survived. Even so, Han hadn't blamed the master. Not then. A sharp crack snapped him back to the present. Jenna tore through the chaos, spinning midair. Her kick smashed into a skeleton, sending it tumbling across the ground. Her expression said everything. These enemies weren't just strong. They were endless. Relentless. Han pressed forward, blade cutting through ranks of the undead. But his mind drifted back to the beginning. Back when a master used a plan. There were structures, training regiments, crafted gear, carefully built strategies Han himself had recommended. But after the 5th floor, everything shifted. Impulse replaced order. The plans vanished. What remained was only chaos. Beside him, Aaron moved in sync, deflecting strikes in perfect rhythm. They fought as one, their bodies moving on instinct alone. The sight pulled another memory from Han, a mission that should have been impossible. And yet, together, they survived. But after that, it was as if the master stopped trying entirely. Ivalka's eyes closed in silence. Heat gathered in her palm until a sphere of flame bloomed, burning brighter with each second. Han's gaze lingered, thoughts darkening. Every misstep since the 5th floor replayed in his head. 5 summons wasted. No upgrades. No gear. No strategy. And still, they were thrown headlong into the 10th floor. Even so, against every odd, they endured. Now they stood surrounded by scorched bones and silence, bodies battered, lungs burning, but alive. Victorious again. Yet Han knew the truth. This wasn't the master's victory. The master had failed them. He had mistaken their strength for his own, leaning too heavily on their power, forgetting the role he was meant to play. No, this victory belonged to Han. Power surged through him. Light radiated, his level rising higher. It wasn't just numbers, it was growth he'd carved out for himself. A step forward he had earned. Night fell, draping the world in quiet. The wind stirred the trees, while lanterns outside the stone house flickered like fading stars. Han leaned against the wall, arms crossed. His voice cut through the stillness. Isel appeared instantly, as bright and sharp as ever. Han met her eyes. "Do you always come when I call?" She nodded. "Always." "Good," Han said. "Because I have questions." Isel hesitated, her tone shifting, cautious now. "There are limits. I can't tell you everything." "I'm not asking for everything," Han said flatly. "Just get me close." Clearly flustered, she shut her eyes, shouting, "Fine, but this is the last time." Han wasted no time. "What's the name of the original fairy?" The question stunned her. She tapped a finger to her chin, thinking hard. "The directors had a lot of names," she said at last. "Over 100 million, actually. A new one for every world. In Tonia, she was Kate." Han repeated it under his breath. Kate. And then the thought followed. If she was Kate here, she'd have been someone else in Nibelheim. Pieces began to click. After the 10th floor, every master was granted their own lobby. The world itself changed with each rating, reshaped by its master. If Isel was telling the truth, then every single world's fate hinged on the master at its center. Hundreds of millions of worlds, all turning, all under different hands. The scale of it was staggering. But he wasn't done. "What is Mobius?" Han asked. Isel blinked. "You'll need to be more specific." "I'm not talking about the company," Han said. "I mean the spiral galaxy. The one with endless worlds." She studied him, then gave a slow nod. "Each master gets a world. Unique. No duplicates. Not even among heroes." Han's stare sharpened. "I've met Kate," he said. "I want to know who she really is." His voice dropped lower. "Did she ever hurt the master?" That was the real question. Isel's tone shifted. "No one becomes a master without first living on Earth." Han dismissed it with a wave. That wasn't what mattered. He pressed again. Had Kate ever betrayed the master? Isel stayed silent. The silence was louder than any denial. When Han pushed once more, she faltered. The thought itself unsettled her. She didn't want to believe Kate could be capable of something like that. Flustered, she promised to check the data, then vanished. Left alone, Han sank onto the bed, folding his hands behind his head, eyes locked on the ceiling. There was no point chasing Mobius tonight. It wouldn't change anything. The fire crackled in the corner, sparks drifting upward like fleeting thoughts. For now, he let the quiet take over. Eventually, Isel returned. This time she stood firm. Her voice was steady. "The master is just an ordinary user. Nothing more. There's no danger." Han wasn't convinced. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I confirmed it with another director. It's safe." But then she added, interference like that came with heavy risks and strict conditions. It wasn't something done lightly. Han leaned back into the pillow. That was enough for now. Outside, training dummies stood motionless in shadows. Then Usher's voice rang out. "Start the duel." The match began. Han struck first, blade cutting clean. In that instant, it all clicked. The master's failures weren't a mystery. They came down to bad choices. Nothing more. Roderick's weapon flew toward him. Han dodged. The strike was powerful, reckless. His teammate wasn't holding back, but Han was ready. He raised his shield, bracing against the next blow, and then the realization hit. The master wasn't just inexperienced. He was infected, blinded by the belief that he couldn't lose. Usher unleashed another wave of attacks. Faster, harder. Han kept slipping away, eyes sharp. If that arrogance spread any further, it would consume him. Another swing, blocked. But Edith appeared in the shadows, daggers flashing. Steel cut across his cheek. 3 against 1. He couldn't win this head-on. But Han's mind wasn't on the fight alone. He recognized the signs. The infection was still in its early stages. If they acted fast, maybe it wasn't too late. Jenna and Aaron dove in, blades flashing, fists striking. Now, it was chaos. A full clash, heroes pushing each other to their limits. And in the center of it all, Han saw the truth crystal clear. The only way to snap the master out of this spiral. It was clear now. The only way to break the master's arrogance was to take away the crutch he leaned on most. That crutch was Han. Han gritted his teeth and threw himself back into the brawl. Later, sunlight spilled across the city streets, turning the cobblestones gold. The team walked in silence, their boots tapping against stone. Jenna glanced at Aaron. "So it's true?" she asked. "We're going straight to the 12th floor?" Aaron hesitated. "That's what it looks like, but yeah, it feels rushed." Han trailed behind, still processing it himself. They had just cleared the 11th floor, and by Earth's clock, not even a full day had passed. Then Isel appeared before them. She raised her hand, calling for a tear in space-time. The air shimmered. The next gate was already forming. 2 floors cleared in under 24 hours. Jenna stepped up to the glowing rift. She glanced back. "You coming?" Han didn't answer immediately. His eyes were on the ferry. Which floor did the master choose? Isel hesitated, then finally said it. "The 12th. Han's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, thought so." The others looked at him, puzzled, waiting for his move. He made it. Crossing his arms, Han said flatly, "I'm not going." Isel froze. The words hit like stone. Han didn't budge. "I mean it. This isn't something to mess around with." Jenna blinked, stunned. "Wait, you mean we can refuse? I thought we had to follow orders." Han scanned his team. "There's always a choice," he said calmly. "You just have to be ready for the consequences." Jenna frowned. Didn't others try to resist and still got pulled in any way? "They broke the rules," Han replied, his voice even. Isel's tone spiked, frustration slipping through. "You need to rethink this. It's too dangerous." Han cut her off. "Dangerous? You mean like throwing us into a dungeon without warning?" The fairy tried again, but Han silenced her with a glare. "I already know what you're going to say." A surge of bright blue light rippled from the gate. Han felt it, the invisible line. Crossing it wasn't optional. Refusing to enter was one thing, but rejecting synthesis? That was worse. The master could erase him, replace him with someone more obedient in an instant. But Han stood firm. "I'm not going," he said again, voice steady. Final. Ivalka's voice split the silence, raw with disbelief. "So that's it? You're just leaving us behind?" "That's your call," Han answered coldly. "I won't stop you." The air froze. Aaron's grip on his spear tightened. "If he's out," he said, nodding toward Jenna, "then so am I." Jenna stretched lazily, her tone edged with ice. "You could have told us we had a choice, Han." She stepped back. "I'm done too." Her partner looked stunned. Ivalka, caught between them, hesitated. Her voice shook. I'm not going either." And then, a glowing message materialized in the air. "Group deployment denied. Some heroes' refuse orders. The master may choose to listen or punish." Han read the message and smirked. "Let him try." Isel looked rattled, her voice trembling. This wasn't in the script." Jenna glanced at him. "So what now?" Han looked away for a moment, then gave the slightest grin. "Now we wait." Above them, the sky split open. An enormous eye appeared, gazing down from the heavens. The player was watching. Han didn't flinch. "Let's see how he reacts." The others slowly tilted their heads back, staring into that overwhelming gaze. And then it hit Han. The master probably had no idea his creations could resist him. Maybe he'd never even bothered to read the rules. That ignorance had led them here. Sensing the shift, Isel quietly summoned the rest. One by one, the group gathered. Edith arrived, scanning their faces. "Why'd you call everyone?" A voice answered from the crowd. "We're not going." Edith blinked, stunned. "Wait, what?" The sky was calm, sunlight pouring down as if mocking the tension. Han sat on a bench, relaxed, answering her questions without a flicker of fear. Edith, though, was shaken. She realized how dangerous this was. If Han couldn't stand by this choice, he could be erased. But he wasn't pretending. He was steady, unmoved. They went back and forth, Edith warning him. The player wouldn't let this slide. Han cut her down with one line. "So what? We're supposed to follow every command without question. We're not here to serve." We're here to survive. The words landed. Edith froze, then looked at the others, trying to sway them. Han stayed quiet, watching, and in that silence, he understood. They weren't united by loyalty. What bound them was survival. Edith turned back at last. Her eyes found Eren. We're going, she said firmly. We need strength. I won't be someone's experiment. With that, the others moved toward the portal, leaving Han and Jenna behind on the bench. Jenna sat down beside him, her voice low. So what happens to us now? Han didn't soften the truth. I don't know. It's all in the Master's hands. He paused, then added, if I get synthesized, don't fight it. Save yourself. Jenna looked at him, calm. Steady. You're going to outlast us all, she said. Eren's voice carried from nearby. He's got more resolve than any of us. Ivalka nodded in agreement. If nothing else, you're the one who never wavered. Han exhaled quietly, closing his eyes with a faint smile. They'd come so far, learned so much, but peace never lasted. A system alert burst across his vision. One of his team was bleeding out. Then another, and another. The warnings piled up in rapid succession. The 12th floor was different. The gate opened, and the group stumbled out, bloodied, battered, barely standing. They leaned on one another, dragging themselves forward on sheer willpower. Han's eyes locked on Edith. How are you holding up? At first, she said nothing. Then her voice broke the silence. Han. Her eyes swept over the survivors, sharp and unyielding. How do you just ignore a command like that? Han cracked a grin. Simple. You just do it. A sharp notification blinked. Edith declined the mission. With that choice, the second squad was instantly shut down. Her team stood there, worn out but still on their feet. Isel froze. Confidence drained from her, replaced with panic as everything unraveled. Han only chuckled. With both teams out, the Master can't touch the main dungeon or the exploration one. He faced the group, calm and steady. We'll keep training like nothing's changed. No reason for him to suspect a thing. Restock your potions. Jenna, Eren, handle the daily solo. I'll meet you after. Isel snapped. If this keeps up, the Master might just abandon us entirely. Han didn't blink. Then he was never strong enough to reach the top. She stammered. He could synthesize you. Han shrugged. Better a clean in than that. And if anyone gets absorbed into the system, it'll be the one who sparked this rebellion. Isel lowered her head, hiding her face. Her body shook as she tried to hold back. But Han pressed on. Yeah, maybe his stress spikes. Maybe his spirit drops. But our team? They'll see what's happening. They'll start to trust again. He stretched out a hand toward her. There's still time for him to change. To earn us back. To lift morale. Then he turned, leading the squad away. Just before fading from sight, he threw out one last jab. Our player's not exactly a genius. Isel stood rooted to the spot, dread heavy on her shoulders. The next day, they entered the weekly dungeon. Their goal, gather elemental stones for Ascension. The portal glowed, confirming both mission and location. Han split them into two groups. One squad returned with a fire elemental stone. Jenna and Eren pushed through the forest path. Han and Ivalka descended into the ravine, cliffs alive with glowing crystal veins. After regrouping, they dove right back into training. Han's sword and shield mastery climbed to level 6. But he knew the next leap wouldn't come easy. He needed sharper drills, stronger opponents, someone who could actually challenge him. He cut through his teammates' attacks with ease, then pointed at Ivalka. Your turn. Unlock telekinesis. Ivalka groaned. But all I got is fire magic. Han smirked. Then get used to potatoes because that's all you'll eat until you pull off. The sky darkened. Winds tore through the training grounds. Days slipped by. And still, the Master didn't log in. Leaning against Han's shoulder, Isel whispered, what if he's not coming back? Han sipped from his mug. Guess we'll see. Then, out of nowhere, a new notification flashed. The Master logged in. Isel lit up, hope surging. He didn't forget us. Edith appeared beside her. Maybe he finally came to his senses. Han lifted his cup again, unimpressed. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have crashed this hard to begin with. Han set his mug down with a soft clink. It's clear what he's doing. Compensation currents to reshuffle the raid lineup. A notification popped instantly. Advanced summon activated. New cards drawn. Stein, Mizel, Tazur. All rare. Edith glanced at Han. If they're like us, we'll have to draw lots to see who stays. Han rose, already walking away. No need. They're not joining this squad. She blinked. Why not? You'll see. At the stairway, the newcomers were already fighting. Mizel wrinkled her nose, griping about Tazur's smell. Stein tried to calm things down. Tazur snapped back, calling her pretentious. Mizel fired right back, neither giving an inch. Han strolled closer, watching them unravel. Less than 5 minutes in, and they were tearing each other apart. Stein spotted him and rushed over. You were summoned before us, right? Han gave a single nod. The bickering behind them grew louder. I'm Stein, he said quickly. Knight in training. Please, can you step in? They won't listen to me. Nearby, Tazur sneered. Like I'd take orders from a weakling. Mazel backed him up, sharp and dismissive. No offense, but I'm not following some spoiled noble who lucked into power. That cut deep. Stein's fist clenched. Say what you want, but drag my family into it again, and we're done. His patience snapped. Sword drawn, he turned on his own teammates. Edith muttered under her breath to Han. What's wrong with him? Han didn't look away. Not every summon works out. Some combos tank stats just by existing together. And then the chaos broke loose. Stein swung wildly, shield up. Tazur yelled he'd teach him a lesson, hurling knives like darts. Stein barely blocked in time. Mazel joined in with spells, sparks tearing through the air. The summoning gate became a battlefield. That's when Isel stormed in. Have you lost your minds? Do you want to die before the mission even starts? Tazur froze mid-attack, startled. Who even are you? Isel stepped forward, hand to her chest. The master's confidant. And if you think any of you can match me, you're dreaming. Stein dragged a hand down his face in exasperation. Isel folded her arms, her tone final. This ends here. I'll overlook it once. Don't expect a second chance. Mazel glared, jabbing at Tazur and Stein. Then get rid of them. I won't stay with these two. I can't even breathe around them. She spun toward Han, sword lifted. If I'm joining a party, it'll be one led by a real hero. Isel stood firm. Not your choice. Only the master decides who belongs where. Right then, the team assignment screen blinked into existence. Beside them, a time rift portal tore open, glowing with shifting light. Han started walking off. Edith called after him. Where are you going? Bed. He didn't even slow down. Those three? They're not coming back. He dropped onto the bed, hands folded behind his head. His eyes closed, only for alerts to start flooding in. Tazur has entered madness. Combat initiated. More messages rolled in. Health bars plummeting. Warnings piling up. Han groaned, rolled to his side, and tried to drown it all out. Then another alert blinked into view. All three characters defeated. Mission failed. Master has been defeated. High above, Isel hovered quietly. A prompt flickered across her vision. Exit game? Are you sure? The system's flat goodbye message followed, and Isel screamed, throwing her arms wide in frustration. She dropped down, hovering inches above Han. What are we supposed to do if he never comes back? Han cracked one eye open. It's possible. Isel yanked his hair hard. Possible. What about me? What about everyone else? Her voice shook. If he's gone 6 months, the account gets deleted. You know that. Her tone broke into pleading. He can't just abandon us. Han's voice lowered. 6 months there. But for us? That's a year and a half. Isel's wings trembled. Her voice softened to a whisper. We can't build anything without a master. I'll lose my power. I'll disappear like I was never here at all. Her words cracked. I haven't even been alive that long. Han sighed, eyes still shut. Drama queen. Quit it. We don't even know if he's leaving. Isel wiped her face. Han opened one eye at her. Relax, he said. If he were that weak, he'd already be gone. She hesitated. You really think so? Han met her eyes. She nodded faintly. Then, I'll trust you. Han arched a brow. So why the meltdown? You actually think it's that bad? That you'll really vanish if we don't climb the tower? She hovered there, wings flickering in the air. Yes, I'll fade away. Han stopped, gaze fixed on the ceiling. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Half a year. He turned toward the window, eyes drifting to the towering outer wall of Nibelheim. Time was slipping away. The next morning, a prompt appeared on screen. Purchase now. Mobius is cheering for the master's success. A new alert followed. Triple gold pack selected. Includes 5,000 diamonds plus 3 gift cards. Cost 90,000. Another window blinked up. Proceed with 90,000 deduction. Before Han could react, golden light erupted in front of him. A tall blonde man materialized as the system announced. Advanced summoning activated. Master is eager to see who answers. Thunder shook the room. Light burst again. The first hero landed, Noken. A wide grin stretched across his face as he glanced around. Where are we? Wait, are those girls? Rare hero acquired. Then another figure stepped through, a bearded man, calm and steady. His eyes swept the area. Looks interesting. But first we eat. Rare hero acquired. A third man appeared, gray-haired, posture sharp. His eyes swept the area. Who's in charge? Take us to the shelter. Rare hero acquired. Han turned to the blonde. Fresh recruits. Think they deserve a welcome. The blonde answered flatly, no. From behind, Noken stepped in, voice loud. Who are you people? Looking to get yourselves killed. Han shot him a glare. You talk too much. Shut up and listen. At the training field, a red-haired girl turned toward Edith, just as Han called her off. Stand by. From the sidelines, Jenna muttered, this is even worse than when my squad got summoned. Noken raised his sword, pointing it straight at Han. Who do you think you're talking to? Han didn't move. His bangs shadowed his eyes. Someone nearby whispered, It's not about the recruits, it's about him. Han didn't reply. He just drove his fist into Nokin's face. Once. Twice. Again. Across the field, frustration boiled over. A dark-haired girl punched the screen in anger, sick of bad pulls. 3 failed summons in a row. No strategy. No synergy. Just filler heroes. Edith stepped in, firing back at the player while Han held him steady. Some players knew how to blend 1 stars and 5 stars into a real team. That took planning. Understanding. This was just noise. Sometimes the smarter move was to burn through 5 spins and pray something stuck. Another update flashed across the system. Nokin, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, Jian added to Group 3. Han rested a hand on his belt. Welcome aboard. Sorry, no warm-up. You'll figure out as we go. First real fight hits in seconds. The hall blazed with light as the rift of time and space stirred, opening wide. The battered newcomers stepped forward one by one, swallowed by the glow. Someone muttered that at least they hadn't killed each other, though one of them looked barely alive after the ordeal. Isel descended, wings glimmering, handing out the reward. The master sends his regards. A voice whispered from the back. They're catching on. Fast. Nearby, training dummies creaked in the wind. They slipped past. Jenna trailed close behind Han. Her voice was hushed. Do you think we're really in danger? Han looked over his shoulder. Do you? She hesitated, then admitted the recruits were the problem. They keep stirring things up. We could lose everything. From the corner, Nokin averted his gaze, sweat breaking out when Han's eyes locked on him. The blonde hero turned, scanning the squad. Jenna moved closer to Han, but he motioned her back. Nokin stepped forward, facing the group. Someone pointed out the obvious. They were running out of time. Still no mage, but overall, the formation looked solid, balanced enough to hold. Group 3 was finally shaping up. No deaths yet. On the surface, the master strategy seemed to be working. The blonde crossed his arms. Anyone know why those other squads never take missions? He didn't wait. Because their master abandoned them. The rest sat around the table, listening in silence as he went on. Once we level a bit more, we'll outpace them all. Every last one. Well, maybe not the mage. We could actually use her. Jelen raised an eyebrow. Aren't we already full? The bearded man grunted. We got 2 freeloaders. Drop 1, problem solved. Nokin's jaw fell open. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Han, steady as ever, just said, that's an interesting take. The blonde moved behind him. So, what are you even doing here? Just came for a drink. Han poured himself a cup, tone casual. But don't mind me. Keep talking. Be honest. Nokin muttered something under his breath, then stood. Not much else to say. I'm heading out. Need rest. Han watched him leave, silent. These guys, they didn't see teammates as people. To them, it was all numbers, units, resources. And still, the master seemed satisfied with them. Han's mind drifted upward to the tower. Floor after floor. They had clawed their way through the 14th, not without stumbles. 13 and 14 had been tolerable. But the 12th? Brutal. Maybe they'd gotten lucky. He raised his arms slightly, caught in thought. Not one member of Group 3 had hit level 10, yet the master kept forcing them higher. Once they broke floor 15, synthesis would unlock. Jenna caught up, out of breath. Are we really just going to keep circling like this? She shut her eyes for a moment. If we don't change something, they'll catch us. I'm out of options, Han. Everything I've got, it's all on you. Han didn't slow. I'll do what needs to be done. If you'd rather move to Group 3, I won't stop you. Jenna stiffened. Not happening. I can't stand them. Han smiled faintly. Good. Then wait. Our turn hasn't come yet. He broke into a sprint, calling back over his shoulder. So, you cracked telekinesis yet? Jenna smirked. Who do you think I am? With a flick of her finger, violet energy coiled around nearby debris, lifting it into the air. Sweat dotted her brow. Easy. Han nodded. That's real progress. In his head, he took note. No incantation. That meant she'd already reached beginner tier. Above them, a pale blue shimmer rippled faintly. A protective barrier. But then the thought hit him. Despite all their grinding, the master wasn't actually moving forward. From above, Han pictured the city below. The lobby was polished, sleek buildings, busy zones, but overcrowded with heroes. Clearing the 10th floor had unlocked new construction slots, 3rd-tier structures, ready and waiting. But the master hadn't built a thing. Not that anyone noticed. The heroes were too busy fighting among themselves. Han turned his focus toward Group 3. Sunlight spilled through the room as he reviewed their prep for the 15th floor raid. Chloe stood in front of Jelen while Han quietly observed. Subtle things began to click. Maybe this was what the master saw in them. Small details surfaced here and there. Arguments over who got extra meat, someone dragging a couch out of the dining hall. But if they really cleared floor 15, that's when everything could break apart. A voice rang across the settlement. Group 3, report to the square. Now, Nokin and Jelen exchanged smug glances. Finally, one muttered. This'll be easy. The system confirmed it. Group 3 has received basic health potions. Han and Jinna sat on a bench, watching. She scowled toward the gathering. We fought so hard, and now they're the ones getting rewards. Han stayed calm. We can restock later. Around them, tension simmered. A few onlookers shifted nervously. Back when we hit floor 10, the square was empty, someone whispered. Now it's packed, another said. Could be a good thing. The gate lit up as a voice declared. Rift of time and space, open. The blonde stepped forward, his tone sharp. You arrogant bastards better keep watching. When we're back, I'll ask the master to teach you all a lesson. Edith smirked from behind Han. Looks like you've got fans. Han didn't answer, but in his mind, if Noken actually survives this, maybe I'll let him. Then the question everyone had been avoiding finally came. What happens if they finish the mission? Jenna turned away, her face tight. Han's reply was flat. Then we follow the master. No more resistance. If we don't, we're done. The portal pulsed brighter, wrapping Noken in a glow. Han's thoughts sharpened. Maybe they'd clear it. Maybe not. They'd survived worse. Odds didn't always matter. Sometimes heroes clawed their way back from the impossible. And if they did it now, the master's confidence would soar. The rest of them would be shoved into the shadows. Han turned to the others. If they make it back, don't fight it. Just go along. A flash of blue swallowed Group 3. Their figures flickered, then vanished into the next floor. Han knew exactly what that meant. The second they succeeded, he'd be first on the list for synthesis. From inside the portal, Noken's voice echoed, sharp and eager. Time to kill. As they disappeared, a new structure began to form behind them. Han stared, mind racing. Clear the floor, or be crushed beneath it. That was the deal. The blonde's expression shifted. His bravado cracked as reality hit. They had no idea where they'd landed. The dark-haired man stood with arms folded. Jenna sat stiffly across from Aaron, both uneasy. Edith lingered nearby with a few others. Another blonde watched in silence. Han stood off to the side, arms crossed, waiting. 5 minutes passed. No alerts. No messages. Maybe it meant they were holding on. Then, system message. Mission failed. Entire group eliminated. Han's eyes snapped open. Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, and Jian have returned to the embrace of God. Their fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Han stared at the screen, blank. Winged figures drifted near the gate in silence. Did Group 3 just get wiped? The next alert confirmed it. Group 3 has been destroyed. The master has failed. He stood frozen. A special mission, over before it even started. Not even 5 minutes. Beside him, Jinna's voice broke through. What's happening? A prompt appeared. Does the master wish to exit the game? Then Isel's panicked whisper. He threw the phone. The system gave its cold farewell. Goodbye, user. Isel grabbed Han's sleeve, eyes wide. This is bad. What do we do? Han's calm reply cut through the noise. Everyone's watching. Let go. He rose to his feet. Jenna followed. Let's go. Nothing left to see. Jenna hesitated. But what about Group 3? They're gone, Han said flatly. Aaron glanced over. Jenna whispered. They had just entered. Han thought it through. An entire squad wiped before the fight even began. Not a single point earned. They were weak, he said at last. That's all it proves. Night fell over the settlement, heavy as a curtain. Somewhere near the wooden dummies, a scream cut the air. Han heard his name. Isel rushed toward him, anxious. What do we do now? Tell me what to do. He didn't turn. I'm training. You should rest. Weapons lay scattered across the field. Life goes on, Han said. Wake. Eat. Train. Eat again. Train more. Dinner. Repeat. Isel stared, stunned. It's been 10 days, she shouted. And the 1 stars? They're already slacking off. She imagined them sprawled around the dining hall, doing nothing. No master. No synthesis. Just a few still forcing themselves through the weekly dungeons. Han touched his chin, thinking. 10 days here, 3 days outside. Then a system alert broke the silence. Download complete. Time to take action. Welcome back, user. Isel gasped, tears welling. She turned toward the glow. Master. Han looked up. He's back. A flash lit the sky. Screenshot captured. Save the gallery. Another prompt. Would you like to exit the game? And finally, goodbye, user. Isel's fists clenched. That's it? He came back just for this. The fairy trembled in the air. Is he really planning to quit? Han watched the glow fade. He took a screenshot. That wasn't random. Isel blinked. You're saying he logged in just for memories? Han turned away. Looks like it. Silence stretched before he spoke again. What's your hobby, Isel? She frowned. Your hobby, he repeated. What do you like doing? She crossed her arms. Digging up stuff online. Han's eyes lit up. So you really can access the internet? Isel nodded. Han stepped closer, his voice serious. Then I need your help. Inside the building, the lights flickered faintly. Isel floated nervously. What kind of help? You want to connect to the network from here? She asked. Han stretched out on the bed, one arm tucked behind his head. Don't tell me you can't. Of course I can, the fairy snapped. She hovered closer, eyeing him. But crossing dimensions like this isn't easy. There are consequences. Han raised a brow. So, what's the holdup? 1 hour, max, Isel said, closing one eye as if weighing it out. Just a watch. But if you post or comment, the timer burns fast. Han leaned back, unfazed. Sound like a pain? It always is, she muttered. I haven't even checked Loki's blog in forever. Han sat up. Still do it. Her eyes widened. You're going solo? If it's even possible, Han replied. A bead of sweat traced down her cheek. She smacked both sides of her face and let out a shout. Fine. But only this once, because it's you. With a sharp flick of her hand, a laptop-shaped shimmer appeared, glowing with magic. Energy hummed in the air. Han glanced at her. I can't hold it long, she warned. Do you really have a pose like that? He asked dryly. It helps me concentrate, she muttered, wings fluttering. Hovering above the radiant screen, she urged, hurry up already. Relax, Han muttered. I'm moving fast. His eyes locked onto the screen. It had been ages since he last logged in. Data spilled across the plain white background. Forums, guides, notices. Han scrolled quickly until the help board loaded. Then he froze. A crooked smile tugged at his lips. The screenshot was there, his master's username attached. He was right. Han studied the profile image. Was that supposed to be his self-portrait? Or AI art? Could this really be him on the other side? The comment section was packed, filled with users tearing into the master. Time ticked down. Isel's arm shook. Han. He didn't hesitate. His fingers struck the keys. If I can upload all my logs from a cloud, maybe it would change something. The cursor blinked. Then the replies exploded, comments pouring under his post. Isel's body jolted. She let out a strained yell, head snapping back. Han blinked. Right? Should have gone anonymous. She collapsed onto the bed beside him. Han glanced over. You did great. It's done. Still panting, she asked, did it really go through? Han nodded. Now it's on the master. Her eyes narrowed, drained. You actually sent something? Yeah, he said evenly. All my logs. Her eyes went wide. Wait, like a heavenly book. Han blinked. Isel puffed steam from her nose. There's a rumor. Says the public guides are fake. Locke hid the real raid path inside the book. And you, she jabbed a finger at him. You just handed that to the master. Han sighed, resting his arms on his knees. Cut me some slack. You're not completely wrong, he admitted. What I sent was 2 years' worth of runs. Strategy, analysis, mistakes, fixes, everything. Might as well have been a thesis. Isel's eyes lit up. So the book's real after all. Flames roared in the cauldron. Han calmly added, it's not everything. Just everything I wrote down. From a nearby slot, thick pages spilled out, worn with use. Han glanced at them, wondering, would the master even bother reading it? The pile was massive, never meant for public eyes. Reflections flickered across the window. But if he actually understands it. A grin spread slowly across Han's face. Light stirred in nearby houses. He leaned back, considering the question, would the master just vanish for good or return stronger, ready to try again? Outside, the settlement rested in quiet safety behind its towering walls. Then, system notification, download complete. Tap to proceed. Han reached forward. The chime followed. Welcome back. A dagger spun through the air, catching the light. Han sat still, calm, hands folded. He was back. A fairy floated in front of him, holding a small horse statue. From the master, she said. System notification. Battle comrade statue purchased for 5,000 gold. Granted to the user. Han extended a hand. I'll take it. The fairy hesitated. You're not going to smash it again, are you? Han accepted it gently. Before I sent the message, I made a change. He looked down at the statue, peaceful in his palm. I added a note. Told him to give this to a hero he actually cared about. A new prompt appeared. The user was pleased with the gift. Bond level increased. Han froze mid-step, eyes narrowing. The master had read it. All of it. Above, a vast eye opened in the sky, silent and watchful. Han didn't blink. I don't need a careless master. If this one's serious about climbing, he better match me, or surpass me. Anything less won't work. Clutching the horse, Han glanced toward his allies. If he really has it in him, then he'll be the star we follow. System notification. First group loyalty restored. By the fountain, the horse statue stood tall. What if the master never changes? Someone asked. A soft wind moved through the square. Behind the fountain, a tall building loomed in shadow. Han tilted his head up toward its rooftop windows. Unlikely, he said, but we'll see. Another voice called out. You mean logging in again? Han answered without pause. Depends how fast the interference points start stacking. He bent down, tightening his shoes. What's the situation? Han slid on his jacket as Isel spoke. It's how the main office links everything. Cause, effect, the core of the game. The more active the master, the more interference points stack. And if he starts leveling fast, they pile up even quicker. She lit up, practically bouncing. Oh, and don't forget the diamonds. Han raised a brow. Diamonds? She nodded fast. They're like solidified glasses, physical shards of creation power. With his back still turned, Han asked, same kind tied to real-world money? Exactly, she said. Cash hits harder than anything. Virtual funds are okay, but real money? That's power. And the system sweetens it. A 1% bonus for every deposit. Han took a slow step forward and snorted. 1%? That's a scam. He kept walking, calling out to his teammates. Shake off the rust. Enough sitting around. Without breaking stride, he dropped the verdict. They were back in the fight. System alerts lit the air. First group reactivated. A new notification praised the master for flipping their mindset. Jenna and Aaron followed close behind. Jenna gave a shrug. Whatever. At least we're not stuck in limbo. Not fired up? Someone teased. Before Jenna could answer, Ivalka blurted out. Loud and clear, nope, not at all. Then she froze, flustered, sweat dotting her face. I mean, yeah, totally fired up. Been waiting for this. Aaron eyed Han. Even with the master stepping in, we're still one short. That's 4 of us. Han waved it off. Don't worry. Nearby, a dark-haired girl turned away as the system confirmed it. She'd be filling in with Group 1, at least for now. Edith descended the stairs. So you really ditched the refusal? Han gestured at the system prompt. See for yourself. And the master? She pressed. You'll meet them soon enough. Right on cue, a system ping, Group 2 unlocked. Edith grinned. If you say so, I'm in. Another message locked it in. She was officially part of the first squad. Then the air split open. A white glow rippled wide as the rift stirred. Edith glanced at the team. Don't get used to me being around. Han shrugged. Didn't ask you to. You'll rejoin Group 2 once we clear floor 15. A sharp alert cut across the field. Current stage, 8th floor. Gate opening in 10 seconds. Light flared, revealing a sprawling city stretched behind them. Mission type, Conquest. Eliminate all enemies. Aaron squinted ahead. 8th floor already? Han nodded. Time to put training to work. The ground shook. A hulking beast slammed its paws into the dirt. Behind it, goblin riders poured forward, howling. Spin them. Ivalka shouted, raising her hand. The goblins roared, jaws wide, as a wall of mud ripped across the battlefield. Jenna's bowstring thrummed, arrows slicing the air, striking true. Ivalka thrust her arms forward. Ignite! A torrent of fire roared out, swallowing everything in its path. Han shielded his face from the heat. She used to take 40 seconds to cast that spell. Now, barely 10. This is it, he shouted, his blade cutting through enemies in a blur. Final stage. Blood sprayed across the floor. Edith, already drenched in gore, muttered, Remind me why you even dragged me here? A soft chime echoed. Floor cleared. Aaron and Ivalka shot up a level. Their rewards? 5,000 gold and a bundle of leather gear. Han's gaze shifted. Jenna was holding her ground so well now. He could finally trust her to guard the rear. The girls shared a glance. Jenna smirked. Getting bored yet? Edith shook her head. Not really. Watching this mess is actually entertaining. Han figured she hadn't meshed with the group yet, but she was sharp. She'd settle in soon enough. Ivalka drew a long breath, shutting her eyes. That's it, right? I'm spent. Can't keep casting forever. But just then, a system notification lit up. Top performer. Ivalka. Han paused, taking it in. She really had come a long way. Her control over magic was on a whole different level now. Without hesitation, he grabbed her arm. We're not done. She groaned. You've got to be kidding me. I'm already drained. Relax, someone cut in. This next part's nothing. Ivalka glared. That's what you always say. And it's never true. Nearby, rows of glass tubes shimmered in the dim light. Another system alert pinged. Han had maxed out his research capacity. A follow-up message urged them to begin research, essential for running the lobby smoothly. The group now stood in a shadowy chamber, a faint glow illuminating their surroundings. Ivalka scanned the space. A magic lab? Hands on her hips, she turned to Han. Care to explain why we're here? I said no physical work, didn't I? He replied. She frowned, confused. From now on, he continued, your role is research. A system prompt appeared. Research options unlocked. Hero feedback, building upgrades, dungeon analysis, all available. Assigning heroes would generate research points, the lifeblood for upgrading lobby systems. The system even flagged Ivalka as a recommended candidate. Before she could respond, a tiny fairy flickered into existence right beside her. Ivalka shrieked. Could you not pop up like that? Isel, the fairy, gave a shrug. Not my choice. Just deal with it. They moved toward a small desk. A chair and container sat waiting. Isel pointed. Simple. Solve the problem, drop it in. That's your assignment. Ivalka scowled. Why me? I already studied all this back at the academy. Isel snapped back. Because the master said so. So unless you want to get tossed out, Do the work. Han opened a book, ignoring the bickering. Ivalka sank into the chair, cheek resting on her hand, looking utterly unmotivated. Another system alert blinked into view. Research unit gained. Current speed, 10 units per hour. Cost, 10 diamonds per hour. A pale blue flame flickered to life inside the cauldron. Han glanced over. 10 an hour? That's awful. Not that I'm surprised. She's not exactly built for this. The system confirmed the schedule, 3 hours of research per day. Another warning followed. Push researchers too far, and they'd burn out. Isel repeated it word for word. 3 hours a day. No more. Ivalka gawked at her. 3 hours? My brain's already fried. The system promptly logged her outburst. I mean it, she shouted. This isn't easy. I'm losing my mind over one stupid problem. This is slavery. Han finally realized she wasn't just being dramatic. Her workload really was stacked. He shut the book with a snap. They couldn't afford to break her down this early. Isel, he called, put in a request with the craftsman. A moment later, a notification popped up. Han had ordered a fur coat for 3,000 gold. A dazzling white coat shimmered into view. Ivalka snatched it up instantly. Han smirked. What did I say? You wanted it anyway. Consider it advance payment. Keep this up, and the perks won't stop. Ivalka shot him a glare. You think you can bribe me with snacks and a coat? They both tugged at the fluffy garment until Han leaned back. Fine. Hand it over then, if you don't want it. She clutched it tighter. Who said I didn't? Fine, I'll do it. I'll take care of everything. Behind them, water roared over a stone bridge, its echo filling the chamber. Another system notice appeared. The craftsman is still working. Upgrading gear. Sending heroes to weekly dungeons. Forging weapons in the central workshop. Clang. A hammer struck metal. Lines of heroes waited for their turn. Han rested his chin in his hand, quietly watching. The recruits, the restructuring, the upgrades. This was the master's doing. He'd changed in for the better. At the next table, a girl struck up a conversation. Ivalka leaned back, eyes closed. I stick to fire magic, but I've studied plenty of the others. She glanced at Han. You've got some skill. Ever think about picking up magic? Han arched a brow. You serious? She nodded. It'd be hard teaching you on my own, sure. But with the books we have, it's possible. Han pulled out 2 game cards. Both showed 2 stars, proof he was still a beginner. If I reach 3 stars, I can specialize, he explained. Right now, I'm leaning warrior. But if I meet the right requirements, I might unlock a hidden class. Something like swordsman mage. Just picturing it left him wide-eyed. Appreciate it, he added. But I think I'll stick with one path. Rare doesn't always mean better. She smiled. Fair enough. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. That's when someone snorted. You're only suggesting that because you don't want to make the choice yourself. Ivalka froze. Excuse me? What kind of ridiculous? The guy just grinned. Bullseye. She lowered her gaze, her voice trailing off. Han shifted closer, changing the subject. So, before all this, what was your life like? She turned her head away. I was a farmer. Ivalka scoffed. Yeah, right. Nobody's buying that. The lamp by the window flickered weakly. Focus, someone reminded her. With a sigh, she picked up her pen again. Han spoke quietly. She was from a noble family. Lost everyone during the war. Ivalka's eyes narrowed, then widened as light shimmered above the table. What is that? Han looked up, his eyes sharp. It's starting. The air rippled. A system alert chimed. Hero reaction research reached level 1. Sparks erupted through the room. Another message followed. The goddess has blessed the lobby. Ivalka stared at the glowing motes, speechless. Han spread 3 cards across the table. This research unlocked 3 new paths. The master spent 30 points here. Ivalka dropped her head with a groan. Ugh, I feel sick. Check your stat window, Han told her. A screen snapped into view in front of her. She screamed. Han leaned in. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now you can see everything. Your skills, all laid out in numbers. Images flickered in his mind. Groups of players crowding around buildings, confused, lost. The third group gone before they even understood the mission. They never saw the messages. But hero reaction research changed that. Ivalka eyed the screen, unsettled. Can you read them? Han asked. Strength, intelligence, HP, agility, even your skills? She nodded slowly. Yeah, there's a mid-level spell listed. Telekinesis. Those are your basics, Han explained, standing. Come on, the others need to know. They stepped outside, just as a shrill cry split the air. Gee ghost. A glowing orb hovered in front of Blonde Boy. He stumbled back, panicked. It's chasing me. Han grabbed his collar. Calm down. That's no ghost. Then what is it? The spark drifted forward, stopping just above the boy's chest. His face flushed instantly. Across the way, Jin-eyed Han. I knew something was off. You've been muttering to yourself, so I tried doing the same. The windows of the nearby building glowed softly. The group gathered at a table, conversations buzzing low. A girl leaned forward. Turns out there are stats, levels, skills. And when we fight, we really do grow stronger. I felt it after a few battles. A surge of power. Ivalka frowned. That's impossible. Even the best mages couldn't just grow like that. She turned on Han. So how'd you figure it out? No one else ever did. Han shrugged. Accident. Ivalka folded her arms. That's it? That's your answer? Jenna cut in. He's been here longer than we have. Ivalka raised a brow. Still shady. Then she sighed, brushing it off. Whatever. Keep your secrets. Everyone does. But, I'll admit, your advice has helped. Jenna nodded. Everything you said checks out. Aaron chuckled beside her. Careful, Ivalka teased. You're starting to sound like a fan. Jenna smirked. I call it survival. Han sat between them, quiet. If they made it through this, if they survived, he'd tell them everything. They deserve that much. A faint smile touched his lips as he closed his eyes. When that time came, though, it would also be goodbye. By morning, sunlight spilled over the building. Word spread fast. Everyone was buzzing about the new stat windows. System screens shimmered into view across the lobby. Most displayed only fragments of data, limited by the low research level. Some players couldn't access theirs at all. Out on the training field, shadowed figures moved through their drills. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, steady and precise. Across from her, Han stood poised, blade in hand, deflecting each shot with smooth, practiced swings. Lowering her bow, she held up her empty quiver. Wait, deflecting all that, that's an actual skill. Han tossed her another quiver. It is. She sighed. Not fair. I can't even block one. Han tilted his head. Think about it. If I've got a skill that reflects attacks, maybe there's one that counters it. Jenna blinked. What did you just? Before she could finish, Han blurred forward. In an instant, he was behind her. Jenna spun, barely dodging the strike. Are you trying to kill me? Han grinned. If I wanted to, I wouldn't miss. Relax. We're still in the lobby. He lifted his sword again. You want to get stronger? Then the training has to be harder. Jenna twisted back, narrowly evading another slash. Her bow raised, posture tightening into defense. Someone scoffed from the sidelines. Not exciting enough before. Now they're using real weapons. No rules. Han strapped a shield on his arm, sword still in hand. His voice rang clear across the field. From here on out, we train at the edge. Near beatdowns. No holding back. The sharp clang of steel rang out from the practice dummies. The onlookers exchanged glances, impressed. Wasn't he just a farmer? One whispered. Yeah, right. Another muttered. That's definitely a rumor. The clash on the field grew fierce. Jenna crouched low, fingers grazing the dirt. What even is this training? She muttered. Ahead, Han's eyes locked on her. Giving up already? Aaron's waiting. The blonde, quiet until now, gave a small nod. I can wait. Jenna steadied herself. Fine. One more try. Her eyes swept the field, calculating. Coming. Han shouted. He lunged, blade raised, dagger flashing toward her face. In one motion, he deflected it cleanly. Jenna drew her bow in a snap. A red glow flared in her eye as she loosed an arrow. The system chimed, skill acquired, exposure weakness. Han barely managed to block the shot. Jenna dropped to one knee, breathless but grinning wide. That was amazing. Someone from the sidelines called out. How'd you even do that? Still smiling, Jenna answered, I just really wanted it. He said there was a skill that could break through his guard. So I focused, and it clicked. Han blinked at her. She learned a skill just like that? Just by willing it? Strange, but undeniably impressive. You up for another round? He asked. Jenna lifted her bow, steady. This time I won't hold back. The arrow flew. Han dodged. But she wasn't just shooting now. She was calculating. The first arrow forced him to move. The second, maybe the third, would be aimed where he least expected. Feints layered in between. That red glow returned to her eye. She was locking onto the rhythm, breaking his timing, twisting his instincts. That was how an archer turned dodges into hits. Han's pupils narrowed as the system flashed. Basic archery skill leveled up to 6. A barrage of arrows tore through the air. She leveled mid-fight. Han gasped, deflecting desperately. Her movements were sharper, faster, beyond anything from before. He caught her smile in the chaos and felt the pressure tighten around him. Am I actually about to lose? The onlookers froze, whispering. Are they even human? They're monsters, both of them. Sweat slid down Han's temple. Aaron turned away from the fight. Incredible, he muttered. Han's the real deal. His hand shook at his side, jaw clenched, veins standing out as frustration burned through him. On the field, the wooden dummies sat untouched. The real clash was in the air. Another arrow. Han swung wide, tried to force the distance closed. He lifted his blade high. At this pace, he'd need the shield, his final fallback. But this wasn't about winning anymore. It was about breaking past limits, unlocking something greater. As another arrow streaked in, the realization hit. Tracking the target wasn't enough. He had to read the shot before it even existed. One after another, arrows flew. Then came one wrapped in a crimson aura. Han's eyes narrowed. What if I could sense it before the bowstring even released? A faint glow rippled across his body, circuit-like lines sparking to life. The next arrow soared. System notification, new skill acquired. Insight. Arrow defense upgraded to level 3. Basic swordsmanship advanced to level 7. In a blur, Han deflected every arrow in his path. Dust exploded under his feet as he closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was standing before her. Jenna held her ground, jaw tight, eyes locked on him. Lowering his blade, Han asked evenly, "So, does that make one number 19? She glared. "You're a monster." Han glanced at his system window, scanning the new skills now etched there. Jenna turned to Aaron. "What about you? How many skills do you have?" 3, he answered. Spear mastery, pain threshold, and fire resistance. Jenna leaned closer, scanning her system screen. Han raised a brow. "What about you?" She listed them off without pause. Bow mastery, dagger mastery, weapon change, rapid fire, weakness identification, Hawkeye, and dexterity. Aaron, standing just behind Han, gave a nod. "That's plenty." But Han cut in. "Don't get carried away. A long list doesn't mean much if your level can't back it up." 2 dark-haired heroes approached, and Han gestured toward them. "Sometimes skills clash. Pick the wrong combination, and they'll backfire. Take mine, berserk and cold-blooded. Bad mix." He paused. "But my case is different." Jenna swiped the sweat from her forehead. Han studied her in silence. 9 skills. No doubt about it. She was top tier. Aaron's gaze lingered on her, thoughtful, as dry leaves drifted across the quiet settlement. A sudden alert appeared. Item combination in progress. 3 elemental stones, fire, water, and wind, hovered in a glowing circle. Target, normal exaltation stone. Success rate, 87%. A prompt blinked. Proceed with fusion? The stones shone brighter as fairy magic surged through them. Then, system notification, combination failed. Items destroyed. Later, Han and Jenna sat on a bench in silence. Han's eyes were fixed on nothing, bitterness etched in his face. 87%, and it still failed. Jenna broke the quiet. "So, can I ascend now?" The fairy hovered nearby. "Time's moving fast. You've already reached 2 stars. System notification, combination complete. Item acquired, common Ascension stone." The palace gates creaked open. System message. The master has begun the ascension. Jenna turned to Han, voice low. "Am I going to die?" Before he could respond, she added softly, "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Han didn't answer. His thoughts drifted. Level 12. Ivalka was at 8. Aaron at 9. Jenna already 10. He remembered his own ascension, the chaos, the interference. Nothing about it had been normal. Ahead, the stone horse stood tall, its shadow stretching across the fountain. Whatever Jenna was facing now, it wasn't what he had seen. A message flashed before his eyes. Jenna's lost memories have been restored. Ascension complete. Stars, too. At the temple's entrance, a new game card appeared, her image glowing faintly on its surface. Jenna walked toward him slowly, quietly. Eyes down, she murmured, "I had a strange dream. The forest near my home, it was burning." She sank down beside him. Han shrugged faintly. "Probably just a dream. Don't dwell on it." "You're right," Jenna whispered, closing her eyes. "Just a dream. Nothing more." A voice asked if she felt anything else. She nodded slightly. "It's like something heavy just disappeared from my back." Han looked away, lost in thought. So this is what Ascension means. Not just leveling up, but unlocking who they were. A memory flickered in his mind, someone hammering steel. And suddenly, it all made sense. Every hero started empty. No past, no memories. But by the 4th or 5th star, the truth would break through. The reason they were summoned, and the fate of the world they left behind. He saw it, cities burning, ruins smoldering. Sooner or later, they'd all learn what happened to the old world. A system alert chimed. Another Ascension complete. A new card flickered into being, blonde warrior, spear in hand, standing tall, radiating raw intensity. Han wondered what dream that man had seen. Whatever it was, it had lit something inside him. The blonde approached. "You're really not leaving yet?" Han shook his head. "Still work left to do." Aaron stepped in, smirking. "Grinding harder than me now." Then his tone darkened. "Careful. Push too far, and your body won't keep up. But that's just who you are, isn't it?" Han's breath grew heavy, sweat streaming down his face. System alert, berserk mode activated. His eyes burned red as his blade shredded into the training dummy, strike after strike without pause. Aaron looked away, silent. Then he turned and left without a word. Alone, Han stood before the splintered dummy fist tight. He was stronger now, no question, but the strength wasn't landing where he needed it. His thoughts scrolled through his skills. Berserk gave raw power, but no precision. All force, no focus. His gaze shifted to weapon skills. Still no synergy. If they matched, they'd have fused already, like sword and shield had. Skills that were compatible didn't just stack. They became one. From the shadows, Edith leaned against a post, watching. Still training this late? She asked. Han turned. Didn't expect you. She stepped closer. Had something to ask before we hit floor 12. Her tone sharpened. Is it true? None of you had combat experience? Jenna, a forester. Aaron, a hunter. And you a farmer. Arms crossed, she didn't flinch. I don't buy it. Han nodded once. It's true. Her expression shifted. Then tell me, have you ever killed someone? Han stayed silent for a moment. You've cleared floor 12, he said flatly. So you're sizing us up, testing how far we'll go. Her eyes narrowed. Exactly. That's what survival takes. He stared straight ahead. I'm here because others aren't. 3 people fused into me. Edith froze, eyes widening. Han's voice stayed cold. Now you know. She looked down. So the rumors were true. You're the one who destroyed the wolf mercenaries. Han turned, stepping away. What? Are you here to pass judgment? No, she said quickly. That's not what I meant. His blade cut the air with a sharp swing. Everything here is labeled a monster. That means we kill it. End of story. Edith crossed her arms. That might be how you see it. But maybe your teammates don't. Han stopped. Then maybe I need different teammates. Above them, the sky had gone completely black. Night had settled over the settlement. Han tilted his head up. I know them better than you think. Don't worry about it. Edith lingered, hesitating, then gave a quiet nod. A blinding white light erupted across the horizon. A fairy's voice boomed overhead, summoning the rift of time and space to open. The group trailed behind Han as he led them forward. Jenna glanced up. Back to the 11th floor? Han shook his head. No need. We've cleared enough there. The 12th will open any second. Right on cue, a system alert flashed. Prepare yourselves. The door to the 12th floor of the main dungeon will open in 10 seconds. Han moved to the front, turning toward the archer. No matter what happens, stick to the plan. Do your job. I got it, Jenna answered quickly. Then do it better than usual, Han pressed. You know what's at stake. Light burst around them. A soft blue aura wrapped the team as another message appeared. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Jenna scanned the surroundings. Where are the enemies? If this is suppression. She froze. Her pupils shrank. Slowly, she raised a hand, bracing herself. Han's voice cut through the silence. Stop. Everyone hold. Ahead of them stood a formation of spear-wielding warriors shouting. Drop your weapons. Identify yourselves. Above their heads hovered the words. Level 11, human soldiers. Sweat rolled down Jenna's temple. What is this? 45 of them, fully armed. The soldiers held their line, unwavering. Edith turned her face away, irritated. Jenna stood frozen in disbelief. All eyes locked on the standoff. They're not monsters, Aaron said at last. They're people. The blonde behind Han stepped forward. You're not seriously thinking of fighting them, are you? I never said that, Aaron replied. But we can at least try talking. From the rear, Ivalka added. He's right. We should see if they know anything. No point rushing in. Han turned to her. You believe that? Ivalka nodded firmly. Yeah, we avoid bloodshed when we can. Then he looked at Jenna. What about you? She didn't answer. Her face gave nothing away. But images raced through her mind. Armored soldiers. Real ones. Aware. Conscious. That only meant one thing. Enemies. Aaron stepped closer to Han. So what do we do? Han's eyes narrowed. Raise your weapons. He unsheathed his sword, steel gleaming in the blue light. If you don't want to fight, he said coldly, then stop me yourselves. He faced the soldiers, blade ready. Ivalka faltered. Edith stayed unflinching. Jenna bit her lip. Aaron clenched his fists but stood firm. Then Han exhaled slowly and looked away. Do what you want. Aaron gave a small nod. Thanks. He stepped forward. I'll try talking. His voice rang out. I'm Aaron. We don't want to fight. Can we talk this through? One soldier broke rank and stepped forward. We're listening. We were dragged into this without warning. Aaron halted a few steps away. Dragged? What do you mean? It's complicated, the man said. Not something I can explain from here. Come closer. Aaron stepped forward, only for 3 soldiers to level their spears at him. Drop your weapon, one barked. We're just being careful. Aaron's grip tightened on his spear, torn between instinct and reason. The soldier's voice broke the silence. We don't want to fight. We just want to go home. After a long pause, Aaron crouched and set his weapon on the ground. That's when Han's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Are you out of your mind? He snapped. Just gonna follow their orders? He turned to the soldiers. You want to talk? Then you come here, unarmed. The lead soldier hesitated. That might be difficult. Han stepped forward, eyes hard. Oh yeah? So we drop ours, and you keep yours? That's fair. Another silence stretched, brittle as glass. Then, Slowly, a few soldiers planted their spears into the ground. 3 of us will come forward, one said. The leader raised his empty hand. We've disarmed. Your turn. Han exhaled, tossing his blade aside. Fine. Good enough. The soldier gave a short nod. Now we talk. Eren stood rigid, muscles taut. One soldier stepped closer, face pale. Do you hear it? He whispered, eyes twitching. The voice. It doesn't stop. Another, bearded and trembling, added, It's talking now. Right now. Han gave a dry smile. And what's it saying? Black veins ripped across the man's skin, his face contorting. It's saying, the lead soldier staggered back, hand flying to his sword. Kill them, he screamed, madness twisting his voice. In that instant, a hand flicked from beneath a cloak. A crossbow lifted. Steel hissed through the air. Han's mind snapped back. Another place, another betrayal, back when he'd still been a master. His fingers clenched around his hilt. One truth cut through everything. Hesitate, and you die. Without pause, his blade tore across a soldier's throat. Jenna gasped, frozen. Han didn't stop. His dagger spun, burying itself in another skull. The next attacker fell in two as his sword ripped through torso and spine. No mercy, no hesitation. A crossbow locked onto him, but a dagger pierced the archer's eye before the trigger clicked. Edith stood behind him, arm raised, her stare cold. Bodies already littered the ground. Eren stood motionless, sweat dripping down his face. Han turned, voice like iron. Well? Still think talking's gonna save us? Eren's jaw tightened. Slowly, he bent, reclaiming his spear. I'll fight. Edith blinked once. Jenna already had an arrow notched. What about you? Someone asked. Her eyes glowed as she nodded. If we don't strike first, we won't last. A mark lit up. Her arrow loosed, sharp, precise, merciless. Ivalka moved in beside her, palms blazing with light. Starting the spell, Edith smirked faintly. So, I was worried for nothing. Told you, Han said, voice steady. He raised his blade again. Doesn't matter what face they wear, monster or man. If they're in our way, they fall. The soldiers surged forward, red eyes burning. Han glanced back at his team. When I chose them, it wasn't for strength. It wasn't for skill. It was mindset, raw will to live. Behind him, they stood ready. Not just survivors. Beasts in human skin. Han faced the field, eyes locked on the enemy. Get ready, he said flatly. This one's a brawl. The soldiers snapped into formation, spears bristling. Edith flicked her dagger forward, voice sharp. Something's off. Han narrowed his eyes. Yeah, I feel it too. No time to think. The team launched. Han swung, calling orders to Ivalka mid-strike. Eren tore through the front lines, jaw tight. Ivalka's hands lit crimson, ignite. Fire burst out, engulfing the enemy. Jenna's bow thrummed, arrows slicing clean. Eren's spear rammed through a charging soldier, the body crumpling in his path. The real fight had begun. Han slipped past the blade, countering fast, his sword cutting deep. They've got the gear, but not the training. Sloppy. Broken. Another soldier lunged, then faltered. Han's eyes narrowed. Armor without discipline. Dangerous, but hollow. The man dropped to his knees, weapon clattering to the ground. Please, he rasped. My wife, my daughter. I need to go back. Han loomed over him, unreadable. Go back, he asked quietly. Ow! The soldier's eyes burned red. His skin was pale. He convulsed, then coughed violently. Thick black liquid spilled from his mouth. Moments later, his body collapsed. Ivalka stared, voice low. These people, something's wrong with them. Edith gave a curt nod. Brainwashed. I've seen it before. But not this many. Han shot her a look. You think they're the same as last time? Edith didn't hesitate. Yeah, I know I've already killed them. Nearby, a severed hand twitched in a pool of black blood. Han knelt, Kate's face flashing through his mind. The same black ooze. He dipped his fingers into it, thoughts running cold. It's too early, he muttered. We don't have proof. Just then, system notification, floor cleared. Jenna and Edith leveled up. Rewards, 3,500 gold. Leather acquired. Top player, Han. Han rose, turning to the others. You'd better start getting used to this, he said calmly. Just like I have. The group fell silent. Eren finally asked what they were all thinking. So, killing humans. We treat it the same as monsters. Han nodded once. No difference. Not here. His gaze drifted to the horizon. The 14th floor. The 15th. Both crawling with human-shaped enemies. Different armor. Different faces. New strategies. But always the same. Hostility. Han pictured the first wave charging at them. And in that bitter thought, a strange kind of relief. Easier to fight when you stop trying to explain it. They crossed the quiet grassland, boots rustling softly in the breeze. Han couldn't shake the thought. Facing enemies that looked human always weighed heavier. Even their master had sensed the strain, giving them a full day just to recover. When Han opened their updated game cards, the numbers told the truth. Their levels were finally high enough. The 15th floor was within reach. But not everyone had it easy. Ivalka and Edith, strong as they were climbing slower. Starting at a higher rank came with its own burden. That's when a small bag appeared outside their house. Han picked it up and glanced inside. The equipment workshop's been at it non-stop, he muttered. Fresh leather pouches. Perfect. More room to carry supplies. He pulled out a test tube filled with glowing red liquid. A system alert lit up. Basic health potion equipped. Isel, standing nearby, immediately warned him, "Don't drop that. It's expensive." Too late. The potion slipped from Han's grip, hit the ground, and shattered. Another system alert. Item destroyed. Followed by a cold reminder. Items could break if handled carelessly. Han turned away. "Didn't you just say that was expensive?" Isel froze, then blurted out, "Actually, it's not. I didn't know." She didn't stop there. Without missing a beat, she deflected the blame. If the master hadn't stuck her with recycling duty, none of this would have happened. The commotion drew the attention of the others. Han fixed his gaze on her. "What do you mean by that?" Isel didn't flinch. She looked straight at the group and spoke plainly. If they wanted to survive, they needed to follow Han. No excuses. No freeloaders. Anyone who dragged their feet would only endanger everyone else. At the exit of the 14th floor, Han stopped. One step forward would take them into the 15th. The mission waiting there was a mystery, but one thing was certain. It wouldn't be like the 10th's story quest. He faced the team. "Stick to what we've been doing, and we'll make it through." Jenna nodded firmly. "If we follow you, we'll be fine." Han shook his head. "Don't lean on me too much." Edith cut in without hesitation. "You're reliable. Your calls are always right." A stat window appeared before Han. 107 points. About the strength of a seasoned 3-star hero. That's when reality sank in. 2 full months had passed. Not once had they stopped. Then came a new notification. A feature had unlocked. The system now allowed their runs to be recorded and played back anytime. First, he had to activate it. Han smirked. "So the master wants everything saved now, huh? Makes sense." The purchase prompt appeared, 300 diamonds. He confirmed without hesitation. A congratulatory message followed, and a projection lit up across the ceiling. Live footage of their movements. Han immediately saw the value. Training, dodging, studying enemy patterns, it could change everything. For now, the master could only watch. But higher floors would grant more control. Han gathered the team before the floor began. "2 things you need to know," he said firmly. "First, this mission isn't like the others." He held up a small statue of 2 angels, identical to the one from the goddess mission on the 10th floor. "Same condition applies. If this breaks, we all die. That's the rule here." His thoughts drifted to the last squad. They'd vanished in a burst of blue light. Not because of a fight. Not even 5 minutes in. They failed instantly. No enemies. No combat. Just complete failure because they didn't understand the mission. Han turned to Edith. "Step 1 is figuring out the goal. Fast." Then he looked to Jenna. "We've got 15 minutes. She pressed him for clarity, but Han didn't budge. The third group didn't last 5. "Do you understand what that means?" He turned his gaze aside, his voice steady but absolute. "If we stand here doing nothing, the mission auto-fails. Total wipe. Everyone dead. That's the second thing you need to remember." His mind flicked to the tower itself. Time flowed differently here. Minutes spent on the floors stretched into long pauses in the lobby, which meant they really did have only 15 minutes. Their tiny base camp was proof. This mission was built on a strict timer. Just then, system alerts appeared. 15th floor reached. Door opening in 10 seconds. Another alert followed. 3 minutes to gather information before the mission officially triggered. The world burst into blinding light. When it cleared, Han opened his eyes to a bright blue sky. Sunlight spilled across rooftops. Cobblestone streets rang with footsteps. Citizens moved through a lively square, chatting, walking, going about their lives. Han's team now stood right in the center of it all, scanning the crowd, his attention locked on a bearded man. Instinct told him the truth. This floor was another city-type mission. Around them, whispers spread, townsfolk murmuring about whether it was really him. An old woman brushed past Aaron without even glancing his way. That's when Han realized they weren't visible. The villagers were NPCs. The town bustled with warmth and noise, nothing like the tension that had weighed heavy on the 10th floor. Then the system message appeared. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect someone. Han rubbed the sweat from his forehead. One thought pounded in his mind. Surrounded by this many people, how were they supposed to track down one person? His thoughts flashed to Noken's team. They must have panicked the moment they saw this mess. Without knowing the mission's true goal, they would have assumed the townsfolk were enemies. If they'd skipped the 10th floor, they never would have known the rules. Chances were high they'd attacked the villagers outright, or completely ignored what really mattered. Han tilted his head back, watching clouds drift across the sky. In the end, it came down to 2 possibilities. Either the last group had slaughtered innocent townsfolk, or they'd failed to protect their target in time. Different mistakes, same outcome, instant failure. He turned back to the team. This mission's about protection, but it doesn't matter unless we find the one we're supposed to protect. If we don't figure that out fast, we're finished. Jenna frowned, her eyes darting to the bustling streets. But how are we supposed to search? There aren't any monsters here, just people. Han crossed his arms. Does anyone know this place? Aaron stepped forward, sunlight glinting off his armor as he scanned the square. I've been here before. Traded goods around this region. This is a Dilf, a major crossroads. Always packed with travelers. Han's eyes narrowed. So we're still in Tonia? Aaron nodded. Han pointed across the plaza. Any landmarks? The sun's rays gleamed against a distant temple, its silver-white walls casting sharp shadows. Aaron spotted it immediately. There. That's one of the 3 largest temples outside the holy city. Jenna's eyes widened. I've heard of that place. It's supposed to be enormous. Han moved closer to Aaron, watching the flow of the crowd. Everyone's heading that way. Something's happening. Aaron agreed. Definitely an event. Han turned to Edith. We're moving to the temple. Stay sharp. Without a word, Edith vanished, her body gliding between walls, leaping until she reached a wooden platform high above the city. From there, she had a clear view. The square below swelled with townsfolk pressing toward the temple gates, where armed guards stood in formation, spears raised. One of the guards stiffened, his eyes locked on something unseen. Han reached the gate just as the man barked. You're not Aloe. Steel flashed. Han struck before the sentence even finished. The second guard froze in shock, shouting in alarm, but Han drove his shield straight into the man's face, sending him crashing down. Grabbing the first guard by the head, Han tightened his grip, but before he could go further, Aaron dashed in, tried to stop him. Han released the guard and turned calmly to his teammate. Do you understand what just happened? His voice carried as he looked to the rest. The moment that guard noticed us, it meant one thing. They're not background characters. They're enemies. He remembered the soldiers on the 10th floor, unable to even see them. This was different. Blood ran down the injured guard's face. The second lay on the ground, helmet dented, groaning in pain. Ivalka dropped to her knees beside him, unease written in her voice. What if they weren't enemies after all? Han's tone stayed even. Maybe, but I didn't kill them. Ivalka's gaze lingered on the guards. They already look half dead. From above, one teammate pointed out the breathtaking skyline, while another whispered in awe, asking if this was the legendary snow White Hall of Silver. Aaron confirmed it. Yeah, that's the place. Near the temple fence, an old man shuffled forward, staff in hand. He raised it high, squinted toward the swelling crowd, then slammed it into the ground. A magic circle rippled outward, glowing across the stone. His voice boomed, carried by spell work. Remain calm. The sun's rays are about to descend. Ivalka froze in awe. Voice amplification magic. Han didn't spare a second. We don't have time for this. We're going in now. Jenna jogged up beside him. Then what's the plan? Han's eyes swept over the gathering. With this many people, there was only one answer. The mission's target is whoever's at the center of all this. As they closed in on the gate, another guard stepped into their path, arms wide. You're not authorized to enter. Han's hand went straight to his weapon. Move if you want to live. The guard faltered, eyes flicking over their gear, then locked on Han. Wait, you're heretics, aren't you? Han smirked, shifted his weight, and kicked a nearby statue. Stone cracked, splintered, and crashed to the ground in shards. The guard's face twisted. Kill the intruders. The temple guards charged. System alerts blinked into view. Level 13 soldiers detected. Unknown level hostile approaching. Han's grin widened. Behind him, Ivalka muttered under her breath. Unbelievable. He really has no shame. The clash erupted. Han spun to the group. Tell me, any of you believe in this religion? A sharp, unanimous answer. No? Good. Han raised his shield. Then don't hold back. Push through the targets inside. He surged forward beside Aaron. Let's break through. A sword swung down. Han caught on a shield, then drove his blade clean through the attacker. Aaron parried a spear, steel ringing loud, before cutting down his opponent in one crushing strike. Another enemy lunged, axe raised high. Han braced, blocked the impact, then shoved the man back with brutal force. Don't fight them all, Han shouted over the chaos. We only need a path through. One guard leveled his spear to rally the others. Protect the temple. Don't let them. An arrow whistled through the air. Jenna's shot cut him down mid-command. Han barked, keep moving. Only fight if you have to. The team pressed forward, deflecting blows, countering when cornered, carving their way through the tide. Han felt it now, deep and undeniable. The one they were meant to protect was inside. If they didn't reach them in time, everyone here was dead. Without hesitation, he slammed his boot against the massive temple doors. They burst open. Han strode in, shield raised, every sense on edge. He glanced at the timer. Minutes left, maybe less. The stained glass windows loomed overhead, painted in shifting colors of light. A system message lit up before his eyes. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect the target. Time remaining, unknown. Han's pulse hammered in his ears. His voice tore through the temple. Where are they? Ivalka stepped forward, her hand glowing with power. I've got something. A surge of purple energy burst from her fingertips. Furniture rose like feathers, flung aside as if weightless. And there, behind it all, stood a girl, silent, staring back. But then, another voice rang out. Who are you? A priest appeared, clutching a thick book to his chest, tone sharp. How did you even get in here? Han's eyes flicked instantly to the mission window. No change. Not him, he muttered under his breath. Wrong person. The temple's main doors were still wide open. Too open, which meant there had to be more side halls, hidden corridors, and with them, more guards. Shouts erupted as soldiers stormed in. You there? Do you even know where you are? Han didn't hesitate. Split up, he ordered. Take the right. I'll go left. The team scattered. We'll regroup soon. A knight raised his weapon, yelling to capture him. Han cut him down before he finished the threat. He threw himself into a side corridor, the door hanging ajar, boots pounding against the steps as he sprinted deeper. His thoughts churned. Who was the target? The old man? No. Impossible. Then the clue echoed in his head. The rays of the sun. That was it. That had to be it. A shadow blocked the path. I am Kyle, Holy Knight of the Sun. And I. Han blew straight past without even looking. Hey, I wasn't finished with my intro. Kyle's protest faded behind him. No time. Han tore down the corridor, kicking open another door. Inside, a man sat chewing meat caught mid-bite. Without breaking stride, Han slammed a nearby guard against the frame, startling the man inside into choking on his food. Still moving. Always moving. He brushed past the girl in the hall, not stopping, knowing some couldn't see what he could. Then, a glowing system window blinked to life before his eyes. Time remaining. Less than 3 minutes. His jaw tightened. Almost out of time. Another door. Another kick. This time, sunlight. He stepped into a garden bursting with color, bathed under the blinding rays of the sun. Flowers shimmered in the light, and the air hung still. Too still. His breath caught. Shadows moved behind the glass doors ahead. Then, the figures appeared, armor glinting in the sun. A knight turned his back while others drew their blades. One stepped forward slowly, pressing cold steel against Han's forehead. The heretic must die. The sun poured in through the glass, stretching long rays across the floor. And there she was, standing in the center, framed by the light. A girl, her silhouette bathed in gold. A voice broke the silence. Someone called her name. An old man stepped out from behind her, his presence heavy. The townspeople have gathered in the square. Friases turned, brows furrowed slightly. Did something happen in the garden? The bearded man's face hardened. His voice dropped low. Intruders broke in, but they'll be handled. There's nothing to fear. Back in the garden, steel clashed hard against Han's shield. The force rattled his arm. Blood spattered across the flowers. 3 guards closed in. These weren't like the last. Faster. Deadlier. Han stomped down on one's foot and drove his blade straight into the knight's shin. Armor cracked. The man collapsed. Han slipped free, pivoted, and with one clean swing, his blade took the enemy's head. Blood sprayed as the body crumpled. Another strike came. Han blocked with his shield, then slammed it forward like a battering ram. The guard's face shattered beneath the impact. Without pause, Han thrust his sword straight through the man's skull. A third knight lunged. Their blades collided, strike after strike. Sparks burst with every clash. The knight pressed hard, each blow forcing Han back, but Han met the assault with equal force. One swing of his blade cracked the enemy's weapon clean down the middle. The knight staggered. Han didn't wait. His second sword flashed, a brutal arc that severed the head from his shoulders. The body toppled. Elsewhere, a girl stood before the gathered townsfolk. Her voice carried steady, thanking them for the trust they'd placed in her, swearing she'd never forget it. An elder at her side nodded gravely. Even the goddess herself would be proud. Meanwhile, Han pushed into another wing of the temple. The door creaked. An old man spun at the sound, eyes narrowing. Han stepped in, bruised, blood-streaked. You, an intruder, the man barked. He raised his staff high. How'd you get past the guards? With a roar, he unleashed power. A death spell surged forward. Han braced. Friases turned at the sound, her eyes widening. But the spell wasn't aimed at Han. The staff was pointed at her. Han moved instantly. A blur of steel. The elder tried to counter, but he was too slow. Han's sword cut clean. The man's head hit the ground, his staff still clutched in dead fingers. Silence lasted only a second. Then, from above, red light tore through the air. Screams erupted. Panic swept the crowd. Han stood ready, sword and shield drawn. One truth locked in his mind. He wasn't here to kill a heretic. He turned. There she was. Terrified. Eyes fixed on him. It's her. Han stepped in front of Friasis just as she whispered, "Who are you?" His reply was flat. "You don't need to know." She tried again, voice trembling. "Did you come to kill me?" Before Han could speak, a scream cut through the temple. The blonde girl shouted. An instant later, an arrow shattered against Han's shield. Friasis recoiled. "What's happening?" Han barked the command without hesitation. "Stay low." Above them, shadows emerged. Assassins crouched on high beams, blades drawn. More enemies closed in fast from every direction. A hooded figure hurled something through the air. Han's eyes tracked it instantly. A coney, poisoned. Friasis froze, panic written in her every breath as the attackers closed in. Han didn't hesitate. He pulled her behind him, shield raised. One assassin lunged straight for her. That was all Han needed. She's the target. The assassin lifted his arms to strike, only to be blown back by a sudden impact. From the rooftop, a girl stood steady, bow drawn, already knocking her next arrow. Han didn't pause. He drove forward, blade piercing clean through the assassin's chest. Another enemy whipped his hand forward. Something snapped from his sleeve. Han deflected it with a shield, sparks flying, and answered with a vicious slash that cut the man down instantly. A solid thud hit behind him. Edith landed hard, brushing herself off. That wall was brutal. Took forever to climb. She nodded toward Friasis. Saw two more on the way, took care of them. Her gaze lingered. "Wait, who's the kid? She looks familiar." The blonde's eyes widened. "Who are you people? You can't just barge in here. This is a noble's estate, not some marketplace." An arrow ripped past her cheek, making her flinch. "Just leave already." Han leaned close, voice low, calm. "You sure about that? Because if we walk away now, you're dead." She froze, overwhelmed, trying to process. Another assassin reached for an arrow. Han didn't give her time. "Come with us and live. Stay and you're finished. Your choice." His lips curved into the faintest smirk. "So what's it gonna be?" Her breathing quickened. She shut her eyes. "Fine. I'm coming." System notification, mission complete. Special NPC has joined the party. They regrouped on the balcony, bodies of fallen assassins at their feet. But another alert appeared. Mission objective updated. Escape. Escort the NPC out of the city. Han exhaled sharply, jaw tight. Of course it's not over. He snatched up a crossbow and turned to Edith. "Get ready. We're moving." Below them, the sound of armored boots thundered closer, soldiers flooding the estate. Han glanced at Friasis with a crooked smile. "Look at her face. Remember it. She's the one we're protecting." "I'm not a child," Friasis snapped. Han laughed. "And she really hates being called one." Ivalka pointed. Jenna blinked. "Didn't expect to see her here." Friasis scowled. "How do you even know me?" Still loading a bolt. Han muttered, "Doesn't matter." Edith tied a rope and pulled it tight. "This is our exit. Left side. Less guards. Tight climb, but good cover. We'll follow right behind." Aaron confirmed. Han scanned the group, quick and sharp. "Here's the order. Edith first, then Aaron. I'm next with Friasis. Ivalka and Jenna, you cover the rear." His gaze locked on Ivalka. "Throw up a wall of fire. We need the cover." Edith, Aaron, secure the drop. No one interferes. Ivalka's hands rose. Flames roared to life, climbing the stone in a blazing curtain. The guards staggered back as fire licked across the walls. "Take down the mage," someone shouted. Edith didn't wait. She swung over the edge. Going down. Aaron followed close behind, gripping the rope, descending fast. Han glanced at Friasis. "You're with me. Stay close. Don't let go." They slid down together, rope burning under their hands as arrows hissed past. Friasis shut her eyes tight, clinging to the line. "We're almost through," Han urged. "Just hold on." He looked up. Above, the mage began her descent. Below, Aaron fought like a storm. His spear slammed into one enemy, spun, and dropped another. Then he faltered. A blade tore into his side. Friasis' eyes went wide. Through the fire, guards pushed forward, their faces twisted with rage. System alerts flashed in the air. Aaron is bleeding. Aaron is poisoned. Health will decline over time. Han's head snapped toward him. "Aaron, I'm fine." Aaron snarled, blood dripping as he clutched the rope. Flames danced across his battered figure. He refused to fall. Friasis let out a shaky breath. "I seriously thought I was going to lose a layer of skin back there." Her thoughts spun. Target secured. Team intact. Now we just have to escape. Han's voice cut through her panic. "Run left. Go. Unless you want to die here." A knight roared behind them. "Seize the witch and her bandits." Friasis recoiled. "Witch? What witch?" Han threw her a quick glance. "Pretty sure that's you." She snapped back. "That's ridiculous." From the shadows, a knight lunged. "You're not getting through." Han didn't slow. One thrust, clean and merciless, dropped him where he stood. The group pushed into the square, only to be surrounded by shouts from every side. Kill them. Kill them all. Edith's voice rang clear. Over here. Han whipped his head toward her. What's the path? She pointed ahead. That way. Move now, and we can hit the outskirts. The ground trembled as Ivalka lifted her hand, magic flaring. A shriek echoed down the street as sunlight lit the stones beneath them. She glanced at Han. We could use a breather. Friasi staggered, collapsing beside him. How is this even happening? Han crouched down. 5 minutes. That's all we can spare. Then we keep falling back. He pulled a potion from his pouch, handing it off. He didn't say it aloud, but he knew. Ivalka's barrier wouldn't hold forever. If their pursuers broke through, they were done. Ivalka tightened her grip on the flask. Han spoke low, sharp. If you can push to tier 3 magic, we still have a chance. As long as we keep a way out, we survive. His eyes shifted to Eren. How bad is it? Eren forced a grin. Nothing I can't handle. Han's gaze dropped to the blood-soaked hand pressed against Eren's side. He wasn't fooled. Eren exhaled heavily. Potion didn't help. Still burns. Jenna stepped closer, voice soft but urgent. Is there any way to heal it? Eren looked down. Silent. Then, someone turned toward Friasi's. What about you? Got any skills? Anything useful? She blinked. What kind of skills? Healing, if you've got it. Some NPCs get rare traits. If you do, now's the time. Friasi's lowered her gaze. Sorry. I don't. Han studied her for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. It's fine. Every eye shifted to Eren. Edith fidgeted. Jenna's stare held. Ivalka stayed silent. Han bowed his head. Reality hit like a blade. This wasn't just a wound. It was poison. Normal potions were useless. No antidotes. No healer. No NPC nearby. Eren's hand trembled as he pushed himself upright. If I can't keep up, I'll stay behind. The words dropped like stone. Looks like that time's come. He stood, breath ragged. I'll buy you time. You keep moving. Johan's hand covered his mouth. Jenna stepped forward, voice breaking. No. No way. We can all escape. Together. Eren shook his head. Not happening. A flicker of memory flashed through Han's mind. Too fast, too faint to hold. Silence followed. Jenna raised her bow, forcing a smile that barely held. Eren's body shook. Jaw tight, eyes shut, he whispered, I'm just not strong enough. Han turned to Ivalka. What now? She looked away. Her reply was soft, almost cold. It's your call. But if we're being logical, we leave Eren. Han stared at the ground. Friasi's was helpless. Carrying Eren? Impossible. Protecting one who couldn't fight was already stretching them. 2 would shatter the team. Han shut his eyes. Then, wordless, he pulled a flask, drank, and passed it to Eren. Eren frowned. What's this? Drink, Han ordered. Eren shook his head. Potions won't work on poison. They won't cure it, Han said. But they'll slow it down. He looked at the others. Get the supplies ready. A pack was handed over. 1 dose every 10 minutes, Han instructed. Eren stared at it. This is a waste. I've made my choice, Han replied, final. Then came the voice. They'd have to split. Han nodded. Group 1, me, Edith, and Friasi's. We take her out. He turned to the rest. Group 2, Ivalka, Jenna, and Eren. Keep him alive until we're clear. Jenna's voice rang sharp. So we're just protecting Eren? Han's jaw clenched. They're after Friasi's. If we pull them away, she has a chance. Eren started to speak. Wait. Quiet, Han cut in. Edith stepped closer, uneasy. That route's crawling with soldiers. It's a near dead end. Han shook his head. Then we won't follow the old plan. The voice pressed him. New tactics. Han laid it out. At first, the mission was simple. Find a target, save them, escape. That's over. Now we got one goal. Get the target out alive. He paused, steady. Forget subtle. They won't let us walk out quietly anyway. The voice came again. Then we use blend-in. A spark flickered in Han's eyes. Exactly. We break out, tonight. No turning back. Someone suggested waiting for nightfall. Han considered. Splitting weakened their strength. Fighting through was impossible. But night gave them one advantage. Stealth. If we don't fight, Han said flatly, we won't need a mage. Fire spells would give us away. That decided it. Ivalka wouldn't be joining his group. Jenna and Eren, though, they were fast, flexible. Exactly what this leg of the plan needed. Head for the outskirts, Han ordered. The place will be crawling with search teams. No hesitation. Just move. Eren lowered his head. I'm sorry. Don't flatter yourself, someone cut in. We're not doing this for you. Han's gaze shifted to the girls. His words were sharp, leaving no room for argument. If it comes to the point where you can't protect Eren, leave him. No hesitation. Your lives come first. Break time was over. Group right, Han commanded. We go left. The team split, Eren's group vanishing into the shadows while Han's party slipped in the opposite direction. As they moved, Han asked about shelter. Edith answered quick. There are a few spots. Mostly park alleys, some abandoned buildings. You checked? Yeah, earlier. The streets felt different here. Not worse, just strange. Unlike the 5th floor, this place carried an unfamiliar weight. A man sat slumped on the pavement as they passed. Edith kept her eyes ahead, but Phreases glanced back. The man's arm stretched toward her. Are you lost, little one? His voice was low, rasping. She flinched, a tiny hiccup slipping out. Ran away from home. Huh? I'll take you back, the man muttered. Edith didn't hesitate. One sharp kick dropped him flat on his back. The air left him in a grunt. These slums stink, she muttered, eyes scanning the twisting alleys. But they're perfect. Too many turns, too many buildings. Easy to vanish. She moved on without a glance. I'll scout ahead. Find us a place to hole up. Han's mind flicked to the system. A mission tip lingered. Long missions sometimes hid dungeons, stretching the objective. Even if the master logged out, the Haines kept running. That meant downtime. Something no master wanted to sit through. But when he looked at the girl beside him, no panic. No breakdown. For all her fear, she was holding steady. If she were just some spoiled noble, she'd never have agreed to follow. But she had. Phreases understood. Her best shot at living was staying with them. The sun dipped low, shadows stretching across the broken streets. Han nodded toward a rundown building. That one. Solid walls. Back door too, in case we need a bolt. Edith scowled. We'll hole up here until nightfall. I'll rig traps near the entrance. Warn the others to watch their step. Phreases let out a shaky breath. So we just wait? Edith's eyes cut back. I'll be back soon. Han asked. You heading out again? She smirked. I've got jobs to do. You? You'll be fine. Keep her safe. I'll find us a way out. Without another word, she slipped into the alleys and was gone. Han dropped into a chair. Doubt gnawed at him. Maybe Jenna would have handled this better. Right now, he felt useless. Then a voice sliced through the quiet. Phreases. Han's head turned. She looked him straight in the eye. That's my name. Phreases. Second in line for the Imperial throne. Han blinked. Wait, what? She nodded. You heard me. Not that you seem to care. He didn't answer. She tilted her head. So, where are you from? Han shut his eyes. Doesn't matter. Oh, come on. I told you who I am. You can't do the same. His voice stayed flat. Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. She studied him. You mean you're from somewhere I can't even imagine? Maybe. Phreases nodded slowly. Could be. Then her tone shifted. I think you're the squad that saved Nelsa. Han's gaze narrowed. Nelsa, the city on the 10th floor, she said quickly. I heard whispers. NPCs talking about it. She adjusted the crown on her head. It feels familiar, like something I saw in a dream. Han's eyes sharpened. Dreams. She nodded. I keep seeing soldiers fighting to protect a city. Their faces are blurred, but I'm sure one of them was you. She removed her ceremonial headdress, setting it aside. The survivors from Nelsa said someone saved them. But no one ever got a good look. Just stories. Ghost stories. Her voice dropped. I've been having dreams like that for almost a year now. Horrible ones. As if the whole world is about to burn. She looked away before meeting his eyes again, sharp, unwavering. The Empire. The 4 founding families. Every city, every village, all of it swallowed by fire. She leaned closer. Something terrible is coming. Maybe to this world. Maybe to all of them. Then quietly she asked, do you know what's happening on Earth? The sicknesses, the parasites, the monsters. They're getting stronger, aren't they? Han froze. Phreases pressed on. I believe the invasion of Nelsa was only the beginning. A fragment of something much bigger. Monsters don't just wander into human lands, not without a reason. Han's eyes narrowed. Why tell me this? She stared back, unshaken. Because I need power. Power. Han echoed. The power to save the world. Her words cut like steel. Han raised a brow. So you want my help? Yes, she said without hesitation. I do. He leaned back, doubtful. Aren't you royalty? Don't you have an army? Resources? Shouldn't knights be lining up to serve you? Phreases looked down. Her voice was quiet, bitter. I'm a figurehead. A princess in name only. No one listens. No one follows. Han folded his arms behind his head. Then hire mercenaries. You got the goal. I'll pay you whatever you want, she said instantly. I may be a puppet, but I still control funds. Han closed his eyes. Not interested. Plenty of people would take your money. She gripped her crown tighter. But no one believes me. They laugh when I talk about my dreams. Her voice softened. You didn't. A faint smile crossed her lips. That's why I want to hire you. Han frowned, eyes drifting off in thought. This was a pain. If what he'd heard was true, this place wasn't just another battleground. This floor was Kate's memory, twisted into a mission. The point wasn't to play by the rules. The point was to break them, bend reality, rewrite everything. But in the end, even if he helped, it wouldn't change a thing. Because this girl, she was only an NPC. And once the mission was done, the world would reset. Phreases glanced at him. So is that a no? I've got my reasons, Han replied. What reasons? She pressed. He gave the faintest smile. You'll probably laugh. Her eyes flickered with curiosity. We're from another world. Han said. She blinked, and Han tilted his head toward the sky. Not much to do until sunset. Might as well talk. His voice was casual, but heavy with weight. Our world's broken. We get missions. If we fail, we die. This one, he paused, then continued. It's about protecting someone. At first, we didn't know who. But now we do. His eyes locked on her. It's you. Phreases froze. You came here from another world, for me? Han nodded. Once the mission's over, we're pulled back. That's why I can't stay, no matter what you offer. She let out a half smile, tinged with disbelief. Another world, huh? Sounds like a dramatic excuse just to turn someone down. Han shrugged. Believe what you want. Doesn't change the truth. To his surprise, she smiled again. I believe you, she said. He stared at her. You didn't laugh at my story, she continued. So I won't laugh at yours. Her voice lowered. I won't try to change your mind anymore. You've got your mission. I've got mine. Han tilted his head. And yours is? She frowned lightly. Isn't it obvious? I won't let those dreams take shape. He studied her. So you're the one who gathered everyone in the square? You mean the Hall of White Silver? She asked. He nodded. Yes. I'll be giving a speech there. Why? To gain influence, she said without hesitation. Right now, I'm nothing compared to my brother. Han considered her words. This girl, who would have been dead if not for them, was already thinking about power. If these so-called choose-me missions had meaning, maybe it was this. Maybe Phreases wasn't just another NPC. Maybe she was worth betting on. He looked to the horizon, then stepped into the hall. Han, he said, finally introducing himself. Han, she repeated, letting the name linger. Again, softer. Han. Thanks, she said. I'd be dead without you. We're not out of danger yet, he reminded. I know. Any idea who's after you? She shook her head. None. Han handed her a bundle. She blinked, caught off guard. You stand out too much, he said flatly. Might as well wear a target on your back. Target? She echoed, staring at the clothes in her hands. You want me to wear this? What about what I'm wearing now? Throw it away, Han said, pointing at a bin outside. Or don't tell me you're getting attached. She hesitated. No, I just thought I was. Her voice dropped lower. Can I be alone for a minute? Han paused, then silently turned and walked away. Tears slipped down her face. Crown or not, she was still royalty, barely 15. No wonder she was crumbling under how quickly everything was falling apart. A while later, she stepped out in her new clothes, fidgeting with the fabric. Feels strange. Han picked up her old outfit. Yeah, probably because the fleas loved it. She shrieked in outrage. He tossed the bundle into the bin. Relax. Kidding. That joke was terrible, she shouted after him. Han sank into a chair. We move out in 2, maybe 3 hours. Get some rest. She turned away, refusing to answer. If something happened to Eren, the system would alert him. For now, they still had time. He could only hope Eren was holding on. Above them, the moon hung frozen. Phreases closed her eyes and drifted off. Han sat there, watching her slow breathing. He let out a sigh. Maybe he'd shared too much. The door creaked. Edith entered quietly. She's out. What about the exit? Han asked. I found one, Edith replied. But there's a problem. A level 21 knight is guarding the square, along with about 24 regulars. Level 11 humans. Han's thoughts spun. 24? Way too many. Another gate? Edith suggested. He shook his head. Pointless. They'll all be covered. His eyes slid back to Phreases. He could break through alone, but protecting her at the same time? Impossible. And if she didn't make it through, the mission meant nothing. His gaze drifted to the square. That night, stronger than anything he'd faced before. And time was slipping away. Any word on Eren's team? Han asked. Nothing, Edith said. What about the city layout? She nodded. Good. Then go back to the shelter. There's a dress and crown there. Find Jenna. Put them on her. His voice hardened. She'll be the decoy. With no other exits, Edith's intel left them boxed in. If they'd had time, maybe they could have scouted more, but Eren couldn't wait. The idea clicked. Jenna dressed as the princess. Send her out, stir chaos, draw some guards away. Jenna rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll do it. Han calculated quickly. The shield was too reflective, too risky. He set aside. Less than an hour. Stay hidden until my signal. Out of nowhere, Phreases spoke. You could get hurt. Han's reply was calm, almost cold. Even if it kills me. She faltered, then whispered. This might be the last time we see each other. Han gave a faint smile. Probably. Their eyes locked in silence. Then a blur streaked past the window. Outside, darkness had already swallowed the light. Eren staggered, wiping blood from his lips. Ivalka's voice cracked with panic. How much longer can he last? At this pace, not long. Jenna's voice cut sharp through the night. Move it, Han. He didn't need a second warning. Time was gone. Edith's gaze flicked toward the discarded disguise in the trash. Her foot shifted across the ground. Han caught it instantly. Their chance was now. If they moved before sunrise, they had a shot. The ruined city spread before them. Empty shells of houses, black against the night. One of the girls stumbled forward, shoulders heavy, breath ragged. At the center, the guard of the square stood, unmoving, a shadow carved from steel. Han crouched, low behind a splintered plank, sword drawn. In the dark, Jenna and Friasis were near twins. Same frame, same silhouette. No one would know the difference. Then the system slammed him with a message. Eren had been poisoned. And not lightly. Han surged forward, another notice flashing. His health was dropping too. The poison was spreading. It didn't matter. If Jenna was exposed, the mission collapsed. Soldiers would swarm, and Eren wouldn't last. They needed to pull every eye away from Friasis. It was now or nothing. His vision tunneled. Delay even for a breath, and they'd lose it all. Then another alert flickered across his vision. Skill awakened. Stealth movement unlocked. A guard shifted nearby, torchlight cutting across the stone. His face was streaked clean of blood. One of the girls whispered, voice trembling, "How much time? He's not going to make it." She clenched her teeth. "Please." Someone stepped to her side, holding out a dress. "Put on." Han leaned back against the wall. Stealth like this belonged to thieves, not him. Maybe the odds had finally tilted. He fixed his eyes on the square. 22 enemies. If Jenna made her move, who'd break ranks? Who'd chase? Blue light flared across his vision. Worst case, he'd face them all, but not yet. First, the signal. The air shifted. Beyond the wall, a storm coiled into existence, a typhoon rising with violent force. Shouts erupted overhead. What's happening? A knight pointed toward the chaos. There, white dress, gold crown, exactly as reported. The captain raised his sword high. Advance. Protect her. The knights thundered into motion. Han counted under his breath. 2, 3, 5, 15, 18. For left. But one knight hadn't moved. He stayed at his post. Dangerous. Still, better odds than before. Han launched forward. A guard barely lifted his head before Han's blade cut him down. Another knight swung, but Han was faster. One step ahead, one strike quicker. Blood spilled. Armor clattered. Standing tall over the fallen, Han leveled his blade. "Back off now, and I'll spare you," he said evenly. The last guard didn't budge. His grip only tightened. Han's eyes narrowed. This won't work? Not with my current power. His sword couldn't cleave that armor. He'd have to find the gaps. Small, fast, precise. No hesitation. Han burst forward, eyes sharp with resolve. A countdown ignited in his vision. 20 seconds. Han's eyes locked on the knight's hand. His blade cut down, blocked. He struck again. Harder. Steel against steel, sparks lighting the dark. The knight met every blow, giving no ground. Han leapt back, teeth clenched, gaze sharp. "You bastard." And then it hit him. The knight wasn't even fighting back. Twice now, he'd left himself wide open. No counters. No retaliation. Han rested his blade across his shoulder, muttering, "He's not trying to win. He's stalling." His grip tightened. "Fine. Let him." A system notice flared. Jenna is bleeding. Health will decrease over time. The knight smirked. Another alert. Eren is critical. Vital signs unstable. Han dragged his sword forward, fury burning through him. Then let him die. Heat surged through his veins. Rage boiled over, dragging him toward berserk mode. With a roar, he launched skyward and came crashing down, his strike like a hammer splitting stone. Strength plus 40. If his blade couldn't cut that armor, he'd crush it instead. But then, another warning. Ivalka is entering mana frenzy. Han's heart sank. Damn it. Not even 60 seconds left. He glanced her way. Another flashing notice. Mana frenzy triggered by overcasting. Risk extreme. Ivalka darted past him, footsteps ringing across the stone as she bolted for the square. Han shouted after her. "Don't stop. Head for the gates. Main road. Go." His blade slammed into the ground, shockwaves blasting the knight back. "Fall behind." Han barked. The guard lunged for Ivalka, weapon raised high. Han intercepted mid-swing, steel clashing, sparks scattering. And then a shadow dropped from above. A cloaked figure descended, weapon flashing. Straight for Ivalka. Instinct took over. Han threw himself into its path. Steel bit deep into his side. Ivalka screamed. The system pulsed. Han has been poisoned. Health will drop continuously. Blood flooding his throat, he still roared. "Keep moving. Don't stop." More alerts burned his vision. Team status, critical. Danger level, extreme. His wound spilled crimson. Han is bleeding. Immediate health loss. The knight swung again. Han caught it, parrying with raw fury. The enemy drove forward, boots slamming the ground, forcing Han down hard. Pain shot through his ribs, he gasped. "If not for this plate, my ribs would be gone." But even half broken, he smirked. "Bet that hurt you too." The knight staggered back, clutching his head. Han sneered. "What's wrong?" "Didn't like that." His satisfaction ended instantly. New alert. Edith is poisoned. Health will drop over time. No time for this. Han forced himself up. The cloaked man raised his weapon again, aiming at Ivalka. The shot fired. Han's blade cut through the air, smashing straight into the attacker's face. He stood over him, glaring. What are you staring at? Another swing came from the night, but Han launched upward, body coiled like a spring. He crashed down, knocking the armor guard flat. The man scrambled for his weapon. Han didn't flinch. Sword raised high. He brought it down with full force, steel on steel, the clash splitting the knight's armor wide open. His opponent's blade clattered to the floor with a heavy clang. Han dropped to his knees, hacking blood onto the stone. It's spreading too fast. He slumped against the wall, whispering under his breath, "This place is hell." Through the haze, he caught a glimpse of the girl, already sprinting from the castle gates. His eyes slipped shut. Goodbye. A faint blue light coiled around him. His thoughts blurred, fading into darkness. So tired. Out in the streets, chaos erupted. Guards cornered Jenna from every direction. Panic drove her feet. She bolted, desperate to survive. Ivalka staggered, clutching her head, overwhelmed. Han stirred, eyes flickering open. Jenna kept running, but the crown tipped, and she crashed to the ground. And then, a glowing blue aura erupted around her. The system lit up. Target has escaped the city. Best player, Han. Summary scrolled across his vision. Floor cleared. Jenna, Aaron, Ivalka, Edith. Reward, 100,000 gold plus iron ore. Light washed over the team. Jenna exhaled hard. I thought I was done for. You're the one who made me wear that ridiculous getup. Han, still slouched against the wall, managed a faint grin. Didn't like it? That's not the point, she snapped back. At least you knew they were after blood. Han shrugged. No one died, right? Another prompt appeared. Recording complete. Video saved. Save the gallery. Shareable with other players. Han nodded slowly. We made it. Floors cleared. A final message blinked. Exit game? Yes was selected. Edith smirked. I gave it everything. Without me, you be toast. Han met her gaze. You're not wrong. She waved it off. Just did what needed doing. I'm heading back to my squad anyway. Master's probably already picked my replacement. Han watched her leave. The bait, the layouts, the intel. None of this would have worked without her. MVP, without question. Jenna flopped back with a groan. Every time we play, you nearly get us killed. I swear, I need 10 hours of sleep just to repair my skin. Then she smirked. Relax. You weren't dead weight. You just attract the worst luck. Aaron turned slowly. Han stood right behind him. I'm sorry, Aaron said, voice low. This all happened because of me. Han didn't hesitate. I get it. Just don't screw up again. Next time, I'm not saving you. Aaron's tone hardened. There's no guarantee there won't be a next time. Han narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Aaron didn't move. His jaw clenched. You're dragging me up this cursed tower. But no matter what I do, the gap between us keeps growing. Every day, a projection flickered into view. A girl's portrait appeared in the light. Aaron whispered her name. Ivalka. Off to the side, Jenna fired off a storm of arrows. Aaron repeated it again. Ivalka. Red particles swirled around Han. You're something else, Aaron muttered. Han frowned. What? Aaron shook his head. Forget it. Just rambling. Han studied him for a moment longer. This mission had been chaos, and Aaron was a big reason why. If he hadn't gone down, they wouldn't have had to take half the risks they did. Still, Han had made that choice. He'd jumped in to save him. Maybe that had been the real mistake. Acting without thinking. On paper, Aaron was level 14, same as the others. In reality, his stats were trash. While Han and Jenna gained 5 or 6 points each level, Aaron barely scraped by. His skills? Average at best. Nothing game-changing. And worse, he wasn't even using them properly. Han's gaze lingered on him. We're still holding it together, but the gap's only getting wider. Sooner or later, Aaron wouldn't just lag behind. He'd drag the whole team down. Low stats, poor execution, it didn't matter. The result would be the same. Dead weight. Han stepped through the portal. One thought stuck in his head. There isn't much time left. He wasn't keeping Aaron around out of pity. They'd just grown up together, that was all. But Han wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to carry someone who couldn't keep up. Leaves rustled in the breeze as he stared ahead. If Aaron couldn't stand on his own, he'd be left behind. That was the rule. That was always the rule. The camp came into view. A girl waved him down with a grin. Wait, you're not seriously feeding me just potatoes, right? I skipped training for this. Han stopped in front of her and gave a curt nod. Yeah, that's the deal. She gasped in mock betrayal. So, I've been lied to my whole life. For now, he said, train however you want. No strict routine. His eyes swept over the squad. It's only 3 days. Call a mini break. The master wasn't planning on throwing them into combat anytime soon. When she heard that, the girl smirked and asked what they were supposed to do in the meantime. Han kept it simple. I'll train until dinner. Then sleep. That's it. She tilted her head. Why push yourself that hard? Han didn't blink. Because no one else is going to do it for me. Weights strapped to his legs, he broke into a sprint, 10 kilos on each side. By now, running without them barely strained his stamina. His body had already hit peak human capacity. Must be the interference points, he thought. That's what Isel meant. Ever since he'd handed the manual over to Enning, the whole lobby had shifted. New recruits, low rankers, they all kicked in high gear. Training harder, grinding harder. Everyone knew cuts could come at any time, but it didn't last. The drive burned out quick. No pressure, no spark. Enning wasn't chasing synthesis profits anymore. And without that push, the fire just died. Han spat to the side and turned. So, what does the famous third group want with me? A smirk tugged at his mouth. I overheard something when I first got here. Walking alongside the girl, he spoke evenly. It didn't matter who anyone used to be, noble or nobody. Here, there was only one rule. Prove it. He stretched out his hand, remembering where those words first struck him. That moment had lit a fire inside him. Here, anything was possible, if you could prove yourself. He'd even grown to love battles that pushed him past his limits. But now he slowed, and for the first time in a long time, he hesitated. Eyes narrowing at the distance, Han spoke quietly. I hear fools laughing. Then there was Belkist. Second generation. Wild. Unpredictable. No one told him to train. He simply threw himself in head first. That hunger reminded Han of Eren. Except Belkist had the talent to back it up. The girl shut her eyes, and Han couldn't help thinking. Nereza once had that same fire. Belkist's grip tightened on his weapon. A mutter slipped out. He regretted not coming sooner. Everything here was so different from the lies they'd been fed. He dragged his tongue across the edge of his blade. If they'll let me, he said, voice low, I'd love to teach them a lesson. Han was asked if that was even allowed. Without turning, he said flatly, don't interfere. Belkist only grinned. I'll stop right before they die. He raised his sword, eyes glinting. Scary, isn't it? Then go on, forgive me. His voice dropped cold and steady. Tell me, wasn't everything you said a lie? Belkist wasn't here to talk. He was here to prove he belonged. By the fountain, a handful sat chatting. One guy finally spoke. Honestly, I don't think any of this matters. Synthesis was supposed to weed out the weak. But the master doesn't even bother with it anymore. Han's jaw tightened. Let them talk. They'll find out soon enough. The guy shrugged, stood, and walked off. All right then. I'll be waiting. Han didn't move. Just watched. Up ahead, a massive structure loomed into view. A familiar thought surfaced. Synthesis isn't something to use lightly. It was a rule he'd written for himself, back when he built Niflheimer. Other masters followed after, inspired. But in the end, they all failed. Fear. That was the real engine of progress. Without synthesis, heroes grew comfortable. Then careless. Then reckless. Discipline unraveled. That's why, despite their numbers, so few heroes were truly active. Han kept walking. His team was just returning from a dungeon run. Among them, Enoch the carpenter. What's going on? Han asked, noticing Enoch heading toward the warehouse alone. Enoch let out a sigh. Nobody's helping. We hauled back materials, and now everyone's off fooling around in the woods. He shoved the warehouse doors open. So, yeah, it all lands on me. Elsewhere, another group lounged in a circle, swapping old stories. Things have really changed, someone said quietly. Back then, we'd all be dead already. Another man lowered his voice. You think the world's actually gotten better? Han stood nearby, listening in silence. And suddenly, it clicked. Enning should have realized it by now. Progress was slowing. Even his own stats were stalling. A faint grid spread across his vision. The barrier system activated, projecting the lobby in real time. Only two paths remained. First, go all in on synthesis. Cull most of the second gen. Efficiency would skyrocket, training would sharpen, but the price? Mental collapse. Panic. Ruin. Second, find a new way to light the fire under these hamsters. The display flickered. A new prompt appeared. Current development. Research options. Hero reaction study, LV1. Lobby expansion research, LV0. Deep dungeon analysis, LV0. Han tapped lobby expansion research. Cost, 150 research points. The lobby pulsed with light. Expansion level 1 unlocked. 3 new cards appeared. New building options. Customization unlocked. A faint glow rippled across the base. Walls, halls, and structures shifting. The game had just changed. A new tab blinked into view. Customization settings unlocked. For the master alone, a chance to mold the lobby however he wanted. Adjust buildings. Reshape the space. Create a base in his own image. Han lifted his head, a grin tugging at his lips. A new squad's about to be born. Just then, someone approached. Got time for a spar? Han raised a brow. Right now. I just finished a round with Edith. I'd last maybe a minute. Eren stepped forward. I'm good to go. Han turned on him. You really think forcing past your limits is going to make you stronger? Before Eren could answer, a message flashed. General assembly at the square. Han stopped. Training can wait. The master's calling everyone? The girl asked, surprised. That's never happened before. Edith folded her arms. But it's about the synthesis. Above the square, Isel floated higher, scanning the crowd. Is everyone here? Aside from the one still stuck in the dungeon. Someone muttered. If they're skipping this, they're in for it. Isel nodded. All accounted for. Perfect, Fairy said. Warehouse time. As the warehouse came into sight, a man glanced at Isel. What's going on? She raised a finger skyward. If you get swept up, you'll disappear. Swept up by what? Renovation, she replied. It starts now. Every gaze shot upward. A new alert blazed across the sky. Construction has begun. Select the type of building to place. Golden light spilled through the lobby. Dwelling number 3 selected. Expansion initiated. Training center number 3. Expansion in progress. Isel lowered her hand. We've done this before. But now we got more people. Time to scale up. Another system message followed. Dwellings upgraded to level 3. Hero capacity increased. Edith arched an eyebrow. Renovation, huh? Isel shrugged. The master likes to drop upgrades out of nowhere. Someone nearby grinned. Wouldn't mind a bathhouse. One with hot water. And right then, bathhouse selected. Construction continues. The guy blinked wide-eyed. Wait, seriously? What do you think we'll get this time? Another system ping followed. Recreation area and cafeteria expansion in progress. Han watched the upgrades roll in. Who knows? A sudden flash lit the entire lobby, blinding white. A new message rang out. Great news. The area is evolving to level 3. Someone muttered under their breath. Didn't see that coming. Aaron shot Han a look. Seriously? Han's eyes gleamed. A faint smile pulled at his lips. Let's find out. A girl tried to calm the murmurs around her. Relax, it's just more upgrades. Remember when we started? Half the time, we didn't even have roofs. Wait, what do you mean? Someone asked. She gestured around. The master's rebuilding everything. Look, the guy nodded, impressed. Good. My bed was trash. Another chimed in hopefully. I think the food's getting an upgrade too? Off to the side, Isel raised her hand. Rearrangement complete. Let's move out. They stepped outside, then froze. She's right, someone whispered. Everything's changed. Another message flared. Amazing. Lock lobby has evolved to level 2. The view ahead was unrecognizable. 2-story buildings stretched across the horizon. A wide staircase twisted upward into the sky. Where's that lead? Someone asked. The answer was obvious. This was home now. Bigger. Better. A full island. Vast and alive. Another alert followed. New floors unlocked. Additional areas accessible. A map scan swept across the city. Entire new districts flickered into view. Buildings rearranged. Zones expanded. Then the final message hit. Bathhouse constructed. And just like that, the game world leveled up. Han's satisfaction sharpened. The recreation zone would speed recovery. The cafeteria, now level 2, better food. More of it. The bathhouse is real, the girl shouted, nearly bouncing. No way, Edith blurted. Aaron laughed. Let's go see it all. Nearby, a new residential block stood tall, this time fully furnished. One of the guys peeked inside, brow furrowing. Where's the furniture? Sofas? Rugs? Carpets? He looked around. They even got rid of the fireplaces. They stepped into the first room. There aren't any beds, someone muttered. So floor. Jenna groaned, palm to her face. You've got to be kidding me. Han smirked. Why not? He tilted his chin toward the stairs. Check it out. The second floor's open. Let's see. The girl shot ahead, cheering. Upstairs, the new room stretched wide, and it was leagues better. The kind of space people would fight for. All right, but how are we picking rooms? Someone asked. A full bed sat neatly at the center. Another voice added, yeah, no way he's sleeping on the floor now. They pushed deeper into the new halls, reaching a fresh dining area. Already set, food laid out waiting. If he starts complaining, everyone else will too, one muttered. So who's stuck downstairs? Another suggested, we could just move beds around. Whoever needs it most gets one. Sure, but what about the rest of the space? How do we divide it? And then, they opened the bathroom door. I call the second floor, one guy blurted. I'm the one who bathes every single day. Another snapped back. What, like the rest of us don't? Voices flared, arguments breaking out fast. A girl stepped in. What does the master say about all this? Above, Isel zipped past and barked. You're really wasting time arguing over this nonsense? Before anyone could fire back, a woman cut in, calm but firm. Room assignments matter. She pointed upward. The general assembly's upstairs. The master will decide. Everyone gathered in the new meeting hall. The system kicked in instantly, tables, chairs, even books shifting into place. A fairy flipped open a massive ledger and began reading. Review begins. Just 35 pages. Master's orders are. Her voice echoed as she read aloud. Housing, building 2. Dining room, level 2. Bathhouse, level 1. Rest area, level 1. Managers, Chloe. Food inventory, meat, potatoes, fruit. A chime followed. Settings saved. The fairy snapped the book shut. Wait here. Room assignments next. Han turned to his team. Second floor. Take whichever rooms you want. One man grinned. Of course. Han's crew gets the top. Group 2 received the same. Plenty of space waiting above. The girl's face lit up. Second floor too? Nice. But then Isel raised her hand. Everyone else, first floor. Confused murmurs rippled through the room. Wait, what's that mean? That's not fair. We don't agree. Belkis groaned. What meeting do we even miss? We were out hunting. Someone replied flatly. Doesn't matter. The master already decided. The girl glanced at Han, unsettled. What's happening? Something feels wrong. Han's gaze stayed forward, calm. No, this is how it works now. A display lit up across the wall. Room assignments complete. 13 people per floor. One man asked, so, the third group stuck downstairs too? That set off the crowd. There's space upstairs. Why cram us below? Total waste. Until now, heroes had lived as equals. Effort or not, strong or weak, everyone got the same. But that era was gone. The fairy's jaw tightened as complaints mounted. She muttered, second floor can hold 30 easy. But when numbers grow, and synthesis is off the table, splitting them is the only way forward. Jenna raised a hand. Do we really have to divide like this? Isn't there another option? The reply came quick. It's simple. Nobles and peasants. Another girl waved her fan lazily. If the master wants total control, this is the cleanest cut. Honestly, I'm sick of how they act. This way's better. Someone echoed it. Nobles and peasants. Han's teeth clenched. That's wrong. She's up before dawn, trains non-stop, clears dungeons, joins every mission, and still finds time to help the rest. Jenna's smile was faint, but steady. More than half the meat you eat, she's the one hunting it. The protests only grew louder. What about us? The girl shot them a look, voice cutting through. You've done nothing. She's been carrying the weight alone. Simpleton, someone hissed back. Edith's eyes narrowed, a growl in her throat. So what now? Ranking instead of synthesis. Voices erupted all at once. How are we supposed to sleep without beds? My back's gonna snap in half. At first, customization had been harmless, a way to decorate the lobby. But the masters had learned fast. Heroes weren't just numbers on a screen. They had limits, habits, weaknesses. Inning's original model wasn't perfect, but it worked. Structure reduced the need for synthesis. Then Isel's fist clenched. Her voice dropped, trembling. They tricked me. Her hand slammed into the ground with a crack. The man beside her flinched as she screamed. Do they even realize what they're doing? A month ago, they should have been synthesized already. Her fury spilled over. They don't get it. They have no idea how lucky they are. Someone opened their mouth to argue. What? She snapped, eyes blazing. No? You want to know what one of my nuclear strikes feels like? Silence. Cold. Heavy. The fairy's voice cut sharp and flat. Enough whining. We're moving on. As the group looked ahead, someone pointed. Wait, there's another floor back there. A girl blinked. That's the second floor? Yeah, came the answer. You're on food duty up there. A man raised his hand. Hold on. How are we supposed to eat? Isel didn't blink. Figure it out. That's your job. The fairy, face neutral, added. First floor has no meat. Pantry's stocked with potatoes. Fry them. Boil them. Doesn't matter. The man's scowl deepened. That's it? That's all we get? She nodded. That's all. Logistics. His voice cracked with rage. So we sleep on the floor and live off potatoes. I didn't even want to be here. And now, this? The girl stared at him, calm as stone. So what are you going to do about it? His fist shook, eyes wild. What'll I do? You really want to know? He lunged forward, screaming. Die! The fairy threw her arms up, bracing. But she didn't need to. The attacker's strike froze midair. His eyes widened. Belkis stood behind him, hand clamped tight around his arm. Isel's voice tore through the air, razor sharp. What the hell do you think you're doing? Belkis smirked, unbothered. Relax. Nobody's dead. It's all good. Behind them, a new house shimmered into existence, glowing bright. A voice rang out, steady, cool. I don't care who you were before. Aristocrat or nobody, it doesn't matter here. A man sat at the table, tone like ice. If you want to survive, prove your worth. That's all that counts. His grin widened. Just like Mr. Han said. One finger lifted. Stick to the rules if you want to last. And don't cross group 1 or 2. They're not just strong. They're monsters. Nearby, a man rubbed his face, looking exhausted. I've seen their training. It's insane. If that's how they spar, maybe I could take Eren in a fight. But Han? That's different. He leaned forward, hand pressing against the table. Tell me straight, how strong is Han? The other man answered without hesitation. No clue. Never fought alongside him. The guy frowned. Then how do you even know all this? One word. Jenna. She actually talks. Across the table, Belkis leaned in with interest. You ever witness fusion? No, the man replied. I joined after it ended. Probably the only reason I'm still alive. The guy muttered under his breath. Fusion growing stronger after every battle, stacking skills endlessly. A grin spread across his face. And the one running all of that? Han. He pushed back his chair, standing up. Got it. That's all I needed. The man gave a short nod. Name's Alan. If you want more. Not interested. Belkis cut him off, already walking away. The fairy watching him raised an eyebrow. What are you even trying to do? Belkis smirked, lifting his sword casually. As long as nobody dies, anything goes. Heard about what the elders went through. It sounded wild. Shame I missed it. Alan just lifted a hand, completely unfazed. Belkis muttered to himself. Word is, this place used to have first-class trash removal. So why the master shut it down? Then he tossed something toward the attacker. His own severed hand. Press it hard, Belkis said with a grin. It'll grow back. The crowd gasped. The guy stared at the hand in shock. He hadn't even known regeneration like that was possible. He'd never lived long enough to see it. Belkis stretched, grin widening. Right on schedule. This place isn't bad. Gets boring, though. He scanned the room. Anyone else curious what it feels like fighting with one hand? Someone muttered, this guy's insane. Belkis shrugged. Better insane than useless. Han's eyes narrowed. Why are you interfering? Belkis waved him off. Relax. Couldn't help it. Whole thing was too disgusting. My body reacted before I could stop it. Han glanced at the attacker. A lucky break. Without Belkis stepping in, Isel probably would have taken his head. The fairy turned to the guy. What were you asking about? He swallowed hard. Just the difference between the floors. His tone soured. First floor's a dump. Second floor? Like paradise. She nodded. Yeah, our squad stuck on the first floor too. Belkis smirked. Not for long. Isel's jaw tightened. Let me put it simple. Out of 35 of us, only 13 made it to the second floor. The rest? Still crawling down below. When they entered the lobby, the rules became painfully clear. Second floor residents could go anywhere. First floor residents? Step out of line, and they'd be erased instantly. Isel's voice rang out. If you want to survive, you get stronger. No shortcuts. Look at him. Our AC. Try keeping up. Han suddenly reached out and grabbed her face mid-sentence. Isel didn't flinch. You all saw it on the 15th floor? Moves like his aren't for show. Han turned to the crowd. You want better treatment? Earn it. The master's watching. He stepped forward, voice calm but cutting. If he thinks you're ready, you'll earn your place on the second floor. A voice broke out from the crowd. This is insane. We were thrown in here without warning. Why should we live like this? Belkis tilted his head, puzzled. Han's fist tightened. That's enough. The boy laughed, sharp and cold. You think you're special? We had no choice either. If anything, we had it worse. Han looked to the girl at his side. Tell them. She gave a short nod. No food. One mistake, and you got fused. The man went pale. Now he understood. They hadn't trained for fun. They trained to survive. But what does that even mean? He whispered. Light flickered faintly around Han. You really want to know why they fight like that? Han's answer was steady. Because right now, we don't need scouts. We don't need gatherers. We need fighters. And only a handful of you will reach the second floor. Whispers rippled through the group. Half seemed resigned. The rest? Ready to explode. Han thought to himself. These people were soft. Used to comfort. Throwing them straight into this was bound to blow up. A smoother start, a free gotcha pull, maybe a small taste of reward, would have eased them in. Change never sits well with the comfortable. Suddenly, one man snapped. You expect us to fight while we're treated like dirt? This whole system's broken. We won't accept it. The boy grinned. You didn't fight when life was easy, either. A voice from the back shouted, yeah, preach. Another joined in. We're done being pushed around. The man's grin twisted wider. You think we haven't noticed? You're hiding something. Han's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? The man glared straight at him. Tell us, how do we make the master change his mind? The fairy froze. He knew. Han had buried it deep, but somehow they'd figured it out. The monster couldn't touch them, and now the secret was out. The man turned to the others. Why fight? Why risk dying, just to crawl back to the same miserable life? A voice answered coldly. He's right. Hands shot up. Voices rose. We're not fighting. A system message blinked into view. Han has refused to participate. Group 4, inoperative. Group 5, inoperative. Han closed his eyes. 10 people refused. He opened them slowly, voice dropping low. Looks like they've forgotten their place. A system alert flashed. Mass strike initiated. Haynes has officially gone on strike. A sword hit the ground with a sharp clang. One man froze, staring at it, until the blade began to spin on its own. Han's voice cut through the silence. Icy and absolute. One hand each. That's the price. Clutching his ruined arm, the man muttered bitterly. Figures. Was mine anyway. Han went pale as it sank in. Wait, you're letting them live? Han gave a calm, almost pleasant smile. When words fail, we act. Harsh lesson, sure, but one they'll never forget. The man clenched his fists. That's not a warning. That's underscore. They already know the master can't control them. Han nodded. Exactly. They've got the freedom to refuse. Isel can't touch them, unless the conditions are met. Edith raised a hand to the side. Wake up, all of you. Defying orders? That's gambling with your life. Han shot back sharp. And fighting isn't the same? Risk is risk. The girl's eyes narrowed. You still don't get it. Han stepped in smoothly. That spark in your voice, the defiance, that's the same drive that makes you capable of risking everything. Han raised a hand, irritated. Don't start preaching. Isel moved forward. Names. A nearby door creaked open. A firm voice called from the other side. Move. Get through. Now. Belkis tilted his head, surprised. The man beside him didn't move, gaze locked ahead. Then someone finally asked, uneasy, what's synthesis? Without hesitation, Isel held out her hand. That's it. The fairy snapped. Get in. Quit wasting time. The man hesitated. But what is it? Synthesis, someone muttered, voice low, eyes darting away. Han caught the whispers and scoffed. First time meeting him, and now they freeze? Move, or she'll throw you in herself. A dry laugh escaped him. Quick to shout about rights, but clueless about synthesis? The girl exhaled. I told them. They just didn't believe me. The crowd stirred with panic. The word spread fast. Synthesis hadn't been used in ages. Most had only heard rumors. As the doorway pulsed with light, several people dropped to their knees, overwhelmed. This can't be real, one whispered. Then another system message lit up before them. Synthesis initiation ready. Belkis' gaze shifted. Oh, him? Alan. Good seeing you again. Thanks for last time. Alan pressed a hand to his face, puzzled. Didn't he say I could ask something? Then his expression twisted into a grin. Forget it. Looks like I won't be getting answers now. His shout ripped through the air, just as the atmosphere warped. A building formed in an instant. Synthesis complete. In a burst of blinding light, two figures vanished. Belkis' level ticked upward. A new skill unlocked. As the group started down the stairs, someone gasped, overwhelmed by what they had just seen. It's unreal, but the awe faded quickly. It still wasn't enough. One man spotted the rewards nearby and turned to Han. Is that it? Will this do? Han shook his head. Not even close. We're far from done. The guy sighed. Figures. Shame, really. Nearby, another man sat frozen in fear as voices whispered about how incredible it all was, hoping they'd live long enough to see it again. Isel turned, ready to address the crowd. A man shouted out, insisting he'd been working the entire time. But someone corrected him. Not Alter. Walter. Hurry up. Walter snapped. His hand shot out, seizing the man by the collar. You lied. You swore nothing would go wrong. Then where are the other two? The man turned his face away, guilt heavy in his voice. I didn't know. I was tricked. I never thought it would end like this. Isel's voice cut through, cold as ice. It doesn't matter. A blinding light erupted around her. Screams tore through the room. She stood still, watching, a grim smile curling at her lips. System notice, synthesis complete. Oliver vanished. Then Walter, swallowed by the same merciless light. A card floated into view. Neriza. Her body shimmered, yellow particles swirling as her gaze locked forward. Suddenly, the man cried out. Wait, I take it back. I didn't mean it. Another message blinked. Group 4 ready for deployment. Isel began to call names. A voice cut in, desperate. Take me instead. It was my fault. Don't punish him. Jenna's reply was hollow. There's nothing we can do now. The man screamed, his voice breaking. I said I was sorry. Why didn't you stop? Han rested a hand against his face, silent. In his mind, the truth echoed. This wasn't for them. This was for everyone else watching. More names rang out. A fairy drifted around the trembling man. He refused to move. Anything but synthesis. Anything. But fear kept him rooted to the floor. He sank down, mumbling to himself. I have to do something. Han stepped forward. Then what? What now? The man clung to a rumor. There was a way to speak with the master. Maybe he could be reasoned with. But the cost. He'd have to cut off his own hand. The man froze. What? Say that again. Han's jaw tightened. If they hadn't worn those devices, none of this would have happened. A sharp breath. A trembling finger pointed to the side. Sithin's voice cracked. Are you insane? Han shrugged lightly. What's the problem? The man snapped back. That's insane. Not a finger, an entire hand. Grinding his teeth. You said you were ready to risk your life, didn't you? His hand trembled. Then let me do it. I can't. Han cut him off, sharp. You'd rather everyone die? The man's voice broke. That might be better. Han lowered his head. Every choice, every step had led to this moment. There was no turning back. No second thoughts. But deep down he knew. If someone truly had the resolve to do it, to cut off a limb just for a chance to survive, then maybe they deserve that chance. Still, it wasn't something anyone could just attempt. Others had tried. Most failed. It demanded raw strength, perfect control with a blade, precision down to the bone. Anything less, and you'd butcher yourself for nothing. Isel's gaze drifted between Han and Sidhan. The room was silent. Everyone else was gone. Only one remained. The building towered above them. The man trembled. What's going to happen to me? The answer came flat. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt. Sidhan lowered his gaze, whispering something too faint to catch. System notification. Synthesis complete. In a flash of radiant light, he was gone. Han's stat spiked. He barely reacted, muttering under his breath. Nothing special. A pause. Only 25 heroes left. Then, out of nowhere, a voice rang out. They're not even human. They're monsters. Belkist snapped around. Who said that? Han cut him off. Let it go. But the guy clenched his fists. One lesson left. Too many still don't know their place. Han asked calmly. What's eating you? The man shot back. Wipe that grin off your face. His voice sharpened. You're soft. If it were me, I'd have ended it. All of them. Right then and there. He turned dismissive. Anyway, we're moving on. See you on the second floor. Suddenly, the air dimmed. A deep purple glow spread across the room. Notification. The master has begun summoning 10. Han looked up, wishing he could see who'd be chosen. The familiar platform flickered into view. But the rules had changed. Summoning platforms would now follow hero rank. First floor, free summons. Second floor, paid only. Thinning had begun. Not all would make it. Only a few would climb higher. Han's voice was calm, almost detached. Don't get comfortable. Just reaching this point doesn't mean you're safe. You can still be cut. The girl beside him spoke dryly. Yeah, and I want to find out what that feels like. Their eyes shifted toward the other heroes. Someone muttered the obvious. If there's a second floor now, the third won't be far behind. The system was growing. The ranks would keep splitting apart. Day 2 arrived. The lobby came back into view. This time, the common room was open. The girl smirked. Look who finally rolled out of bed. She glanced at Han. Strangest part? Breakfast today, kinda addictive. Han chuckled. Makes sense. Fewer mouths to feed. Jin eyed the food and laughed. Hard to believe Amarin and Chloe used to cook for 30 warriors every single day. Han grinned. Guess it paid off. Their cooking's actually good now. Meanwhile, the first floor is turned into one big potato farm. He turned toward the window. From this height, the layout spread clear, every building visible. And looming above them all, the second floor, always in sight. No accident. The design was deliberate. Constant pressure to keep climbing. The guy next to him groaned. Morning already? Han walked over. You sleep at all? 3 hours, came the reply. This is insane. The Real upgrade waited ahead. A new hall. Built solely for training and duels. The duel halls were something else. Completely sealable. Perfect for pushing limits, even testing Berserker mode. The space cut off regeneration entirely, making every clash feel real. Too much. Drag the wounded outside, they'd recover instantly. Han looked forward. With stronger facilities came harder choices. Squad setups had to change. Who would rise to fill the empty spots in Squad 1 and Squad 2? The guy swung his sword with a sharp snap. Belkist. The girl followed up with her own strike. That's when it clicked. Belkist and Narizo were still stuck in their barbarian phase. Rough. Unpredictable. But Belkist? His madness wasn't without reason. Just yesterday, he'd unlocked a new passive skill. A 1% drop rate. Rare didn't even begin to describe it. It flipped negative effects, rage, confusion, straight into raw energy. Add status deviation on top, and the damage output skyrocketed. Nariza couldn't match that brute force, but she had her edge, sharp instincts, stealth, strategy. Not reckless, but precise. Her value was different. Han stood back, hand resting against his face. The truth sat heavy in his mind. There was no saving the rest of them. Suddenly, Belkis turned, a savage grin splitting across his face. Han scoffed. Arrogant bastard. The group nearby froze, eyes dropping to the ground. Belkis strode forward, unbothered. So, Han, what are you going to teach me? His tone mocked, daring. This place is crawling with pigs and dogs scared of their own shadows. Han didn't move. You got something against pigs and dogs. A sharp glow burst around Belkist. They're animals. Every last one of them. He lifted his sword. Training without pain? Useless. Han's faint smile was all the answer he gave. Belkist's eyes lit up, hunger for the fight blazing. Then, in a flash, they clashed. Belkis charged, blade tearing through the air. Han slipped past the strike with ease, then drove a crushing kick into Belkis' chest, sending him sliding across the dirt. Belkis' eyes went wide. Shock, but only for a second. Then he was back on his feet, charging in again. Han met him head-on, deflecting blow after blow. No need to unleash Berserk just yet. But one day, ahead, the buildings came into view. A call rang out. Group 1, gather up. From above, Isel watched the chaos. These climbs hit harder the older we get. The girl beside her glanced over. Aren't we headed for a dungeon? Han's voice answered from behind. Doubt it. We're still short one. The girl frowned. Then what's the point of this? Arms crossed, she muttered. Not even sure we qualify for the weekly dungeon. That's when Ivalka's eyes went wide. Wait, the master gave us a research mission. The girl looked confused again. Research. Han's thoughts raced. Missions came in threes. Main dungeon, weekly dungeon, or research. But something felt wrong. The research dungeon only unlocked after floor 10. So why were they being sent now? Isel spoke up. I already opened the rift of time and space. We can return to the first floor anytime. She pointed at a glowing gate in the distance. The girl spotted another gate nearby. What about that one? Can we use it? Han stared at it. No. One of the men tightened his grip on his weapon. Is this research really worth it? Han kept walking. Not really. He stepped down the stairs without slowing. For now, we eat. 2, maybe 3 days. Then, with a glance toward the lobby, he added, and wait. It's not empty. The girl raised a brow. Why are we hanging around this long? You'll see, Han answered simply. She shot him a look. Wait, there's actually something you don't know. Before he could respond, a flood of system alerts flashed in the air. Recommendations to support heroes during research. A new goal appeared. Reward each hero with 3,000 gold. Han lifted 2 heavy bags. A gift from the master. 3 shares each. Jenna threw her arms up with a grin. Gold. Hold on to these, and we'll be loaded. Han cut in steady. Don't get too comfortable. Battles are still ahead. They stood before the research dungeon when another message lit the sky. Research initiated in Heim's zone. Time until return, 48 hours. A footnote followed. Longer stays possible if they dared to dig deeper. Rare materials could also be found with luck. As the dungeon shimmered to life, the girl muttered. Here we go. The scenery unfolded before them. Winding rivers, rolling hills, and a distant castle rising above it all. Someone whispered, Nelsa. Jenna's eyes snapped open. Wait, isn't this the same place as the 10th floor? Yeah, someone confirmed. But last time was wrecked. Fires everywhere, bodies everywhere. Ivalka pressed a hand to her face. Now it's spotless. Figures. Not even worth being surprised anymore. One of them turned to Han. So what now? Hunt. Han shook his head. No rush. We look around first. Research zones weren't like main or weekly dungeons. No set objectives. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes rare treasures. Scanning the area, Han wondered aloud. Think the NPCs can see us this time? A guard stepped forward, hand out. Entry permit. Han slipped him a coin. You charging me? The guard shrugged. Didn't say that. Han smirked. All right, I'll check the northern gate. The guard waved him on. Just don't cause trouble. Jenna clenched her teeth. These people are idiots. Han answered evenly. Gold's worth more to them than blood. Back before clearing the 10th floor, Nelsa had already been crumbling. Enemies had breached the castle walls. But here, no scars, no smoke, no battle. The silence was worse. A system ping followed. Group 1 is now exploring Heimer. Time remaining. 47 hours, 48 minutes, 22 seconds. So what? We just wander, the girl asked. Aaron cut in. What kind of info are we even supposed to gather? Han shrugged. Whatever feels right. Jenna blinked at him. The whole group turned to stare. Han nodded. Yeah, walk. Collect what you can. Relax. The master gave you money. Spend it. Eat something good. Breathe. Jenna gawked. You're actually serious? Ivalka leaned closer. We could just do what we want. Their faces lit up when Han confirmed it. Exactly. Have fun. I'll take care of the rest. One of the girls glanced away. I'm heading outside the city. Don't follow. I'm going far. Han smirked. Fine. But remember, you're still responsible for your own state. No breaks once we hit floor 20. Don't forget it. She grinned. So, I can really go? I want to see the ocean. Han nodded. Go. In 2 days, I'll teleport everyone back to the lobby. The guy muttered under his breath. Guess I started this. Jenna chimed in quickly. Then I'm tagging along. But Han shut her down immediately. He turned away, just as news reached him. His scheduled raid was being scrapped. They'll cancel it, he thought, uneasy. But why are there so many mercenaries here? His eyes landed on the notice board. One poster stood out. Her. A wanted notice, stacked with crimes. Heresy, demon summoning, slandering the imperial family, murder, arson, theft, assault. Han smirked. They really threw the book at her. The final line sealed it. Her royal title stripped. Imperial bloodline erased. Someone nearby spoke up. You chasing the witch too? Without even turning, another man answered flatly. Keep dreaming. Everyone's hunting her. No one's even come close. If he's a real bounty hunter, he should already know that. Han's jaw tightened. Why'd you call her a witch? The man shrugged. Well, she ripped out baby hearts for sacrifices. Dabbled in dark magic too. That caught the room's attention. Wait, dark magic? Someone asked. Yeah, the man nodded. She summoned 4 forbidden beasts. Don't ask me what that means. Han's gaze lingered on the poster. Tell me everything. The man flicked him a coin. I'm busy. Han didn't move. Start talking. The man smirked. Fine. I've got time. A building came into view as the tale continued. Her name was Phreases, once the rightful heir to the throne. Now stripped, hunted, a fugitive. Across the table, Han leaned forward. So, what's your take? The man shrugged. These posters started showing up about a year ago. Han nodded slowly. That's when the decree dropped. He tapped the notice. And this seal. Crossing his arms, Han sank into thought. Just a year ago. Yet only a week had passed since he'd first met Phreases on the 15th floor. That same symbol, he'd seen it before. Etched into the armor of enemies he'd fought. It clicked. The purge had begun the moment she escaped the city. She had to be alive. At the table, Han asked quietly, monsters ever attack this city? Yeah, the guy replied. Goblin horde. Couple years back. The order crushed it quick. He leaned in, lowering his voice. But rumor is it wasn't random. A witch stirred it up. Goblins don't swarm like that without help. Han's eyes narrowed. They were blaming her. Every disaster, dumped at her feet. Plates clattered onto the table, but Han kept pressing. What happened after that? The man ticked them off one by one. A plague. Monsters went rabid. Weather broke. Total chaos. But then his voice dropped further. The biggest change was in the dungeons. Han straightened. Dungeons? Right on cue. An entrance shimmered into view nearby. The man explained. A couple years back, strange inner spaces started appearing. Like ruins, but buried inside places that already existed. Not built. Not man-made. Just uncovered. They call them dungeons. But the strangest part, the man added, eyes narrowing. Normal people can't even get inside. Han leaned forward. Then who can? The man smirked knowingly. Exactly the ones you're thinking of. Han's expression darkened. Rumors spoke of a stone buried deep within. One that could grant immense power. Han froze. That had to be it. In his mind, the image burned bright. The glow of the stone of Advent, tied to his third skill. Josh's voice broke the silence. Wait, there's one here too. Han muttered under his breath. It lines up. His gaze swept the room. Mercenaries everywhere. He smirked. All this talk is worthless unless you can prove it. You want payment? Earn it. Nearby, a man lay on a stretcher, arm severed clean. Josh followed Han's stare, voice low. That's why I didn't want to come. Han rose to his feet. The dungeon, it's inside the city, isn't it? His eyes locked on the towering temple at the city's heart. That had to be it. The dungeon must have surfaced right after the invasion. Tall iron fences now walled off the entrance. Josh pointed toward them. No way something like that gets ignored. Guards posted means one thing. There's something inside. Han studied the gate. Ordinary at first glance. But adventurers were already gathered, negotiating with the guards. Josh explained quietly. These dungeons are loaded, gold, artifacts, rare gear. And with this many here, it's packed with treasure. He hesitated. But people still die in there. One of the guards handed a flat, square tablet to a waiting adventurer. Josh continued. The order controls it. They sell passes, skim a cut of the loot. Easy profit. Scammers, he muttered. The informant stretched, brushing it off. Anyway, that's all I've got. Need me again, find me. Han's eyes narrowed. How exactly? The man waved him off. Not my problem. Just bring bonuses next time. Left alone, Han studied the flow of adventurers at the gate. Judging by their gear, they weren't here for a quick run. They were preparing for long stays. He crossed his arms, watching. The mercenaries were sharp, alert, eyes scanning everything. Yet no one stepped forward recklessly. Only certain people were allowed through. Han lingered a full 30 minutes, taking it in. Out of the entire crowd, maybe 10% were admitted. And one more detail, if the leader of a group got clearance, the whole team passed with him. Han's eyes stayed locked on the gate. Whatever it took, he was getting inside. Above, clouds drifted. The restless crowd murmured. Then, footsteps. Josh came running back, gasping for air. You're still here? He blurted. Han glanced over. Didn't think I'd see you again. Josh held up a small pouch, breath still heavy. I ran to get that coin you tossed me appraised. Turns out, it's worth way more than I thought. Something ancient. Possibly rare. Han didn't even glance back. You weren't thinking of robbing me, were you? Josh flinched, hands shooting up. What? No way. I wasn't asking for anything. Still trailing behind, he tried to pivot. All right, fine. Free version of those extra services I mentioned. Han's reply was flat. Not interested. Josh grinned slyly. Still hung up on that witch, huh? Fine. I'll tell you who spread the lies about her. I already know. Josh blinked. What? I spent days digging that up. Han wasn't listening. His eyes had shifted upward, scanning the rooftops. Trying to stay relevant, Josh offered quickly. How about a tour? I used to be a city guide. Best food spots, hidden corners, I know them all. Han cut him off with a sharp look. I said no. Why are you still following me? Josh hesitated, then blurted out. You remind me of a younger one. Han stopped cold. He turned slowly. The younger one? Josh clenched his fists. You're from the east, right? His words drifted, eyes distant. Back east, he'd known a boy, small, quiet, black hair, sharp stare. Looked just like Han. That's why I came up to you in the first place, Josh admitted. You reminded me of him. Honestly, you're the first person I've seen from the east in years. He tapped his lip, ready to say the name. Don't. Han's voice cut like a blade. He turned his back. Josh froze. The name died in his throat. Keep it to yourself, Han said quietly, his expression shadowed. Josh tried to ease the tension. Your name's kind of plain, you know. Han ignored him. Take me to the armorer. The armory was packed wall to wall. Blades lined the walls like trophies. Armor filled every rack. In a corner, shields leaned against a barrel spilling over with swords. Jenna spotted them first. Her smile flickered at Han, then slid toward the unfamiliar face trailing behind him. Without missing a beat, she raised a new bow. Check this out. Han arched an eyebrow. She reminded him he'd been nagging her for a longbow. So she finally grabbed one. Might even be enchanted. Best part? Only 2 coins. The system beeped. Item. Stylish longbow D rank. It looked sleek, but stats? Pitiful. Barely a stamina boost. Han didn't sugarcoat it. Trash. He pointed behind her at a pile of stones. That's where your coins should have gone. Jenna turned and froze. Among the pile sat an elemental stone. Han nodded. That'll make our master very happy. These are key for Ascension. Still holding the bow, Jenna asked. So what do I do with this? Ditch it, Han said. We've got bigger priorities. His eyes locked on a stone etched with a spiral. Regenerative. Worth every coin. It even stored past battle data, like a magical recording. No XP from replays, but missions could be retried. Perfect for practice. Jenna tilted her head toward Josh. So who's this guy again? Han waved her off. Don't bother. We don't even know each other. Josh scoffed. Wow, thanks for that. As Han and Jenna started walking off, Josh hurried to catch up. I'm a guide, he blurted, trying to sound official. Let me introduce myself properly. Han smirked. Perfect. Without even looking back, he flipped Josh another coin. Josh fumbled, barely catching it, then immediately launched into a rapid-fire pitch, rattling off wild investment schemes. Another ancient coin sat heavy and warm in his palm. Han gave a short nod. Not bad. Handle your business. Josh's face lit up. Thanks for believing in me. Han glanced at him. You starting something? Josh grinned wide. Top secret for now, but I'll pay you back. Promise. Han waved it off. You don't owe me. Josh shook his head firmly. I hate being in debt. If you ever need something, just say it. Han paused. His voice dropped low. If you get the chance, help the witch. Josh froze mid-step. What? But Han and Jenna were already gone, their boots fading down the cobbled street. Jenna caught up beside him, confused. What was that about? Han answered evenly. The girl. The one we rescued. Han's voice dropped to a whisper. She's the witch. Jenna's eyes flicked to him. You mean, the princess? Elsewhere, the baker had dozed off at his counter. Han checked the time. We got plenty left, he said. If you want to wander, go ahead. A dry wind swept through the streets, scattering leaves across the stone paths. Ivalka kicked one aside. Still haven't made it to the beach, she muttered. Not since the lockdowns. Han gave her a look. You actually tried? Of course I did. For now, their team's access was limited. The rest of the city sealed off. Han pieced it together. They were boxed in. Every 10 floors, another research dungeon unlocked. Clear all 100, and the city would be theirs. The plaza by the fountain buzzed with life. Ivalka's gaze drifted over unfamiliar faces. How long's it been? She asked. About a week, Han replied. She blinked. Feels shorter. Watching people shuffle up and down the stairs, she guessed some had already cleared the second floor. Then she asked, anyone working on the workshop gear? Han nodded. Take the rest of the day off. Training starts again tomorrow. Ivalka didn't look thrilled. Jenna nudged her. Go take a bath or something. Aaron appeared suddenly, climbing the stairs. Han called out. Where are you going? Aaron stopped. I told you to rest, Han reminded him. Push too hard, you'll break. Aaron opened his mouth to argue, but Han cut him down. Training's tomorrow. Resting isn't optional. Han studied him for a moment. That kind of drive, he'd seen it before. Back in Niflheimer. Spearmen who pushed and pushed, never backing down. Most of them never made it. Willpower alone wasn't enough. In his mind, Han pictured Aaron's spear abandoned in an empty field, left to rot in silence. If someone gave everything and still fell short, then they simply didn't have it. Find another way, or die trying. Night draped itself over the city, shadows stretching beneath the faint glow of the barrier above. From the training yard, steel clashed in sharp rhythm. Edith pressed hard. Usher stumbled, struggling to keep pace. Faster, Edith barked. I get it. Usher snapped, barely holding his guard. I'm just tense. Off to the side, Han stood still, arms folded. Jenna glanced at him, brow raised. She hadn't expected Group 2 to train this hard, and definitely not with live blades. Han stayed silent, eyes scanning the lineup. Something wrong? She asked. Daika is not here. Edith, Usher, and Roderick were present. But Daika, the one who'd been there from the start, was missing. Han could still picture him, a back turned, fading into memory. 2 new names lit up, Belkist and Neriza. System notice, removed from Group 3. Their cards appeared on screen. At the same time, the building nearby shifted, expanding outward. Another alert followed. Heroes are being relocated. A map flickered into view, showing updated floor plans and assigned quarters. Belkist's profile scrolled across the screen. Cafeteria, Level 2. Bathhouse and rest area, Level 1. Han looked up as the newcomer stepped in. Belkist strolled with his hands shoved in his pockets, eyes sweeping the space. Now this is something else, he said, clearly impressed. Way better than the first floor. Han slid his sword into its sheath. Time to resupply, he muttered. Jenna offered to escort the lottery picks, but Han shook his head. His gaze stayed fixed on Belkist and Neriza. It was obvious. The master wasn't interested in swelling the numbers. He wanted one elite unit. Arms crossed, Han finally turned to face them. His mind flicked back to Daika, left behind, stuck on the first floor. The truth weighed heavy. Daika hadn't been able to take a life when it counted. Nearby, Edith stiffened jaw tight. Han could tell her squad was down a fighter, and with no reinforcements coming, the only path left was forward, train harder, push further. Han silently hoped the master might send more veterans their way. Edith rubbed at her forehead with a sigh, but Han wasn't holding his breath. For now, they make do. Belkis smirked. Why the killer stare? I just came to say hi. Neriza didn't waste time on greetings. She cut straight in, uninterested in small talk. Han said nothing, arms still folded. Neriza seemed to assume she'd be slotted into Team 1 or 2. Pointless speculation, and she surprised them both. I want on the first team, she said evenly. I won't slow anyone down. Belkis scoffed. You serious? That's insane. Don't get ahead of yourself. Neriza's gaze sharpened. Strength alone doesn't win battles. I've got more than raw force, and if you've been paying attention, you'd know that. Before things could heat up further, Han stepped forward. The rest of the group stayed back, silent. Team placement isn't our call, he said firmly. Neriza gave a small nod. Right. Only the master or team leaders decide that. Jenna leaned close to Han, voice low. So what do we do with her? And why she's so desperate to join us? Han didn't bother softening the truth. No idea. He turned back to Neriza. Why don't you explain it yourself? Neriza closed her eyes briefly, then pressed a hand against her chest. At first, I thought the stories about you were just hype. Exaggerations. Her tone shifted, but I was wrong. Han had a guess. It had to be the regeneration stone, the artifact that stored battle records. With it, anyone could replay completed floors or rewatch old fights. A training tool for most, but devastating in the right hands. He'd shown it to Belkist and Neriza both. How much did you see, he asked. Neriza didn't flinch. Everything. And she added, those tales people spread didn't even come close to reality. If anything, they downplayed what this team could do. Jenna and Aaron stood steady behind Han as Neriza continued. If survival's the goal, then the smartest move is obvious. Join the strongest team. Across the field, Edith called out. Then why not the second team? Neriza didn't miss a beat. I want the first team. Usher's jaw tightened. We're just as strong, he snapped, though the words stumbled on their way out. His frustration bled through more than his conviction. Belkist gave a careless shrug. To him, the answer was simple. Only the strongest endured. If Usher hadn't figured that out by now, that was his problem. Han met Belkist's eyes. Belkist didn't look away. I wanted to, and I'll be more useful than she ever will. Neriza dismissed the jab with a flick of her hand. She called out the obvious flaw in the lottery system. Luck decided placements, not skill. There had to be a better way to see who truly belonged. Edith turned away, then looked back at Han. Decide, she said quietly. Han stayed silent. Edith exhaled. I don't want anyone on my team who doesn't actually want to be there. Simple. Han reminded her she was still short a member. Like it or not, her team wasn't complete. Jenna broke in, cutting the tension. So, got anyone in mind? She asked Han. He answered honestly. Not sure. If Belkist weren't so hostile, I'd have chosen him already. His eyes shifted between Neriza and Belkist. You both refuse to leave this to chance. You want control over where you end up. Fine, prove you deserve it. Han pointed at the training cage. You want in? Earn it. He laid out the rules. No healing, no resets. The fight would go until one of them dropped. Only then would a choice be made. Belkist didn't hesitate. He shoved the gate open and stepped inside, cracking his knuckles as he went. Been too long since I had a real fight, he said, eyes fixed on Neriza. Mind if I kill her? Han's reply was flat. If you can. Belkis' grin twisted wild. He moved to his spot and raised his blade. Go all out. Show me everything. Nereza didn't flinch. She calmly pulled a small vial from her bag, uncorked it, and poured its violet liquid across her weapon. Belkis' smile wavered for the first time. You serious? She didn't look up. I was told to fight my way. The poison shimmered against the steel. Paralysis, strong enough to send its victims into violent convulsions. This was her craft. Her edge. Her blade rose. I've used this on monsters. You'll be the first person. Belkis' teeth flashed. You won't get the chance. He activated the system, sending the challenge. Nereza accepted without pause. On the sidelines, Jenna stayed quiet, her chest tight with unease. The tension in the air was razor sharp. Someone might not walk away. Han had the same thought. The system asked for confirmation. Han gave a single nod. The match began. Belkis exploded forward, faster than most could follow. Nereza met him head-on, striking in tight, quick bursts, but Belkis slipped through every angle, countering hard, driving her back step by step. His grin widened with each exchange, predator closing on prey. Han and Jenna kept their eyes locked on the fight. Even Usher froze where he stood, stunned. His eyes widened. This wasn't the Belkis he remembered. Was he holding back before? Edith muttered. Han gave a quiet command to Jenna and Aaron. Watch carefully. You'll learn something from this. Belkis pushed harder, clearly enjoying himself. Both of them wielded level 4 weapon skills, same as Usher, but the difference in mastery was undeniable. Belkis' blade smashed into the wall, missing Nereza by inches. She countered instantly. Her strike aimed for his ribs, but he dipped low and dodged like it was nothing. At the arena's edge, Ivalka appeared, silent as a shadow. She studied the fight, her voice calm but intrigued. Not bad, especially with their levels and gear. Han didn't look away. Weren't you supposed to be doing research? Inside the cage, Belkis' relentless grin never faded. He pressed forward, blade flashing. Ivalka idly flipped a knife in one hand, watching as the air thickened with each clash. Then Belkis stiffened. A twitch of recognition, too late. Nereza's knife cut through. The blade sliced the air. Belkis dodged, but not cleanly. Her knife grazed his cheek. A system alert blinked to life, bleeding. His health began ticking down. Nereza's voice cut through the cage. Poison. Paralysis. In a few seconds, your body won't even listen to you. Her calm edge made it sound final. Maybe too final. In that same instant, Belkis drove his sword straight into her stomach. Her breath caught. She'd been too focused on the setup, blind to the gap it left. Belkis followed through, slamming the hilt of his weapon against her ribs. She crashed against the cage wall, crumpling pale and trembling. Belkis wiped blood from his cheek, glaring down at her. Your own poison's what's tearing you apart. That's on you. You lose. He turned to Han. You saw it. Any objections? Han's expression didn't change. It was a solid fight. Belkis squared his shoulders. Then, give the verdict. Han's jaw tightened. I already have. On the floor, Nereza let a faint smile slip. She's in the first group, Han said. Belkis' face twisted. What? Aaron blinked, stunned. Jenna smirked. She's sharp. Usher's confusion was obvious. Edith stayed silent, eyes narrowed, thinking it through. Han studied the group. He figured only Jenna, Edith, and Roderick had caught the truth. Nereza hadn't lost at all. She'd staged the stumble, played the part of being overwhelmed, just enough to make Belkis drop his guard. Han knew at the moment her blade nicked his cheek. That poison strike was her win condition. Everything else, her flashy dual knife assault, her calculated retreats, it was all just bait for that single trap. Most of them had been caught up in the spectacle. Han had seen the strategy. Belkis, still burning with frustration, barked for a rematch. Han's eyes narrowed. Run it 100 times. The result's the same. She's in. Belkis' fists clenched, rage bubbling close to the surface. Why? Han's mind went back to the battles that defined their survival. Sword, spear, magic, arrow. Each roll sharpened by trust, each move linked into the next. That was what made them unbreakable. Nereza wiped blood from her lip as Han answered. We need someone who adapts fast. Someone who can flip a fight when it matters most. He looked through the fence. Belkis' head dipped slightly. He thought maybe he could bend here, let slide. But now he knew he couldn't. Not on this. Deep down, he still believed that without Nereza's tricks, he would have ended her inside 5 minutes. Han folded his arms. You've got skill, he said evenly, but not a place on this team. Then fight me. 1 minute. If you're still standing, I'll walk away. Han didn't blink. The lack of reaction caught Belkis off guard. Instead, Han turned toward Aaron. Let's move on. Time to settle the last member. As if on cue, Ivalka stepped closer. Han shifted the discussion, explaining what mattered in their group's formation. Swordsmen and spearmen weren't about brute strength alone. It was synergy. Positioning. Knowing how every roll locked into the hole. Belkis gave a slow nod. All right, fair enough. But then his eyes shifted to Aaron. His tone flattened. Doesn't change the fact you're not pulling your weight as a spearman. Aaron stayed silent. The victor of the earlier duel just stood still, gaze fixed on the first team. Belkis locked onto him like a predator. Honestly, he continued, I don't know why they keep you around. You're dragging them down. The air snapped when Jenna's voice cut in. Enough. Aaron's doing just fine. Belkis didn't blink. You, of all people, should know better. Pretending failure isn't failure only makes it worse. Jenna froze. Words caught in her throat, and nothing came out. Han's voice cut cold across the field. That's enough. All of you. Belkis gave a thin smile, but didn't push further. Han let out a quiet sigh. His next words stung more than Belkis's. Maybe we don't need a spearman. With the right swordsman, we might still make it work. Jenna's eyes widened in disbelief. Belkis stepped out of the cage, casually patching himself up. Han approached him. You really think you'd add more to this team than Aaron? Even if you're stronger? Belkis didn't hesitate. Wouldn't have said it otherwise. Then he turned and leveled his blade at Aaron. A challenge. The entire field fell silent. Jenna stood frozen. Narise's eyes narrowed, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Han's tone hardened. You sure about this? He reminded Belkis. Aaron had been with them far longer. But if Belkis wanted to prove it this way, fine. He'd consider it. Belkis' reply was steady. If I lose, I go to the second team. No complaints. Aaron still hadn't said a word. Han's gaze shifted. You don't have to do this. Aaron lifted his eyes to the sky, quiet as ever. Han could feel it. The weight Aaron had been carrying, burning himself out just to keep pace. Maybe this was too much. But then Aaron's hand tightened around his spear. Han watched him closely. He still believed in him. Years of fighting side by side didn't vanish just because he'd stumbled. He wasn't finished yet. Aaron straightened, shoulders square. I'll do it. Han's chest eased. That was the spark he'd been waiting for. Belkis smiled faintly. Finally, it was happening. The system lit up. Challenge accepted. Aaron stepped into the cage. Han's voice carried across the field. Only one of you stays in the first group. Both men nodded. No turning back. The gate slammed shut. The system awaited Han's final confirmation. Inside, Aaron spun his spear, hand steady. Belkis flipped his blade in a clean arc. Their eyes locked, brimming with confidence. Han gave a nod. The match began. Jenna's chest tightened instantly. Deep down, she hadn't believed Aaron would actually agree, not after Han gave him the choice. But Han meant what he said. This fight was Aaron's decision. Belkis moved first, charging in without a shred of hesitation. Jenna's chest tightened. She knew what this meant. Belkis wasn't just reckless, he was lethal. If Aaron lost, she refused to finish the thought. The clash came hard and fast. Aaron met the charge head-on, his spear hammering against Belkis' guard with a solid impact. Han's eyes narrowed. If Aaron stuck to their drills, he had shot. So far, they were evenly matched, both wielding level 4 techniques. Belkis had the edge with his passive buffs. But Aaron had something greater. Experience. Belkis lunged again, blade flashing. Aaron caught the strike, twisted smoothly, and slammed the butt of his spear under Belkis' chin. Belkis staggered back, pain flashing before his smirk returned. Faster than I expected. Aaron said nothing. He shifted low, spear angled steady, stance firm. On the sidelines, Usher clenched his fists, silently rooting for him. He wanted to see Belkis knock down a peg. Aaron advanced with purpose. This wasn't wild brawling. This was control. Every movement measured, deliberate. He was dictating the pace. Han's thoughts were clear. Belkis' past didn't matter. Whatever skill he'd had before this world meant nothing now. He hadn't fought the things Aaron had. Aaron had boss monsters, twisted humans, deadly traps, chaos itself. He'd survived it all. Belkis had never even sparred against someone like Aaron or Roderick, let alone stare death in the eye mid-dungeon. A true spearman forged through that kind of fire became something else entirely. Their technique stopped looking human. Aaron unleashed a flurry of rapid jabs. Belkis moved to dodge, but the spear curved unnaturally, grazing across his back before smashing down in a crushing strike that forced him to retreat. From the edge of the field, Usher pumped a fist. If he makes first team, I'm making him wash dishes for a month. Pages of old records stirred in the wind, sketches and notes tracing the spear's history. For centuries, the weapon had been built for reach. On open fields, its long shaft made it king. But in close quarters, in one-on-one combat, that reach shrank. Swords pivoted quicker, daggers faster still. The difference between life and death could be less than a meter. Unless mastered perfectly, a spear turned into dead weight. Aaron wasn't using it like a novice. He commanded it. Every thrust, every swing was sharp, deliberate, precise. The clash wasn't just two fighters trading blows. It was a duel at a level few could truly follow. These weren't rookies. These were heroes, pushing well beyond mortal limits. Eren drove his spear into Belkist's guard again, following with a brutal downswing that sent him stumbling. The weapon cut through the air like execution itself. Belkist flipped backward in desperation, twisting into an aerial spin to narrowly avoid the strike. Han never looked away. Belkist might have entered this world with raw talent, but raw talent wasn't enough here. Not anymore. Han knew this fighter. He'd sparred with him countless times. And right now, he could tell, Eren was only just beginning. He was a man trained to face threats beyond human, even monsters. Eren's spear cut through the air with deadly precision, each motion honed by battles too many to count. Han studied closely. Swordsmen and spearmen fought on entirely different rhythms, with instincts worlds apart. And right now, Eren was executing his role nearly flawlessly. But Jinna's silence said otherwise. Her brows tightened. Eren looked sharp, but something wasn't right. Ivalka leaned in. What's got you muttering? Jinna didn't look away. If it keeps going like this, Eren wins easily. And then it happened. Belkist slid along the spear shaft in a flash, collapsing the distance in an instant, grin stretched wide. Look again, Jinna whispered. The fight's tempo shifted. Eren's clean, controlled strikes, the very rhythm that made him look untouchable, suddenly weren't landing the same way. Ivalka narrowed her eyes, then nodded slowly. You're right. Across the field, Edith folded her arms. She felt it too. Belkist was adapting. With a heavy step, Belkist hit the ground and scoffed. This is getting boring. Eren steadied his grip, jaw tight, eyes locked forward. Han saw it as well. Eren's technique was flawless, but too flawless. Too rigid. No unpredictability. A rhythm like that became predictable. And Belkist thrived on predictable. He'd already dismantled Narise's style in minutes. His instincts were sharper than steel. If this pace continued, Han knew it, Belkist could evolve into something resembling the spiritual eye. The swordsman pressed forward, crowding Eren's space. Is this really all you've got? He growled. Sweat rolled down Eren's chin. I'm not playing games. They broke apart, steel clashing one last time before Belkist slid back toward the edge of the cage. His eyes narrowed. Then why aren't you going all in? What are you saving it for? Eren said nothing, jaw set, face shadowed with strain. Belkist's voice cut sharper. They say the first team trains like killers. This doesn't look like that to me. Eren's grip tightened, but he still held back. And when Belkist pressed harder, asking why he kept dodging the vital points, why he refused to strike to kill, something inside Eren cracked. Han's voice tore through the arena. Eren. The spearman froze, startled. Han's eyes burned. When did you start worrying about killing your opponent? He stepped forward, every word like a blade. You're strong now. Too strong to be holding back. Stop hesitating. Fight for real. Han wasn't just urging him. He was daring him. Belkist's crooked grin returned, like he'd been waiting for that exact command. Eren's gaze dropped for a moment. Then he gave a single nod. His spear spun in his hands, scraping against the floor. If you die, he said coldly, don't blame me. Belkist sank into his stance, blade poised forward. Finally, let's finish this. The air turned heavy as both fighters locked into position. Then they moved. Eren surged ahead. Belkist charged to meet him. The spear's tip sliced the air, brushing Belkist's nose by a hair. Eren didn't relent. He unleashed a whirlwind of strikes, each faster, each heavier, the pace building like a storm. Belkist gritted his teeth, steel sparking as he parried blow after blow. And then it came, one opening. Eren lunged. Belkist slipped aside at the last instant, spinning into a counterattack, his blade flashing in a relentless barrage. He weaved between jabs, a grin stretched across his face, enjoying the storm. Eren pivoted, dragging his spear back into a sweeping arc, then slammed it down with everything he had. Belkist dropped low, narrowly escaping. The spear struck the arena's edge. It shattered. The sound thundered across the city, reverberating like a quake. Jinna's eyes went wide. Usher froze where he stood. The ground itself trembled beneath the ring. Ivalka turned away. Roderick closed his eyes. And then, the final blow. Silence followed. Blood spread across the floor. Belkist, a deep gash carved into his side, exhaled sharply. All this blood's making me sick, he muttered. Across from him, Eren fell to his knees. Belkist raised his blade and claimed it. Victory. Usher's jaw dropped, fury rising. Eren had him. He was certain of it. You cheated, he snapped. There's no way that was clean. Belkist blinked, unfazed. What are you even talking about? Usher stepped forward, shouting louder. Don't act dumb. You rigged it somehow. Before it could boil over, Roderick pulled him back. The system's verdict came down, Belkist, victory. Ivalka frowned. The result felt wrong. To her, Eren had the match won. Jinna shook her head, tense. He fought hard, but it came down to one strike. Han finally spoke, voice low, unshaken. You're right. His eyes stayed locked on Belkist's back as the swordsman walked away. There was something about him, something beyond technique. From the very start, Belkist had been studying Eren. His rhythm, his timing, every motion. He adapted in real time, shrinking the gap one step at a time. That moment where he threw himself to the ground, it hadn't been desperation. It was strategy. One decisive gamble to flip the match. No matter how battered he got, he never lost focus. He waited, calculated, and when the opening finally appeared, he struck like a predator. One clean blow. Enough. Passing the wounded spearman, Belkist glanced down, voice cold. Shame. Would have been a better fight if you'd actually gone all out. Eren pressed a hand to his bleeding shoulder, gave a quiet nod. Yeah, I know. Off to the side, Nariza folded her arms. Her look said everything. She wasn't impressed. Not yet. Han's gaze hardened, but he didn't waver. No one challenged the outcome. Belkist stepped out of the cage. Han turned to the group. He's in the first team. Eren stayed on the floor, motionless. The system chimed. Team update proposed. Han looked at the prompt. New first group. Han, Jenna, Ivalka, Nariza, Belkist. The system's prompt appeared. Confirm Eren's removal? Han answered without pause. Yes. Eren lowered his head, the weight pressing down like stone. Han didn't soften it. You didn't lose because you lacked strength. You lost because you held back. And you know it. Usher's fists clenched. He was doing it for us. He was protecting the team. Han's reply cut like steel. This isn't about sparing feelings. We're not here to be friends. Usher had no answer. His jaw tightened, but nothing came out. Han stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over each of them. This is survival. If you don't understand that, you'll die. Jenna started to speak, but Han shut it down with a hand. Enough. Rest. We're done today. The group slowly drifted out, leaving Eren behind, alone in the ring. The system confirmed it. Nariza and Belkist, officially first group members. Belkist's lips curled into a grin, satisfaction clear. Nariza glanced around, calm as ever. Well, she said, I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can really do. Han faced a new lineup, eyes sharp. One thing still nagged at him. Did you really think being in Group 1 makes things easier? He didn't wait for their response. It's the opposite. You'll get the missions no one else touches. The worst of it. Belkist's grin only grew wider. That's exactly why I wanted in. I came here to get stronger. As the others drifted off, Han turned toward the lone figure still standing in the cage. Eren hadn't moved. Sitting there won't change anything, Han said, blunt as ever. Eren's reply came low, steady. I don't want to leave. Han was halfway up the stairs when he glanced back. It's not complicated, Eren said, his voice carrying. I got weaker. Han pressed. Then why didn't you go for Belkist's weak points? Eren rose slowly to his feet. You had the lead, Han continued. And you gave it back. Why? Eren hesitated, then admitted quietly. We weren't supposed to kill each other. Han froze, staring down at him. Since when did that matter to you? This wasn't the Eren he knew. Not the one he'd trained beside for years. Eren lowered his head. There was one moment, just one, where I thought Belkist might actually beat me. He let out a long breath. I've never thought of myself as gifted. Not like the others. In the thick of battle, he believed he could win. But buried beneath that confidence was a darker realization. If he failed, Belkist wouldn't just win. He'd come back stronger, wilder, unstoppable. Eren's face tightened. He burned brighter than me, he admitted. And I didn't have the right to put that out. His eyes drifted toward Nariza and Belkist. The truth sank deep. All those years of training, the discipline, the grind, none of it mattered. Not when it all came down to talent. Han didn't flinch. So that's it. That's why you handed him the win. Eren's voice cracked. I couldn't bring myself to hurt someone who might be more valuable than me. His gaze drifted distant. I've been stuck. I look at you, at Jenna, and I don't see that in myself. I feel frozen. Like I haven't moved in forever. Han tilted his head slightly. The cracks were showing. Then, almost casually, he said something unexpected. There's an instructor slot open. Eren's eyes widened. Han looked off toward the distance. The first floor is for training recruits. It's safe. Steady. Someone like Eren, or even Daika, could thrive there. Instructors don't fight on the front lines, Han explained. They teach. Pass on what they know. Normally, dozens competed for one spot. But Han didn't hesitate. I'll put your name forward, he said. You and Daika. Eren stood frozen, his shadow stretching across the blood-stained floor. Han pressed. So what's stopping you? What do you really want? The truth was simple. Eren didn't crave power like Belkist. He just wanted to go home. He looked at Han, opened his mouth, but nothing came. Instead, he walked past him, then stopped and finally said it. I'll do it. I'll take the role. Han scoffed. Stupid decision. Eren turned, puzzled. Don't take it out of guilt, Han said flatly. Not if your heart's not in it. He paused, his voice softening just slightly. There was another spearman I knew. Not much talent. Barely made second rank. Han's eyes cut into him. You really want to get stronger? Eren froze. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Han turned away. To him, that silence was the answer. But then Eren dropped to his knees, the dam finally breaking. I don't want to be this weak anymore. Tears welled, his voice shaking, not from pride, but from pain. I want strength, not to prove myself, but because I'm tired of feeling like a failure. I'm tired of being afraid of myself. He bowed low, fist tight. But one thought still haunted him. What if he was never meant to reach that kind of strength? Han walked back quietly. He knelt, said something only Eren could hear, and with one hand, gently wiped the tears from his face. It steadied him. When Eren's breath finally calmed, Han rose and turned to the others. Everyone hold tight. He gestured toward a section behind the arena wall. Symbols lit up faintly as a hidden gate revealed itself. When the time comes, Han said, we'll go through. Eren blinked. Where does it lead? Han gave a small, knowing smile. A place called Niflheimer. It's different. The field went silent. Jenna stepped forward, hand outstretched, her smile warm. I'm Jenna. Nice to meet you both. Nereza and Belkis didn't answer. Their eyes shifted away, still guarded. Han caught the look on their faces. There were basics every newcomer needed drilled in, and now was the time. He broke the silence. Our team's fighting inside fire. Belkis and Nereza had probably seen it through the Regeneration Stone's replays, but watching and living it were two very different things. You'll need fire resistance, Han said. Fast. Nereza clasped her hands behind her back. So you're talking about learning the resistance skill? Han nodded. Exactly. Non-negotiable. Any idea how? Belkis was first to answer, his tone skeptical. You just grab the flames, right? Han chuckled. Sounds stupid, yeah? But it works. Belkis crossed his arms, smirking. 4 days. I'll master it. He glanced at Nereza, expecting her to flinch. She didn't. Then I'll do it in 3, she said flatly. Han smirked, turning to Jenna. You'll be covering Eren's role now. She blinked. With a bow? How's that supposed to work? Han shifted to Belkis. You and I are short range. No solo acts. Stay close. If you push too far ahead, we can't cover you. Belkis' grin returned. Got it. Then Han's gaze moved to Nereza. She was versatile, quick with blades, deadly with daggers, comfortable with tools. She had stealth, speed, sharp instincts. And poison, her signature weapon. Han studied her. Before this place, she'd been an assassin. Nereza gave a small nod. I did work like that. Han frowned. Then a standard role won't suit you. She didn't fit one slot. She could shift across positions. Unpredictable, but valuable. You'll take center, Han said. Your role changes by mission. Sometimes she'd push the front. Other times, she'd cover Jenna or Ivalka. And when needed, she'd infiltrate enemy lines. Nereza closed her eyes, taking it in. I'll remember. One more thing, Han added. When I call for it, your scout. Intel comes from you. His eyes stayed fixed on her. He'd seen her type before. People who knew how to say the right words, but didn't always mean them. If her loyalty wavered, she'd be dangerous. And something else gnawed at him. Han suspected her time on the first floor had left her with habits that wouldn't work here. Just then, Ivalka stepped forward, pointing to herself. What about me? What's my role? Han looked her over. Focus on running. You know the sandbag drills. She frowned, disappointed, and walked off without a word. Nearby, Edith exhaled, weary. She was still down a member. Han crossed his arms. We'll probably always be understaffed. The Master's not rolling a gotcha summon to save us. Then he added something unexpected. If you can't find anyone here, try the first floor. Edith blinked. Seriously? Han nodded. Yeah, look closely. Some down there show promise. He mentioned Daika, how he'd just taken an instructor post. Tell Daika to keep an eye out, Han said. But make sure he only looks for the ones with real grit. The ones who don't flinch. That was Edith's best chance. At least until the Master pushed out more summons. Not far off, a girl with striking blue hair was training, blades slicing the air as she carved into a practice dummy. Han's gaze lingered for a moment. The free gate system was working smoothly now. Over 20 recruits already placed on the first floor. With numbers like that, someone was bound to stand out. Edith tapped her chin, thinking. After a moment, she nodded. I'll go. Good, Han replied. But if you spot someone worth pulling up, keep it quiet. Don't draw eyes. Edith tilted her head. You mean bullying? Almost on cue, 3 smug-looking guys swaggered toward the training girl. Smirks plastered across their faces. Han didn't even look surprised. Here, it's common. Do too well, and you paint a target on your back. Especially if you don't have connections. The arena sealed with a heavy echo. Han folded his arms. Time to test your limits. Get a read on each other. His gaze shifted to Nereza and Belkis. No rules. Real weapons. Show me what you've got. Belkis' grin stretched wide. I like the sound of that. Han raised a brow. You planning to take me on alone? Belkis' eyes gleamed. If Nereza joins in, I'll hold back. But if it's just me, he stepped forward. Then yeah, I want that. Han narrowed his eyes. You're serious? A straight one-on-one? Velkus didn't blink. Dead serious. Let me try. Han gave a sharp nod and drew his sword. System alert. Berserk mode activated. The arena trembled as energy rippled outward. Not long ago, Chloe had told him something unsettling. 3 members from the third group had challenged Belkist after his last defeat. The result was brutal. Arms crushed, legs shattered. Not one of them landed a clean strike. Now those same men wandered the first floor, bullying second-tier hopefuls. And while the new recruits could handle them, Han knew the truth. None of them were ready for what was coming. Belkist struck first, his blade cutting fast through the air. But mid-swing, hesitation. A flaw. Han saw it instantly. With one precise strike, he batted Belkist's weapon clean out of his hands. The blade spun, embedding itself deep into the dirt yards away. Han said nothing. He didn't need to. The lesson was clear. Beating weaklings meant nothing. Here, strength had to be earned. Belkist still wore his grin, but the edge was gone. He exhaled sharply. You're a lot stronger than I expected. From the sidelines, Neriza crossed her arms. Reckless, she said flatly. The result was obvious. Belkist retrieved his sword, chuckling under his breath. Still glad I made the first group. Then, with a glance at Neriza, he added, if we're going to stand a chance against him, I'll need your help. Neriza didn't waste words. She unsheathed her blade, coating the edge with poison. Han arched a brow. You're really going with that? She locked eyes with him. Isn't this what you expected from me? Without another word, they both sank into stance. Round 2 was about to begin. Watching from the side, Belkist knew this time was different. Both were dead serious now. Maybe even Han wouldn't walk away without taking a hit. But Han's expression didn't change. He stepped forward, and the system roared to life. Berserk mode reactivated. The training hall fell silent. The air itself seemed heavy. Belkist and Neriza steadied themselves, still worn from the last clash. Belkist believed that if they worked together, they might finally push Han back. Han crushed that thought instantly. Numbers don't make strength, he said flatly. You two have no coordination. Then his gaze shifted toward Jenna, and his next words made her blink. Truth is, either of you would lose to her. Belkist stiffened. Neriza's grip tightened. Han didn't let up. At best, you could handle someone like Eren. Maybe Usher. He called Jenna forward. She hesitated, then stepped up. I'm a little nervous, she admitted. You shouldn't be, Han replied. You're stronger than you think. Now standing between the two, Jenna appeared calm, focused. Han looked back at Belkist and Neriza. Forget one-on-one duels. From now on, you fight as a team. Their new task, defeat Jenna. Belkist scowled. That's how little you think of us. Han's answer was sharp. You'll see soon enough. Belkist muttered irritably and glanced at Neriza. Just so you know, I don't work well with partners. She shrugged. Neither do I. From atop steps, Han's voice cut through. Then stop talking and prove it. Beat her, and I'll give you all the sparring you want. Belkist gave a hard nod. Fine. Don't regret it. He shot Neriza a smirk. Just try not to hold me back. Cracking his neck, he faced Jenna. I'll handle this. But Jenna didn't wait. Her arrow flew instantly. Belkist reacted, slicing the first one out of the air, but he missed the next wave. Arrows rained down from above, forcing him to dive back. Then came a final shot, faster, sharper than the rest. It streaked past his neck, burying itself into the wall, just inches from taking him out. Han watched silently. She's stronger than you, he said again. Belkist's grin faltered. He muttered, I feel like a frog staring at the sky from the bottom of a well. Han pointed at the scattered arrows. This isn't a duel. Neriza's part of this too. They had 2 days. 2 days to learn how to fight as a unit. Han remained at the bottom of the steps, observing. Belkist had seen countless mission logs. He should have known the truth by now. Lone wolves didn't win real battles. And so far, these two hadn't even touched the basics. Then Neriza stepped forward, blade in hand. My turn, she said. Han closed his eyes. Stubborn, he muttered. The arena fell quiet once more. Only Neriza's breathing broke the silence. The ground was littered with Jenna's arrows, a sharp reminder of just how far they still had to climb. They were boxed in, cornered on all sides. Han watched from the sidelines, his expression unchanged. Neither Belkist nor Neriza had lasted even a single minute. Both looked worn down, bruised, drained, barely able to stand. Belkist muttered to himself. As much as he hated the thought, the only chance they had was to fight together. Neriza knew it too. This wasn't going to be easy. They charged in, side by side. Han didn't even shift from his perch. Pathetic, he said. Neriza knocked aside one flurry of arrows, only for another to cut in right behind it. And before she could react, Jenna was already there, dagger flashing, then gone again, darting across the wall, already preparing her next strike. Belkist became her new target. Arrows rained down in rapid succession, each one finding its mark, each one drawing blood. Han narrowed his eyes. Belkist was struggling even more now than when he fought alone. Belkist cursed under his breath, refusing to fall. Han's response was ice cold. Swearing won't save you. Keep this up, and I'll demote you to Group 2. Their training's easier. Belkist shoved past Nariza, snapping. You can't even last 10 seconds out here. Nariza smirked. Big talk from someone who hasn't touched her once. Han's gaze darkened. Their pride was cracking, and fast. Jenna drew again. She wasn't just skilled. She was born for this. This wasn't sparring. It was a hunt. And to her, Belkist and Nariza weren't fighters. They were prey. They lunged again. Jenna released. An arrow struck Nariza square in the chest. Two more pierced Belkist in an instant. Nariza collapsed against the wall. Belkist barely kept his footing. Han looked down at them. Don't waste time. You'll recover once you're out. Then, colder, stop pretending you're heroes. Walk away. Outside the ring, Han leaned back against the wall. Ivalka strolled over, noting something unusual. Those two actually made a decent pair. Han raised a brow. She wasn't even supposed to be here. Her focus was telekinesis training, not snooping around. Aaron stood in the distance, quietly watching. Han didn't miss a beat. 10 seconds before I tell Chloe, he warned Ivalka. He began counting immediately. Ivalka groaned, but didn't push back. She turned and left. Inside the ring, Belkis cracked his knuckles, clearly eager to keep going. But Jenna wasn't. Han collected the scattered arrows. That's enough. Tomorrow, you try again. Nariza didn't look worried. We've still got time, she said casually. Jenna held a flask, irritation written all over her. Han addressed them all. Because you keep challenging her, she's falling behind on her own training. Don't waste her time, or mine. Then came the blow. If you can't beat her tomorrow, I'll replace you both. Belkis froze, thinking he misheard. But Han's tone left no room for doubt. He meant it. Jenna walked off, gathering her arrows, but left them with one last chance. Tomorrow's match would decide everything. Lose, and it was over. Belkis and Nariza remained where they stood, weighed down and defeated. Han could only hope they wouldn't mess it up this time. Jenna turned to him. You'd really cut them loose? Han didn't even blink. Have I ever lied? She opened her mouth, about to throw a certain incident back at him. Thwack! A stray quiver smacked her in the head before she could finish. Han didn't bother to look. He kept walking, chin raised. Talent means nothing if you can't work with others. Jenna rubbed her head, muttering under her breath. Who could possibly replace Belkis and Nariza? Maybe Han was betting on Aaron coming back? But Han shut that thought down immediately. Not even close. On the sidelines, Belkis' grip tightened around his sword. His stance was strong, precise. Han could see that. The problem wasn't skill. It was trust. Either they didn't trust each other enough, or they trusted themselves too much. Belkis looked ready to snap. Han just hoped they'd figure it out before tomorrow. Morning arrived. Han, Ivalka, and Jenna gathered in the square. Jenna scanned the area. Where are they? Don't tell me they ran. Han didn't flinch. They're on the first floor. Ivalka perked up. Wait, so training's canceled. Jenna tilted her head. Why'd they go down there? Han shrugged. Asked for time. So while they're off doing whatever it is, the rest of us? Double workload. Ivalka groaned. She should have expected that. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Jenna turned and froze. The so-called quitters were walking straight toward them. Han narrowed his eyes. You two ready? They stepped through the archway. Nariza gave a short nod. We did everything we could. Belkis stood beside her, calm and collected. Let's get this over with. The arena was exactly as it had been yesterday. Han laid down the rules again. Real weapons. No limits. One chance. Nariza looked straight at Jenna. We understand. Belkis glanced at her. He wasn't a fan of the plan, but he was in. From across the arena, Jenna raised her bow. They're just standing there? She fired. Belkis stepped in, batting the arrow aside like it was nothing. Nariza followed up, hurling her dagger. Jenna ducked, rolled, and loosed another volley. Belkis' eyes lit up. He grinned. I get it now. Jenna faltered. Something was different. He wasn't charging blindly anymore. He was reading her shots, cutting them down like paper. The system chimed. Skill awakened, anti-projectile defense. No hesitation. Together, they rushed in. Jenna fired again. Too far. Too slow. Not enough to stop them. Belkis cleared the arrows across the ground. Nariza knocked down the ones raining from above. Step by step, they closed the distance. Then they split. Left and right. Jenna's eyes widened. She was flanked. She vaulted into the air, blades sweeping beneath her. But mid-leap, another dagger spun toward her. She barely twisted away, ricocheting off the ceiling, and landed, face to face with Belkis. Still, waiting. Belkis lunged without a word. Jenna twisted away just in time, flipping back and countering with a spinning strike meant to knock him off balance. But then she felt it. Cold steel pressed against her throat. She froze. Behind her, Nariza. The assassin's voice was steady. It's over. Jenna groaned. The outcome was clear. Belkist let out a laugh. Too easy. Han gave a single nod of approval. He turned to the other recruits, shaking his head. All that struggling, when the answer was right in front of them from the start. Jenna should have noticed sooner. But she hadn't. She'd been consumed by Belkist's presence, her focus locked entirely on him. Han silently watched Nerissa slip back into the shadows. Not surprising. When someone like Belkist drew that much attention, it was easy to forget the danger right behind you. Now the three stood side by side. Han gave them a short nod. You passed. He told them to hold on to that moment. This was real teamwork. Anyone who had studied their past boss fights should have known already. A team's combined strength could always surpass raw solo power. Belkist grinned. So, does that mean we're ready to take you on next? Han smirked. You sure about that? The arena's open whenever you feel brave enough. But deep down, he already knew how it would end. One strike in berserk mode, and Belkist would be finished. One mistake, and they'd both fall. It wouldn't be the first time they barely scraped through after challenging him. The gate to the next floor remained sealed. Han figured the system, and YTNG was waiting, holding off until the squad's synergy tightened before unleashing the next challenge. As the squad made their way toward the second floor gate, Han slung his sword across his back. He casually mentioned that Jenna would be joining the duels in the next round. Leaning against the wall, Belkist raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about now? Han explained. From here on, Belkist and Nerissa would be fighting as a team. The announcement caught them both off guard. But Han clarified it wasn't permanent. They'd rotate, switch partners, and test every combination. The point was simple. Every member needed to learn how to fight alongside anyone. Resting on one knee, Belkist admitted something. He'd always thought this squad worked solo. Back on floors 5, 10, 15, it had always looked like Han was carrying the weight alone. He hadn't realized just how strong the rest of the crew actually was. He turned to Han. Then what's the point of all this team training? Han shot back. What? Are your eyes just for decoration? He thought back over every floor they'd cleared. Not a single one could have been conquered alone. Then he laid it out plainly. You can't build a strong team from weak players. But even the strongest individuals will lose if they can't work as one. Han lowered his gaze for a moment. Sure, one powerful player could carry the team. But did they really have anyone like that? He didn't think so. And he certainly didn't see himself that way. Belkist stood tall. Han told them both to quit complaining. If they mastered coordination, he'd give them all the one-on-one training they wanted. Belkist admitted he was getting impatient. As the recruits headed upstairs, Han stayed behind, watching. They were improving fast. At last, they were ready for proper 2-on-2 matches. The arena was rarely silent. Mornings were drills. Afternoons? Weapon work. Most of their time was spent locked in sparring. This time, Jenna paired with Belkist against Han and Nerissa. Teams shifted with every round. But one thing never changed. Any team with Han always came out on top. Even so, little by little, they learned to fight together. A week later, Ivalka joined the rotation. That's when the group began practicing real formations. Han pinpointed every weakness, Jenna's, Ivalka's, and built strategies around them. He refined their strengths, covered their gaps. For Belkist and Nerissa, he drilled directly into their weak points. During a short break, Nerissa watched him closely. The more she saw, the more impressed she became. Every move, every tactic, everything clicked together too perfectly. Sitting across from him, she wondered aloud. What had he really done before all this? Han answered casually. Told you already. I was a farmer. Nerissa snorted. You'll have to do better than that. Just then, a call rang out from the ferry. The first squad was to assemble. First floor. Belkist leaned against his sword with a sigh. Took them long enough. As they walked down the corridor, Han asked if they were excited for the real thing. Outside, Belkist stretched his shoulders. Anything's better than beating on wood. Han waved the group forward. This isn't a sightseeing trip. Move. Before they left, Aaron stepped up. Good luck out there. Han nodded. Don't worry. We've got it. They headed toward the familiar gate. A crowd was already gathered in the square. Han glanced back when Nerissa caught up. Who are all these people? She explained they were third-gen recruits, summoned after the floor split. The newcomers eyed Han's team with suspicion. An assassin stepped forward, assuming Han didn't understand. He mentioned the rumors, strange ones spreading fast. Han tensed. He'd expected this sooner or later. He, Jenna, and Edith were first gen, Nerissa and Belkist came in second. That was after Han handed his guidebooks to the master. These new faces? Third generation. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, calling Belkist a cocky idiot. Belkist spun around, furious. Say that to my face. Han cut in instantly. Let it go. An older man shoved his way forward, loudly introducing himself as Melkard. He claimed he'd been trapped here for 4 days and wanted to skip straight to the second floor, muttering something about chronic illness. Han didn't hesitate. He pushed the man aside. Lobby healing works on everything. Flu, cancer, you name it. Don't fake it. Above them, Isel hovered, her voice sharp as it cut through the noise. Enough. You're holding up the Masters team. Han turned to Nereza. When did people start acting like this? Right after the floors split, she answered. As the gate ahead began to dissolve, Ivalka frowned. Why'd it mess with people like this? Han kept his eyes forward. Separation changes people. Ivalka muttered. Still, it's strange. Han shook it off. None of it mattered now. They had a mission. The system chimed. Main dungeon, 16th floor. Opening in 10 seconds. Han faced the group, voice firm. Once we're in, you follow my lead. No exceptions. His gaze swept across them. Anyone have a problem with that? Belkist and Nereza answered immediately. Nope, we're in. A flash of light swallowed them whole, pulling the squad onto the 16th floor. The system prompt appeared, reconnaissance mission. Uncharted territory. Belkist frowned. Never done recon before. Jenna thought back to the 6th floor. Similar assignment, just scouting. She smiled faintly at Han. Hopefully this one's just as easy. Han shook his head. This isn't the 6th. Don't expect it to be. The world around them resembled an ancient castle, or maybe an old mansion. Nereza froze the moment they landed. Han noticed. You recognize this place? She hesitated. Not sure yet. If something clicks, I'll tell you. Han approached a massive door and knocked. A small metal grid slid open. Not an exit. Not even within the mission boundary. He stepped back and turned to Nereza. You're up. Stay out of sight. Signal us if you see anything off. She nodded once and melted into the shadows. Han drew his blade. Formation. Let's move. The hallway stretched long ahead, dim lanterns flickering against stone walls. Rows of statues lined the path, frozen in place, their gaze cold and empty. Belkist held the rear. Ivalka scanned the eerie corridor. This feels like a haunted mansion. No way this is normal. Han noted the strangest part. Everything was pristine, polished. Someone had been maintaining the place. It wasn't abandoned. He tested a few doors. All of them locked. Ivalka's eyes widened as she looked down the endless passage. This place is massive. It feels endless. Belkist muttered. The floor plan's off. Distorted. Even the spacing feels wrong. Ivalka smirked. Smarter than you look. Belkist stiffened. Okay, bad joke, she admitted. Han's voice cut through the air, low and sharp. Quiet. Jenna moved ahead, gaze fixed on the corridor stretching before them. The hall split 3 ways, left, right, and straight. Endless. Han's voice cut in. We're in a labyrinth. This wasn't just some mansion. It was a maze, deliberately designed to mislead. Ivalka frowned. So, where do we even start? Han leaned back against the wall, calm. We wait for Nereza. No sense getting lost before we know what's ahead. Jenna's eyes roamed the walls. I've never seen anything like this. It's way more complicated than anything we've faced before. Belkis gave a short nod. And way too quiet. Feels wrong. Han shot him a dry look. What? You thought these missions were supposed to be fun? Belkis shrugged. Hard to enjoy when there's nothing worth fighting. Han closed his eyes, letting the group catch a breath, but his warning was sharp. Stay ready. He could feel it. The monsters were close. Without turning, he spoke quietly. They're here. Belkis' lips curved into a grin. Excellent. 5 long minutes passed. Shadows crept along the stone walls. Then Nereza emerged from the dark. Han straightened instantly. She reported, I scouted the middle path. All the corridors lead to the same place. It's not a maze meant to confuse. It's connected. Strange. No traps. No enemies. But something else. Han's eyes narrowed. What kind of something? Nereza hesitated. I saw a maid. Bleeding. Crying. You'll understand when you see her. A nearby door creaked open. Inside, a girl sat collapsed, sobbing into a pool of blood. Head low, body trembling. She hasn't reacted to anything, Nereza said quietly. It's like she's not really here. Then, suddenly, the girl vomited blood. Han turned away without hesitation. His voice was calm, but sharp. This isn't right. If someone wanted her dead, she'd already be dead. And if we're not here to finish the job, then we don't interfere. He added, sometimes when something feels wrong, the smartest choice is to walk away. Jenna's eyes lingered on the girl. She looks like she's in pain, like she's dying. Han glanced back. You planning to heal her? Jenna paused. Not that nice. Then we move, Han ordered. They passed her by. Further down, iron railings came into view. Ivalka groaned, lifting her hand. This is getting old. Someone muttered nearby. There has to be a way through. One of the team lowered his head in frustration. Han didn't even look at him. Quit whining. Something will happen soon enough. And right then, the floor shifted under their feet. They passed 3 nearly identical rooms already. The labyrinth wasn't hard. If anything, it had been almost a straight path. Until the 4th corridor. Nereza's voice cut through the air. Enemies ahead. Han's jaw tightened. How many? 7, she answered. Swords, spears, crossbows. Han nodded grimly. The moment we step in, they'll attack. His orders came fast. Nariza and Jenna, take out the crossbows. The rest, lock down the front line. Through the cracked door, they saw the guards waiting. Han raised his hand. 3, 2. A single finger. 1. He clenched his fist. The squad surged forward. One soldier turned his head too late. Han was already there. His blade flashed once. Clean. Silent. A voice barely rasped. Who? Before the body hit the floor. Belkis charged in right behind him. Strikes heavy and merciless. When the clash was over, corpses littered the room. All eyes turned toward the staircase ahead. But something was wrong. Han's gaze sharpened. The floor above, it didn't feel right. Then, slam. The doors behind them locked shut. Han raised his shield, hurling it against the barrier. A harsh clang. No movement. He stretched out a hand, clenched his fist. Nothing. They weren't being allowed through. Not yet. Ivalka, Han ordered. Level 1 magic circle. By the exit. She hesitated. You sure? Before he could respond, the barrier rippled, then burst open. Soldiers flooded in. 18 at level 14. 5 at level 17. Ivalka didn't wait. Her hands flared. Fire erupted down the corridor, engulfing the first wave. Go! Han barked. Belkis and Nariza rushed forward. Han charged, blade tearing through armor. Jenna loosed arrows in rapid succession as boots thundered closer. A burning knight screamed. Han's strike cut him down, another charred body collapsing into the flames. Then Han's voice rang out calm. Everything's ready. The team regrouped at his side. A girl asked, how'd you know? Han's gaze flicked back. Shouldn't I be asking you that? She gave a short nod. More are coming. Han hurled his shield again. It smashed into the barrier. Still holding. He scanned the burning hall. Smoke twisted upward. The air stilled. Then silence. The barrier dissolved. Move. They climbed the stairs. Han's reminder was sharp. Stay alert. We're not ready for level 17 yet. Someone groaned. That last fight was boring. Han raised a brow. What do you even do for fun? Blow things up? Yeah, pretty much. Han stepped into the portal. Floor cleared. Belkis and Nariza leveled up. Reward, 50,000 gold. Top player, Ivalka. The lobby reformed around them. Off to the side, Jenna asked, think floor 17 LL be like that too? Han shrugged. Maybe. She frowned. I hope not. I prefer quick, clean missions. The others drifted away. Jenna stretched with a sigh. I'm heading to the baths. It's late. Han nodded. You did good today. His gaze shifted. You're still here. What's on your mind? Nariza stepped forward, her tone heavy. It's about that place we were just in. Cut to a wide shot of the building. Later, seated at a table, Han poured tea and slid a cup across to her. So, what is it? Nariza lifted the cup, took a sip, then set it down. I recognized it, she said softly. Han's eyes sharpened. Her next words cut deeper. I didn't just recognize it. I used to work there. Han's jaw tightened. Why tell me this now? Nariza leaned in, palms pressed flat against the table. Because I think you got a real shot of making it all the way. An emblem shimmered faintly between them as she spoke. The mansion we saw, it was called the Golden Manor. It belonged to the Haljan clan, one of the 4 major clans. The kind of power even the Emperor doesn't touch. Han cracked a faint grin. Wouldn't know. I'm just a farmer. She rolled her eyes. No one's buying that. Then she laid it out. The continent, Tayanir, was ruled by a single empire. And within it, 4 great clans existed, each strong enough to rival the throne itself. Even the Emperor doesn't cross them, she added. Han asked evenly. So Golden Manor really belonged to Haljan? Blueprints flickered into view. Nariza studied them. The entrance matches. But the inside? Something's off. Her gaze dropped. I don't know why we were sent there, but it wasn't random. Something about that mission, it felt aimed at us. She paused, then said firmly, I checked the records. I'm sure of it. Han's jaw clenched. So what exactly are you saying? Nariza leaned forward. Golden Manor, it has 5 floors. And the bloodlines tied to the 4 clans? They're not human. Han's eyes narrowed. Not human. She nodded. They carry monster blood. At least, that's the rumor. And not just any kind. Her voice dipped. Some say it's dragon blood running through their veins. Han lifted his cup, staring into the surface as his thoughts churned. Dragon blood? What does that even mean? His mind shifted straight to the 20th floor. A turning point in Pick Me. That floor was the wall, the line that separated rookies from the elite. Anyone who cleared it became a true player. Why? Because the 20th was the same for everyone. No random layouts. No easy paths. Just one custom boss. A trial built for them alone. The 5th floor had been the first wall, where a third of players washed out. The 20th was the second. Only half ever reached it. Nariza sat quietly, watching him. I saw you save the Imperial Princess back on the 15th, she said softly. But I still don't get why Golden Manor appeared right before the 20th. Han exhaled, steady. I don't either. or why you were tied to it. Then his gaze locked on hers. If there's more you want to say, this is the time. Nariza smirked faintly. I'm not going anywhere. And those people? Every last one of them deserves what's coming. She rose to her feet. That's all I've got. Use it however you want. Han closed his eyes, letting the weight of her words sink in. From the corner, movement stirred. Isel stepped out, a playful smile curling her lips. So, finished with the secrets? Han didn't move. You were eavesdropping? Isel chuckled. I thought I was being subtle. Guess I sparkled too much. Han turned slightly. What do you want? She shrugged. Nothing big. Just we've been making progress. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Han's jaw tightened. This is it, he muttered. This is where everything really starts. The interface pulsed alive. A fairy flickered across the screen, confirmation. They were on the road to the 20th floor. Even outside, the game's fan forums were in chaos. Strategy posts drowned under warnings and complaints. Han lowered his head. Yeah, this is where it gets real. For everyone. Isel leaned in. So, did Nariza tell you anything useful? Han gave a faint nod. When I line up her information with what I already knew, the pieces start to fit. A new notification flashed. There's an order, Han said. They're after the key NPC on the 15th floor. And the ones funding them? The Haljan clan. He paused, voice low. I still don't have every detail. But I know this much. They're tied to the goddess somehow. No doubt about it. Isel's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying the floors are connected? Han turned from her, nodding. Exactly. And Nariza gave me 2 key pieces. A map of the labyrinth glimmered in the air. First, the Golden Estate. It has 5 floors, and the layout matches perfectly with the 16th through the 20th levels of the tower. His gaze shifted out the window. The ones living on the 5th floor of that manor carry dragon blood. Isel blinked. Wait, you mean? Han's eyes lit. Exactly. The boss on the 20th floor will be a dragon. A crooked smile touched his lips. Beasts like that are near unstoppable. Lucky for me, I'm not pure blood. Isel's brow furrowed. Doesn't matter. Pure blood or not, a dragon's still a dragon. Han's fist tightened. Then we prepare. That's the only way forward. Isel hesitated, watching him. His gaze stayed on the horizon. We finished this quest. Just back me up. She squared her shoulders. I'm in. The scene shifted. Outside the window, buildings shimmered into focus. Down below, figures gathered beneath a glowing blue light. In an instant, the squad materialized inside a vast structure. They had arrived 17th floor. Towering arches stretched overhead, shadows spilling across polished marble. Belkist scanned the chamber. 5 exits. Already better than the last one. Han nodded. Stay sharp. If this ties into the same labyrinth, we'll be stuck here for days. One of the girls grimaced. We're not going to starve in here, right? Han gave a calm smile. Follow the rules. You'll be fine. But inside, he wasn't so certain. The difficulty here was anything but ordinary. Without warning, a trap snapped open ahead. The team reacted instantly, colliding with a squad of enemy guards. Moments later, floor cleared. Reward, 50,000 gold MVP, Belkist. Breathing hard but steady, they pushed forward. Han sketched out a rough map as they advanced. Another floor conquered. The 18th was cleared. Then, without hesitation, the girl rushed ahead, tearing through the next swarm of enemies. Floor 19 cleared. An archway stretched before them, tall and commanding. Jenna smirked. That's it? You said we'd be starving by now. Nariza answered coolly. There were some tough spots. Han's tone sharpened. It only seemed easy because we kept taking the same route. A notification appeared across his interface. Build permission granted. He selected Level 1 storage. Ivalka tilted her head. What's that for, Master? It's been getting noisy around here. Han didn't look back. A place to keep everything safe. She blinked. Isn't that just a warehouse? Light swirled as the structure began to rise. No, Han said firmly. It's a tomb. Ivalka froze. A tomb. The vault stood complete. Inside, the walls bore the names and faces of fallen heroes. An album recorded their endings, the last floors they reached, the days they returned to the goddess. At the center of the square, the massive vault gates loomed in silence. The squad gathered. Han glanced down. The masters already pushed the second team to the 16th floor. He knew the meaning. New groups were rising, but they needed time. Pressure was building. From the back, a voice whispered, "Third group's next, aren't they?" Everyone understood. The 20th floor was waiting. Nearby, the girl received a system update. Her training shifted, bout only. Accuracy above all else. She could ask for advice on side weapons, but her path had been carved. Ivalka read her assignment and stiffened. Fire magic to the 4th circle. The 4th? She muttered. That's serious. Nariza clenched her fists. I'm taking the weekly dungeon. No more paralyzers. I'll craft poisons that kill outright. It'll take time, but I'll manage. Belkis grinned. How about sparring, Han? Real weapons this time. Han faced him. Morning warm-up? Belkis shrugged. Any time works. Han smirked. What a strange guy. Knock him down 100 times, and he just keeps coming back. Not like Aaron. Not like the rest. Then another voice rose. I want to train too. Han turned. Didn't think you cared. Maria looked away. I changed my mind, she said quietly. Besides that vault, it creeps me out. The giant doors loomed behind them, carved deep with heavy markings. Maria's voice hardened. What is this place supposed to be? Han answered calmly. The master's putting everything in place for the 20th floor. Maria frowned. By building a tomb? That's not preparation. It's a warning. Why call it vault? Inside, torchlight flickered against the stone walls, shadows stretching long across the chamber. Someone whispered it wasn't really a tomb at all. Not for bodies, they were never recovered, but for weapons, gear, and the memories of those who never came back. A voice scoffed. What's the point of that thing? We need a training field, not some shrine for the dead. Jenna gave a faint smile. I don't mind it. Shows the master cares. Ivalka crossed her arms. Enough already. All this talk makes it sound like someone's bound to die on floor 20. A girl beside her wrapped her in a quick hug. Don't say that. We got Han. We'll be fine. Same as floor 15. Ivalka pulled back, unimpressed. Fine? We barely survived that. Jenna laughed lightly and placed a hand on her shoulder. Relax. Nobody's dying this time. Nereza smirked. Don't underestimate me. I'm tougher than I look. Han glanced away. Without someone who thinks like you, Jenna wouldn't have made it this far. That's why you're still here. Nereza shut her eyes for a moment. Well, floor 20's next. No chance it'll be easy. Han tilted his head. Scared. Not a chance, she shot back instantly. If I was, I'd be with the support squad, not standing on the front line. His reply was soft, his gaze turned away. It's not too late, you know. Nereza went quiet, eyes fixed on the ground. Then, flames ripped across the air. Ivalka launched a blast of fire. Belkis' blade slammed into Han's shield. Han grinned as a new message lit up his interface. New skill acquired. Swordsmanship LV.5. His eyes flicked to Belkis. Swordsmanship LV.8. The guy was climbing fast. Off to the side, a bowstring snapped. Jenna's arrow split its target cleanly in two. Her eyes gleamed. She just unlocked tight bow. Han unclasped his training weights and let them slam into the dirt. He scanned the field. Everything was falling into place. They were almost ready. A battle card blinked across the interface, listing fresh support upgrades. New recruits stationed on the second floor. A skilled apothecary assigned to the magic hall, brewing healing potions. Daika promoted to full instructor, already back upstairs, and even thanking Han for the referral. With the 20th floor looming, support was everything. Interns joined the ranks. The blacksmith leveled up, now forging D+ rank weapons and higher, finally meeting the needs of the war ahead. Meanwhile, the third group kept climbing. After this run, they'd earned their spots on the second floor roster. No longer just candidates. They were on the verge of becoming full walkers. The armory gleamed, fully stocked. The scene shifted to the house. Han sat at the table, lost in thought. The 20th floor. No ordinary climb. Even when he was master, his parties had been wiped out here 3 times. No second chances. No mercy for mistakes. The true gauntlet began now. And at last, the massive gate stood before them. Han looked ahead. Take care of whatever you need before we go, he said. Whatever it is, finish it now. He paused, fist clenching tight. And if anyone leaves a will, his voice hardened. I'll tear it up myself if you die. Someone smirked. Pretty sure Ivalka's already scribbling something. A guy scoffed. Scribbling what? She snapped back. None of your business. Nereza stayed quiet, eyes locked straight ahead. Han stepped forward. We're all walking out of this. You trust me, don't you? Have I ever lied? Ivalka rolled her eyes. Only about 1,000 times. A system alert blinked. 3 groups required to complete this mission. One of the girls narrowed her eyes. Wait, a boss raid? It looked that way. But the objective showed only one target. Another alert lit up. Teams may enter when ready. Her eyes widened. Then I'm not holding back. A hint appeared. Subsequent groups can only join once conditions are met, or enough time passes. Jenna raised a brow. So this is war? Han gave a slight nod. Strange, though. Why would a mission need this many teams? Then the ground trembled. The announcement came. Someone had already gone in. A lone scout, thrown in as bait. Sacrificed to gather intel on floor 20. Han muttered. This started back on the 16th, didn't you notice? Isel snapped. So what? You let him walk in alone? He didn't last minutes. Han only grinned. Our turn now. Group 1 selected to enter first. As the portal shimmered, Isel knelt beside the fallen scout. Listen, Han. Stay sharp. The guy groaned, still worshipping him. Huh? What's he done to earn that? The girl smirked. Go on ahead. We'll follow. Han met her gaze for a second, then turned forward. The entrance materialized. The 20th floor of the main dungeon. The portal pulsed with blinding light. A prompt appeared. Mission recording active. Progress will be saved. They stepped through. Han's voice cut through the silence. Once we're in, that's it. Follow your training. He shoved the doors open. Warning screens flared crimson. They entered a vast, dim square drowned in shadow. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all hostiles. One of the girls shivered. This place, it's wrong. Ivalka lowered her eyes, already weaving a spell. Then, laughter echoed. Cold. Shattered. A man's voice roared. It's all your fault. All of it. Han's eyes narrowed. He's burning up. Jenna loosed an arrow. Ivalka's flames surged. The blast swallowed him whole. He vanished in fire. Han's gaze lit with urgency. Keep firing. Flank it from both sides. The squad rushed forward, charging straight through the inferno. A roar thundered out, shaking the square. From the flames burst a half-black dragon. Level 42. A system alert flashed. Unique monster detected. Han shouted, "Don't freeze." The girl's bow drew tight, red energy sparking across the string. She fired. An arrow streaked through the air, only to slam against an invisible wall and ricochet away. The dragon's burning eyes locked onto them. Another alert. Monster is resistant to physical attacks. Ivalka stepped up, hands blazing. Burn! A wall of fire roared across the battlefield. The dragon didn't even flinch. It grinned. System alert. Monster is resistant to magic. Even high-tier fire spells couldn't scratch it. Han charged, blade flashing, only for his strike to bounce off with a harsh metallic clang. He clenched his teeth. Nothing was landing. Belkist's eyes narrowed. Neriza's burned bright blue. Together they struck in perfect sync, still useless. The dragon raised its head. Fall back now. Han barked. It curled tight, then detonated a massive energy shockwave. Han slammed his shield into place, absorbing most of it, but when he turned, Neriza was already bleeding. I'm fine. Just a scratch, she muttered, pressing the wound. Jenna drew fast. Then I'll take the eye. Her arrow split the air, only to shatter mid-flight against the same unseen barrier. What? She gasped. Why can't we hurt it? Someone shouted from the back. Blades, arrows, spells. It's like hitting steel. That hide's insane. Han's grip tightened. It's not invincible. We just don't have the strategy yet. Belkis growled. Strategy? We can't even chip it. The dragon lunged, slamming down. What do we do? Someone yelled. We can't just stand here. Han's eyes locked on Belkist and Neriza. I'm ready. Belkist answered instantly. Han raised his shield as Neriza unleashed another blaze, wrapping it around the beast. Again, no damage. Seriously, what's left? Someone called. Nothing's hitting. Han slashed the air. Fall back. This thing isn't built for group fights. It's one-on-one. He charged alone, striking hard. The barrier cracked, finally shattered. But the dragon hardly reacted. Its body still resisted almost everything. Han cursed. Everyone else was wasting stamina. They had to regroup. Then the ground split. Smoke and ash hissed upward as shapes crawled free. Level 14 greedy shadows. Han gave a dry laugh. Perfect. Just what we needed. Do we take them down? Someone asked. Before Han could answer, the dragon strike slammed him head-on. His shield buckled, but he forced himself upright, eyes cutting through the haze. There had to be a way. Belkis darted forward, blade flashing. We can hit these things at least. Let's clear them out. From behind, the girl readied her bow again. We just need time. Hold it off. She loosed another shot, dropping low to reload. Han's mind raced. Physical resistance. Magical resistance. 3 moves. Scales as projectiles. Brutal close-range swipes. Endless shadow spawns. Simple pattern. Overwhelming force. The dragon lunged, jaws snapping shut. Han countered with a sharp strike, only for the blade to glance off, barely drawing blood. He cursed under his breath. This was slipping fast. Another wave of shadows surged forward. Han's eyes burned as he charged again, blade slicing at the dragon, only to be swatted aside like an insect. Blood spilled. His health bar dropped fast. Still, he pushed through. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a flask. One gulp. The potion was gone. The empty glass clinked against the stone. Still bleeding, still breathing, Han forced himself back up. His body shook, wounds tearing open again as he threw himself into another strike, then hit the ground hard, battered and gasping. From a distance, Jenna screamed his name, panic cutting through the chaos. Han roared back, "Worry about yourself." Ivalka's voice cracked with fury. "Why will my spells land? These shadows don't die. I'll end it right here." Han carved through another spawn. "Just a little longer. Hold out." Belkist's blade flashed. "Yeah? How much longer are we talking?" Han barely ducked under claw swipe, thoughts racing. Out of plans. No answers. When would this phase end? The dragon raised its head again. Another swarm poured in. Untouchable. Relentless. Endless reinforcements. No opening. no end in sight. Han's eyes flicked to his torn body, then to the high walls. Guards, watching. When had they arrived? And why weren't they moving? The dragon slammed down, claws ripping toward the spirit. Belkis shouted, voice carrying a strange thrill. This feels just like when I watch Han's old battles. But this time, I'm in it, and it's fun. Han met the beast head-on. Behind him, someone shouted with blind confidence, you've got this. He scoffed without looking back. You're getting better at spouting nonsense. Then the ground ignited. Energy surged around the dragon. The formation finally activated. The rear guard could join. The tower blazed as an official deployment order rang out. Rear guard selection initiated. A girl turned to the glow. Who are they? The master had chosen Group 2. They stepped forward without hesitation, announcing their arrival. Confused, the girl looked at Han. Beside her, a boy shouted his name. A man grit his teeth. Why aren't we allowed in? The boy snapped back. Our role's not the same as Group 1's. The guards' eyes gleamed as soldiers. Level 18, level 20, charged in, their weapons glowing. Energy shimmered across the field. Even the statue began to shine. One man cursed. Why cut down all these things just to protect some object? Meanwhile, Han's shield clashed with the dragon, and realization struck. The vanguard wasn't supposed to win. Their job was to hold the boss. The rear guard's mission? Seize the control point. This wasn't just a raid. It was a split mission operation. Han lifted his shield again. Could they actually pull this off? From behind, a voice rang out. Han, take out Jenna's first. I'm on it, she called back. Edith slashed her sword, voice fierce. Hold the line. I'll break through fast. Group 2 stormed the field. The boy led the charge, blade tearing through the enemy line, the others pressing close behind. Han's eyes flicked off the dragon. Clear every last shadow before Group 2 hits the altar. Third circle spells. Ready now. The girl looked at him. Something happens when they reach it. He didn't answer, but his expression said everything. She understood, hands already weaving a spell. The dragon howled, furious, but pressure was mounting. Shadows swarmed in. Ivalka thrust her hand forward. Fire detonated across the battlefield. Burn everything in our way, she shouted. The blast tore through the swarm, carving a path open. Jenna tossed Han another potion. Drink it. You're not going down now. He caught it, dropped his head, and swallowed it back. At last, the last shadow collapsed. The fight shifted. Han's eyes darted sideways. In one blur, he slashed. Light burst from his blade, blood spraying. Energy surged alive across the steel. The dragon's head snapped up. The second group had secured the altar. Power erupted from the structure. The goddess's blessing had begun. A system prompt appeared. Master, swipe to unlock full power. Holy energy flooded Han's weapons. His blade blazed with light. The girl turned her eyes away. Jenna stared speechless, and Belkis grinned like a man possessed. Han smirked. Time to bury this thing. Group 1 surged back into the fray. A display flickered overhead, showing Group 2's current formation. Facing the dragon head-on, Han set the plan. Their attacks were finally landing. It was time to divide and conquer. One squad, keep the boss pinned. The rest, wipe the shadows. Han led Team 1. Belkis and Nereza cut across the second flank. Jenna and Ivalka, Team 3, covered them from the rear. The dragon coiled. Brace, it's launching a scale storm. Han shouted. In one twist, a storm of scales tore free. Then stillness. No hesitation. Han and Belkis rushed in, blade striking true. Every hit connected, forcing a roar from the beast. But one scale crashed to the ground, bursting into black smoke. Out crawled a corrupted shadow. Level 14. Han shouted over the chaos. This boss isn't holding anything back. Wounded but recovering, he signaled. Group 3, cover fire until he could rejoin. The girl's arrows flew, thinning the pack. Jenna picked off shadow after shadow until she froze. Her hand reached back. Empty. Her short bow quiver was dry. Han caught her expression and cursed. No ammo. Then it hit him. Switch to the longbow. Aim at the boss. I'll clear the rest. Jenna blinked, then snapped to it. She pulled the longbow, drew back, and fired. The arrow sank deep. Blood splattered the ground. Han stepped into the crimson spray, eyes burning, shield raised. He charged forward, driving another strike. Team 2, rotate in, he roared. When I drop, start chugging potions. A blade spun through the air. Han caught it mid-flight and drove it deep into the dragon's hide. The beast shrieked and hurled him back. From the edge, Edith shouted. She was barely holding on. Han rolled to his feet, jaw tight. Team 2 wouldn't last much longer. Above, guards scrambled along the walls. We can't hold forever, one shouted. If they break through, the altar's lost. Cut the ladders. Don't let them climb, another screamed. Han turned just in time to see a spear tear through a boy's side. Blood poured fast. The girl spun, eyes wide. Someone help him. Ivalka raised her hands. This is spiraling out of control. Han's thoughts hammered. I know how bad this is getting. Near the altar, the group clustered tight. A bitter truth sank in. They were burning out fast. If the altar fell, everything was over. Only 4 left standing. The second group was hanging by threads. 5 minutes, maybe less. Han's gaze shifted. A soft blue glow spread across the fortress walls. Edith froze, staring as light shimmered at the gates. The formation was complete. The rear guard could finally enter. Edith rallied the guards, and Group 3 stormed forward. Run! Han shouted. The girl blinked. What are you talking about? Are you blind? He snapped. Climb the tower, move. Above, a crossbow locked into place. The ballista was aimed dead center on the dragon. We're ready, a guard yelled. Then fire already. Han barked. The girl raised her weapon, Belkis beside her. Time to switch, he said. Han gave a sharp nod. Do it. The dragon reeled under another strike. Will the poison hold? Edith hissed through clenched teeth. It'll work? At least enough, Han answered. The beast roared, stumbling. Then use it. Hit while it's open. The girl drew back and fired again. Han blocked a burst, turning his head. How many left? 5. Spend them all. Near the altar, the battle pressed harder. Everyone knew the truth. And this before the second group collapsed. Aaron, hold the climbers. Dylan, front line, someone barked. The girl sprinted for the ballista. They're here. Everything was reaching its limit. The players spread across the grounds. One thought heavy in the air. If the altar fell, the monster's immunity would return. Their odds of survival would nosedive. Not 0, but close. The girl froze. Someone was already manning the ballista. Others blocked the doors. How do you even use this thing? She asked. On the field, Han growled. What lesson are we supposed to take from this? She didn't blink. I'll fire. You hold them off. Faster. Edith screamed. The girl loosed her last arrow. That was it. The final one. Han called out. I'll deal with the shadows. Cover Ivalka. Nothing gets through. He bolted to the front, blade cutting the swarm apart. The girl dropped into the ballista seat. Looking down, her chest tightened. Han was already weaving through enemies too fast for her to follow. Group 1 stormed back in. Group 2 pushed close behind. Then the interface lit. Group 3's formation engaged. Han spun toward Belkis and Ariza. Hold that thing, just for a second. Already crouched, the girl shouted back. We'll buy you time. The dragon's massive arm swung wide, tossing them like ragdolls. Han's eyes lit. He braced and slammed a kick straight into its claw. The beast howled. The opening was there. Fire, he roared. Sharon's hands shook on the trigger. I've never fired one of these before. Her voice faltered. When I got here, I was already breaking. She wasn't the only one. In this world, survival demanded speed. Only those who adapted lived. She had grown up with nothing. No meals. No warm clothes. Only her sister, until even she sold Sharon off once she came of age. From there, it was endless labor, trapped among criminals with no way out. Her mind flashed, splinter dolls, muffled sobs, betrayal. The echo of a man's voice thundered. What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Fire. Sharon, clench her jaw. Another shout tore through the battlefield. Now. She shut her eyes, then snapped them open. Glaring sharp, she yanked the trigger. The ballista fired. A deafening crack ripped the air. The bolt tore straight across the field, slamming into the dragon. Sharon exhaled, muttering it hit. A sly grin tugged at her lips. She could do anything if she refused to bend. Raising her sword, she thought this world didn't demand kneeling. Not when she had allies at her side. Han shouted behind her. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. They could still fight. Then his eyes widened. Sharon was gone. Returned to the gods. Her name etched into memory. Jenna froze in shock. One of the boys screamed, panic breaking loose. The commander's roar cut through, wiped them out. Now, someone aim. Ronnie broke down. Jakali stood frozen. Han growled between his teeth. These kids. Belkis' voice was low, grim. Everything was unraveling. Ronnie and Naden were already gone. A cry ripped out. He's unconscious. This is it. Finish him. Be ready. Another shouted. What about Group 3? Pull them back. Mid-spell, Ivalka shrieked. She couldn't contain it. The swarm was too much. Rodel dropped. Jakali too. Group 3 had fallen. Han roared for retreat. He would hold the line alone. Usher was barely standing. Someone muttered he wasn't one of them anymore. Usher admitted it himself. He was only a mercenary now. The hero surged forward, sword raised high. One chance. Straight for the heart. The ballista bolt was still buried in the dragon's chest. The impact had cracked its scales. If he drove his blade deep enough, buried to the hilt, it would reach the heart. Behind him, Edith screamed, "Stay alive. Just a little longer." He roared back, "I plan to. I'll walk this whole damn continent if I have to." Dylan gritted his teeth. Orders flew around him. When he signals, charge, Edith, hold. Han moved. Then from nowhere, steel pierced his side. Blood poured. A swordsman stood behind him. Dylan staggered, vision swimming. Usher gasped. It's cold. Why is it so cold? His eyes darted around, lost. Where are we? His hand shook as he reached out. Help. Then came the whisper. No. He didn't want to die, but his body slumped. The cries around him blurred. The guard lifted his blade. Dylan was gone. The killer slung the bloodied sword across his shoulder. Quit staring, kid. What are you even looking at? The boy stammered something about being a mercenary. The man barked out a laugh. You? A merc? You don't even know how to hold that thing. The laughter echoed. Usher lowered his eyes to his hand, gripping the weapon. His voice was low. Yeah, I know. Then he clenched the hilt tight, lips curling into a grin. But I do know how to use a sword. Han cut through a storm of claws, eyes sharp. He landed a strike, his blade shattered on impact. The dragon didn't even flinch. Nearby, a girl sat slumped against the ground, voice hollow. The altar was gone. The goddess's blessing had faded. Usher had fallen. Heroes lay scattered like broken dolls. Reality set in. Group 3 was wiped out. The ballista silenced. Soldiers clustered near the altar, lost and uncertain. Group 2 wasn't faring much better. No one knew how long it would take to retake the altar. But for now, it was gone. Han stood in the wreckage, chest heaving, eyes locked forward. The dragon towered ahead. The survivors staggered. 2 for Group 2 were already dead. Group 3 erased. The dragon lunged. Han braced, shield high, then was blasted back, sliding across stone. From behind, Jenna spoke, almost steady. This happened before, back on the 5th floor. So what now? Do we push the altar? Han shook his head. No. Moving the second group gets them killed. They hold their ground. He turned to Belkist. Give me your sword. Belkist hesitated, then handed it over. The girl's voice cut in, uncertain. What are you planning? Han's eyes burned. Set it on fire. Then he looked back at her. Can you make sticky flames? With your hands. A faint purple glow sparked across her palm. I'll try, she whispered. With psychokinesis. The blade began to glow. She glanced down. The goddess's blessing let her shape the fire, but it wasn't enough to fully restore the weapon. Still, she could force it further, channel a spell to amplify the blessing. She just needed time. Han smirked. Good enough, she asked quickly. Would a 4th circle spell be enough? If I land a hit, he said, it will. Another fighter called out. What about me? Guard Ivalka, Han barked. Nothing touches her. A faint glow wrapped around him. You really think you can pull this off? Someone asked. Han didn't even flinch. I know I can. The girl shut her eyes and began the incantation. Han bolted for the dragon. Its gaze flared. It had him sized up, reading every weakness. He struck. The beast's barrier blazed to life. The impact reverberated. His blessing wasn't enough. No matter how hard he hit, the shield wouldn't break. Not like this. Near the altar, the girl stood frozen as Han swore he'd reclaim it. He fired the ballista again. The dragon swung down. Han braced, absorbing the crushing weight. Even bleeding out, he refused to buckle. Teeth clenched, he hammered strike after strike. No time for plans. No time for doubts. Just keep pushing until that monster dies. Watching him, Belkist muttered under his breath. Still a badass, even now. Nereza snapped. Really? Now you get sentimental. Han roared and charged again, then froze. His eyes locked onto something. The dragon was bleeding. His focus sharpened. Weak spot detection. The wound lit in his vision. Without hesitation, he darted beneath the beast. Han's blade tore into the opening, ripping it wider. No system warning popped up. Perfect. The invulnerability was gone. This was the moment. He raised his shield, countering the beast's next strike. The impact tore the shield from his grip, flinging it away. The dragon's eyes blazed bright. Then Ivalka's spell detonated behind him. An explosion of magic that yanked the dragon's attention. Han's eyes widened. The beast snapped, thrashing at its own body, ripping scales loose in a frenzied attempt to break the spell. Han didn't blink. He dove in, cleaving the falling scales midair. A brutal blow smashed into him. He staggered, blood spilling down his side. Jenna rushed to his aid. Are you okay? Still bleeding, he snarled. Worry about yourself. Protect Ivalka? I'll handle the shadows. Flames spiraled around Ivalka, her magic flaring wide as screams echoed across the battlefield, holding enemies at bay. The dragon shrieked, berserker mode triggered. Han's eyes burned. His rage answered in kind. He hurled himself skyward, locking eyes with the monster. A white-hot flash split the air between them. The dragon's tail whipped around. Han slammed into the ground, sword clutched tight. He swung. Steel met scale, then split apart in his hands. The weapon shattered. Without pause, he roared, Nereza! She tossed him blade. It's all I've got. He snatched at midair. Light surged across the steel, glowing from every edge. Han charged. eyes burning crimson. His strikes tore into the dragon, ripping screams from its throat. But the blade wasn't his. Fragile. It could snap at any moment. "Throw me everything you've got," he shouted. The dragon lunged for Ivalka. She hurled another sword. Catch! Han caught it, pushing forward again. His body trembled. His vision swam. His legs felt like stone. But Ivalka's flames roared higher. One thought hammered in his skull. If I stop now, we lose everything. The blade split against the dragon's strike. He held firm, teeth clenched. Then the light shifted. Blue fire erupted, blinding, searing, alive. The dragon charged for Ivalka. Han roared, slicing through the blaze. The battlefield lay in ruins. Group 1 clung to life. Group 2 bled out, missing 2 fighters. Group 3 gone. Han stood bloodied, staggering. And then, new skill unlocked. Indomitability. Power surged through him, breaking every limit. Scales split his skin as Berserk flared, 2 levels at once. He raised the blazing sword. A beam of blue fire cut the air. Then another, and another. The dragon shrieked, writhing under the assault. On the sidelines, Belkist clenched his jaw. Damn it, they just keep coming. Han didn't falter. He swung down with everything he had. The blade sank deep into scale and sinew. The dragon roared, refusing to fall. Han growled, body breaking, spirit unyielding. The dragon's eyes glowed red. Its roar split the field. With one last leap, Han closed the distance. Han! Jenna screamed. He landed on the beast. Its jaws snapped shut, teeth sinking into him. Han struck back, slamming a kick into its eye. Blood sprayed as light burst outward. Locked in, teeth clenched, he roared with it, tearing the wound wide. The dragon convulsed, blood pouring from every gash. Its body gave way, collapsing in a thunderous crash. System prompt. New title acquired, Dragon Slayer. Han grinned faintly, drained but victorious. The berserk state faded. His body buckled. He began to fall, until someone caught him. Smiling softly, the girl whispered, "You did good." Around them, shadows still stirred. A voice rang out. Orders to regroup, survivors scrambling. Not everyone had made it. Then, the dragon twitched. Its claw lashed out. Jenna bolted, eyes wide. Nereza gasped, horror spilling from her lips. No, its throat was cut. How is it still moving? Belkis shouted. The blessing's gone. We tried everything. Han, barely on his feet, let out a faint smirk. Don't sound so dramatic. The girl looked down, and that's when it came. Ivalka's chant reached its end. Her spell launched. A wave of fire ripped across the battlefield, engulfing the dragon. But it didn't stop there. The blaze spread, fierce and uncontrollable. The girl's breath caught. This was Ivalka's 4th circle fire spell, unleashed in full. Han's gaze followed the storm. Never thought I'd see it up close. Ivalka raised her hands high. Her voice rang out, one word, unification. A burning orb shot forward. The dragon's head vanished in a blink, obliterated into nothing. Light tore across the skies. The nearest fighter turned away. Nereza stood frozen. Everyone along the wall stared, stunned. Jenna didn't move. She could only stand there, awestruck. Then came the blast. The ground shook as if the heavens themselves had struck. The floor was cleared. System messages lit the air. Everyone leveled up. Loot shimmered into view. Dragon heart, bones, scales, claws. 150,000 gold. Top player, Han. Portals opened, glowing. Messages rolled in. Floor, 20 cleared. Master title, amateur unlocked. Weekly dungeons, open. Second exploration dungeon, Housia, now accessible. New structures, available. Hero Ascension, ready. Dimensional rift, activation unlocked. The girl grinned. Nobody died. Belkist gave a shrug. Well, none of us, anyway. Han sank down beside her. You can let go now. She laughed softly. Right. Off to the side, a voice cut in. You're human? Han tilted his head. What kind of question is that? Belkis scoffed. Seriously, though, who takes out a dragon alone? Han's eyes drifted over the survivors. First group, 5 left standing. The girl frowned. They failed their roles. Forgive them. Han's voice hardened. Second group, only 3 survived. And what are you saying? We're here because of them. He turned to her. Protect your team. Don't let something like this break them. She gave a firm nod. Understood. Nereza stepped forward. 15 heroes went in. Only 8 returned. Han added, the third group's gone. Not a total loss, but we lost crucial support. He rested his hands on his hips, a grin tugging at his lips. Still, we pulled it off. Let everyone rest tomorrow. They've earned it. Then, another voice rose. I challenge you. A duel. Han waved him off. Save it. Rest first. Suddenly, a soft blue glow appeared. Isel stepped forward, a statue cradled in her arms. Her voice was steady, almost reverent. Floor 20 is cleared. What you've done, it's extraordinary. She held out the statue. A gift from the master, for the Dragon Slayer. Han stared at it, puzzled. And what exactly am I supposed to do with this? The scene shifted. At a doorway, a girl stood still. Edith drew in a breath, eyes closing before she stepped inside. I'm back, she whispered. Made it through. Again. Edith dropped to her knees. Only you, it's just you again. From deep within the house, a scream tore through the silence. Back at base, the reports came in one after another. 2 more gone from the second group. The third group, completely wiped out. Han turned his head. Didn't I say today was for rest? Why are you still here? The girl stood with her hands on her hips. Thought I'd take a peek at the storage room. She gave a lazy shrug, then closed her eyes. Besides, too tired to train. Then go, Han said flatly. Just then, the storage room's door shimmered into view. Jenna spotted it. What's that? Where are you going? Han didn't slow down. I'm busy. The last mission had claimed too many. Usher from Group 2, a natural 2-star, sharp, adaptable, dedicated. Edith had liked him. He could have gone far. Dylan had only just joined, but he and Usher might have been a powerful duo. As for Sharon and the others, skilled, yes, but not seasoned enough for real boss fights. Their deaths showed the gap clearer than anything else. The lobby was heavy with silence. Heads bowed. The girl's gaze stayed fixed on the floor. Then the system's message appeared. Hero ready for Ascension, Han. A new structure was chosen. Conversion room within the synthesis chamber. Once built, a new feature unlocked. Hero conversion. Ascension reached level 2. Efficiency climbed. The master activated the conversion. A new tab appeared. Conversion unlocked. It was the second way to recycle underperforming heroes. Inside the chamber, a voice cried out, fearful, begging for mercy. Light burst from the entrance. Transformation complete. Item acquired. Basic spirit stone. Han sat on a bench, silent. Heroes, reduced to materials. Conversion wasn't pleasant, but when the power gap was too wide, normal synthesis failed. That's when conversion filled the role. Now, all 3 core functions were in place. He stared at the stone. Not even worth synthesizing. The process was brutal to watch. Still, the next phase began. Synthesis initiated. Success rate, 91%. Fully automated. Machines whirred and clashed until the result appeared. Item acquired. Medium exaltation stone. Isel's eyes lit up. Nice. That's a 3-star stone. Han studied the glowing crystal. So, that's the second one. Yep, she said cheerfully. 2 down, for more to go. Right, his eyes narrowed. And how many intervention points do you have left? Isel froze. Han's tone sharpened. What did you do? Don't tell me you burned through all of them. The fairy fidgeted, looking guilty. It wasn't my fault. It was YouTube. I only clicked on a few videos. Han stared. She threw her hands up. Okay, fine. I used them all. But I had to. There were too many heroes. I was buried in work. I thought I was going to collapse from exhaustion. How much time do you have left? Han asked. His tone sharpened. Don't tell me you wasted it all. Isel looked away. About 30 minutes. She reminded him, 1 message, 1 post, and the rest of that time would vanish. Han tightened his grip on his weapon. That's enough. Just get everything ready. Without another word, he turned and stepped into the storage room. The space was silent. At the center, a glowing pedestal pulsed faintly. Han approached and placed the stone on top. It flared to life in an instant, light searing his vision. He raised an arm to shield his eyes. Same as last time, he muttered. Then a sound. Movement behind him. Han spun. A boy sat on the floor, sobbing. Not again. Han strode to the barrier, pressing his hand against it. Sealed. No way through. Not from this side. He let out a low sigh. Can't move forward, can't go back either. The boy's cries grew louder, echoing through the chamber. Calling out for his parents. Han clenched his jaw, fist slamming against the barrier. He stood there with arms crossed, eyes fixed forward, testing my patience. And then, something stirred. A memory long buried flickered awake. Ascension complete. Han rose to 3-star hero. He stepped forward, and the system shifted. A path opened. His level cap lifted. His ceiling expanded. Class selection unlocked. Back outside, Isel was curled up on a bench, already half asleep like none of this mattered. Han raised an eyebrow. Seriously? I was gone 10 minutes, and you're napping already? He glanced around at the noise building nearby and muttered, Let's talk in my room. Sure. Isel answered, eyes still closed. Summons were underway again. 1, 2, 5 new heroes poured in, the master filling the holes left by the fallen. Han stood watching silently. You sure you don't need to be somewhere? He asked the fairy. She yawned. Later. Next drafts tomorrow. A soft glow lit up a nearby building. Isel shifted, then turned to him. There's something I need to tell you. She hesitated, then admitted she hadn't just been wasting time on random videos. She'd been searching, digging for anything useful. Han began loosening his gear. And, you want to know, don't you? She teased. Because this one's big. She stretched her hand out dramatically. The master subscribed to your channel. Han froze. What? Her grin widened. You're on his radar. His Majesty himself noticed you. He blinked. Run that by me again? Her eyes lit up. The master joined your fan club. Not just any fan club, the National Association. The highest tier. The top of the top. She beamed. Surprised? Don't be. That last raid of yours? It was insane. Even I'm jealous. I want a moment like that too. Han looked sideways at her. A moment like what? Then his expression shifted. His eyes widened sharply. This is about Niflheim, Isel said with a laugh. They're running ads now. Recruiting new students. The details flashed across the screen. Minimum entry. 3-star rank, level 20, second-tier heroes ready for class advancement. Han's eyes narrowed. Students, see for yourself, Isel replied, pulling up a glowing panel. The recruitment notice spread across the display, Niflheim's elite training center boasting their strength. With mock drama, she spread her arms. Ridiculous, right? They're acting like they own the place. Her eyes locked on him. That's all? No shock. I thought this would blow your mind. Han shrugged. I already saw it. On your feed. They're just doing what we're doing. Doing what we're doing, she echoed, leaning against his shoulder. Niflheim's heroes, he said simply. And then, out of nowhere, a letter appeared in front of them. Han blinked. He was right here, yet the signature carried his name. Only someone inside Niflheim could have pulled that off. He dragged a hand over his face. They'd tampered with the user system. That level of access was insane. Maybe the Vice Master's reach was far greater than he thought. Another notification hit. Requirements for the second server revealed. Level 20 and above, still unclassified. Han's eyes widened as a new building shimmered into view ahead. It's like they're calling me, he muttered. His hero card lit up. Isel pointed at it. Redigen hasn't posted in ages. We should check in. A voice chimed, answering for her. 5 months. Exactly, Isel said quickly. 5 months Earth time. But you're standing here right now. So who's actually running this? Han's expression darkened. Only 2 people could have inherited his powers when he disappeared. Ceres, the #1 hero. And Urnit, right behind her. His gaze hardened. This reeks of Urnit. That service they mentioned, the one allowing transfers between lobbies. It granted access to elite buildings, advanced instructors, all based in Niare. The pay was incredible. Han had used it more than once to rack up diamonds. Where do we get in? Isel asked. You register, Han replied plainly. She exhaled. Odds are brutal. 100 applicants for every seat. But maybe the master would let you skip the line. The price is steep, Han reminded her. 500 diamonds per hero. Then he smirked. Didn't you say Enning subscribed to me? You already know the answer. And in that moment, it clicked. If Enning was part of his fan club, then he was the one who had sent those files. Han turned to Isel. Can I send a letter? She nodded firmly, then raised her arms high. Power of the fairies. A glowing, magical computer materialized at her side. The effort made her tremble, wincing as she held it steady. Han thought back. His last message had gone unanswered. No hello, no goodbye, just silence. And now, there was nothing more to say. Outside, the streets were deserted. A girl stepped out of the building. Edith turned. Han was there, waiting, inviting her along. Inside, faint light spilled from the windows. They sat across a table together. Did you rest at all? Han asked. Edith turned her face away. I don't know. Han studied her closely. Something felt off, like she was holding back. How's your squad? She looked down. The old man's fine. Aaron, still pushing himself. Training nonstop like always. Her voice shifted, heavier now. But the first 4 group, some of them are shaken. They used to dream of becoming warriors. After what happened with Group 3, a few say they'd rather farm potatoes the rest of their lives than ever touch a sword again. Han nodded. That tracks. Survival rates for fighters are brutal. Right now, the balance between frontline, support, and reserves is completely broken. Edith asked quietly, can it be fixed? Han leaned back. Maybe. With better training. Real combat. That's the only way any of us grow. A voice in the background echoed like a system log. Cold, factual. Group 3 collapsed because they lacked boss-level experience. If they had more reproduction stones, they could have simulated fights. But they didn't, and their training setup wasn't enough. Han added, in the end, it's all up to the master. Depends where he decides to invest. Edith's eyes widened. How do you even know all this? He muttered something under his breath, brushing it aside. She shook her head. No, I mean it. You always seem to know exactly what you're doing. You make the right calls. You fight like this isn't your first time. I never thought I'd survive that dragon fight. Not alone. Her fingers fidgeted. Compared to you, I feel like I haven't grown at all. I thought I was keeping up. But now, I just feel stuck. Han looked at her steadily. Why think like that? Didn't I tell you already? None of this would have worked if I'd been alone. Her shoulders lowered. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. He let drop. Then he spoke. I'll be gone for a while. A month, maybe more. Out of the lobby. Her head snapped up. A whole month? What is this, an expedition? No, his eyes closed. Somewhere farther than that. He told her she'd be in charge until he returned. Things would get messy, but she'd have to manage. Edith gave a small smile. So you're handing it all to me, because of what's coming? Han nodded. Yeah, as long as we don't carry dead weight, we'll be fine. She hesitated. Then, where exactly are you going? To another lobby. Her eyes widened. Another lobby? You're leaving for that? In Han's mind, there was no doubt. Aside from him, Edith was the key. Jenna and John didn't compare. Not in leadership, not in presence. She wasn't replaceable. Han clenched his fist, debating how much to reveal. For now, only a little. The space around them stretched endlessly, an ocean of light and shadow. Edith's jaw slackened. There must be 100 million lobbies like this. Han let out a quiet laugh. That's just a guess. There are far more. Edith pressed him again, wanting something solid. You've probably only seen 10, he finally said. Maybe less. Don't think too hard about it. Her eyes lingered on him, still uneasy. What kind of place is it? But then she exhaled and shook her head. Doesn't matter. If you're going, I'll back you. Han gave a slight nod. I know. That's why I'm counting on you. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Han's stat screen lit up. Berserker, level up. Indomitability, level up. The upgrades boosted his resistances, bleeding, poison, exhaustion. Enough to make Berserk mode sustainable. And Dragon Slayer? A massive damage buff against dragons. Not grindable, only achievable through merit. Even though Ivalka had taken the final strike, Han still earned the reward. His luck was terrible, yet somehow, it always landed in his favor. He looked out the window. It won't be long now. I'll meet the others soon. A board appeared before him, glowing. He activated the rift panel. Go on, he muttered. Choose me. The system answered instantly. Spacetime rift initializing. Sunlight spilled across the square as the notifications rolled in. Access to the dimensional community will unlock. Coordinates will lock in. This action is irreversible. The board pulsed with its final prompt. Are you absolutely sure? Yes/no. Han didn't hesitate. He hit yes. Energy surged. Isel shrieked, flinging her arms wide as the rift tore open with a thunderous roar. Spacetime rift activated. New menu option, departure. Isel stared toward the horizon, arms crossed. I had a bad feeling about this from the start. But Han shook his head, a small grin tugging at his lips. No, this changes everything. With the rift open, he was finally moving toward what he wanted. Then he remembered. Niflheimer had accepted Ennington's registration. Isel zipped up to him. Wait, what did you even write to the master? Han shrugged. Nothing major. But it mattered. 3 steps. That was all it took. Open a rift. Complete registration. Leave a private comment. In that post, he slipped in a tiny detail, one only Niflheimer would recognize. Didn't matter if the odds were 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. They'd know. Step 2? A simple tip. You already gave him a guide, Isel reminded him. Han's eyes stayed closed. Not enough. Not for what's coming. He explained. The lobby was built to raise low-tier heroes. A good start, but not something you could rely on forever. Sometimes those low-rank heroes are actually talented, Isel argued. Han nodded. True, but real growth comes when the system fits what that hero needs. Tossing them into cookie-cutter training won't work. And we still need veterans to hold the line. She tilted her head. Then what's the third part? So I'm not dependent on them, Han answered simply. A system update rolled across Han's screen. Spatial coordinates locked. Tonia City Lobby. A voice followed. Leadership must adapt. Ennington must begin making his own decisions. Han now had access to the dimensional community's beginner protections. Until level 40, death was off the table. It came with a cost, but it also opened the gates to something greater. Lobbies, events, hero transfers, cross-server battles, worlds colliding. He closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened again, the weight of it hit him. Outside heroes could now step foot into their lobby. A warning blazed across the portal. Invasion detected. Review evacuation protocols. Han's gaze sharpened. Technically, he still belonged to Niflheimer. But this lobby? This one was his. And from here on, it would only grow stronger. The final update appeared. To access external content fully, a flying ship is required. Sunlight gleamed off the high fence. Shadows stretched long from the massive gate. Below, chaos. Belkist fought with wild intensity, blades swinging in savage arcs. Eren matched him blow for blow. His spear whistled through the air, relentless, each thrust sharper than the last. He lunged. A strike aimed straight for Belkist's eye. Belkist twisted away just in time. The spear cut air. A heartbeat later, Belkist's blade hovered at Eren's throat. He smirked. What's wrong? This your idea of a break? Han's voice cut in. Eren, got a minute? Eren froze, silent, wrapped in black. From the sidelines, a girl groaned. Finally, done. Ivalka clutched her head, exhausted. Han glanced around. Do we even have chess here? He asked, half serious. Jenna spun on her heel, waving. Yeah, we do. And believe it or not, I actually know how to play. A faint smile touched Han's lips. He and Ivalka hadn't even spoken yet. I've never really played chess seriously. Ivalka blurted suddenly. Jenna raised an eyebrow. Wait, seriously? Didn't you grow up in the woods? This your first time even seeing it? Before it could spiral further, Han stepped in. I need a word with Jenna and Aaron. Since no one else is here, I'm literally standing right here. Ivalka shot back. A voice teased her. You could step out a bit. Won't take long. Ivalka rolled her eyes. Fine. She stalked away. Han sat down and gestured for Jenna and Aaron to join. The moment they did, he spoke plainly. We're leaving. Time to prep. Both of them froze. Sunlight spilled across the room. The door shut with a soft click. Jenna blinked. Wait, we? As in, all three of us? Another lobby? Han nodded. We train there. A month tops. Then we return. Worth it. Aaron lowered his head, voice low. There are better picks than me. Han's frown deepened. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Silence stretched. Aaron's eyes stayed fixed on the floor. Finally, he muttered. I'll pass. Han gave a slow nod. Makes it easier. Then turned toward Jenna. Mind giving us a minute? Aaron spoke up, voice tight. This place you're talking about, is it the same one as before? Han's eyes met his. Yeah, Niflheim. For you, it'll feel like a month. For me, it could be forever. Jenna froze in the doorway, frowning as she glanced back. Han added quietly, I might not come back. Aaron's eyes snapped upward. You see now? Han asked, what I'm offering you. He pressed on. They still need instructors. Daika can't handle it all alone. You don't have to fight on the front lines. There are other paths. Leaning back, Han's voice softened. Take time. No one said you need to run headfirst through every thorn in your way. Aaron opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. His fist tightened. Then, with quiet resolve, he said, I'll go. Han's eyes closed as he nodded. Good. Talk to Edith. She'll release you from your group. Aaron hesitated. But my training... It won't be a month, Han interrupted. It'll be a year. Aaron's eyes widened. A year? Yeah, Han explained. A month's enough for growth. But true change? That takes longer. In Niflheim, time runs 3 times faster. Belkist, overhearing, looked baffled. Then why can't I go? Where are you even headed? And what about me? Ivalka shouted. Han answered calmly. I'll call for you. When the time's right. Nariza stepped in, agreeing. I've been thinking the same. Han turned back to the group. Until then, listen to Edith. Especially you, Belkist. He smirked. You really need to learn how to relax. Nariza raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? Considering his past. Belkist chewed on a bite of food, then fixed Han with a steady stare. You're seriously coming back? Han raised a brow. What's that supposed to mean? Belkist didn't blink. Are you planning to stay there, for good? Han didn't flinch. He considered it. But then, firmly, he shook his head. No, I'll be back. Ivalka's gaze lingered on him, uneasy. Then, ding, a system alert chimed. Niflheim, flying ship, Rangrid 07, requesting landing clearance. The board lit again. Another vessel, from a separate account, had also submitted a docking request. A rift shimmered open in spacetime. A new message flashed. Incoming trade request, 1,500 diamonds. Captain initiating transaction. Han turned to the group, steady as ever. Everyone ready? Jenna and Aaron gave a silent nod. From the side, Edith and Roderick watched closely. You're leaving already? Edith asked. Roderick crossed his arms. It's going to be boring without you. Belkis grinned. Try not to die of excitement out there. Ivalka turned away without a word. Nariza's voice was soft. We'll be here when you return. Han laughed. What is this? A farewell ceremony. Right then, Isel came soaring in, frantic. Wait, I heard the rumor. Are you seriously not coming back from Niflheim? Han raised an eyebrow. Who's been spreading that nonsense? Jenna smirked. Relax. I'll drag you back myself, if I have to. Isel flailed in sudden panic. Don't let them take it. Those thieves will steal everything. Han reached out, tugging her cheek playfully. Sounds like something I started. Not you. She shot back, waving him off. Their hands clasped. Her voice trembled. Just promise you'll come back, okay? Han exhaled, half smiling. You're worse than my mom. You promised. Isel shouted after him. Aaron chuckled. You're the only one she nags like that. They walked toward the portal. Light coiled around Han as someone whispered, awestruck, about the view waiting beyond. All eyes lifted skyward. A flying ship hovered just past the threshold. Jenna froze, wide-eyed. It's real. Know much about them? Someone asked. She shook her head faintly. Only what my dad used to tell me. Han stood watching too. He'd seen one before, but back then, he hadn't been ranked high enough to even step aboard. IDs cleared. The ship stirred awake. The voyage to Niflheim was officially underway. Han guessed it was a newer model. As they climbed aboard, a guide greeted them warmly. She'd stay with them the whole ride. He didn't recognize her. Not surprising. Too many guides, too many journeys. Jenna leaned close, whispering, "Do you think we'll be okay?" A couple of nearby passengers snickered. Han's cold glare cut through them. They looked away fast. This wasn't some leisure cruise. They needed to stay sharp. The Rosa lifted off, smooth and steady, gliding through a glowing portal. Most passengers looked unsettled. Han didn't even blink. Below, the ground split into jagged ridges, a desert scarred and lifeless. They'd crossed into Taun. Jenna and Aaron stared at the alien landscape, struck silent. Han? Unimpressed. He knew the trip would take 2 days. On the horizon, a colossal tower pierced the sky. At its base sprawled the ruins of a city, once magnificent, now just broken stone and ash. 20 trainees filled the Rosa. Jenna whispered, "Why does Tonia look abandoned? The others were fire, floods, but this one's just empty." Before anyone could answer, a voice crackled over the intercom. "All passengers, please proceed to the deck." They were nearly there. Han frowned. Aaron was missing. Then he remembered. Aaron had mentioned slipping away to train in an empty warehouse. The guide had warned them earlier. Stepping outside the protection zone during descent was dangerous. Turbulence would be fierce. As they reached the deck, Jenna and Aaron exchanged uneasy glances. The atmosphere shifted. Nerves tightened. Panic rippled through the crowd. Han stood firm. And then, floating ahead were dozens of massive ships, blotting out the sky. It looked like the heavens themselves had torn open. Jenna and Aaron froze, speechless. Jenna managed to ask the conductor, What is that?" The answer hit like a blow. A carrier ship, big enough to move an entire fleet. Patrol ships swarmed around the massive carrier, darting like hornets. Their vessel veered sharply, cutting through another swirling vortex. Wind howled, lashing at the hull. Everyone braced as the ship pierced through the portal. The conductor stepped forward. "Welcome to Niflheim." They descended into a colossal structure, the ship gliding down without the faintest bump. Stairs extended smoothly, waiting. One by one, the passengers disembarked. At the base, the conductor offered a brief farewell. Jenna's eyes widened. The sight before her was overwhelming. A massive crowd had gathered outside, voices buzzing with excitement. Then the murmurs began. Someone pointed. "It's them, the 7th-stage trainees." From the crowd, a figure stepped forward. Elderkin, the top instructor. "Follow me," he commanded. Han recognized him instantly. To Han, he was a powerful instructor. But to the others, he was something far more terrifying. Aaron's eyes darted around the sprawling complex. This place, it's huge. But he was wrong. It was bigger than huge. It was endless. Elderkin's voice cut through the tension. Single line, one at a time. A nervous trainee opened his mouth, stammering, sir, I... He never finished. Elderkin moved like lightning. One brutal strike, teeth shattered, blood sprayed. The boy crumpled, screaming. Without hesitation, Elderkin seized his face and flung him aside like trash. His voice was cold. One, at a time. The line froze. No one dare move. The air itself felt suffocating. Han's gaze narrowed. Elderkin wasn't just strong. He was faster than him. And there was something else. Han couldn't open his status window. That only meant one thing. Elderkin was beyond them. Untouchable. Jenna whispered, stunned. "He's stronger than you?" Han cut her off sharply. "Don't talk. Just do as he says." Nearby, sleek platforms resembling glass elevators lowered from above. The trainees filed in. Han's group stepped onto one bound for the 5th floor, but it didn't stop. The platform kept descending. Finally, it settled on the 4th. Through the transparent walls, they watched the sprawling city of Niflheim stretch out below, breathtaking in scale. Han didn't bother trying to memorize every face. He'd already crossed paths with thousands of heroes. The platform glided to a halt on the 2nd floor. Niflheimer's elite training level. Jenna and Aaron froze, awestruck at the enormous training ground spread before them. Another order. Another line. The Major General was coming. Nearby, a woman scoffed. "What a joke. This whole thing's a waste of time." A second later, her body buckled. She collapsed to her knees, trembling. Elderkin's fear skill had hit her full force. Han stayed silent. Elderkin stepped forward, his voice ablaze. "Next time you act up, I'll bury you." This was no place for rebellion. Here, the hierarchy was absolute. Power above, silence below. No one even knew what lay beneath this floor. From the back, a hushed voice asked, "Can anyone really improve here?" The reply came sharp and certain. "Follow the rules, and you won't regret it. We don't demand perfection, just discipline." Han's shoulders tightened. Then, calm and composed, a figure stepped into view. "I'm Eclair, head of training here." Her voice was steady, almost inviting. "You have a choice. Train or walk away. But if you're serious about becoming stronger, everything you need is right here." She scanned the group. We all begin at the bottom. I once stood exactly where you are. Then her gaze fixed on one man. How many ships does your world command? He hesitated. 2. Her reply cut like steel. We have 427. The man bristled, thinking Eclair was mocking him. She didn't flinch. That makes us 3,000 times stronger. And your masters? They're watching. They demand results. Her eyes swept across the trainees. So, tell me, are you ready to die for them? Jenna leaned toward Han, whispering, confused. Neither of them understood what she meant. But Eclair pressed on. Do any of you truly believe your masters stand on the same level as someone like Loki? Han froze. That was it. The truth hitting him all at once. The scale. The purpose. The sheer size of the force here. Eclair didn't soften the blow. Out of every 100, 90 are worthless. Tools to be tossed aside. But here, you'll claim only what you can earn. Her voice rose. This is your chance to join Niflheim. Then she laid it bare. They were brought here for 2 things, diamonds and fighters. Their past didn't matter. Their masters didn't care. Han remembered. Eclair had once been his enemy. He'd fought her, taken her lobby, and only recruited her out of desperation. Jenna looked lost, so Han explained quietly. Top 3 performers get in Niflheim. That changes their lobby. Every single person here was chosen by their master. This wasn't just training. It was survival, an arena for elevation. Perform well, and eventually an invitation would come. The price was steep. Around 1,500 could land you a 3-star hero. That's why Isel had been so tense. Eclair studied them. Think carefully. Niflheim isn't a camp. It's your future. Elderkin stepped forward to sort them. Warriors red, bandits blue. Han explained to Jenna that once training ended, they'd be assigned class. But for now, Jenna was placed among the bandits, separated from Han and Aaron. In the distance, a vast palace rose against the sky, carved like stone and flame. Line up, Elderkin commanded. Skill evaluations begin now. Their performance would decide placement across 4 levels, a system Han himself had once helped design. Aaron went first. His spear work faltered, earning him a low rank. Then came Han. Elderkin studied the results, eyes narrowing. Above average, he muttered. His assistant checked the same data, then froze in shock. Elderkin gave a firm nod. We'll discuss this privately. Step aside. He added, you'll choose your class alignment. Though, I think you already know what you'll pick. Han's thoughts spun. What kind of private talk was this really? Elderkin ended the mystery. Not with me. The Major General wants to see you. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added quietly, I was born a 1-star too. My first battle. I froze. Couldn't move. Han stayed silent, a tight knot forming in his chest. The heroes he trained were already out there, on missions, moving forward without him. A woman stepped up. Port received. Then Eclair appeared again, her eyes locking onto him. You're Han, aren't you? His hand moved instinctively to his sword. Something felt wrong. In an instant, Eclair struck. Steel clashed. Han blocked, swung back, only to be deflected with blistering speed. No small talk, she said, pressing a blade to his throat. This wasn't training. It was an interrogation. She smirked. You've kept yourself sharp, but against me? You wouldn't last. Han didn't deny it. He knew she was right. She demanded answers he didn't have. Then her tone twisted, her eyes wild. How did you know Master Loki vanished? She hissed. Answer, or die. The blade dug closer. Who are you really? Han exhaled, muttering. Someone should probably stop her. Right on cue. A fierce wind ripped through the hall. Heavy steps followed, the air itself tightening with pressure. Someone strong was coming. A figure emerged from the storm, white robes flowing. Urnit, Niflheim's second in command. 6 stars. Her presence said everything. Han narrowed his gaze as she gave him a formal nod. Behind her, the city rose, fortified walls gleaming, cold and unshakable. Another figure approached, Gilbert. His smile was disarming as he extended a hand. Gilbert, instructor here. Good to meet you, Daika. He looked barely older than a trainee, but his presence carried authority. The place is brutal, he admitted. If you can't adapt, it'll eat you alive. Daika blinked. You're the instructor? Gilbert chuckled. Mountain kid. Out there, even toddlers teach. But his tone hardened fast. I've been here longer than you. This place has its own rules. Follow them, and you'll grow. Maybe even surpass me. His grip tightened suddenly, crushing. Gilbert's scream tore through the air. The man didn't budge. If not, you die. A voice cut in. A young woman approached. What brings you here? The man asked. I need to appoint a new instructor, she replied. He tilted his head. Plenty of ambitious ones showing up lately. He listed 2 candidates, fighters who thrived under pressure. Teams here shifted constantly, alliances forming and breaking in a heartbeat. He recalled a quieter group, moving as one, deadly in their silence. Together, they could dominate. The thought unsettled him. He remembered Ryman. And then, everything ruptured. A violent burst of purple light erupted behind him. A summoning. Heads whipped toward the second floor. A crazed man muttered, "Finally, someone strong." Out of the glow stepped beast-like limbs, lion in form, savage in power. A girl grinned, sharp as a predator's fangs. Above them, a vast structure floated among the clouds. Beneath it hung a shadowed level, detached and alien. A world apart, the scene shifted back to Niflheim. Uranit moved with measured steps, bowing low before her master. Han stood nearby, his neck bruised, blood drying across his skin. "You don't have to rush," he said flatly. She bowed deeper. "I've been waiting for you." Someone turned sharply to Eclair. "You injured the master?" Eclair recoiled, horrified. "No, I didn't know it wasn't." Uranit's gaze slid to Han. "Are you all right?" He gave a short nod. "Worry about her. She's the one losing control." Eclair froze, her body trembling with rage. Uranit stepped closer, her voice low. "Please tell Master Loki I'm sorry. I regret raising my blade. I regret every word." Her voice broke. Tears streaked down her face. "How do you plan to atone?" he asked. Terror overtook her. Hands shaking, she lifted her sword toward her own throat. But Han saw it clearly. She didn't even know who the true enemy was. Uranit rested a hand on her shoulder. "I'll handle this. But not here. This isn't the place." Purple light flared from her body, warm and steady. In an instant, the chaos vanished. They were somewhere else. Quiet. Peaceful. A gazebo stood surrounded by endless flowers in bloom. Golden dishes shimmered on the table, radiating warmth. And as the hero looks around, he remarks that the clear sky must mean they're on the 13th floor of Niflheim. Uranith confirms it, explaining that among the 20,000 residents, only the top 5 rankers and their secretaries are allowed here. She pours him a drink, and as he takes a sip, he asks how she knew it was really him. While pouring her own glass, she explains that only the 13th and 12th floors knew he had not logged in for over 3 months, and since there was no information leak, anyone aware of that fact could only be him. The hero insists that her reasoning is still not enough. She continues, saying that when he vanished, she already suspected he had fallen into Mobius. Only she and her secretary Nisord knew of his presence in this world. Until now, when Eclet also knows. Uranith asks if he would like to see the others, offering to summon them all since they would be delighted to meet him. She mentions that Nahaku is currently away on a mission, while Lydigian and she are on standby. The hero asks about Ceres, recalling that Nahaka handles diplomacy and is often gone, and that Mutin moved his residence outside Niflheim entirely. But Ceres' absence is rare. Meanwhile, Uranith orders Nisord to bring more tea and cookies. Nisord quickly returns, setting the items on the table and bowing respectfully to the hero. He then asks Uranith whether she still resents him, expecting anger for having once used her as a chess piece. Uranith answers that she could never hate him. He never discriminated against them, always gave them a chance, and led them to victory through wisdom and courage. Without him, their city and everyone in it would have perished. To them, he is more than worthy of being their master, Loki. She adds that it is an honor to meet him again, that he looks every bit as brave and noble as she remembered. Uranith then tells him that they have prepared a mansion for him on the 13th floor and urges him to rest there until morning. When he asks about the mansion, she proudly explains that it was built specially for him at the very center of the 13th floor, a magnificent place worthy of him. But the hero declines, saying he is no longer a master and does not need such luxury. Uranith protests, saying she worked hard to prepare it and even arranged a welcome party. He remains firm, saying he will return to the 2nd floor. She slams the table in frustration, saying they cannot go down there. He tells her not to argue. She insists, asking how they are supposed to assist him if he stays below. She reminds him of all that needs to be done and all they must discuss. The hero simply replies that he has training to complete and they can meet once it is over. She suggests dismissing all the current trainees and replacing the instructors, but he waves it off. Frustrated, she complains that the dormitories on the 2nd floor are far too small for him, but he still refuses. She begins to cry, like a child, saying that it is beneath his dignity. He asks what dignity she means, and she insists that he carries the aura of an emperor. He turns to the maid and asks if she can see that too. The maid hesitates, unsure, which makes Uranith glare at her coldly. The hero stands up and announces that he is leaving. He asks Uranith to open a portal discreetly so that no one notices. She complies, opening a shimmering gate to the 2nd floor. As he steps forward, he tells her she has done well in his absence and asks whether she still regards him as her master. After a moment of silence, she answers softly that she does. The hero smirks. Suddenly, the ground trembles and a powerful voice roars, demanding to know where the master is. Uranith calmly remarks that Lydigian must have sensed his presence and is breaking through the barrier. She adds that she never told him anything, but that Lydigian has been the one most eager to see him. She warns that there is no time. Lydigian may be calm normally, but once angered, he is uncontrollable. The hero steps out of the portal and finds the surroundings busy, everyone immersed in their duties. Realizing no one notices his arrival, he concludes that Uranith must have cast an illusion over the area. A gray-haired girl appears behind him and tells him that if he is looking for his companions, they are this way. The hero looks at her and asks why she followed. She answers that it is for his safety and that anyone daring to touch him will pay the price. The hero glances at her and mutters that he would crush their spine himself. Looking at the scene before him, he can think of only one thing. He wants to go home. Above, the city hovered high in the sky, its lower tiers sealed behind ornate bars. Han lay on a wide bed in a quiet room, thoughts drifting back to Uranith. He couldn't deny it. She had done her job well. Technically, this was the intern dorms, but his room? It sat on the faculty floor. He'd originally been assigned to the 4th floor. That was, until the room mysteriously caught fire. Now, adjusting his suspenders, Han finished his outfit just as a maid entered. "Need help?" she asked, then added softly. "You'd be more comfortable on the 3rd floor." Han shook his head. "No, and don't tell anyone who I really am." She nodded. "I'll stay close, just in case." Descending the grand staircase, Han spotted Jenna waiting at the bottom, bright as always. Aaron stood next to her, drained and lifeless. Han knew he hadn't slept, but still offered him a quiet smile. Jenna spoke first. "Already talked to the girls. This place is unreal, full of monsters in human form." She leaned closer, her voice dropping. "They say Niflheimer has never lost a fight." Han understood. She was talking about duels between masters. This place truly felt untouchable. No fear, no rivals. "Do you want to reach the top?" he asked. Jenna gave a small nod. "I'm heading back. The others are waiting." Aaron agreed. Han didn't say it aloud, but he knew the truth. Reaching the top meant one thing, being sold to Niflheimer. And he didn't have a choice in the matter. Inside a wide hall, Elderkin stood before a massive board, his eyes sweeping over the trainees. "What's the one thing you need to survive?" he asked. Han answered without hesitation. "Knowledge." Elderkin gave a slow nod. That was it. They had to learn how this world worked, what mattered, what didn't. Every step here was a test. Jenna muttered. "This all feels familiar." Han smirked. "I've said this before." Elderkin's thoughts drifted as he lectured. He saw a chessboard, pieces arranged in order. That's what this place was. Every trainee, every hero, pawns. Nothing more than tools in a master's endless game. Without them, none of this would exist. The so-called beautiful garden, just a playground built on control. Outside, flower petals drifted soundlessly through the air. Far away, Uranith watched. She whispered to herself, "I know what I am a pawn. Maybe nothing more than entertainment in the hero's eyes." Han stepped into view behind her. "How did you know I was here?" She turned slightly. "I told you yesterday. The bond between a master and their hero runs deep." She explained interference points, how the higher the rank, the stronger the link. "When you were dragging a Mobius, 5 of us felt it instantly. Only those on the 13th floor?" Han asked. Uranith shook her head. "It depends on the vessel. Eclair and I are both 6 stars. But our strength? It comes from everything we've poured into this." A glowing interface blinked to life before them. Han's eyes widened. "You can access the system?" "With enough power," she said, "you can create interference points." It struck him. They weren't just high-level heroes anymore. They were evolving. Uranith smiled faintly. "We're like 6.5s now, on the edge of the earthly kingdom. You made that possible." Han stood stunned. He hadn't realized his influence had reached that far. "How do they even see me?" he asked quietly. Her answer was immediate. "The closer we are to you, the stronger we become. That's the law." A thought clicked in Han's mind. 7 stars weren't just stronger. They were something entirely different. Uranith nodded. "Exactly. 7 stars are hybrids. Half hero, half master." She recalled the system failure. The fight with a true 7-star. His power had been overwhelming, beyond anything she'd imagined. And she believed Han could reach that level, without anyone's help. But Han only chuckled, brushing it aside. "You're getting ahead of yourself." He changed the subject. "What about Ceres?" Uranith lowered her gaze. "I didn't search for her. She left." That explained why the fairy had vanished too. Uranith had taken her place without a word. Still, Han wondered, how long could Niflheimer survive like this? Uranith caught the thought instantly. "You're thinking about deletion," she said. "Inactivity penalties." Han gave a small nod. Her tone steadied. "We've secured enough interference points. 10 years at least." It eased his mind. Slightly. Above them, a chandelier burned bright, light reflecting off polished stone. Pillars rose high, framing the grand hall. All of it built for him. Across the far wall hung a vast painting. His battle. His chaos. Uranith's expression was unreadable, joy mixed with disappointment. She looked at him, and said quietly, "The time's come. It was time for him to take the throne." "Stay," she pleaded. "You're not just a hero anymore. You become something more." She dropped to one knee. "Become our master. Let us. We need you." Light from the chandelier poured down, casting a glow over the scene. Han standing silent, Uranus kneeling before him. Then, a system prompt appeared. Title transfer request, Vice Master. Uranus has offered her rights. Awaiting decision. Another figure bowed low beside her, waiting. Han frowned. "I'm not a master anymore." Uranus smiled softly. "You'll have our full support. Tonia will be protected. Everything taken care of." She stepped closer, confidence shining. "So, will you accept?" Han didn't hesitate. He pressed no. Uranus froze, blinking in disbelief. As he turned away, she reached out. "If something's wrong, we can fix it. It's not you," Han said firmly, his voice low. He turned back, meeting her eyes. "I'm just not strong enough right now." Uranus stepped forward. "Then let us fix that. We'll rebuild you." Han shook his head. "I'm going back to Tonia." He stopped at the doorway. "It's not because I hate you. Or this place." He looked back over his shoulder. "Is that really so hard to understand?" Uranus slowly rose, her tone softer now. "I understand, but we won't give up on you." She hesitated, then asked quietly, "What if you can't go back to Earth?" Han stilled, eyes fixed on the curtain ahead. "If that day comes," he murmured, "I'll do whatever you ask." A faint glow shimmered behind him, carrying the weight of farewell. Then, a sharp voice broke the silence. "What trick are you pulling now?" Uranus didn't move. She stepped aside, revealing another Han. An exact replica. "I decided training would be wasted on the real master," she explained. "So I fused several spells. This double will take his place. Even his team won't notice." A brunette frowned. "You're really using a double? Time's running out. We can't waste a second." She glanced at Han. "Right." He hesitated, then gave a short nod. "Fine. Just make the time count." Elsewhere, in front of a weathered building, a blonde figure stood bloodied, spear clenched tight. His team was surrounded by knights. One of them froze, sweat running down his face. He hadn't seen the ambush coming. Han spun toward Eren. "What are you doing? Move. Take them down." Eren shouted back, strained. "I'm trying. We can't hold out much longer." Then the system chimed. Eren, 2-star hero, hidden potential unlocked, awakening. His grip tightened on the spear. Another notification followed. All stats greatly increased. Eren surged forward without hesitation, his spear sweeping in a wide arc. Enemies were hurled into the air, crashing down like broken dolls. Jenna stared, stunned. When did he get this strong? Belkist, arms crossed, muttered darkly. "Didn't expect that. Maybe I underestimated the kid." Even a grizzled knight gasped aloud. "Eren!" someone shouted, pulling him back from the haze. His eyes widened, chest heaving, the rush fading from his body. Han gave him a small, knowing smirk. "Not bad." Tears welled in Eren's eyes as he cried out, "Teacher." Later, he stirred awake. Eren blinked slowly, finding himself stretched across a couch in what looked like a hospital room. Was it all just a dream? Across the room, a man droned on at a podium. The audience, serious faces in suspenders, sat stiff, locked on every word. Beside him, Jenna had slumped over, sound asleep, drooling on her notes. Han sat with arms crossed, clearly irritated, glancing sideways. Eren stared at him in silence. Something in his chest clicked. Quietly, he turned back to his desk. Neon lights flickered in the hall outside. The brunette called for order, telling everyone to stay in line. Han studied their uniforms. They're definitely from a main building. But he stopped when a maid appeared at his side, bowing low. "Master." She gestured to a massive door, ornate, etched with the image of a goat. "This elevator is restricted to high-ranking personnel only. It connects all 13 floors and leads directly to Lady Uranus's garden." The elevator began its descent. Rooftops and glowing squares embedded in the walls passed them by. At the bottom, a grand structure awaited. Domed roofs, rising over a courtyard blanketed with blooming yellow roses. Inside, a blonde mulled over the idea of sending 1 million diamonds to the city. Han, calm as ever, sipped his tea. "Don't interfere with the others. Let them handle their own affairs." Uranus turned aside, brushing her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm not sad," she murmured. "I'm moved. Watching you push yourself. Growing without leaning on us." Han glanced at her. "So that's what you want? For me to stop relying on you altogether?" Her face lit up in a smile. He leaned back slightly. "Good, because I was about to ask you for a favor." Her eyes narrowed. "Really now?" He leaned closer, then gently pushed her face aside. "I'm uneasy. Just give me some space." The scene shifted. Harsh terrain spread out before them. Jagged, rocky, unforgiving. The brunette crouched low, brushing her fingers across the ground. "Black iron," she said. "Harder than steel." Deep gouges tore across the surface, sharp, violent cuts. Only one person could leave scars like these. Han drew his sword, stepping forward to inspect the cracks. The one who did this, he muttered. He's so skilled, for a second I thought it was a system glitch. The name echoed in his mind. Redigen, the one he'd been waiting for. Then the system confirmed it. Hero detected. Redigen, arrival confirmed. A scarred man raised his head. Han's memory stirred. Redigen, born a 2-star. But among thousands, he had always stood brightest. They summoned him, someone whispered. Han's grip tightened. So this is our real first meeting. Redigen stepped forward, driving his sword into the earth. Back then, I helped you grow, he said, lowering his head. This time I'll do it again. But now you're the master. Before Han stood the most flawless sword master he had ever known. Yet something felt wrong. Han narrowed his eyes. He couldn't sense anything. No aura. No presence. Just stillness, like staring at a lifeless statue. And then it struck him. This was it. Pure serenity. The peak of self-discipline. Redigen stared into the blade. His reflection gazed back, unmoving. Sword and body, perfectly one. The brunette gave a nod. Go on. Insert it. The scarred man stepped closer. Have Redigen's methods changed? Redigen's voice was calm. Your unit should have already given you access. Check for yourself. The system lit up his profile. Hero, Redigen rank, level, 99 class, sword master. Strength, 10 out of 10. Intelligence, 10 out of 10. Health, 10 out of 10. Agility, 10 out of 10. One skill remained sealed, hidden beneath the maxed heavenly sword spirit. Han studied the screen. At first glance, it looked no different from a level 1 hero. Then it hit him. Redigen had done it deliberately, locked himself at base values. And yet, he cut through black iron like nothing. Han smirked. Perfect. That's all I needed to see. Redigen gave a small nod. I'll follow your lead. A system alert flashed. Berserker mode activated. Hero, Han rank. A red aura exploded around him. We're going all out, the brunette declared. Han's card appeared. Name, Han rank, level, 20 BXP. 58/160 class, beginner. Strength, 55, plus 10 bonus. Intelligence, 0, minus 10 modifier. Endurance, 31 40 seconds, plus 10 bonus. Agility, 49 of 310, plus 10 bonus. Skills, Sword and Shield Mastery, LV 8. Insight, LV 5. Fire Detection, LV 3. Pain Threshold, LV 4. Composure, LV 5. Berserker, LV 6. Indomitability, LV 1. Dragon Slayer, LV 1. Stealth Movement, LV 1. Horseback Riding, LV 1. Han shot forward, the ground splitting beneath his feet. Their blades clashed, sparks scattering. Han spun into a crushing strike. Redigen didn't even move. Blocked with ease. Again, Han pressed forward. Again, Redigen parried, clean, flawless. No waste. No openings. Every swing Han made, Redigen brushed aside as if it were nothing. Not just strong. Faster, sharper, precise beyond measure. Han lunged. 3 steps. Redigen answered with 1. Red light burned in Han's eyes. And still, I can't reach him. Then, suddenly, Redigen knelt. I apologize for raising my sword, he said softly. Han scoffed, frustrated. Cut that out. Apologizing just pisses me off. Redigen closed his eyes. Of course, if you were at my level, it wouldn't look so one-sided. Han laughed bitterly. This is my limit. Pathetic, huh? You could have been a monster if you'd wanted to. He paused. You were the most gifted hero I ever had. Redigen chuckled. Your inter could have reached level 10 in basic ball control. I barely hit 7. Han shook his head. The only reason I never broke past the cap was my class. Thought it was a system bug at first. Redigen gave a respectful nod. To be praised by you, it's an honor. But if raw talent was enough, someone else would be standing here instead of me. Before he could finish, the brunette cut in. I agree. Energy sparked as a shield formed along his forearm. I might not match Redigen in every stat, he said, but in power, we're equals. All 5 of us. One-on-one, it's anyone's fight. Han's aura ignited again. Berserker mode flaring to life. Then keep going, Redigen, he growled. I'm not done until I've had enough. Elsewhere, in the cafeteria, a girl scanned the room, leaning toward Aaron. Hey, you notice something off about our brunette friend? Aaron, mid-bite, blinked. Like what? She nodded toward him. He's been distant, watching everyone, but not really part of it. Across the hall, a long-haired man stood, puffing his chest. No warrior here can match me, he boasted. Training with these clowns is pointless. Is there even anyone remotely talented in this dump? A red mohawked trainee snorted. You fighting, or just barking? Before either could make a move. Smack! Smack! Han dropped them both with one hand. Aaron didn't even put his fork down. Honestly, that's just business as usual. A girl with a ponytail stormed in, fury in her voice. What do you think you're doing? You want to get kicked out? Because that's exactly how. She pointed at the two sprawled on the floor. No, trainee on trainee fights. You've got issues, settle them another way. One more stunt, and you'll regret it. Jenna suddenly stood. Han hasn't done anything wrong. The blonde turned sharply. Then what are you even saying? A bald trainee stepped up with a smug grin. Perfect. Only one way to prove yourself, battle. He jabbed a finger at Han. Come at me. I'll crush you with one finger. 1 second later, crack. His arm hit the table, crushed in a single arm wrestling slam. Han didn't flinch. Aaron looked on, deadpan. I really don't get what my red-haired girlfriend's so upset about. This is just how Han always is. Back on the battlefield, winds tore through the rocky terrain. Redigen stood tall, poised like a legend carved in stone. The brunette dove from above, fury in every strike. Yet Redigen met him with effortless calm. Han blinked. That wasn't a parry. Why wasn't he countering? Again Han attacked. Harder, faster. Again Redigen blocked. No follow-up. No retaliation. Something had changed. Steel rang as they clashed, but Redigen's thoughts wandered. Statistically, he was the top 1%. 10 abilities tuned to perfection, cold-blooded, berserker, indomitability. The synergy was unmatched. His value? At least 5,000 diamonds. He'd pay that without hesitation to hire someone like himself. Smash! A blade slammed against the side of his head. Redigen staggered, eyes wide. This guy's value couldn't even be measured. His gaze sharpened as he leveled his sword, its edge hovering at Han's throat. Holding the blade steady, he spoke low. Only real players know what it means to lose. He stepped back, voice steady. Fight me again, because in this city, I've never lost a true match. Steel clashed against steel. Sparks flew as the two locked in another brutal exchange. Han's mind wandered even as his body moved. He thought back to every battle he'd ever fought. No matter how powerful his opponents had seemed, none had ever truly pushed him. But this was different. His sword was not from his hands. Redigen stood tall, unshaken, completely in control. Han was used to crushing weaker foes. This time, he was the one being crushed. Redigen caught the disarmed blade midair. His eyes lingered on Han. Even in the short time, he said, "You've almost reached average proficiency. A little more effort, and you'll be there." Han chuckled, breath uneven. "You're a monster. Nothing like anyone I've faced." His gaze sharpened. "What about the power sword? Last time, you used a smooth one. Didn't seem to hold you back at all." Redigen didn't bother with words. Instead, he flicked a blade toward him. "Why don't you find out? Guess what I brought this time?" Han caught the spinning sword midair. He swung, only for it to cut the air without leaving so much as a scratch. Just as he thought, his strength, 40 out of 100, wasn't enough. He lunged forward. Redigen parried effortlessly. "Strength alone doesn't mean your strikes will land," he said, calm as ever. Reclaiming the weapon, he tapped a hand against his chest. "Even if someone slashed me here with a sword rated at 10 strength, I wouldn't even flinch." Han grinned wider and charged again. Every swing was turned aside. Every angle answered with perfect precision. Redigen barely needed to move. Between strikes, Han called out, "So what's the strength stat on that sword?" 8 units, Redigen replied. Then after a pause, "But in my hands, it cuts like 3 times that." Han landed lightly after a backstep, eyes locked on him. "You really are as strong as I imagined, Redigen." Elsewhere, an old corner building. A man in gloves lifted his fist to knock on the door, then froze. Inside, a cloaked figure stared at the still-closed entrance in silence. Nearby, a girl leaned back, thoughts drifting. Days had passed. She hadn't seen him since. Not that she could just message a trainee. Intensive schedules made that impossible. She smirked faintly. After how sharp her words had been last time, how could she even face him? Off-screen, someone shouted, "Master!" Back on the training grounds. Redigen's voice carried through the clash of blades. If he trained here for half a year, or even just one, he'd be many times stronger than he is now. Han pressed harder, each attack faster, heavier. He knew Redigen was right. Blocking with ease, Redigen analyzed between strikes. "Your fighting style, it's not like mine. You got clean swordsmanship, but it's reinforced with layered skills. You fight like a swordsman. I'm a generalist," Redigen said flatly. "I adapt to whatever comes at me." Han roared forward, unleashing a storm of slashes. In his mind, only a handful of 3-star heroes across the entire game world could even hope to stand toe-to-toe with this man. Redigen twirled his blade as if it weighed nothing. "Keep this pace, and you'll become the strongest." Han's breath came heavy. Easier said than done. But deep down, he knew this man might be the only one capable of taking him down. Redigen's silence stretched. Han studied him closely. A dueling expert. In close-range combat, especially against people, he was almost untouchable. Han broke the silence. "The only thing saving me right now is that I can trigger Berserker mode without losing control." He called him Master, believing that had to be the only reason such a feat was possible. But as Han watched, his thoughts shifted. Redigen wasn't just a hero anymore. He was something beyond that, half hero, half master. And beneath it all, a storm was brewing. Then the realization struck. Redigen was pulling off the impossible. Cold-bloodedness, running with berserker mode. Two skills that should never coexist. Han narrowed his eyes. No doubt about it. He's bugged. A character who's broken past the system's limits. Redigen finally spoke. Right now, I'd say I'm closer to 7-star rank. They're all above level 100. His gaze locked on Han's. You probably fall into that category too. When skills that should clash start syncing together, it's the sign. Han squinted. That kind of thing breaks the system. It's basically cheating. Redigen shrugged. If skill slots really are unlimited, then everything changes. His tone sharpened. I've also learned something about the 7 stars. Han raised a brow. What is it? Their efficiency rate, Redigen said. It's absurdly high. Han froze, caught off guard. Redigen explained. In a normal synthesis, more than 90% of a hero's data gets lost. Even if you sacrificed a hero with 100 strength, the result might only carry 10 points. Han's eyes narrowed. But 7 stars, they're different. Redigen nodded. Take you, for example. It looks like you're getting advanced sword training. Stuff like this never happened back on Earth. From the sidelines, a girl spoke up, eyeing Han carefully. He's a rookie, right? Han replied simply, yeah. First time here. She studied his form. I can see traces of nighttime swordsmanship in your technique. That's when it hit him. She must be the 4-star heroine fused with him. That would explain his sudden leap in skill. Still, doubt lingered. Is this power only because I was synthesized with a higher-tier hero? Redigen shook his head. If that were it, your swordplay would look completely different. Sure, fusion helps. But there's more to it. He continued. From what I've seen, your swordsmanship is only average right now. His eyes narrowed. But can you use your sword technique? Han tightened his grip. Redigen's reflection gleamed in the blade's surface. I'll try, Han said. The brunette closes her eyes. In Han's mind, her voice drifts in. This is destiny. You were chosen. She offers him a soft smile and wishes him luck. Then, like a strike of lightning, a white flash cuts across the sky. Han's eyes snap open. His body surges with energy. He bursts forward, blade tearing through the air. Redigen doesn't flinch. The system chimes in. It's an awakening. Han's swordsmanship, once a simple 3-star skill, has leveled up. In midair, he spins, driving his next strike straight toward Redigen's chest. The swing is faster, sharper, heavier. This time, Redigen raises his blade and blocks with ease. He nods. Much better than before. Sliding his sword back into its sheath, he studies Han. This isn't just copying someone's skill. Your synthesis, it runs far deeper. His gaze sharpens. Efficiency isn't always a gift, he warns. There's danger in it. Push too far, and your data could fuse with hers, maybe even corrupt. Han's grip tightens. If he takes synthesis to the limit, his very core could twist, maybe even be overwritten. Redigen rests his hand on his sword hilt, almost speaking to himself. Perhaps that's why I never mastered defense techniques, even after gaining every scrap of knowledge about sword and shield combat. Han nods in silence, firm in his resolve. He has only one goal, to unite blade and body until they move as one. Just then, a maid arrives, balancing a tray stacked with food. She quickly sets a table, arranges the dishes, then bows gracefully. Lunch is ready. The fighters glance at each other. Han nods. Yeah, let's eat first. Redigen agrees with a quiet nod. The scene shifts. Now on the 18th floor, a dark, narrow corridor lit by faint light. A system prompt hovers above. Mission type, research. Objective, survey the area. The blonde teammate calls to the girl beside him. Cover my flank. Without hesitation, the squad locks into position. A red-haired warrior lunges ahead, spear cutting through a knight in a single strike. Bennick, the team leader shouts. Take out the ones behind cover. Anin, the blonde, scans the field. These knights are skilled. Stay sharp. I know. She shoots back, never losing focus. Suddenly, a sharp command cuts through the chaos. Everyone down. The squad freezes. In an instant, a shadow blazes past, cutting down multiple knights in one sweep. The blonde exhales as the system announces, area secured. 2 teammates, both 3 stars, level up. Each hero earns 50,000 gold. The MVP, Ryman. He nods to the squad. Good work holding steady, even against human-type foes. One girl replies, I got used to it on the 12th floor. When it's life or death, you learn fast. Rosa glances at Lilini. You did well out there. Flustered, Lilini stammers. It's only because you guided me. And elsewhere, high above on a rooftop, a dark-haired girl stands quietly, her gaze fixed on the distance. Nearby, voices ripple through the group. Group 3 was sent straight to the second floor right after arriving. Another voice cuts in. Then we'd better step up if we want to follow. A third groans, I'm so sick of these potatoes. That sparks a laugh. Maybe they'd taste better if someone else cooked them. Didn't I hear Julia's got 3 kids? One teammate asks. Doesn't mean she can cook, another replies. She just throws random things in a pot and hopes it turns out edible. At the back, a brunette watches one of the girls stew in silence, clearly annoyed. With a sigh, she mutters, guess decent food's off the menu while we're stuck here. Then she steps forward, her tone sharpening as she addresses the squad. Listen up. Here's how the raid units are divided. She explains. Groups 1 through 3 form the tower's frontline squads. The elite, top-tier heroes tasked with defending each floor. Only they're allowed to live on the second floor, the heart of the central base. A system prompt appears. Groups 4 and 5, support units. These teams back up the main raiders. Built around potential instead of rank, their members rotate often, no permanent squads. Another update flashes. Group 6, temporary reserve. This group handles recon and dungeon analysis. Usually, one member is sent ahead to scout and verify missions. It's where the inconsistent, the underperforming, and the unproven end up, the ones who haven't earned their place among the stronger teams. Then the system delivers its final, brutal message. Unfit heroes, those marked for synthesis or conversion, don't gather here. They've already been dealt with, recycled, or transformed. The scene shifts. In the distance, a playground comes into view. At its center rises a strange structure, a caged core glowing with pulsing energy. Battle erupts around it. The brunette charges headlong, attacking with relentless fury, her strikes crashing against the blonde. Not far off, a gray-haired man readies his blade, steel clashing with screams echoing through the air. The brunette roars, her voice sharp with rage. Why are you all holding back? A yellow-eyed girl snaps back, cold and unyielding. I told you, fight like you mean it. Fight to kill. Anything less, and you're the ones who will die. She warns them again. Don't relax just because it's 5 against 2. Even then, the squad struggles, barely managing to bring down a single enemy. The blonde, sweating and lost in the chaos, shouts, Wait, what were the instructions again? No time. A sword whistles through the air, straight for him. At the last moment, one of the girls deflects the strike. A redhead isn't as lucky. She takes a blade straight to the neck. Another girl drops right after, struck down the same way. Ryman charges forward, sword arcing down, but the yellow-eyed girl blocks with ease, countering low and slamming a strike into his jaw. He swings again, this time from above. But she's already read the attack, moving before his blade can land. She studies him closely as he fights. The strikes are sharp, the movement's precise, but she can see it. He's still holding back. He can't bring himself to go for the kill, not against his own squad. He's close, but not there yet. Still, she isn't disappointed. In her mind, 5 names are already marked for the second group. Later that day, the team gathers inside a warm, 3-story house. A table packed with food fills the center of the room. The brunette leans forward, her voice casual. So, how's the food? The response is instant. Cheers, laughter. The meat is delicious, and for the first time in a while, spirits run high. She smirks. Good, because you're joining the second group. The celebration halts. Silence drops over the table. Everyone stares, unsure if they heard her right. She rises, ready for objections. The man across from her speaks first. He shakes his head slowly. Sure, moving to the second floor sounds amazing, but that's a massive leap. For someone like me, it feels like a once-in-a-lifetime shot. The archer rolls her eyes. Don't be so dramatic. But the redhead cuts in. No, he's right. The second floor isn't just a step up. It's a battlefield. I heard someone died right after getting promoted. Her tone hardens. Honestly, I was terrified the moment I set foot there. Being placed in the second group already feels like too much. The dark-haired girl exhales. Then just stay on the first floor. But the yellow-eyed one speaks, calm but grim. Doesn't matter where I end up. Death will find me either way. She slices into her food. I've already watched teammates die. If it's not on the front lines, then it'll be on some solo recon, or worse, used as an experiment. The table falls quiet. She leans back, almost amused. Honestly, ever since Group 3 formed, everything's shifted. We already cleared the 14th floor. The 18th isn't far. Once we reach it, competition for the second floor will skyrocket. If you're not fast, you'll get left behind. Looking down at her plate, she mutters, I've got to be smart about this. Night falls. The mood turns heavy. Rosa leans back, arms crossed, irritation clear in her posture. From across the table, Lilani watches her, worry written in her eyes. A hand settles on the blonde's shoulder. It's Ryman. He gives a quiet nod. Congrats on making it to the second floor. Across the room, uneasy glances flicker between teammates. Far away, beneath drifting leaves, A warrior with no eyes sits in stillness. Then the system voice cuts in. The master has begun transformation. A pillar of light erupts from the building, stabbing into the night sky. A young man, left behind, reaches out helplessly. His voice cracks. Why wasn't I chosen? I gave everything. You told me I'd make it if I pushed harder. Desperate, he stumbles closer to the light, pleading. What do I do now? Please let me out. But the system responds without pause, without mercy. Transformation complete. The user has obtained the main spirit stone. Another prompt follows. Synthesis commencing. Spirit stone and enhancement stone will combine. Success rate, 91%. Process automatic. From somewhere nearby, a cheer erupts. Synthesis complete. Result, mid-level enhancement stones. One by one, the announcements follow. The blonde, a 3-star hero, has been promoted. His card updated with a new image. The brunette leaps forward 3 full stars. Her image, too, is refreshed. The third member climbs to 3-star rank, granted a brand new card. The young man stares, bewildered. Where they go? A calm voice answers, they'll finish eventually. But another cuts sharper. With your skills? Forget the second floor. You're not making it. Suddenly, bam, the blonde takes a brutal hit to the solar plexus, thrown back hard. A man wrapped in bandages scoffs. Didn't you say you had to surpass me just to survive? Time's running out, even for you. The blonde wipes the blood from his mouth, forcing a nod. Yeah, you're right. He forces a weak smile. Congrats, though. Sounds like the master's putting you in group 4 or 5 soon. The bearded man smirks, his gaze shifting to the brunette. So, you're bound for the second floor now, huh? Then his eyes return to the struggling man, gleaming. You reach the 11th floor barely 2 weeks after showing up. That says plenty. The man lowers his gaze, but the bearded one only grins wider. Outside, the battlefield stretches across rocky terrain, jagged stones shattered underfoot. Weapons of every color clash in furious rhythm. At the center, Redigen absorbs each strike from his master without flinching. Nearby, Han watches, a grin tugging at his lips. In his thoughts, he knows, once he reaches level 10, his secrets won't stay his own. A chessboard forms in his mind. A voice speaks. If basic weapon proficiency is the battlefield, then intermediate proficiency is war. A pawn slides forward. Another voice responds. At this stage, it's not just about attack. It's about control, claiming ground while striking the enemy. A knight leaps into position. This is the essence of intermediate mastery, the opponent says. Glowing zones spread across the chessboard, each one marking territory claimed. Weapon mastery is war itself, and I've already drawn my front line. The knight moves again, and this fight isn't over. Then comes the queen. Placed with precision, it radiates light across the board. Redigen narrows his eyes. The queen demands perfection. Fortresses that won't crack, walls no enemy can breach. The system interrupts. System message. Sword and Shield Mastery. Level 10 awakened. Basic Sword and Shield Mastery has reached maximum level. Skill evolution unlocked. New paths available once conditions are met. Han strike slams through, clean and powerful. But Redigen just grins, brushing it aside as if it were nothing. The ground trembles as green energy bursts around Han, shaking the rocky field. Yet Redigen stands unshaken. His voice is steady, low, commanding. Once I master the art of the ball, I won't even need to swing. Just standing here will be enough to split mountains. As shards of stone scatter outward, he adds, but that kind of power, you don't actually need it to win. Above, the sky roars. Thunder cracks as Han clenches his fist beneath a storm of endless strikes. This isn't what I wanted, he mutters. I never planned on stepping into expert class. His eyes flick toward Uranit, waiting at his side. Sweat slips from his palm as he asks, how far did your training go while I was gone? Pulling his clothes on, he doesn't hesitate with his next order. Open a portal. I want it ready by tomorrow night. Dimension 0584? Uranit asks, confirming. Han nods. His thoughts drift toward a certain blonde man. I've got something I need to send. The scene shifts into a sprawling estate. A heavy knock echoes against the massive doors. Inside, a maid waits. At Han's nod, she opens it. The master's already awake, she informs the visitor. Deeper inside, the boy notices Niled, cleaning with near desperation. You're going all out, he remarks. Without looking up, she replies, it's the least I can do for master. Satisfied, he turns. Uranit, drop the illusion. We don't need it anymore. The system chimes in. Heading to training now? Yeah, Han answers, already fading from sight. I've got people to check on. Long day ahead. Moments later, he reappears beside his group. Jenna is the first to notice. There's something different about you today, she says, smiling faintly. Oh yeah. Han steps closer. Like what? She tilts her head, thoughtful. Not sure. Your energy just feels different. Not bad, just changed. Aaron raises a brow, curious. Han notes silently. Jenna's perception has sharpened. Nearby, the archer stretches with a groan. Ugh, these lectures are turning me into stone. We'll switch gears soon, Han reassures her. Next part should be more interesting. That perks Jenna up. Still weird, though. Every lesson so far matches what you've already told us. It's like you're a prophecy in motion. Han pauses, caught off guard. She really is that sharp. Even an average observer could see it. He didn't fit the mold of a standard hero. Not with what he'd done. He turns to the spearman. When you're finished here, meet me in the backyard. Got it. The spearman answers without hesitation. The story shifts again, this time to the Academy's training hall. Armed heroes stand ready across the floor. No more lectures. No more theory. From here on, it's combat. The instructor's voice rings out. From here forward, it's solo. No teams. No support. Just you against your opponent. The fighters take their places. If you paid attention, the instructor continues, you'll be able to hold your own. The signal drops. Sparring begins. From the stands, Han watches in silence. His eyes fix on Jenna. Her growth is unbelievable, he thinks. From a single star to this. Arrows fly like lightning, loosed in a blur. Her form is flawless. Each movement smooth, precise. Her agility cuts sharper than before, and every skill she uses lands perfectly. As the teams clash below, Han's gaze never wavered. Something about Jenna stood out. Her teammates were ranked the same as she was, yet none of them could keep pace. If she used one of them as bait, she could take down the entire enemy squad by herself, Han thought. His eyes drifted toward Aaron, locked in a heated duel of his own. Then, without warning, the scene shifted. A long corridor in the academy stretched ahead. Han walked with steady steps, Aaron trailing behind, confusion on his face. Where are we going? Aaron finally asked. You'll see, Han answered without slowing. Just follow me. Aaron froze mid-step, his eyes going wide. A portal shimmered open right in front of him. Han glanced back with a faint grin. Go on in. Still processing, Aaron hesitated, but then stepped through. On the other side, a vast, misty garden spread out before him. Aaron's voice carried awe. Where are we? Nild, who had silently joined them, answered evenly. The 13th floor of Niflheimer. Misty Gardens. Aaron stiffened. Wait, isn't this where the top elites train? Niall gave a firm nod. Yes. Just then, a cloaked girl stepped forward. Placing a hand to her chest, she greeted them with a soft smile. I'm Urnit. It's an honor. I serve as the master's right hand. Niall's eyes narrowed sharply. Right hand? But that's serious. Urnit's gaze turned cold, her smile fading. Aaron leaned toward Han, whispering, What's going on here? But Urnit had already caught it. Did you just call him your friend? Han ignored the tension and spoke instead. Is the portal to Mutant ready? It's open, Urnit replied with a nod. Aaron glanced between them. He noticed it, the way Urnit seemed to brighten whenever Han spoke. But whatever connected them, he couldn't piece it together. Han turned his focus back to Aaron, his tone shifting. You said you want to get stronger, right? Aaron's shoulders tensed. Well, Han continued, this is me helping you. Aaron hesitated, torn. If you're not ready, that's fine, Han said calmly. You could stay here. Become an instructor. Train others when you're prepared. Before Aaron could answer, Urnit cut in, her voice sharp and cold. That might be the smarter choice. I've seen plenty like you, no natural talent. They break themselves working twice as hard just to survive. Aaron stayed silent, eyes lowered. And eventually, she added, they hit a wall. And when they do, that's the end. Han glanced at her, then back at Aaron. Don't take it personally. That's just reality for most people. But Urnit wasn't finished. There was one fool, she said, had even less talent than you. And yet, he reached our level. Aaron's head jerked up, eyes wide. Urnit gave a slow nod. Mutant, couldn't learn a thing. No matter who trained him, nothing stuck. Total failure. Aaron stared. Then how did he? Urnit raised her hand. A spell flared, tearing open another portal beside her. This leads to Dimension 0584, she said evenly. Luanon. Han's eyes narrowed. Luanon. He remembered well. That was where the global raid happened 2 years ago, and a place Mutant now called home. Urnit's gaze lingered on the swirling gate. That place is draining his life away, little by little. Niall stepped forward, eyes closed as if bracing herself. Many followed Mutant there, hoping to learn from him. None of them returned. Han didn't hesitate. They all died. Aaron froze. The words crashed into him like a hammer. His eyes locked on the glowing portal, grip tightening around his weapon. Han turned toward him. Survival rates under 3%. If you want to live, don't step through. Aaron said nothing, but his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. But what if I make it? He thought. What if I come back stronger? He drew in a deep breath and stepped closer, gaze fixed on the light ahead. I'm going, he declared. I don't plan to die. I just want to give everything I've got. Uranit moved toward him. Time flows differently there, she warned. Don't forget it. Aaron shut his eyes, letting it sink in. When they opened again, they were clear, steady. The hesitation was gone. Without another word, he walked straight into the portal. Just before the lights swallowed him, he glanced back at Han. Take care of things while I'm gone. Their eyes met. No words, only a silent understanding. As the portal shimmered behind him, Han turned to Uranit. How do you expect him to survive? She answered calmly. He probably won't. Mutan's already been told. Han stared into the swirling gate, his voice quiet. If he does come back, send him to Tonia immediately. Uranit gave a small nod, assuming he returns. Han said nothing. The weight in the air was enough. Everyone already knew the odds. As Aaron vanished into dimension 0584, on, Han realized this wasn't just Aaron's path anymore. It was his as well. The scene cuts to the highlands. Up in the mountains, blades clashed. Redigen blocked a fierce strike, boots grinding across the rocky ground. Across from him, Han stood firm, breath heavy. Was that enough? He asked. Uranit's sword gave a short nod. You've hit your goal. Still catching his breath, Han pulled up his stat window. His level hadn't budged, still stuck at 20. His stats were the same. Yet deep down, he could feel it. Something inside had shifted. The system showed the same numbers, but in his mind, he saw it clearly. His basic swordsmanship had evolved to the intermediate tier. The price, fragments of his earlier mastery stripped away, including his shield techniques. Even so, his style was sharper now. His discipline, composure, and grit under pressure had all grown stronger. Han looked down at the emblem in his hand, a warrior's crest, etched with a shield, a blade, and twin axes. The biggest change? He had unlocked the warrior class. New skill routes were now open to him. But to move forward, he had let go of hidden movements. Han didn't regret it. That skill had never been his. As the emblem of the rogue faded from memory, his thoughts turned to Jenna. Jenna had earned her profession too. After racking up 37 straight victories in relentless sparring, she was granted exemption from group training. Her archery had already broken into the intermediate stage. Now she worked on merging pinpoint accuracy with blistering speed. The next step was clear, training under Sarah, ranked 13th among the top archers, right behind Lisa. That was when Han remembered Uranit. She had once placed a ring in his hand, legendary grade, forged from star Iron Mind in Niflheim, a relic of the fallen heavens. It wasn't just strong, it shattered the very rules of the system. When she gave it to him, she said it marked him as a master. Anyone who saw it would know exactly who he was. The ring also linked their minds. Distance didn't matter. As long as he wore it, they could always communicate. But Uranit's sword had once told him the ring wasn't even needed anymore. Maybe because words weren't necessary now. Han looked at the artifact glinting on his finger. Uranit began to explain. The ring was built using an advanced information manipulation spell. It could bend elemental data, mask stat readings, even rewrite system records. Han turned it slowly in his hand. How long do the effects last? The system chimed in before she could answer. Item acquired. Ring of Darkness. Classification, low rank. Han blinked. That's unexpected. Uranit remained calm. Its power will fade once Master reaches the 50th floor. Seated across from her, Han nodded, impressed. Crafting something like this, alone? That must have been brutal. Her voice softened. I actually started before you ever arrived. By the time he got here, it was nearly finished. Then, without warning, her eyes filled with tears. I can't bear the thought of you leaving again, she whispered. Han's reply was steady. Don't be so dramatic. We'll meet again. But Uranit leaned closer, hope flickering through her worry. Her emotions spilled over. Han scratched the back of his neck, uneasy. I only came to check in before heading back to Earth. That's all. She looked down, disappointment clear. That's not what I wanted to hear. At that, Han suddenly stood. There's something I forgot. Uranit looked up, startled by his sudden shift. Eyes sharp, Han pictured the weapon vault. Open the armory, he said firmly. Then he glanced at her, his intent clear. I've decided. I'm taking a weapon from Niflheim. The scene shifted to the tower's legendary armory at its very summit. Han stepped inside, Uranit by his side. Rows of weapons stretched endlessly before them. Swords, axes, spears, all gleaming with power. He paused before one, a premium-grade steel sword, forged from highest steel by a unique method. But before his hand could reach it, Uranit's voice came from behind. That's too ordinary. It doesn't suit you at all. Come with me. They walked deeper, down a long corridor, until they stood before a massive door carved with the image of a ram's skull. Uranit stopped, turning to the man behind her. She raised both hands toward the massive door. The etched magic circles lit up, humming with power. Everything beyond this point is S rank or higher, she explained. True masterpieces, every one forged by my master. With a deep groan, the colossal doors pulled open. They stepped inside. Each footfall echoed across the chamber. Han's expression hardened as his eyes adjusted to the glow. Is it true there are 132 weapons in here? He asked. Urnit closed her eyes, nodding once. All accounted for. Before them stretched a vast vault. Walls lined with weapons, each a creation of the legendary blacksmith himself. As they moved deeper, Urnit's gaze lingered on one blade resting on its stand. Miss Stiltine, you're not actually planning to take that, are you? She explained its power, how no defense, no matter how strong, could withstand its piercing edge. A weapon built for Tower Ascension. A system prompt appeared, listing Miss Stiltine's stats in glowing script. Han lifted the dark sword, studying its edge. A memory stirred. The black dragon on the 20th floor, its body resistant to both magic and steel. Miss Stiltine had been the key to victory. Yet after a long silence, he set it back. It's strong but too specialized. I need something with reach. Urnit gestured to another rack. Then consider this. Before them lay the Baselar blade, S+ rank, crafted from the horn and scales of the Shadow Demon King. Its trait is rare, she explained. True physical penetration. No defense, armor, scales, or enchantment can block it. Han reached for it, fingers brushing the dark edge. His eyes narrowed. This might be the one. But after a moment, he shook his head. It's useless against magic. That makes it a liability. I need balance. Urnit stepped closer, pointing to another stand. Then perhaps. Gungnir. Han's eyebrow rose. You're certain about that? She nodded with quiet conviction. You don't need spear mastery to wield it well. Han studied the weapon, thoughtful. It's compatible with Bryanac's early model. If it works, one throw could wipe out dozens. Pride warmed Urnit's voice. You deserve every weapon here. After all, you're the one who created them. Han smirked faintly. Not alone. His gaze swept the armory, steady and sure. If it weren't for all of you, I'd have stopped at A rank. S rank and higher? That's because of your work. He looked around the vault once more. Besides, most of these are already in use. I can't just strip them away. And the weapon I truly want. I doubt it's here. Urnit's expression softened. I see. These are mighty, yes, but none match what you're searching for. Then Han turned to her, decisive, without hesitation. She stood poised, eyes locked on his shoulder square, waiting for his command. I'll forge a new one, Han declared. Without hesitation, Urnit raised her hands. A portal bloomed open, molten light flickering within its swirl. She bowed with reverence. Together, they stepped through. At the Summit Forge, Niflheimer's highest-tier facility, the system prompt confirmed their arrival. Prime blast furnace activated. Han peered into the roaring core. His voice was calm, steady. Begin all preparations. Urnit moved behind him, hands resting lightly on his shoulders. She gave a single nod. Han lifted his hand. The verification skill roared to life. From the ring on his finger, black lightning erupted, tearing across the forge like storm. Power surged, rattling the chamber walls. Urnit's voice echoed in his mind. The rite of the master of Niflheimer has begun. System prompts flared into brilliant pink notifications. Permission granted. You may now craft a custom weapon. Urnit reached out to him mentally. What kind of weapon will it be, master? Han kept his gaze on the furnace. A weapon that grows. The system blared a warning. The casting method was unstable. Failure would bring severe penalties. Han didn't flinch. Proceed. A list of materials unfurled. He confirmed his choices, and the storage portal tore open, releasing the resources into the molten blaze below. The magma surged violently, sparks scattering like falling stars. All ingredients in. Furnace stabilized. Urnit confirmed. Summoning workers now. A portal opened at her side. From it, a plump, gray-haired blacksmith stepped out, blinking in confusion. Why'd you drag me here? The master isn't. His words froze. There stood a boy, calmly watching the system prompts unfold. Recognition struck him like thunder. His breath caught. His voice failed. Urnit broke the silence. We're initiating the first class. All blacksmiths ranked first or higher. Report immediately. The old man bowed, trembling but firm. Understood. Above the furnace, Urnit turned to the gathered crew. Give it everything you've got. Right then, the system chimed again. Confirmation. Peak tier forge conditions met. With this setup, the potential to create a weapon beyond imagination was real. Urnit's voice cut through the heat. The first phase was starting. On her signal, ultra-rare materials streamed into the roaring blaze. The old blacksmith spun for instructions. Urnit didn't pause. Magic circles erupted around her, glowing with raw power as she triggered the creation sequence. She declared the enchantment type, a self-adapting system. The weapon would scan its master's combat style in real time and evolve to match it. The blast furnace and processor roared to life. From the control station, the old blacksmith relayed updates. The crew was in place, working at full tilt. But a snag appeared. The fusion of all 13 minerals wasn't syncing properly. Still, the team pressed on. Uranet's tone was steady. Stand by for the next phase. Uranet turned sharply toward her master. Her voice cut through the furnace's roar. Are you truly ready for this? The forge is far more complex than we imagined. Han glanced at her. How bad? Her answer was flat. Harder than breaching the gate to hell. Han smirked, rolling up his sleeves. Then it's like crafting 5 divine tier weapons at once. Still shifting the unstable magic circles around her, Uranet replied, no, it might be even tougher. Han faced the blazing furnace. Ready to cast the bells? She nodded without hesitation. He stood at the first station. This wasn't automated work. This was the real process. 8 layers of difficulty, each one a monster. Standard for a top-tier artifact. He tapped the interface. The system's reply was blunt. To pass through the gates of hell, you must first make a sacrifice. The furnace roared alive. A new prompt appeared. Choose the offering. Choose right, and a hidden difficulty will unlock. Han didn't blink. Stormbringer. Vigalta. Azoth. Uranet froze. You're sacrificing those? He confirmed without hesitation. Uranet stepped forward and cast the legendary blades into the molten core. The system flared. Sacrifice accepted. Gates of hell, open. The forge's difficulty spiked instantly to highest divine rank. Han's expression darkened as the updates poured in. Penalty triggered. Weapon's final power will be reduced by 33%. Success rate, 0. Then came a final prompt. Do you still wish to continue? Han grinned at his subordinate. The system keeps telling me to quit, but I've already thrown everything into this. No turning back now. Heat rose from his hands as he cracked his knuckles. The riddle, does it mean anything? Uranet's voice was firm. It means everything. Something clicked in Han's mind. His expression sharpened. He pulled up the system window and locked in his choice. Puzzle initializing. A lineup of supreme deity-level trials flickered across the interface. The system asked, are you ready? Han folded his arms, choosing the first challenge, a cube. Then he looked at Uranet. You ready? Her eyes sharpened. She raised her hand in a steady nod. Words weren't needed. They were locked in. The air rippled. Out of nothing, a cube spun into existence, twisting and shifting on all sides. The system chimed. Puzzle initiated. 27 by 27 cube. Nightmare mode. Penalties enabled. Han didn't flinch. His gaze locked on the artifact, fingers flying over the console. He broke the cube down, spinning, rotating, reassembling piece by piece. Then came the warning. Penalty activated. Blindness. Darkness slammed down. Still, Han didn't pause. His hands moved with precision, as if guided by instinct. 3 left, 2 right, 5 up for down, 2 left, 1 right, 2 up, 8 down. Minutes bled away. Click. The cube locked into place. System prompt. Puzzle complete. Time, 14 minutes. Accuracy, 100%. A blinding surge of energy burst out from the cube, blasting straight into the furnace. The system responded instantly. The eternal flames of hell have ignited the first blast furnace. Uranet pressed forward, weaving a vast network of magic circles and locking them together. Interference points aligned perfectly. With a sharp command, she declared the processing plant ready. Han didn't waste a second. The next challenge appeared. A rhythm game, cranked to hell difficulty, penalties stacked high. A glowing synth board materialized before him. Objective: land a 128-note combo. He jumped in without hesitation. Fingers flew, the melody thundered, accuracy flawless. Perfect score. Trial cleared. The system rolled on mercilessly. Next game, Tetris. Same brutal settings. Same blindness. Darkness fell. Han didn't flinch. Block after block, he stacked them with precision. Lines cleared clean, combo after combo. 15 in a row. System prompt. Hell mana detected. First furnace fully charged. Then came pinball. Triple speed. Han guided the ball like it was an extension of himself. Every target struck, no misses. No pause. The system dropped the next challenge, solitaire. Cards flew across the board under his hands, disappearing in rapid succession. Another clean clear. Then, spot the difference. From the sidelines, the old blacksmith stared wide-eyed. It was really him. Han had returned. Uranet lifted her grimoire, casting a binding spell to finalize the fusion process. Without delay, she threw fresh materials into the raging fire. Meanwhile, Han tore through the puzzle, marking every difference with flawless precision. Trial complete. 7th test, mosaic. Solved in an instant. 8th maze. Clear without pause. 9th, hidden objects. Tap them all, 0 mistakes. 10th, minesweeper. Every bomb marked. Perfect run. 11th, classic puzzle. Shattered it. 12th, password riddle. This one slowed him down. A single wrong key could reset everything. He steadied his breath, broke the logic apart, and entered the code. Success. Then came Trial 13, blocks, and shifting shapes, twisting into a nightmare puzzle. Han's hands raced across the keyboard as he muttered under his breath about the insanity of it all. Still, he locked in, tuned out the chaos, and pieced it together. Bit by bit, the solution clicked. Stretching his fingers, he smirked. For someone who's already broken past human limits, this barely counts as a warm-up. System confirmed. Stage cleared. At the forge, molten metal roared as flames surged higher. Blacksmiths rushed in to check the results, confirming everything was stable. Uranus stood frozen, stunned beyond words. Han had crushed 13 nightmare-level trials in just 5 minutes, and walked away with power that defied belief. He cracked his knuckles. Just getting started. The system wasted no time. Trial 14 initiated. A colossal 35 by 35 cube materialized, spinning wildly. Hell mode. Double penalties. Its countless parts shifted non-stop, a divine tier challenge. Han narrowed his eyes. No hesitation. Hands blurred, left, right, up, down. The logic held, but the margin for error? None. Click. The cube locked into place. System prompt. Challenge cleared. The spirit of hell surged into the molten core, flooding the first blast furnace. Within the flames, a blade began to take shape, its glowing silhouette carving itself out of the fire. Uranus's voice cut through the roar. The molding was complete. The next step had begun. Trial 15, Labyrinth. Timer, 30 minutes. The minutes bled away. System prompt. Trial complete. The first furnace in history now burned with eternal hellfire. Enchantment arrays spun alive around the blade, weaving regeneration, mastery, and raw lethality into its form. Before Han could draw breath, 2 alerts crashed across the interface. Trials 16 and 17 begin. A twin trial. A 100 by 100 find the difference, paired with a massive mosaic. Both at once. Han blinked. 2 at once. Grinding his teeth, he threw himself into the challenge. One screen, hunting microscopic differences. The other, snapping mosaic tiles into place at impossible speed. This shouldn't even be possible, he muttered. And yet he pulled it off. The sky cracked open, red lightning splitting the heavens. New enchantments poured into the blade. Self-growth, judgment through nature, and crushing offensive power. Han's breath grew ragged. His strength was nearly gone. But the system had no mercy. Trial 21, Rhythm Game, 7 keys. This is bad, his vision blurred. Focus slipped. Then, from the molten pool, the sword's handle began to rise. System prompt. Weapon forged. Rank. Immortal. Curse. Wrath of Hell. Uranus lifted her grimoire high. Reveal yourself, she commanded. The pages turned on their own. A vast, unseen presence swept through the forge. With closed eyes, she whispered, "This is the final spell." Behind her, Han staggered, barely keeping upright. The system delivered its decree. Final phase initiated. Every single riddle, puzzle, and trial merged into one colossal challenge. Time limit, 5 hours. System windows burst open across the interface in a storm of light. Han didn't hesitate. He plunged in, hands flying over multiple keyboards, tackling one problem after another without pause. As answers fell, a glowing blue magic circle flared beneath the sword. He pressed on. Keys clacked. Equations streamed through his mind. A green circle ignited, then orange. His body screamed in agony, every muscle burning, but he refused to stop. A purple circle flared, swelling with raw power, summoning everything left within him. Han lifted one trembling finger and struck the final key. A flash of blinding light ripped through the forge. System prompt. 3-star Bifrost successfully forged. Han collapsed to the ground, drained beyond measure. Behind him, Uranus shut her grimoire with shaking hands. Her breathing came in broken gasps. Flat on the ground, Han turned his head toward her. Did I mess it up? She shook her head slowly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. No. Look, before him floated a black blade. The Bifrost. Its rank unknown, born from the eternal flames of hell. A weapon with no limits. A blade that could grow without end. 3 system notes followed. Han's eyes narrowed. Why is this linked to the proof of the fallen heavens? Uranus lowered her gaze, voice barely audible. She admitted the truth. She'd been afraid he might leave. That was why she slipped in one last enchantment without telling him. Han froze, stunned. Her words spilled out. The blade now carried the power to cross dimensions and summon weapons directly from Niflheimr. Slowly, he rose and gripped the sheathed sword in his hands. He'd never seen anything like it. Never even heard of enchantments with this kind of reach. Eyes fixed on the weapon, he muttered, "This blade, it's on a whole other level." From behind him, Uranus's dry voice cut in. "You're good at everything, except planning ahead." Han smirked, dismissing her with a grin. "You kidding? I can see the future." His cloak rested on the ground as Uranus stepped closer. "Can I follow you out of Niflheimr?" she asked quietly. If something happened to you, I'd be left alone. Han inspected another sword, testing its fit for the sheath. But Uranit's warning followed. Summoning a weapon from Niflheimer would only work 3 times. His gaze sharpened. 3 pulls from my world's arsenal. Got it. What other restrictions? Her expression softened. She said nothing. Her silence was answer enough. Han gave a small nod. So my strength is capped for the mission, huh? She explained further. The distance was too far. Unless granted more access, the blade could only be summoned once. High above, bystanders near the forge stared down at the boy who had forged the impossible. Han turned back to Uranit. Doesn't matter. Once this weapon's drawn, no bug report or system error will stop me. Still, I won't use it unless I have to. His eyes flicked toward his old gear, lying on the ground. It's done, he said flatly. A subordinate stepped forward. Should I dispose of them? At his nod, she cast both sword and shield into the furnace. Han watched silently as they vanished into the fire. Start to miss my old master, he muttered. Then he slung the new blade across his back and turned with a smirk. The screen shifted. System display. Bifrost blade. Longsword. Forged from eternal hellfire. Infinite potential. Legendary item acquired. Calcium. Proof of the fallen heavens. Crafted from Niflheimer's star iron. Nullifies all laws. Demands immense magical power to wield. Scene 91. Training arena. A black-haired girl launched a fierce kick, slamming into the stairwell. A weapon instantly flared to life in response. A nearby bandit rolled aside, just in time, only to be met by a spearman stepping forward, spear braced and ready. High above, Han and Jenna watched in silence. Below them, students clashed with blades and fists. Jenna asked if Han noticed the same thing she did, though she admitted she couldn't keep up with their speed. In the arena, the spearman barked a lesson mid-duel. Long-range fighters must always control the distance. Never let an enemy close the gap. Veselin hurled her sword into the air and shouted her own advice. Strike weak points like the neck and stay unpredictable. Movement was survival. Then a swordswoman leapt in, calling out a final reminder. Instructors would intervene when needed. Until then, the students had no choice but to wait their turn. The focus shifted. An archer stepped into the arena, facing her mentor head-on. Jenna wasted no time. She charged in, blade flashing. But the black-haired instructor slipped past each strike with effortless grace, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She noticed it immediately. Most students pulled back once they sensed her power. But not Jenna. Jenna pressed forward without hesitation. As the instructor countered, her mind drifted, remembering the man who'd once entered the same lobby as her. Across the field, another clash unfolded. Han struck once, just once, and his mentor was sent flying. The students gasped in disbelief. He had actually landed a direct hit on an instructor. The swordswoman froze in shock. A level 20 did that? Her disbelief twisted into fury. Teeth clenched, she readied herself, when suddenly, the system flared. Veselin has entered berserk mode. Crimson energy erupted around her, raw and unstable. But before the rage consumed her, a hand pressed gently against her shoulder. A calm voice cut through the storm, telling her to stop. She stilled. The fury drained away. Her eyes softened as she whispered an apology. The man behind her stepped forward, unreadable as ever. His thoughts lingered. This was already the 7th group of recruits they'd trained across the lobbies. Thousands had cycled through, and yet, none, had ever shown this kind of ability. His gaze landed on Han, standing tall. Even without Veselin at full power, no trainee had ever struck an instructor before. Elsewhere, Uranit watched quietly, sipping her tea. A faint chuckle escaped her lips. Looks like things might be getting out of hand, she murmured. The scene shifted. High above, a colossal floating island buzzed with machinery. At its heart stood a pristine estate, polished and grand. Inside, Nilde stood before his master. Her expression was calm, almost dismissive. You ready? She asked. He slid his sword into its sheath and gave a small smile. It's my last day. Might as well leave the place spotless. Then he remembered. The system had broadcasted a message, congratulating him for taking first place. He turned to his subordinate, brows furrowed. Why me? What did I even do? She answered plainly. You were the best, the most talented out of everyone. As she spoke, Uranit's eyes flicked to the blade, strapped across his back. Nilde caught her look and gave a nod. Yeah, he said. It's my reward for finishing first from Niflheimer. Han's voice cut in almost immediately. Then who placed second? Uranit didn't hesitate. Her mind went to Jenna. Jenna was top among the bandits, second overall, she explained. She's exceptionally skilled. Her master added with a low chuckle. Truth be told, I had to drag her back myself. And honestly, I doubt she was even going all out. Uranit gave a small nod. She had already sent word to the Major General. Han accepted the letter, his expression turning thoughtful. His mind drifted to Edith. What did she say about me? he asked quietly. Uranet's reply was simple. She's been hanging around, trying to gather the courage to apologize. Han scribbled a short note, quick and direct. Give this to her. It should calm her down. Then, glancing at the maid beside him, he added, You've done well, too. She bowed deeply. It's an honor to serve you, my lord. The scene shifted. In a quiet garden gazebo, Uranet sat at a tea table, her expression weighed down. Are you really going back to Tonia? She asked softly. You could have stayed here. Her gaze dropped. I thought my feelings were real. Across from her, Han's reply was steady. Thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have come this far. He looked out at the garden. Everyone here is incredible. If I were them, I'd be furious. I've pulled strings, forced them into brutal battles, bent their nature to my own goals. Yet, no one has ever pushed back. A pause. Well, except Ceres. A quiet smile touched his lips. I wish I had something to give back. But there's nothing I can offer. Uranet's smile was gentle. Don't say that. If you want to make us happy, just send a message now and then. Han lowered his teacup. I wouldn't even know how. She reminded him of the ring she'd given him. It carried a messaging function. It won't last forever, she admitted. But once a week would be enough for me. Her hair swayed as she lifted her gaze. I'd be happy just knowing how you're doing. If you're safe, if you're hurt, or in trouble, we'd come running. Han rose, voice steady. I'll send word every week. As he turned to leave, Uranet called after him. Oh, and Ledigian wants to see you. He said he had some advice. Han's last stop before departure took him into the mountains. There, before the silent blade that once belonged to Uranet, he stood still. The sword offered him a few final techniques before he left. Clad in full gear, Han spoke one last time. I've said everything that needed saying. Now, all that's left is to answer when the call comes. The scene shifted again. A massive, magical airship hovered on the runway, ready for departure. In front of the students, a red-haired girl stood firm. Hard to believe it's already been a month, she said. Hope you learned something useful. Her eyes swept the group. Whatever you do, don't lean on the rails. It's still dangerous out there. The ship lifted into the skies. Jenna leaned against the railing, gazing out. So we're finally leaving, she murmured. I just want a proper bath. Han stood beside her, watching. A thought crossed his mind. Did she hate Niflheimer that much? She sensed it and gave him a faint smile. It's not that this place was bad. The instructors were incredible. The architecture's amazing. Her eyes turned forward. But it's not home. I just wonder what's changed since we've been gone. I bet we'll see a lot of new faces. The instructor's voice rang out, calling for everyone to prepare. The interdimensional jump was about to begin. The airship drew closer to a massive yellow portal, and with a surge of power, it pierced through, emerging into an entirely new world. What greeted them was nothing like they expected. Students crowded the rails, eyes wide. The skies loomed dark, and the ground below was split open, flames bursting violently from scorched, broken earth. Han stood silently, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The flames of Levitan, he murmured, still burning strong. His gaze drifted down to Ceres, blazing in her elemental form far below. But this wasn't their time. Not yet. If they were to meet again, it would be when he was stronger, far stronger. The airship pressed on, gliding across the hostile realm. 2 days later, under heavy, rolling clouds, the vessel soared over a barren desert. The instructor addressed the group. We're nearing the destination. If this is your stop, no need to come up top. A system message flashed before them. Now entering dimension 1935, Tonia. Ahead, a massive structure loomed on the horizon. On deck, a girl approached 2 students preparing to depart. You 2 were the top trainees, she said. First and second place. She smiled faintly. Honestly, maybe it would have been better if you stayed in Niflheimer. But Jenna shook her head. Our comrades are waiting. System update. Dispatch complete. Han and Jenna, status active. Check character tab for full updates. The instructor lifted a hand in farewell as they disembarked. Take care of yourselves. Their feet touched down. The world around them was silent. Jenna glanced around. Is anyone even here to meet us? Han kept walking. I didn't tell anyone we were coming back. Doubt they'd know. Then a voice cut through the stillness. Isel shot forward like a streak of light, tears brimming in her eyes. She threw herself at him, clutching his face tightly. I thought you weren't coming back. You just vanished. Han looked at her, expression flat. You're the one who told me to go. Flustered, she quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Anyway, Niflheimer must have been amazing, right? But they begged you to stay. He scratched the back of his neck. They kind of did. Her eyes widened. You turned them down? Was it because of me? Han blinked, caught off guard. Because of... Isel dodged the question, her tone shifting. You must be exhausted. You should rest. She looked around, voice lighter now. The city's changed. This isn't the old Tonia anymore. Han raised a brow. Change how? With a grin of pride, she answered. A lot. You'll be shocked. Cut to the city. Han stared up, eyes widening. A third floor had been added. Isel hovered beside him, arms crossed. Yup, you're seeing it right. A low breath escaped him. I was worried enemies might breach the place. But this works. She floated higher, ready to break it all down. First floor's full of slackers. Isel explained with a shrug. Not worth mentioning. The second floor is for support units and trainees still trying to figure things out. Han cut in. So the third floor is combat. She nodded. Exactly. Better food, better beds, and plenty of ways to relax. Han stayed quiet, processing. His thoughts drifted to the letter he'd sent Edith. 2 clear suggestions. Lean harder on extended summons to cover for the lack of top-tier heroes, and focus on personal growth instead of relying too much on him. Mid-flight, he turned to Isel. How many are stationed on the third floor right now? 15, she replied instantly. He gave a small nod. Nearly double. At this pace, both the second and third squads would fill soon. After a moment, he made up his mind. Tomorrow and the next day, we train together. Full synergy. A pause. After that, we head for the 21st floor. Isel flew beside him in silence. Then, cautiously, she spoke. Don't take this the wrong way, but things have changed. Han's eyes narrowed. Go on. She looked down. While you were gone, Tonya moved forward. His gaze slid toward the teleportation portal. He pieced it together. They kept climbing. She gave a single nod. Han's voice stayed calm. You look nervous. Why? As long as no one's dropping dead, I don't care. Isel rushed to clarify. No one's died. Hands in his pockets, Han kept walking. What floor are we on now? Her answer came slowly. The 25th. Han stopped mid-step. We're already on the 25th? She nodded again. Not the 24th. The 25th. He glanced out over the third floor, taking it in. They had actually cleared the floor boss. He had underestimated them. Everything really had changed. His eyes shifted toward the summoning gate. When did the master use the extended summon? A month ago, Isel answered. Right after you left for Niflheimer. Show me the logs. She summoned a towering wall of system notifications. Han scanned them quickly, eyes narrowing as the details sank in. 25,000 diamonds. 5 consecutive extended summons. An entire stockpile drained. Even bought the bonus pack. Then his eyes froze. Buried deep in the alerts, one message stood out. 4-star hero acquired. Han scowled. Initon's second 4-star. Lucky bastard. A 1% drop rate. 2 4-stars. Ridiculous. If they'd been summoned earlier, he could have handled them easily. But now, they'd probably grown far stronger. Were they the ones who cleared the 25th? Isel nodded. They gathered enough recording stones. If you want, the master can show you the raid video tomorrow. Han smirked. Yeah, I'll watch. Can't wait to see what they're made of. The scene shifted. The training grounds. A mannequin stood tall, clad in heavy, metallic armor. Then, impact. A brutal strike crashed into it, clean and precise. The blow came from Belkist. His blade flashed in relentless rhythm, each strike sharper than the last. He drew back for another swing when footsteps echoed nearby. He stopped, glancing over. Belkist glanced over as Han approached, voice low. What are you doing out here this late? His tone shifted darker. So, you're finally back. After a whole month. Han gave a casual nod. Yeah, just got in. What's going on? Belkist turned away. Nothing. Just training. But Han caught it. The blood on Belkist's grip. His eyes narrowed. Doesn't look like training. More like you're working something out on that dummy. Belkist didn't argue. He tightened his stance. I'll wrap it up soon. Unless you feel like sparring. Han's voice came from behind him, calm and dismissive. I'm heading to bed. But Belkist pressed. A heavy sigh, followed by a firmer tone. Just one match. Han didn't respond. He only watched. Belkist lifted his sword again, eyes locked forward. Then, in a sudden burst, he unleashed a storm of strikes. Blades hammered the mannequin, each blow faster, sharper, until the armor cracked apart and collapsed in fragments. Turning back toward Han, sword steady, he said simply, I'm ready. The shards clattered behind him. Belkist glanced down, muttering, that didn't count anyway. Then his gaze rose. So, did you really leave everything behind? Han's reply was plain. A lot happened this past month. Without another word, they stepped into the training hall. Belkist took position, eyes on Han's weapon. That sword looks unique. Han smirked. Jealous. Belkist shot back without hesitation. Would you give it to me if I said yes? Han didn't even blink. No. Belkist lunged. Steel slashed forward, fast and precise. Han blocked with ease, sparks flying as their blades clashed. One strike led to another, the rhythm building into a relentless exchange. Han grinned mid-spar. He's improved. Could be sword mastery level 9 already. He's fighting like a man with something to prove. Belkist pressed harder, blade driving forward with raw aggression. Between strikes, his voice rang out. I'm fighting angry. Han's expression hardened. He struck back. One swing. His blade crashed through Belkis' guard like a hammer, the impact blasting him across the hall. Belkis slammed into the wall with a heavy thud, a cough escaping as he slid down, wincing. Han rested his sword on his shoulder, calling out casually, "If you're gonna ask for a spar, at least wipe off the sweat first. You won't last long, already drained." Belkis chuckled weakly from the floor. "You've gotten stronger. What kind of training was that?" Han walked closer, shrugging. "Trade's secret," he added dryly. "At one point, it didn't even feel like fighting a person. More like getting hit by a battering ram." Then, another voice echoed through the hall. Funny how unpredictable the world's gotten. Footsteps emerged from the shadows behind Han. "Never thought I'd lose that badly to a boy." Han turned slightly, eyes cold. "You just call me a boy?" From the side, Belkis smirked. "Easy mistake. Even I made it once." Belkis turned toward the exit, pausing just long enough to toss a warning over his shoulder. "Be careful, Han." Han said nothing. He simply watched as Belkis disappeared into the night. The scene shifted to the dorm building. Inside, Ivalka had dozed off at the table, clearly knocked out after a heavy meal. Han passed by, pausing for a moment. Why was she asleep there instead of in her own bed? He didn't linger. The thought stayed with him as he moved down the corridor. The new dorm layout came to mind. 3 hallways, 5 rooms each. Looked like the master had reorganized them into proper teams. Entering his room, Han collapsed onto the bed without hesitation. Arms folded behind his head, his mind drifted to the third group. What were they really capable of? The next day, Taunia's meeting room came alive. A warm chandelier glowed overhead as Han walked in, taking in the familiar space. It had been a long time since the entire squad gathered like this. Then a sharp voice broke the quiet. "I wanted to see you." Ivalka snapped, clearly annoyed. "You vanished without a word." Han gave a small nod. "You're right. Sorry for not waking you." She crossed her arms, eyes locked on him. "Then why aren't we celebrating? You're back, we've got a 3rd floor now, and the food's finally good." Han's reply was flat. "There's no celebration. Training starts today." Ivalka pouted, displeased. "That's just mean." "No time for fun," Han said coldly, quietly observing. Finally, he spoke, mentioning the exact time the master logged in. But Han's eyes narrowed before he could finish. Something moved under the table. A clawed foot. Without hesitation, Han kicked hard. The table flipped over, dishes and papers scattering across the floor. He didn't even blink. "A rat snuck in," he said calmly. "Not a very good one, either." Everyone turned as a beastkin girl crawled out from beneath the wreckage. She brushed herself off, annoyed, before planting her hands firmly on her hips. "Well, guess I've got no choice now," she huffed. She introduced herself with pride. "Rikari, Great Gale Tribe. We're not like the rest of you." Her glare swept across the room. "You're all just a bunch of dirty little cowards." With smug confidence, she strutted into the center. The others stayed silent, watching. Rikari laughed. "What? You're that scared? You're just people." In a blink, Han had her by the scruff, lifting her off the ground like a kitten. Rikari kicked and squirmed, shouting, "Let me go, you dirty little man." Han didn't even flinch. "What kind of monkey are you supposed to be?" From across the room, Narissa spoke up, her tone calm as always. "She's part of the 3rd group. Got summoned about a month ago." Still thrashing, Rikari spat back. "Coward. Figures you'd act like this. You're human." Han raised a brow. "You're the one who snuck in." "Shut up." Rikari snapped. Then suddenly, her voice rang out in a piercing scream. "Help! Someone! The guy who got beat yesterday." Belkis froze. The words hit like a blade. His body stiffened, teeth clenched, hand instinctively moving toward his weapon. Jenna reached out quickly, trying to stop him. "Belkis, she's just a kid. Don't let her get to you." But Belkis's eyes burned with fury. "You expect me to let this scarecrow talk like that and walk away?" At his threat, Rikari's face flushed crimson. Rage twisted across her features. And then she snapped. The wolf girl lunged at Han, claws flashing in a savage swipe. The strike tore through the air with raw power, carving deep gouges into the floor where he had stood a second earlier. Han had moved barely. Staring down at the shredded boards, Han's gaze sharpened. What was that supposed to be? From the side, someone explained quickly, "She's with the 3rd group. They're all werewolves. From the Far East. Rare race." Han didn't look impressed. His eyes stayed locked on Rikari. Irritation thick in the air as tension weighed heavy in the room. Rikari tensed again, clearly signaling backup, ready to strike fast, end it before it spiraled out of control. But she never got the chance. A clean blow struck the back of her neck. Belkis. She collapsed instantly, hitting the ground unconscious. He stood over her, blade lowered. "She talks too much." The others barely reacted. Cold eyes glanced her way, one muttering that she clearly didn't share their mentality, especially not toward humans. Jenna stepped in beside Belkis, smirking as she poked at the wolf girl. So, what are you gonna do with such a cute little enemy? Han exhaled, tired. I haven't decided. Either way, she's trouble. The scene shifted. In the dormitory hall, Han carried Rikari over his shoulder, heading straight for the forest exit. She hadn't stirred once since the hit. The artificial forest stretched wide before him, shadows deep between towering trees. He glanced around, muttering, "Wonder how much it costs to build something like this just for us." Eventually, a small cluster of houses came into view. Quiet. Empty. Then, a voice cut through the silence. "Who are you?" Han turned. Perched high in the branches, several girls watched him, half hidden among the leaves. He set Rikari gently on the ground. "She came to spy on us. Got caught. Lost control. I handled it." The girls exchanged wary looks. One whispered to the other before a red-haired girl dropped down from the trees. Her eyes were sharp as she stepped closer. "Are you really Han?" Han raised a brow. "Yeah. And how do you even know that?" She didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed Rikari by the arm and said flatly, "I'm taking her." With that, the two disappeared back into the trees, leaving Han standing alone. Still processing the encounter, he wandered deeper into the forest, until something unusual caught his eye. Logs hung high in the branches. Unnatural, not part of the forest design. To the side, a neat row of training dummies stood in formation. Then, laughter echoed through the clearing. A voice rang out bold and clear. "So you finally showed up." From the canopy, a figure dropped down, landing with a confident grin. "Kishasha." She introduced herself. "I've heard plenty about you." Han blinked. "What? Strongest male in the lobby, right?" She pressed, golden energy flaring around her. "I've seen your fights. Magic or not, I've been waiting for this." Before he could reply, she lunged. No hesitation, no warning. Claws tore through the air, fast and sharp. Han blocked just in time, his sword ringing under the impact. The strength behind her strike surprised him. Then came the kick. He barely dodged, ground exploding beneath her heel, leaving a crater where he'd just stood. Han stared at her, grinning. "You're seriously picking a fight with me?" Kishasha didn't flinch. "I've been waiting for this moment. For me, this is everything." The clash ignited. She lunged again, claws slicing like blades. Han met her head-on, sword raised. The collision shattered the earth beneath their feet. Each strike pushed harder, faster. Han's mind caught up with the truth. Kishasha from the third group. Up close, no doubt about it. The rumors were real. They had cleared the 25th floor. She came at him again, claws ripping through the air. Then her status flashed across the screen. 4 stars. A system ping cut in. A seal slot flickered into view. Bloodline of the Werewolf King. A warrior born for war. As the forest blurred into the background, Han struck. Kishasha blocked, but the force launched her across the clearing. Didn't matter. She was already moving, sliding, smiling, diving back into the fight like she lived for it. Han looked down, blood. A fresh wound. She was faster, stronger, outpacing him on every stat. Still mid-fight, Kishasha raised a hand. "You're different," she admitted. "Didn't expect you to keep up like this." Her stats flickered again. On top of everything else, she carried a seal skill. A 4-star standout flirting with 5-star territory. Han's jaw tightened. Without his mastery of body and blade as one, he'd already be finished. Then, Isel appeared, voice cutting through the clash, calm and unimpressed. "What exactly are you two doing?" Han didn't miss a beat. "Relax. We're not out for blood. Just saying hi in our own way." Kishasha chuckled. "Yeah, just a little back and forth. Our kind of conversation." She launched herself up again, claws flashing. "You're human, but I like you." Han smirked. "Good to know." His grip tightened on the sword. No distractions. This wasn't about words. It was about strength. He wasn't like Ledigian, some prodigy who could master every path. He had one, and he was going to take it as far as it could go. He struck again. Unity of body and blade, earned only through action. Kishasha slipped out of range, smooth as shadow. "Nice move," she teased before slamming into him with a brutal kick. Pain tore through Han's body, and he realized she was still holding back. He muttered under his breath. He didn't have time for a drawn-out fight. It was time to end this. Then, berserker mode. Kishasha's eyes lit with excitement. "What's this now?" Han's reply was low, cryptic. "What a pity." But before he could finish, her expression shifted, shock flashing across her face. Han's eyes hardened. Boom! A shock wave detonated outward, searing heat rippling through the clearing. Trees blackened, leaves burned to ash, and within the blaze, her true form emerged. A skill had triggered, imprinting B+. She wasn't just strong. She was the heir of the Werewolf King. And now it was clear why they were called werewolves. From the inferno, a beast charged straight at him. Elsewhere, the ground shook as another devastating wave rippled through the training grounds. Belkist planted himself in front of a dummy, standing firm like a shield. Nearby, Nerissa arched a brow. You're here early. Weren't you still supposed to be in training? Belkis didn't look back. That's none of your business. Nerissa smirked, eyes closing. Hit a nerve? Guess being called weak really got to you. His jaw tightened. I don't care what they say. A sudden flash of system light caught both their attention. Nerissa's gaze dropped. One day after summoning, and they've already cleared the 4th floor, and came back alive. Belkis looked up sharply. So, the 3rd group's heading for the 2nd floor already? She shrugged. Most people get stuck on the 1st floor for a while. That's just how it goes. Then Edith's voice cut in. Tom can't train werewolves. No point keeping them on lower levels. He strode past, tone steady. If that's what the master wants, then that's it. Even when told they weren't ready, he dismissed it. They'll catch up soon enough. Doesn't matter. His gaze shifted away, voice low. They're still weak. Real training hasn't even started. Then, suddenly, names echoed across the floor. Everyone was being called to the central square. Heads turned. Conversations died. The werewolves walked in, calm, collected, utterly certain of themselves. Whispers spread through the crowd. They came back from 25th floor? No one expected them to land in the 21st. It was shocking enough. But the 25th? That was an entirely different level. No wonder there were gaps left in the 1st and 2nd squads. Could they really be that strong? The atmosphere shifted. Someone glanced at Edith. Didn't see that one coming, huh? She let out a breath. Yeah, even I didn't. What am I supposed to say to Han when he gets back? Another figure, arms folded, muttered under his breath. So that's the price for reaching the 2nd floor. Nearby, a fairy chuckled. All right, let's move. Storage rooms waiting. The scene shifted again. Light poured into the massive lobby, stretching all the way toward the 3rd level. Belkis scanned the space. They built an entire forest just for the 3rd group, he muttered. Must be nice. Nerissa scoffed. You complain too much. Maybe take it up with Isel. Though good luck with that. A sly grin tugged at her lips. Anyway, I only came to see what everyone finds so special about this place. Doesn't seem all that impressive. Her gaze flicked toward Belkis. By the way, what's the deal with that girl? She leaned closer, her tone sharp. You're supposed to be the strongest here, right? Belkis smirked, calm and unshaken. Yeah, he replied. Not far away. Rikari was unconscious, Dory carrying her effortlessly over one shoulder. Belkis still wore that smirk, until something caught his attention. His expression hardened, jaw tightening, as he stepped forward. Kishasha turned on him. What's that supposed to mean? You're not the strongest human. She walked closer, hair flickering with fire. I heard about someone else. Black hair. He's the real one to watch. Her voice sharpened. What you showed today wasn't bad, but it still wasn't enough. Now standing face to face with him, she didn't hold back. You don't belong here. A blast of energy roared forward, striking the training dummy behind Belkis. He shielded his face with one hand, but his mind wandered elsewhere, back to when he believed he could fight monsters. But now, seeing it up close, the truth cut deep. He couldn't beat something like that. His grip tightened around his weapon, frustration burning beneath the surface. Like this, he stood no chance. He wasn't ready. Not yet. Scowling, he turned away, swallowing his rage. Above, the protagonist landed lightly, catching fragments of conversation carried by the air. Tension was thick, and a smirk played across his lips. Rumor had it, if the one who killed the true beast ever spoke, the monster would rise again to fight. Belkis' teeth clenched. One day, he muttered, I'll be strong enough to beat them all. Han drew his blade, steady and sharp. So tell me, what exactly is this beast? The creature's eyes gleamed as it lifted its weapon, sneering. Looks like someone's in need of a lesson. The squad moved forward as one. The forest shook with every step, and laughter rippled through the trees. Hidden in the brush, a girl crouched low, her chuckle sharp. Been a while since something's felt this exciting. Guess it was worth coming out. The protagonist stood silent, eyes closed, listening carefully. Someone asked if he was all right. It's nothing, he replied. Injuries were nothing new. He'd lived through them countless times before. Of course. You're a veteran, came the answer. But as he turned away, a thought lingered in his mind. 10 seconds. That's all it would have taken for everything to fall apart. His body in pieces. Kishasha lying dead. No, if anything, he would have been the first to drop. Today, luck had been his greatest ally. Across the clearing, the girl extended her hand. She was no ordinary fighter. Her instincts were razor sharp, her movements lethal, and she had the ability to transform. Kishasha wasn't someone to underestimate. With her palm covering part of her face, she muttered, sending Rikari after him. Terrible choice. That girl can't stand people. Hard to blame her, though. Lost her parents to them. Han's voice cut through the quiet. Looks like she's been clashing with Belkis. Leaning against a tree, the girl shrugged. Just curious. He seemed strong. Kishasha stepped forward. We're not people lovers, sure. But that doesn't mean we're out for blood. If I came off rough, that's on me. Truth is, I'd rather fight than hold a grudge. From behind a tree, another voice snapped. How would you bring him here? He's a traitor. The protagonist exhaled. Too many voices. Too much noise. Kishasha lowered herself onto the grass, shifting the mood. I like meat. This forest has plenty of game. Just grab some fresh. She motioned toward the cuts of raw meat laid before them. The protagonist glanced at it. She offered. He declined. Not hungry. Han grinned. Hope you're ready for the next round. Climbing the tower will be a lot easier with you on board. The girl met his gaze. Do we really need to talk about that? We came here on a contract. Her eyes scanned the group. And I was planning to offer you the same. The hero's expression hardened. And what contract is that? Kishasha licked her fingers before answering. The end of the world. Our homeland was swallowed by darkness. Then a voice spoke. Said it could save us. She dropped to one knee. I agreed. Another girl raised her hand. But the rest of us, we don't remember anything like that. The pieces didn't fit. Resting a hand on her knee, Kishasha continued. We're still running missions, though. Most of the people here are clueless. At least there's one real fighter among them. She lifted her hand high. I'll tell the others, keep out of our land. Trespassers aren't forgiven. Then, pointing at him with a smirk, she added, but you're welcome anytime. The following day, they stepped into the dark forest to begin training. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, sweeping changes had been announced. The biggest? Every faction now had its own training center. No more clashes, no more overlaps. The system had finally been streamlined. Enem logged in. Her old house flickered into view, and a small ping signaled one unread message. The training results rolled across the screen. 1 high-grade spirit stone, 2 exaltation stones, and a solid 300,000 gold. Around her, other players received their own sets of rewards. Isel leaned over, eyebrow raised. Another gift from the master? Han looked anything but impressed. Again, he turned to the fairy at his side. Tell her to stop sending me these. The fairy blinked. I thought you liked them. Han shrugged. I'd rather get food. She nodded quickly. Got it. 1 second. A system tip flashed. If the protagonist doesn't like the gift, try something else. Moments later, a glowing light shimmered, leaving behind a white horse statue. The system chimed again. Han is extremely disappointed with the white warhorse statue. Without a second thought, he hurled it to the ground. The statue shattered, pieces scattering across the floor. Even with over 100 players filling the lobby, Han's presence still held command. Turning slightly, he spoke. Pull up the mission logs from the 25th floor. Use the replay stone. Isel gave a short nod. Standing in the hall center, the prompt appeared. Activate replay stone on Han? Confirmed. He closed his eyes. When they opened, the scenery had changed. Now, he stood on the edge of a cliff, looking out over a vast desert. The mission details weren't clear yet, but it was obvious Kishasha's squad had already swept through. In the distance, a city began to form on the horizon. Maybe the objective lay there. Then chaos. Shouts erupted in the streets below. A crowd surged forward, voices rising. Soldiers barked orders. Seal the exits. Not even an ant was to escape. Someone ordered a wanted poster drafted. I knew it, muttered a passerby. In a narrow alley, a girl was cornered, her back against the wall. Her voice shook. Please, I'm just looking for something. I don't want any trouble. One man unsheathed his blade. Looking for something? My son's dying because of your plague. The mob swelled with anger. She's the one who made the monsters go wild. It wasn't me, she cried. Shut your mouth. Someone shouted that she was a traitor. Off to the side, Friases crossed her arms. Han simply watched. This wasn't a helpless child anymore. Should we shoot? One man asked. The answer came cold and flat. Dead or alive, she's worth something. Do it. Crossbows lifted, bolts taking aim. And then, crack. The arrows splintered midair, never reaching her. Friases' lips curled into a wide, chilling smile. Filthy people, so many of you. She launched forward. I could wipe every last one of you out. Kishasha cut the air with her blade. Protect her. Protect him. The rest can tear each other apart. One man stumbled back, panic on his face. She's the Empire's top criminal. He tried to warn them. If you defend her. But his words cut off as a brutal strike dropped him instantly. Friases froze, startled by the sudden blow. A new notification flared across the screen. Floor 25 mission type, escape. Main objective, escape the restricted zone. Special objective, protect NPC Friases. Remaining players, 96. The full team roster appeared. Someone at the front suddenly shouted. Where did they come from? His voice cracked with panic. Listen, we're not here to fight. Just give us the witch. But before he could finish, an attack ripped through the air. The girl raised her hand, her voice flat. This is exactly why I hate dealing with people. She scoffed at the idea of wasting words on someone she was going to kill anyway. Kishasha looked down. Follow me. Friases blinked, startled. Wait, they're werewolves? She thought they'd long since vanished from this continent. The girl's eyes narrowed. She claimed she heard something strange. Blood was in the air. Someone needed to check it. Nishaz stepped forward without hesitation. I'll go. From the window, the girl explained the mission in blunt terms. The NPC had to escape. That was the objective. Survival. Then Friasis gasped, her voice soft with disbelief. They really are heroes? Like the ones who saved me before. Kishasha didn't even turn. What are you talking about? Nana rolled her eyes. Too loud, she muttered. Keep shouting, and I'll rip your arm off. The girl stepped closer, gaze sharp. Is there someone named Han with you? Black hair, black eyes. Sword and shield. Taller than me. Nana scoffed. What kind of nonsense is this? Some warrior. Friasis gave a faint smile. If you know Han, I want to know how he's doing. She pointed toward them. Did you come from the same place as him? Kishasha answered without pause. He was there. Not anymore. That hit the protagonist hard. The way she said it, Han hadn't just left. He'd gone somewhere else. A place called Nil something. Maybe even dead. The finality in her words made it sound already decided. Then, without warning, the girl jumped down, landing hard. Monsters are leaving the city, she shouted. They'll be here any moment. Kishasha's eyes narrowed. So that was why the nearby soldiers hadn't seemed worried despite all the chaos. She turned sharply. We're leaving. Now, come with us. Rikari gave a sidelong glance. Not bad for a human. Friasis looked away, uncertain. A roar split the air. Lizard-like monsters came crashing into the soldiers, sending the streets into panic. Rikari grinned. You gonna run faster or what? Friasis gasped for breath. This is as fast as I go. Kishasha frowned. We'll have to slow down. Then she shouted, Dory. From above, Dory vaulted over the rooftops, landing in front of them with a thud. I'm here, she said without looking up. What's the situation? Her tone hardened as she explained. 3 exits. West, east, north. The west was already lost. Civilians were flooding east. The north was clearer, but slow caravans with camels clogged the path. That meant the others, including Means, were already heading east. But the monsters would be on them any second. Dory's voice dropped low. It might already be too late. The monsters were closing in fast. Their only option left was north. The last head count put them at just 30 survivors. Kishasha turned suddenly. Wait, she said. I have something to say. The girl, still catching her breath, spoke between gasps. Can't we save them? Her voice steadied. 5 minutes. That's all it would take. Just 5 minutes. And those people could make it out alive. Kishasha didn't answer right away. Deep down, the girl knew she had no right to ask. They'd saved her, not the others. But those villagers, they were innocent. Rikari grabbed her by the arm. Why do you care if they die? Didn't they destroy everything? The girl's jaw tightened. Yeah, they did. But they didn't have another choice. Kishasha stepped forward, pulling Rikari back. That's enough. Don't touch her. She only asked. You could have just said no. Then Kishasha turned, met the girl's eyes, and said without hesitation, I'm sorry. We can't. Friasis' voice came quiet, almost a whisper. Won't you reconsider? The air went still. The entire group held their breath. Kishasha's reply, cut sharp and final. No. The girl clenched her jaw, eyes locked on the ground. Slowly, Friasis lowered her hood. Kishasha's eyes widened. A system prompt appeared. Conflict created. Special NPC Friasis requests assistance. Friasis' hand curled into a fist. Branching side quest activated. Evacuate the civilians. The system noted. The master could assign heroes to respond. A new interface displayed each hero's stance toward the request. The girl shut her eyes. Open them, Kishasha said softly. The result was clear. Quest denied. Kishasha's voice stayed calm, but firm. I'm sorry. It's too dangerous. Her eyes burned. I won't risk my own kind just to save a group of humans. Even with the promise of rare XP, gold, and bonus rewards, Kishasha turned away. Friasis muttered bitterly, anger laced with helplessness. Still so powerless. And she wasn't wrong. With a group as rare as Kishasha's, even losing one member would be devastating. Replacements? Almost impossible. Friasis stepped forward, eyes sharp. They'll be here any second. Smoke rolled through the streets as monsters swarmed the city. Then the girl smiled, broad and unflinching, and charged straight into the chaos. Bodies fell around her as Friasis darted forward, teeth clenched. Meanwhile, the protagonist moved through the battle with calm precision. To him, the mission felt almost easy, more like an escort job than anything serious. Barely 100 lizard men in total. No boss. Honestly, the 25th floor wasn't any harder than the rest. He glanced aside. However the run had played out, one thing was certain. Kishasha was the MVP. Inside the lobby, another system prompt flashed. Replay complete. Full 25th floor experience received. Han stared at the screen. The mission had now split, unlocking a branching path, one that allowed re-entry and a boss fight. That option had never existed before. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The rewards were tempting: XP, gold, stronger ties with NPCs, and a special bonus prize. Even if someone else claimed it, the entire team would benefit. The bonus reward, that was what caught his eye. It could be the key to reaching the next floor. The 30th. That was the real goal. A small smirk tugged at his lips. This is the mission. He turned slightly, voice low, almost himself. And I'm the one who will complete it. Night draped the city like a heavy cloak. Han stood with arms folded, gaze lifted toward the tower above. Tomorrow, he said, we head for the 25th. Nearby, Belkist hefted a dumbbell and scoffed. You serious about training all night? A few hours won't magically fix me. Ivalka glanced back at Han. I don't mind training, but you've changed. You're not even using your shield anymore. Are we switching formations? Isn't it too soon for that? Han stood steady. No changes. Roles stay the same. We'll train with the second group, get back on track. But no pushing past the limit before the mission. Belkis shut his eyes, tone calm but blunt. I saw the second group pull in some kids to fill their ranks. Doubt they'll last through training. Han didn't answer, but his gaze stayed fixed on the newcomers, doubt gnawing at him as well. The training square was crowded. Edith gestured toward a small cluster. Those three, Anand, Lilini, and Bennick. Anand brightened and waved. I've heard tons about you, Han. I even saw you take down that dragon. Insane. Lilini stepped forward, voice softer. I'm Lilini. Nice to meet you. Bennick followed with a more serious tone. I've heard about your strength. It's an honor. Anand chuckled. Don't mind Bennick, he sounds cold. But he's fine once you know him. Edith turned to the group. They've only been here 2 weeks. But they're motivated. Improving fast. I think they'll be valuable soon. Han said nothing, simply watching the trio in silence. Then he leaned closer to Edith, voice low. Don't get attached. Makes it harder later. Edith's fist clenched. I get it. But this time, I'm not letting anyone die. Han gave a single nod, then shut his eyes. Let's begin. Suddenly, the windows pulsed with purple light. Edith's group snapped into formation instantly, weapons drawn. The atmosphere shifted. Without warning, Anand stumbled back. Han had already struck. Sword swinging, Han asked coldly, still think this is a game? Flustered, Anand raised his shield. Han didn't let up. Treat it like the real thing. If you don't aim to kill, you'll be the first to die. Bennick fired an arrow. Han cut it clean from the air, smirking. Good. Fast. Lilini lunged in with her spear, but missed. And then, movement behind her. A wolf-like figure dropped down, teeth flashing in a grin. Been a while. Didn't think the coward would make it this far. Belkist moved in quick, unleashing a flurry of strikes on Lilini before slipping past Edith's guard with a sharp, sly duck. Watching closely, Han asked, You recognize her? Belkist gave a short nod. She was there during my first fight. Honestly thought she wouldn't survive floor 1. He paused. And yet, here she is. Narissa leapt into the spar, striking at Lilini. Your biggest enemy's up here, she said, tapping her temple. Fix that, and you'll go far. Edith glanced at Han with a faint smile. Don't go easy. What they need now is a wake-up call. The rookies staggered, barely managing to stay on their feet. Surrounded, outmatched. The veterans circled them like wolves, pressing in, relentless. You can do anything, Han said coolly, short of killing them. Edith sighed, covering her face. Why did I even say anything? Night draped itself over the training hall. A table nearby was stacked high with potions. Han picked one up, a yellow liquid glinting inside. A notification pinged. Crafting success. Heat-resistant potion created. Isel leaned in to inspect the table, eyebrows raised. You actually brewed these yourself? She smirked lightly. Careful, the master's going to get suspicious. Her eyes flicked to Han's hand. That ring, where'd you get it? Han looked down. Someone I knew in Niflheim. He studied the potions again. The 25th floor might not be the toughest, but he wasn't taking any risks. Thanks to Ivalka, the team had fire resistance covered. But the desert heat, that was a different danger. Exhaustion could cripple them before the real fight even began. Best to prepare. As dawn crept over the settlement, a notification flashed. Raid request submitted. Floor 25, leader, Han. The space-time gate split open with a deafening crack. Light flared from within as a message appeared. Main dungeon activated. Objective, climb the tower. And then, out of nowhere, Friasi stumbled through, dropping to her knees, breath ragged. Slowly, she opened her eyes and froze when she saw Han standing before her. Ow, how are you here? She whispered, stunned. Han's tone stayed calm. How have you been? Friasis looked around frantically. Where are the werewolves? The ones who were here? They're home, Han answered. Resting. You don't need to worry about them anymore. His team stayed quiet, watching. It was obvious Friasis hadn't come here by chance. She wanted something Still trying to process, she asked, "Is this the magic?" Han raised his sword. "Not the time for questions. Our mission's that way." Her eyes widened. "You're helping me?" Han didn't answer. Instead, the team downed their potions and moved out. "We're already on the move," Han said. Jenna glanced at him. "So, the plan is to buy time for the others?" "Solid strategy." Then ding. Notification. First group leader has requested to join side quest. Friasis froze. Her shoulders trembled. Tears welled in her eyes before spilling over. A shaky smile broke across her face, and she began to cry. But the moment shattered as chaos erupted. Lizard men rampaged through the city, tearing down anyone in their way. One lunged straight at Friasis, but before it could land a blow, its body slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. Its head hit the dirt and rolled. Han stood over the body, blade dripping red. The remaining lizard men snarled, turning on him and his squad. They were surrounded. 17 left, someone called out. Han raised his sword. 10 seconds. Wipe them out. Jenna's arrows blurred through the air, dropping targets before they even had a chance to react. Nerissa's blade cut another beast in half. Quick, precise, brutal. Ivalka stepped forward as a wave of enemies surged toward her. She raised her arms, flames erupting from her hands, incinerating everything in their path. "The heat's insane," she muttered. "If it weren't for Han's potion, we'd already be ash." Belkis carved through the enemy line, blade flashing as a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Off to the side, a bystander crouched in terror, clutching his head. What are they?" he whispered. "They can't be human." Han sliced through another enemy and glanced toward the crowd. "They still see us?" Jenner shook his head. "Doesn't look like it. They're not running. They're frozen." Belkis drove his sword into a lizardman's chest. "If they do see us, they're already as good as dead." A man stared down at the bloodstained street, voice trembling. "Ghosts!" Han caught on instantly. Their team was invisible. Only the destruction was visible. The bodies, the aftermath, nothing more. Friasis rushed to the civilians. "Move. If you want to live, head for the eastern gate." Her voice was sharp, unforgiving. "You're being protected, but only I can see who's doing it." The crowd recoiled. "Did you summon these monsters?" "No." Friasis snapped. "They're not mine. I didn't summon anything." The man pushed forward, shaking with rage. "Liar. You betrayed the Empire. You sold your soul to bring these demons here." Before he could speak again, a woman swung a shovel across his back. The crack echoed. "You talk too much," she spat, "especially for someone who only helped the nobles escape." Her grip tightened on the handle. "I don't care who saved them, just as long as someone did." The boys sprinted for the gate, shouting over their shoulders, "We'll never forget what you did for us." Watching them vanish into the distance, Friasis allowed herself a faint smile. Somehow, it had worked, but Han's expression stayed cold. "It's not over yet." The system still showed the side quest as active. Friasis' smile faded. Staring at the endless tide of enemies, her voice dropped. "There's too many." Han didn't waver. "If we hold them here, we don't get flanked. It's still better than the 5th floor, where they came from every direction." His command cut through the air. "Spread out. Now." The ground trembled as war drums thundered in the distance. The lizardman's chieftain stepped forward, face twisted in rage. His roar shook the streets. "You dare defy the laws of nature?" Then, boom. An explosion ripped through the air. The chieftain's head was blown clean off before he even finished a sentence. His body collapsed with a heavy thud. Jenna stood with her bow drawn, voice calm. "Want me to just keep clearing out trash like that?" Behind her, Friasis turned to Han, panic returning fast. "Are you sure we can handle this?" "There's too many." Han's voice never wavered. "There's 100. Each of us takes 20. Then he surged forward. "Stay back and watch," he told Friasis. Ivalka followed, arms outstretched. Flames burst from her hands, rolling forward in waves that burned through the first line of lizard men, their bodies turning to ash. Jenna stepped in next, arrows flying so fast they blurred into streaks of light. Each one hit with explosive force, tearing enemies apart. Her quiver shimmered, arrows replenishing endlessly. System notification: mana increase quiver capacity, 100 arrows. A glowing crosshair lit her eye. She locked on, and released a storm of arrows that shredded the enemy ranks like paper. Meanwhile, Han was already deep in the front lines, his blade cutting brutal arcs. One lizardman's head flew from its shoulders. Another lost its arm as a strike crushed straight through its defense. Skill acquired, powerful blow. Belkis charged in next, his blade sweeping wide, cutting through multiple foes in a single strike. Basic swordsmanship, max level achieved. "This is crazy," Nerissa muttered, barely able to process what she was seeing. Friasis stood frozen, wide-eyed. "You've all gotten insanely strong." Her gaze lingered on Han as he calmly sheathed his blade. You're on a whole different level than last time, she said softly. Then, a faint smile touched her lips. And yet, you haven't changed at all in 3 years. Han looked at her. You have. Phreases gave a small, grateful nod. Thanks. And what about the two with the spear and daggers? They're alive, Han replied simply. Edith and Aaron. Just not here right now. Before she could answer, another group of lizard men stormed into view, shouting that they'd found humans. 31 of them, all level 22. They charged forward, then stopped dead. Their eyes darted across the field to the mangled remains of their fallen comrades. Silence. And then, they turned and ran. Belkis blinked. Why are they running? Han's gaze swept the blood-soaked battlefield. Because now, they know fear. Belkis muttered, almost disappointed. That was barely even a warm-up. As calm settled over the ruins, Han turned to Nerissa. Sweep the perimeter. Assume it's clear for now, but don't relax. Ivalka fanned her face. Ugh, this heat's unbearable. Even with the potion, it's useless. Jenna tugged lightly at her arm. Come on, let's get out of here. She glanced back at Belkis. You too. Move. Han stayed behind, his eyes fixed on the sand. None of this needed to happen. Footsteps approached. Phreases eased down beside him, her voice low. How have you been? She hesitated, then added. I thought you were dead, but here we are again. A small smile crossed her lips, her cheeks faintly flushed. The sky shifted, burning orange, fading into deep dusk. Phreases stared upward. So really, how are you? Han closed his eyes for a moment. I'm fine, he answered quietly. Hugging her knees, she whispered, I thought I was done for. Han crossed his arms. The werewolves only joined recently. We don't know much about them. They're still new. Han gave a faint smile. But somehow, you managed to stay hidden. Just lucky, I guess, she said. Her eyes lifted toward the distant tower. Honestly, this is all because of you. From her pocket, she drew out a golden crest and held it out. The Haljan clan, one of the 4 great clans. They were the only ones who ever searched for me. Without them, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Strange, though, the whole area feels empty now. Han stayed silent, listening. His thoughts drifted back, long corridors echoing in his mind, his squad trailing behind him. Nerissa's voice, sharp in memory, about the Hans, the Order, and the battles they had been dragged into. Everything tied back to the 20th floor. And that mansion, that suffocating stillness. The desert glowed gold in the fading sun. Finally, Han broke the silence. So why are you here? Phreases rose slowly. I'm looking for something. Han turned to her. What is it? A faint smile touched her lips. Something I saw in a dream. A key. His gaze sharpened. And what are you planning to do with this key? Her voice was steady. I'm going to save the continent. Then she met his eyes. I don't really know what it is yet. It's more of a feeling. But when the time comes, I'll know. Han stepped beside her, still speaking in riddles. Even back when we first met, you wouldn't stop talking about your dreams. The end of the world. He studied her face. A realization flickered through him. She'd appeared in 2 major missions already. Even ones she wasn't directly part of, they somehow circled back to her. In his mind, he retraced the village map. 3 exits in total. Most evacuees had gone east. But Phreases? She had gone north. Han smirked faintly. If that was the road she chose, their paths would cross again. Without a doubt. Suddenly, a portal shimmered open before them. Quest complete. Phreases blinked, startled. What's that? Don't think too hard about it, Han said, eyes scanning the fading battlefield as corpses dissolved into dust. It's time to move. He turned on his heel. Phreases fell in a step beside him. Weird things always happen when you're around, she muttered. Han didn't reply, but his thoughts lingered on her. The truth was undeniable. She had already died once. Faces surfaced in his memory. A mercenary team, bought with gold, who had tried the 15th floor. None survived. Then the werewolves, the newest squad. The ones who cleared the 25th floor. And now, Phreases, running with them. This was her 3rd time through. Han calculated quietly. The number of single squads sent forward to test the tower's danger levels, far higher than most people ever realized. The evening sun stretched long shadows across the towers as they drew closer to the exit. Phreases slowed, turning back one last time. Will we meet again? Han stood with his arms crossed. We will. On another floor. She smiled faintly. Then I'll survive. For all of us. As she walked away, the final notification appeared. Quest complete. All team members leveled up. Reward, 100,000 gold. MVP, Jenna. The desert dissolved. In an instant, the group stood before a towering gate, looming in silence. Han's thoughts drifted. He remembered something he'd read about a hidden bonus stage inside the rift of time and space. A challenge only one person could enter. And only once. Ivalka fanned herself, eyes narrowing. I don't like this. When it starts off easy, that's when things usually go wrong. She glanced at Han, waiting for his answer. He nodded once. Then, without a word, Han stepped forward. You go on ahead. The girls exchanged puzzled looks. Maybe he wanted to grind for materials. Or maybe he just needed a moment to breathe. But Han knew the truth. This was a solo trial, one he couldn't walk away from. He entered. Darkness swallowed him whole. A pitch-black chamber stretched endlessly, corridors twisting and branching like a maze. No monsters, no traps, just silence. He walked. An hour passed. System message. Bonus stage complete. Han rubbed his chin. Honestly, I thought I'd fail this one. He flipped through a page in his notebook, scanning the sketches and notes he'd made. Either way, the 25th floor was done. Tomorrow, they'd head for the 26th. As the gate split open before him, his eyes narrowed. If his instincts were right, then everything on the 25th floor, all of it, had been nothing but warm-up. He chuckled under his breath. Ivalka had been right. When things go too smoothly, that's when the nightmare begins. And if anyone understood the rules of this game, it was her. The next day, the desert burned under the sun. Friasi staggered across the dunes, drained and barely able to stand. She lifted her head, then froze. Han and the others were waiting. Not a scratch on them. Han raised an eyebrow. Still alive? Gasping, Friasi's nodded. Barely. I thought I was ready, but it was harder than I expected. Han handed her a small bag. Potions. Food. Water. Use them. Her weak smile trembled. The only reason I'm pushing this hard is so I can keep getting your help. Belkis glanced over. So what kind of mission is this? Simple, Han said flatly. Stay close to Friasi's. Keep her alive. Friasi's pointed toward the horizon. I've seen this place before in my dreams. I just have to follow the signs. Han scanned the endless desert. Signs? He didn't see a thing. Before he could ask, the ground trembled. Something shifted in the distance. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the horizon. A massive swarm of lizard beasts, charging with feral rage, straight toward them. Weapons flashed into view in an instant. Someone shouted, "This time, we're ready." Perfect way to burn off lunch. The desert sand turned red as the battle exploded around them. Friasis stood frozen, watching the slaughter unfold. Even the Empire's royal guards, they weren't like this. Not even close. When the final beast collapsed, Han and his team began fading, their forms slipping out of sight. With a grin, they called back, "See you on the next floor." Friasis met Han's eyes and gave a firm nod. "I'll be there." A system message pulsed across their screens. Floor cleared. Rewards, 50,000 gold, 1 desert essence. Highlight, the protagonist, surrounded by his companions. Belkis looked around, brow furrowed. I still don't get it. What's the point of these missions? Feels like we're just babysitting some girl. Han's voice cut in sharp. Watch your mouth. Belkis smirked. Why? She royalty or something? A lost princess of the Empire? Yes, Han said flatly. Belkis froze. Wait, what? You're not joking. Helen stepped in, arms crossed. If you'd been paying attention back on the 15th floor, you'd already know. Belkis scratched his head, still lost. Guess I didn't really get what kind of place this was. The moon hung full and bright above them. From the shadows, one last lizard beast lunged, blade raised, screaming about defying the laws of nature. Belkis stepped forward, cut it in half with a single swing, and scoffed. What laws? Friasis moved past the body, her voice low. Time's running out. We don't have long. Her gaze lifted skyward. If my dreams are right, we have 10 years left. Then the world ends. Han rested his blade on his shoulder. And how do you plan to find these keys when you don't even know what they do? Friasis pressed a hand to her chest. Because they're tied to legend. Ancient. Older than the Empire itself. She stepped beside him. If I gather them all, they'll grant me power. Then she revealed a glowing blue crest. House of Ascension. One of the Empire's 4 great clans. The strongest of them all. She walked forward, still beside him. I made a vow. To prove myself. Even if it means doing the impossible. Han frowned. Collecting the keys is the impossible part? Friasi stopped, turning toward him. Why are you helping me? I have nothing. No influence. No power. Nothing to offer, except myself. The words left her lips, and she froze, instantly regretting how it sounded. But Han didn't even blink. I don't want anything from you. His voice was steady, flat. Then he turned and walked on. This mission just happens to match my goals too. Friasi stood still, stunned. Slowly, a smile spread across her face. Thank you. Behind her, Jenna leaned toward Ivalka. Tell me that didn't sound straight out of a cheesy romance novel. Ivalka giggled. Imperial noble and her knight. It's got all the tropes. Suddenly, Han appeared behind them. What are you two whispering about? Without waiting for an answer, he reached out and pinched Ivalka's cheek. You know I love a good misunderstanding, he said, half irritated, half mocking. Another system prompt cut across their screens. Floor cleared. Friasis turned to him. Will I see you on the next floor? Han clenched his fist. Hard to say. We're not the only ones climbing anymore. Her expression tensed in confusion. At that moment, Isel called out, movement ahead. A nearby portal shimmered, and several figures stepped through. Company. Unexpected. Han's mind pushed ahead. A massive dragon filled his thoughts. The 30th floor? There was no way a single group could handle it alone. He remembered the disaster on the 20th. The raid collapsing into chaos because of another team's blunder. If anything hadn't learned from that, Han thought grimly. Then he was more clueless than I imagined. The scene shifted to the settlements. By the next evening, the narrator revealed the third group had already advanced to the 28th floor. Han stood watching a pack of werewolves. This time, they were escorting Friases. Their attitude grated on him, but Gwen was in charge of them. And for now, that was enough. His gaze slid toward a looming structure. A training center had been built in Niflheimer while he was gone. Primitive, maybe, but a smart investment. The lessons were basic for now, just the fundamentals. Still, it was a step forward. Nearby, Belkist and Helen were locked in combat. Han saw the difference instantly. Both had reached 3-star ranks, warrior and thief. Every movement carried sharper precision, more weight. Elsewhere, Edith and her squad were drenched in blood. The narrator confirmed it. The third group had cleared the 28th. The next day, the second group pressed on to the 29th. They made it through, but cracks showed. 3 of the rookies lagged behind, barely keeping up. At the gate, Han stopped. The 30th floor was next. A boss-tier challenge. The 25th had been nothing. But this would be brutal. He ran through the roster in his head. 3 full squads. 15 players, including himself. But reality cut deep. Not one of them was ready. Levels weren't high enough. The system itself recommended 30 just to stand a chance. His eyes rose to the tower. Decision made. They'd return to the 28th. Grind for XP. Force promotions. Other floors were locked behind chain quests anyway. As soon as the second group cleared, editing would slot them in. Back on the 28th, they cut through endless waves of lizard men. No Friases this time, just pure grinding. Beyond the desert hills, anything that moved became prey. But then the tone shifted. Night fell over the settlement. While hunched over a spread of maps, Han uncovered something unsettling. Some players from the first floor had been hoarding loot from the weekly dungeons. Instead of transferring rewards through the dimensional portal, they'd stash them in private storage. Then it happened. A nearby building lit with a violent purple glow. Half the culprits were dragged straight into the synthesis chamber. The rest, banished to distant prison zones. No one knew what awaited them there. As the gate creaked open, the warriors stepped forward into the unknown. That same night, editing sent a thief unit to scout the 30th floor. They never returned. The thieves, nervous and under-equipped, arrived only to be hit with a system prompt. Requirement: 5 full parties. Empty slots may be filled with summoned assistants. It didn't matter. They were annihilated in 5 minutes. That confirmed it. Han pictured the tower again. The 30th floor wasn't just another stage. It was a trap. A nightmare waiting for Tonia. 5 complete teams would be required, and Enning had already sent them, each with assigned leaders. As darkness fell across the settlement, a voice slipped into Han's ear. Urnit. Her words came through the ring. She said she'd been waiting for his call ever since he arrived. But he hadn't reached out, and that cut her deeply. Han looked down at the ring, his face unreadable. With a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes. That kind of joke, he muttered, is rough on the heart. Seated at the table, he admitted he'd be heading for the boss floor soon. She deserved to know, just in case. Urnit's tone shifted. Are you saying you might not make it back? Han glanced at his notes, voice steady. It's possible. She didn't hesitate. If it came to the worst, she urged him, use the ring. No second thoughts. Han offered a faint smile, eyes resting on the band, and nodded. She gave one last offer. Nahaku could go in his place. But Han shut down instantly. That wasn't happening. Satisfied, Urnit eased slightly. Take care of yourself, she said softly. You're not living just for yourself anymore. Still seated in the gazebo, she listened as he promised they'd talk again once it was over. Don't die, she whispered. Whatever happens. Han promised he'd call her, so she wouldn't be left waiting in silence. At that, Urnit finally closed her eyes, a trace of calm settling across her face. Han touched the ring gently, then exhaled slow. His gaze returned to the pages before him. The 30th floor, completely uncharted. If it had followed the usual rules, he'd expect a raid, a scouting op, maybe a survival escape. But Tonia had never played by the rules. His eyes narrowed on the maze layout again. The labyrinth from the bonus stage. He knew it would return. Every twist, every dead end, every false path had to be learned. He crossed out lines on the formation chart. The synthesis of the captured thieves had revealed something critical. This wasn't just going to be brutal. It demanded all 25 players. No empty slots. No missing pieces. Then his elbow knocked the ink bottle. It tipped, spilled. Black spread across the paper, swallowing his careful notes. Han didn't move. He just stared, and in his mind, the scene shifted.